After all, if your husband were a private detective and he kept talking about the body beautiful, how could you tell if he meant one of his beautiful clients or a corpse?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. Tonight we are honored with the appearance of Miss Claire Luce, world-famous dramatic actress, who is making one of her rare radio dramatic appearances on The Adventures of the Abbotts. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another exciting recorded adventure in romance and crime. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle and murder, a story entitled The Burnt Copper Powder.
Pat was at his office in San Francisco. I was out of town visiting my family. It was about 6 in the evening. The lights of the Golden Gate Bridge were just beginning to wink at my husband. Naturally, he was desperately lonesome without me, so he called me long distance.
Jean, darling, can you hear me?
Oh, perfectly. Stop shouting. They've perfected Mr. Bell's invention, you know.
Did you get my telegram?
Oh, it was very clever, Pat. How do you think of such things?
Well, it's a cinch. You just sit in the telegraph office for 6 hours and chew a pencil, and eventually you work it out.
Pat, do me a favor while I'm away.
Anything at all, baby.
Well, when your next client comes in...
Yeah?
Soak him, clip him, clobberate him. I just saw a fur coat on Fifth Avenue.
Well, I'll try, dear. I've got to call you later, darling. Here comes the client.
Oh, I hope it's Rockefeller.
Bye, baby.
Bye, darling.
Yes?
Mr. Abbott?
Yes?
My name is Currier, Mrs. George Currier. I'm from Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard a great deal about your ability as a private detective, Mr. Abbott. I flew up here purposely to see you.
Well, what can I do for you?
Perhaps you'd like to see this check? As you can see, Mr. Abbott, it's made out to you. $100,000. Well, the check is perfectly good, except for the fact that I haven't signed it yet. I'm going to sign it, though, as soon as we make an agreement.
What sort of agreement, Mrs. Currier?
I understand you're a very clever man. Well, this is going to take all the ability you have, and then some. My husband just died, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, go on.
He was murdered.
And you're offering me $100,000 to find out who killed him?
Oh, no, I can tell you who killed him.
Well, who did?
I did.
Well, just what do you expect of me, Mrs. Currier?
I'm going to tell you all the facts. Retrace every incident of the crime. I'll cooperate with you in every way you wish. But I want you to see to it that it's impossible for the police to convict me. In other words, I want you to help me to get away with it. Oh, I'll be suspected. I'll be questioned. I'm sure of that. But I must not be convicted. That leaves quite a margin for your ingenuity, Mr. Abbott. Well, what's your answer? Are you going to throw me out of your office, or will you join me for cocktails? Well, Mr. Abbott, will you take the $100,000 to help me get away with murder?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Currier. No, I will not. In the first place, I'm a private detective who operates on the side of the law. If your story is true, you can find a dozen small fry detectives who'll be only too glad to help you skip a murder rap. And they do it for a lot less than you're offering. Some of them would do it just for a good tip on the 4th at Santa Anita. But I wouldn't touch it.
I'll make it $150,000.
You don't seem to understand that it isn't the money involved. But let me finish. In the second place, I don't believe a word of what you said. This sounds to me as though, frankly, you're either out of your mind or playing some kind of practical joke.
All right, Mr. Abbott. If you want to be very old-fashioned and highly moral about this, we won't discuss it any further. I was just thinking, though.
Yes?
Well, perhaps we could have cocktails anyway.
Mrs. Currier, I'm sure it would be delightful, but my wife...
Oh, you're married?
Yes, my wife just happens to be out of town.
Well, that makes it perfect, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know.
You are old-fashioned, aren't you? What are you going to do tonight? Play chess at the old men's club?
Oh, I just...
I don't usually have this much trouble with men.
Well, I can see why.
There are some other better reasons that you can't see just yet, Mr. Abbott.
Yes. Well, I think you'd better go along without me, Mrs. Currier.
Well, if you change your mind, I'll be at the champagne room.
Hello, Gene? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gene?
Of course I can, Pat. Why do men feel they must scream into long-distance phones as though they were trying to throw their voices 3,000 miles?
Well, I turned down her invitation, Gene.
Well, that's wonderful. That's very fine of you. And that's...
But now I'm going to see her.
Well, that's terrible.
Well, she told the truth, Gene. It wasn't a gag. I have the latest edition of the paper here. Listen to the headline. Movie magnate murdered. George Currier stabbed to death on studio lot.
Will the paper say anything else?
Her 18-year-old daughter is mixed up in it. Her name is Margaret. So is her husband's partner, Leonard Benedict.
Leonard Benedict?
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't they make quickie pictures?
That's right. I've got to straighten this out, Gene.
Well, keep your mind on the case, Bub, or I'll come home in the next plane and straighten you out.
Now, call me tomorrow. I'm going to the champagne room.
Well, aren't you even going to tell me you love me?
I love you.
What?
I love you.
Just the line I want to hear, and now he doesn't shout, he whispers. Goodbye, Pat Abbott. And like they say here on Broadway, don't call me, I'll call you. You crazy, mixed-up detective.
Oh, I see you've changed your mind, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, I just read the evening paper, Mrs. Currier.
Then you're taking up my offer.
Well, I don't want the money. I'd suggest you give that to charity. It'd buy a lot of food for those hungry youngsters in Europe. No, I'm here out of curiosity.
I think I can answer all your questions. My husband was impossible. I loathe George. He treated our daughter Margaret horribly.
Mm-hmm.
Poor child was in her room every night crying her eyes out. George was a drunkard. He was promiscuous. He ruined the lives of a dozen people in Hollywood. Remember Tom Hopkins, the movie actor?
Mm-hmm.
He committed suicide because of George.
Mrs. Currier, suppose you tell me the details of the actual murder.
The other night, I went to meet George at the studio on Gower Street.
Mm-hmm.
It was deserted. He was on the set by himself. We'd quarreled all week. I was miserable, and I was in a mood to do practically anything to get George out of my life. As usual, he was vulgar and nasty, and finally, he slapped me in the face. I couldn't take it anymore. I got terribly excited. There was a knife on the set. They were using it in one of the scenes. I grabbed it. We struggled. Then George slipped, and I dug the knife into him. I was fortunate I was wearing gloves, so there weren't any fingerprints. No one had seen me come in. I sneaked out, took a cab home, and that was that.
Mrs. Currier, don't you think if you faced this and told your story to a jury, you'd be safe in risking clemency?
Mr. Abbott, I have a daughter. Margaret's my whole life. I wouldn't drag her through a murder trial if it cost me every penny I possess. Besides, if I were convicted, the child would be... She'd have a mother who had gone to the electric chair. That's why you've got to help me. We could fly to Hollywood on the next plane. Oh, I'm sure your wife would forgive you, since you're going on business.
Well, Jean is not the jealous type. Not much.
I think you'd like my place. I don't imagine you're often called in a case where you can mix business with moonlight swimming.
Hello, Jean?
Go ahead, Pat. Where are you now?
I'm in Hollywood.
Well, tell Marilyn and Ava to calm down. There'll be enough to go around for everybody. What's with the killing, dear?
Well, I'll bring you up to date. From the airport, we drove to Mrs. Currier's estate.
Oh, fancy?
Oh, even the cocktail lounge is a cocktail lounge. Architecture, Frank Lloyd Wright. Interiors, Dorothy Draper. 3 tennis courts, swimming pool. Shangri-La. These people have more money than Godfrey. Mrs. Currier introduced me to her daughter, Margaret, and left us alone. Well, Margaret looked like a teenager on the cover of an expensive magazine. Margaret took me for a ride in her convertible. You didn't get along very well with your father, I understand, Margaret.
Well, Mr. Abbott, to be honest with you, Daddy was a pretty tough problem.
Uh-huh. Did you see him that night before he died?
No. No, I didn't.
See much of him at all?
Frankly, no. I'm away at school a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm home here in California, I like to spend my time my own way.
And what's your own way?
Oh, with my crowd. Our own kind of people and parties.
Quieter get-togethers than the usual Hollywood brawls are?
We get kicks our own way.
What does that mean?
You're a detective. You want answers? Figure them out.
You strike me as being closer to your mother than your father.
Who wouldn't be?
Was he such a bad boy?
Egotistical. Well, he was too busy for me most of the time. Jungle tactics in business. Oh, a pretty rough customer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind saying I never dug him at all. Hey, I'm going to turn here. There's one of my favorite spots down this drive.
I heard you were going to college in the East next fall.
That's right.
You glad about it?
Oh, sure. Gets me away from the moving picture crowd completely.
Mm-hmm. How about your father's partner, Leonard Benedict? They get along with each other?
Oh, very well. It's odd, huh? You know, Dad was an ogre to everybody but Leonard.
What are you stopping for?
Well, this is the view I meant. Here, get out of the car and come over here. That's it. Over here by this stone wall. You get a great view of the Pacific at night. You think there's a more romantic spot anywhere?
Well, I don't go around checking these things.
Oh, you should. You look like the type.
You got a boyfriend, Margaret?
Oh, no one special. Particularly since most of the boys around here are just kids. I like men a little older than I am. Like you, Pat.
Mm-hmm. You're pretty childish yourself, Margaret.
Well, how do you know?
You picked up the adolescent notion that it's dramatic to chase older men, especially when they're married. What have you got in your head, a picture of yourself as a devastating husband stealer?
Oh, I don't think it's that, Pat. Not at all. I just go after something I want, and I don't much care what's in the way.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why somebody knocked off your father.
Maybe. Look, can't we forget the case for 5 minutes?
Now you sound like your mother. You come from a very interesting family. Your father gets murdered, and you and your mother make it a field day.
You always talk so much when you're alone with a girl.
How many cases do you think I'd break if I went around making love to all the females involved?
A lot more than you do now. Oh, look at that moonlight on the Pacific. Isn't it dreamy?
Yes. I think we better get back to the house. We better get out of here fast.
That's what I like about this spot.
What do you mean, that's what you like?
It separates the men from the boys.
You listening, Gene?
I'm listening, but I'm not liking.
Well, now you can see what I was up against. But I concentrated hard on the facts in the case. I wasn't responding to this girl at all.
What did you say?
This girl was getting nowhere with me.
Oh, that's funny. I thought you said the girl was getting nowhere with you. That I could not believe.
Well, I decided to pay a visit to that studio where George Courier was stabbed. The police had it locked up, but I got a pass and decided to give it the once-over. It was very late at night. The studio was deserted. The set was topsy-turvy. You could see there'd been a struggle. I found 2 glasses. One of them had a lipstick smudge. I put it in my pocket. I was going to see if it matched the brand Mrs. Courier uses. While I was examining the bloodstains on the floor where George Courier had died, I thought I heard a noise. I waited. Looked around. Didn't see anything. Then I heard it again. I turned my flashlight toward the back of the set. then toward the cameras, the sound booth. Still saw nothing. Then, as I was about to turn off the flashlight, I saw a face. A man was sneaking up behind me. What?
Sorry, Mr. Abbott.
When I came to, I found myself in a small, dirty bedroom. I could see headlights passing frequently by the window, so I knew I was near a highway. A man, extremely well dressed and impressive looking, was sitting by the bed with a gun in his hand.
Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Abbott. I'm Leonard Benedict.
Mr. Benedict, what's the idea of bouncing me on the head with a blackjack? Oh, ooh, that's quite a bump.
I had no other alternative. I was afraid you might not come with me or listen to me. We're at a motel, Mr. Abbott, about 10 or 15 miles out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to sit there and answer my questions, Mr. Abbott, or I'll put every one of these bullets into you.
You're George Currier's partner, aren't you?
That's right. And you're working for his wife, who's trying to get out of the rap for having killed him. You're probably getting a fortune to rig it, too.
No, I'm not getting a cent. I'm just interested in establishing what actually happened.
You're not getting paid for it at all?
Oh, she offered me $100,000, but I turned it down. If she's really guilty, I'll find out soon enough. And I'll be the first man to tell the DA about it, too.
She is guilty. That's what you've got to believe. That's what you've got to prove. Now, she mustn't get away with this. George was a wonderful man.
I've been told quite differently.
By Mrs. Currier?
Yes, and Margaret. They made him out a combination Boris Karloff and Simon Legree.
Well, he did treat Margaret pretty roughly.
Tell me, what's your stake in this, Benedict?
Seeing that the woman who killed my partner dies for it.
Uh-huh. Get any ideas about how you prove it, one way or another? So that a smart lawyer couldn't rip it to pieces in court.
Motive, Mr. Abbott. In George's will, Mrs. Currier inherits $500,000.
Wow. No wonder she was hiring detectives at $100,000 a clip. Well, it still won't do, Mr. Benedict. We need scientific facts. Evidence you can get your hands on.
That's your business. But listen to me and get this straight. I'll be watching you every minute. I'll be right behind you. And if you've been lying to me, if you're finagling around to fix this so that Margaret's mother gets away with it, I'll kill you, Mr. Abbott.
Well, as you can see, quite a cute predicament, Jean. If I nailed Mrs. Currier for the crime, I'd ruin her daughter's life. If I didn't, Benedict would see to it that I was lying around somewhere with a little garden on my stomach. Well, I checked the lipstick on the glass I had taken from the scene of the killing. Using a technique I'd been taught by a friendly pickpocket I once arrested, I lifted the lipstick from Mrs. Currier's handbag, and at police headquarters, a friend, a chemist, gave me the report.
Well, there it is, Pat. The lipstick on that glass is the same brand that Mrs. Currier uses.
Well, that doesn't tie this up in a neat package, though, Doc. Even though Mrs. Currier was at the scene of the murder, somebody else could have stabbed George.
Yeah, but who? You know, Patrick, I've been wondering. Why did Currier leave all his money to his wife? Wouldn't he have left something to his daughter?
He didn't get along with his daughter, Doc.
Maybe so.
I know. You've got a theory about murder once removed. In other words, Mrs. Currier is covering up. She didn't kill her husband. Margaret did. Well, Margaret could have figured it this way. She gets rid of her father. Her mother obviously gets the rap. Then little Margaret is left with $500,000.
Yeah, but she's such a sweet kid.
Yeah, well, there's one way to find out, Doc. And I'm going to have a whirl at it.
Oh? Well, what are you going to do?
Lift the lipstick from Margaret's handbag, too.
Sorry, Pat, you get nowhere. Margaret uses exactly the same kind of lipstick her mother does. Could mean she killed her father. Could mean she didn't.
Yeah. All right, Doc. I didn't want to do this, but I've got one more card to play.
Well, Pat, you still on the phone?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? What's this card you're going to play?
I'm going back to see Margaret.
Oh, I should have known there'd be an excuse for that.
Now, look, I know George struggled with his murderer. And from dancing with you, I know that if George held on to a woman for a while like that, some of her face powder might come off on his suit. I have to get a sample of Margaret's face powder.
From her boudoir, no doubt.
No. I'm going to take her out in her convertible again. Now, don't blow your top, Jean.
Oh, I know it's all in the line of duty. I'm coming home on the next plane.
Well, I promised to behave. It's my only chance to get that clue, dear.
If anything goes wrong with that gimmick, I'll poison you, Pat Abbott. Good night, Pat Abbott.
Good night, Lucretia Borgia. Margaret, you're right. This is a beautiful spot. That moon. The view of the Pacific from this hill. Come here, Margaret.
Mr. Abbott,
Mr. Abbott?
Yes, Mr. Benedict.
I saw you drop Margaret at the house. Where are you going?
To the morgue. You see, Mr. Benedict, I found out that both Margaret and her mother used the same lipstick. Therefore, the smear on the glass near George's body is useless, so I thought I'd try matching face powder. There's a powder spot on George's suit. I saw it in the morgue. I'll have a nice sample now of Margaret's powder here on my suit.
You what?
Never mind how I got it. It's a burnt copper, see? I'm going to see if the two samples match. If they do, I'm sorry, but Mrs. Currier won't die for that murder. Her sweet little daughter, Margaret, will.
You don't have to go to the morgue, Mr. Abbott. I was afraid that sooner or later you'd get to this point. You'll find the two samples do match.
Oh, using your gun again, Mr. Benedict?
Yes, it's in my pocket. Margaret killed her father, Mr. Abbott, and I helped her to do it. Now we're going back to the house, and we're going to kill you. Start walking, Mr. Abbott. Walk straight to the courier's house, and don't try anything. I just as leave shoot you down here in the street.
Leonard, what the devil are you doing with that gun? Mr. Abbott, what's this all about?
He got wise, Margaret. Get your things, sweetheart. We're leaving.
I thought he was poking around too much.
Leonard, put that gun down and listen to me. Margaret, dear, please. You've got to listen to your mother. I know you killed George. I hired Abbott to cover up for us. I thought the police would arrest me, then Abbott would get me off, and they'd never suspect you. I did it for you, Margaret.
You did nothing for me. Nobody ever did. Lenny's the only one who ever cared about me. Lenny taught me things. Lenny showed me how to live. Oh, I hated it in this house. I wanted to get away with Lenny.
Take it easy, Margaret, honey. Now, come on, get your things. We can hop a plane to Canada. These two will never talk. I'm going to fix that.
I wanted to get away with Lenny, so we worked it out. We'd kill Dad, you'd die for it. And we'd get all the money. The money he cheated Lenny out of in the first place.
You wanted to do that to me, your own mother.
Oh, there isn't time for playing hearts and flowers now, Mrs. Currier. Yes, I wanted to do that to you because I do it to anybody that gets in my way. You're rotten, too. I know what was going on when my father was alive.
And he knew what you were doing all the time, too, Margaret. That's why he couldn't stand you. He saw that hypodermic needle in your bathroom. Was dope one of the nice things Lenny taught you?
Take it easy, Abbott. Get your things, Margaret. Hurry. I told you I'd take care of her and Abbott, too.
You're not getting out of here, Margaret. I won't let you. Your hands off me. Let go of my dress.
Now stop that.
I'll shoot you.
Margaret, I didn't mean it. I meant to hit your mother. Margaret!
You killed her, Mr. Benedict. I'll take that gun. That's better. You all right, Mrs. Carrier?
Yes, Mr. Abbott. Now that it's all over, I'm all right. This isn't the way I hoped it would work out. This isn't the way I hoped it would work out. Oh, Margaret. Oh, Margaret.
Hello? Hello, Gene? Operator. Operator.
One moment, sir.
Yes, Pat?
Oh. Well, now you know the whole story, darling.
Don't you darling me, Mr. Whatever your name is.
Oh, I know what's bothering you. Did I have to kiss Margaret, huh?
It's the only aspect of the case that isn't quite clear to me.
Well, darling, how else could I have gotten that vital clue?
I have two things to say to you. You're a brilliant detective, and
Yes, and what?
I hate you.
Well, that's a fine thing. Man is lonesome, his wife is away, misses her terribly. Wants a few minutes on the phone to console himself, and she says, I hate you.
Hate you? I loathe you. You should be shot at dawn, without a blindfold, too.
Well,
First rocket to the moon, very dangerous. They should put in a rocket.
Oh, Gene, look, I told you that... Hello? Oh, Gene. Gene, did you hang up? Can you hear me, Gene? Now, look, will you stop this nonsense and tell me you love me? Gene, do you love me? Gene Abbott, do you love your husband?
I am sorry, sir. We cannot give out that information.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Tonight we were honored by Miss Claire Luce, making one of her rare radio dramatic appearances on The Adventures of the Abbotts. Included in the cast were Barbara Glenn and Louis Van Ruten. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts. This is Wayne Howell speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Your money or your life. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot where a step forward drags you 2 steps back, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm taking for granted this is confidential, so here goes. A couple of days ago, I got so desperate I stole to get some dough to pay off a debt. What I want most is to see the guy I borrowed from get what's coming to him for running a racket that smells to high heaven. Maybe you heard of him. His name is Douglas Harger, and I want to see something happen to him.
If this hits you right, you've got a job. The only time I can talk to you is between 12 and 1 at Molly's Cafe on Pierpont Street. Signed, Fred Dundee.
Give it a look, Fred. Don't you see I can't play ball with you?
Why not? You'll be getting paid for it.
Well, I can't take that kind of money.
Who did you steal it from?
That's my business, Miss Brooks. And if you're worried about me making it my life's work, forget it. It was my first and last time.
I know, Fred. I'd like to help you, but...
Oh, sure.
Hold a chili, Mike.
I suppose that's what you fellas call ethics, huh, Valentine?
Well,
But it's all right for Harger to make all the dirty money he wants without anybody saying a word.
How can you be so sure it's Harger who's running this loan shark business?
I borrowed that money from Phil Pagano. He's always going in and out of Harger's Melody Club. He works for him.
Yeah?
You should hear his line. Go on, kid. Your credit is good. If the wife's going to have a baby, let her have the best.
Huh?
You got a whole month to pay back the $250. Of course, there'll be $100 service charge. But then we don't ask for no security, which you don't have. I tell you, I can't...
Hold it, Fred. Take it easy.
I know you think I was a schnook to take his money. But I wanted Peg to have everything good when she was having the kid. I couldn't borrow anywhere else because I'm in hock up to my ears now.
But think of the chance you were taking when you decided to steal.
Don't I know? But they wouldn't give me any more time. They didn't just threaten me. They said things would happen to Peg if I didn't raise the dough.
Uh-huh. You know, there may be an answer to this.
There's got to be, Valentine. It's not just myself. Think of all the other people who get squeezed and do things they never would have done to pay Harger back. That's why I couldn't just pay up and forget it. I
know. You want something to happen to him. All right, tell you what, Fred.
What?
I'll take the job and see what I can do.
Oh, that's swell. There's a little money left. I'll give you...
No, Fred, no. You just make sure you hold on to that. Now I'm working for free.
Well, good to see you again, Mr. Valentine. The Melody Club doesn't have many interesting visitors during the day.
Come off it, Harger. And tell this musclehead to get off the couch and get out of here. I want to talk to you alone.
Did I hear you call me?
You should be more careful in your choice of words, Mr. Valentine. This gentleman is supposed to be my bodyguard, although you'd hardly tell it to see him lying around reading comic books.
Come on, Buster, up you come. Outside.
Let go of me.
Put the gun away, Marty. We don't want to give our guest the wrong impression. You'd better go sit at the bar and soothe your chagrin.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you are as friendly as ground glass today.
Never mind the patter. I want $350 from you, and I want it now.
Oh, a little strapped, eh? Well, I think you're a good risk. Glad to oblige.
Oh, no, you got me wrong. I'm not borrowing it. You're giving it to me. For keeps.
Oh, come now. Just as you have your principles, I have mine. I'm a businessman. I never give anything unless it's for value received.
Yeah, well, you're going to make an exception. This is for someone who got hurt on one of your loan shark deals.
What are you talking about?
Your boy, Phil Pagano, bore down so hard on a friend of mine he had to go out and steal. Now, this is to square things for him.
Ridiculous. If out of the goodness of his heart someone I know lends money and collects it in his own way, that has nothing to do with me.
$350, Harger. Let's have it.
I could have you thrown out.
Well, why don't you?
You know how violence unnerves me, Mr. Valentine. But as long as the sum is so paltry, I'll let you play Santa Claus.
If you had a conscience, Harger, I might be tempted to say it should feel better.
Here you are. Oh, may I ask, is this a single commission for a client, or do you have more quixotic and ambitious plans in the same direction?
Why do you ask? Just curiosity?
No. I just want to be prepared. As much as I despise any form of physical conflict, Mr. Valentine, I may be forced to make another exception to my principles.
Valentine, you may not have noticed, but the word on the door says homicide. Don't come to me about loan sharks.
Riley, how can Harger operate a racket like this without your worthy colleagues putting the arm on?
You say it's Harger. I suspect it's Harger. It might well be Harger, but when we pick up one of those strong-arm bankers, he says it's a personal deal.
Yeah?
There's nothing in writing. The victims are too scared to say anything, and there's no mention of Harger. Now, go ahead. You arrest somebody.
Lieutenant, you should have talked to Fred Dundee.
Look, Miss Brooks, we don't like the idea either, seeing the little people in this city being pushed around.
A question, Lieutenant. One simple question.
Oh, I know your simple questions. They take till doomsday to answer.
Well, wouldn't you say it'd take a lot of cold, hard cash to supply what you call these strong-arm bankers? There must be dozens of them covering the city. And they're ready to lend dough right on the line. You just name the amount.
What are you driving at?
Harger isn't headed for the poorhouse, but neither does he get his mail in care of Fort Knox.
And he has so many other interests that take cash to run. Christopher Arena, his nightclubs, and all the rest of them.
Yeah, in other words, somebody else has to be furnishing the wherewithal, the financier, the angel. Now, have you ever heard of anyone connected with him who could even vaguely fit that description?
Not even vaguely.
Oh, great. Well, there's nothing like being a pioneer and trying to find the answer to my own question.
There's Pagano in there at the bar, Valentine.
Yeah, I see him, Fred.
He always hangs out here at Maloney's, 8 to 12 every night. So any sucker like me who wants money, I know where to find him.
I think I can charm him out so you can talk to him alone, George. Or do I sound like I'm confusing myself with Betty Graves?
Oh, he'll fall for you like a ton of bricks. He thinks he's a ladies' man, Miss Brooks. But you be careful of him. He's an oily little rat who carries a knife.
A knife, huh? Hey, look, Angel, maybe we ought to forget this. Look, I'll find another way to get you. Hey, Brooksy, wait.
Drop dead, mister. I've got an appointment with a gentleman.
What can I get you, lady?
Oh, nothing, thanks.
Oh, hey, sweetheart. I'm good for around here. And when they come like you, I can do better than that. Much better.
No, I only wanted to talk to you. Alone.
Oh?
Yeah. I need money. Need it real bad.
Why me?
Oh, names get around. You hear things. Somebody said I'd find you here.
What seems to be your trouble, sweetheart?
Probably nothing new to you. The show I was dancing in folded up. I held out as long as I could, and now I've got to borrow money.
What's your name? What show?
Vivian Dupre did a solo in Gals Can Be Pals, the Morrison circuit.
Your real name, I mean, Miss Dupre.
Okay. Mary Sullivan. Do I get the money? I'll pay it back. Usually I work regular.
All right. Don't get so nervous, Mary. Bill Pagano will take care of you. How much do you call money?
Well, I'm afraid it's got to be at least $300.
Bill Pagano can still take care of you. And he's happy to.
Oh, when can I have it? What do I have to sign, Mr. Pagano?
Well, this is no joint to talk about something personal, sweetheart. Suppose we go over to my place and set up the deal.
Well, I don't know.
You trust me, don't you, kid?
Oh, you know I do, Mr. Pagano.
What are we waiting for? Here we are, sweetheart. Well, I got my key.
Yeah.
The way you're looking around, you think he was expecting somebody.
Oh, no. No, it's just that, well, the hall is so dark.
Well, we'll take care of that right now. Go ahead in, Mary.
Oh, no, you first.
I don't know who you are, Bud, but I'm going to...
Shut up. And you, babe, sit down over there.
What? Oh, Oh, yes, sir.
Copper?
We'll talk when you take your hand off that knife in your pocket.
So you heard about me, huh? Well, then you ought to know I let this knife do my talking for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me, handsome. Hager sent me to see you.
Huh? You're lying.
Yeah, I started working for him today. It seems he lost his respect for Marty as a bodyguard.
You think I'm going to believe that?
Hager says you've been charging extra interest on loans and holding out on him. You've shaken his faith in mankind, Phil.
I never held out a cent in my life.
Now snap that knife closed. I want to have nice things to report about you.
Well,
that's a good boy.
Before we do any talking, what about the babe here?
Oh, well, I wouldn't want her to miss this for anything. Oh! All right. You're working for Hager. But I want to know more than that.
Get off me. Take your knee out of my chest.
Now, who finances the setup? Who's the top man on the totem pole?
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
Don't. Who really runs the racket? Supplies are ready, cash. Come on, talk.
All right. I'll tell you. Stop it.
Yeah?
Leslie.
Leslie who?
Leslie Remsen. Out in Compton Hills.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. You've been very helpful. I don't want to seem ungrateful, but I gotta do this. Oh! Sweet dreams, handsome.
Well, what do I do? Cheer or just fold up like an accordion?
Sorry I had to expose you to that bit of rough stuff, Angel. But even if it takes more of the same, I'm going to clean this thing up.
Compton Hills? But there's nothing out there but fashionable estates.
Yeah, I know. But that's the next stop, Brooksy. We're getting up in the world.
Leslie will be down in just a moment, Mr. Valentine. In the meantime, would you like to step in here and see some of my books?
Huh? Oh, sure, all right.
May I get you a drink? I'd ring for one of the servants, but it's their night off.
No, thanks. Did you mention it was important?
Yes, I told Leslie. You know, Mr. Valentine, I suppose most people would say that my life is an unpardonable waste. So much of it given to collecting books, living with them. But then, what is important, young man?
In college, they drummed me out of my philosophy class, Mr. Remsen. Now, would you mind calling upstairs again and see if...
That won't be necessary.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, have you met my wife?
Huh?
Leslie, dear, this is the young man who has been waiting for you.
Oh.
Yes. I'm Leslie. I'm sorry I'm not wearing a mustache. I understand you have some business you want to discuss with me, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yes.
Why don't you two stay right here in the library?
Thank you, Paul.
I have to phone my book dealer anyway. You know, Mr. Valentine, Leslie just can't understand my passionate interest in books.
No?
But then again, I'm often baffled by her interests, even though I understand them. Well, good night.
I received a very enlightening telephone call while you were waiting, Mr. Valentine.
Then you ought to know why I'm here, Leslie. Or, I suppose I ought to start calling you Mrs. Remsen.
No, I like Leslie better. You seem to think I'm masterminding some sort of minor crime wave.
Aren't you?
That was a melodramatic way of putting it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Did you know that in the early 30s, the oil industry had to meet the challenge of new, high-powered cars? A plain mineral oil just couldn't lubricate the new, powerful engines properly. Engineers at Standard of California met the problem with compounded RPM motor oil, the oil that won't run away from internal engine hot spots, that keeps a protective film on all parts when a car is standing cold, and that cleans your engine as it lubricates. One motorist quick to see the advantages of RPM motor oil is F.B. Stormont of Tombstone, Arizona. Mr. Stormont started using RPM in 1936. He states that he has been a constant user of this premium motor oil for the past 13 years. He's driven the same car all these years, driven it close to 100,000 miles with only one major overhaul job in all that distance. Well, that's really protection you can trust. And to give your own car this superior protection, stick to RPM motor oil. Ask for RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're not surprised to find a hard-bitten operator like Douglas Harger mixed up in the loan shark racket that has victimized your client. You're not surprised when you run into assorted forms of mayhem. What does rock you back on your heels is that the beautiful and wealthy Mrs. Leslie Remsen is apparently the banker and kingpin. But if you have George Valentine's recuperative powers, you counter with a surprise of your own.
Now, Leslie, what does Harger have on you?
I could see my husband took an immediate liking to you. I can't say I blame him, George.
Okay, be evasive. I'll do the talking.
I don't mind listening.
He has to be blackmailing you one way or another. You wouldn't get mixed up in a filthy deal like this if you weren't forced into it. It can't be the money.
Maybe I just like the excitement.
You know what this shuffle means in human misery.
Maybe I'm a psychopathic case.
Oh? Well, maybe it's as simple as this.
It's almost worth being an arch criminal. To be kissed like that.
Uh-huh. That's all it is, Leslie. You've got a low melting point. Well, the kiss was worth the slap. But it is the truth, isn't it?
Leave me alone.
A beautiful woman married to a man years older. That could be dynamite. Now, what was it? Letters you wrote to somebody? Is that what Harger's holding over you?
Yes. They were quite inflammatory. In fact, I remember them more vividly than the man I wrote them
Then
to.
you'd better find a way to get them back, sister, or you're a gone gosling.
No one can prove anything, not even you.
I beat it out of one of Harger's mugs, and the police can, too. The point is, there will never be any mention of Harger, only you. He'll make like he never heard of you before in his life.
How did I get into this? George, you've got to get those letters back for me.
Now you're frightened, aren't you?
You can have whatever it's worth to you. Money, anything.
No promises, Leslie. But I'll give it a whirl.
I'll live up to my end of the bargain.
You won't have to. It's all part of services rendered for another client. And a lot of other people like him. Now look, Fred, I've got an idea. A way to take all the pep out of Harger.
And if it works, what happened to you and Peg won't ever happen to anyone else.
Let me have it. I'll do anything.
I've got to get some letters out of Harger's safe at the Melody Club.
Huh?
Letters signed Leslie Remsen.
I don't know much about blowing safes.
Now, I could try to scare him into giving them to me at the point of a gun, but he knows I wouldn't shoot him.
Yeah?
But, and this is where you come in. If someone with a nervous trigger finger and a man-sized grudge walked in, Harger would really sweat.
I see what you're driving at.
Sure. You put on an act. You don't like the way you were taken for a ride. You're going to get even. You want him to open the office safe so you can help yourself.
I'll put on an act that could get me a Hollywood contract.
Now, Fred, you know there's a risk involved. But we've got to have those letters.
You've got them. But there's just one thing.
What's that?
That gorilla, Marty. He's always following Harger around. He never lets him out of his sight.
Okay, that's my job. I'll get Marty off the scene. At 9:30 tonight, Harger will be alone at the Melody Club. That's when you walk in.
Pick up Marty Harris for questioning.
That's right, Lieutenant, and keep him under wraps overnight.
What am I supposed to sweat out of him?
I want him out of the way, Riley. It's important.
I suppose it would be rude of me to ask why, huh?
Not rude. I just don't want to bother you.
Huh? Since when?
Don't you remember, Lieutenant? This isn't in your department.
George, down the alley. There's Fred now.
Yeah, good. Hop in, Fred.
Well, they're all right. Here.
Good boy. Have any trouble?
Just trying to act nervous. I had to slug Harger to give me time to get out.
That must have thrilled you no end.
Drive around the block, Angel.
Well, I don't want to sound faint-hearted, but wouldn't it be a good idea to put some distance between us and the Melody Club?
Drop me off at that cab stand on you, Fred.
Yeah?
Beat it home to Peg. You did a good night's work.
Well, I'll take a bow when it pays off.
I hate to think I'm just supposed to keep driving around the block.
Park just before you get to the entrance of the club, Brooksy. I got a hunch Harger's going to come streaking out of there in a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Now, you stick on his trail. I got to know where he goes. You can call me at Leslie Remsen's.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you just missed Leslie.
Oh.
She seemed rather in a hurry, too.
Well, do you know where your wife went, Mr. Remsen?
Well, let's see. It could be the Dauphin Room, the Eldorado, Antoine's, or possibly Le Coq d'Or.
For a bibliophile, you know your night spots.
As a husband, I know my weak spots. Not being able to keep up a hectic social pace, I try to substitute patience and a modicum of wisdom that comes with the years.
Meaning just what, Mr. Remsen? Let's not spar.
Meaning all things come to him who waits. I'm quite able and willing to wait for Leslie.
You're okay, Remsen. All right, I'll kick around those spots you mentioned and see if I can find Leslie.
Oh, just a moment, Valentine. You probably think it's strange I never questioned you about your business with my wife.
Well,
Of course, I have sensed that she's in some kind of trouble. I'll even venture to say that you're here to deliver that little package.
Huh?
Would they be ill-advised letters? Leslie's very impulsive.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't be embarrassed. I'm not going to ask to see them. They don't matter. It was foolish of her to get in trouble because of them.
Mr. Remsen, why are you telling me this?
Because I know you're trying to help her. That being the case, you ought to know how I feel. Oh, pardon me. Hello. Oh, yes, he's right here. It's for you. It's a Miss Brooks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Brooksy? Huh? Both of them, huh? He met her there, the Gramercy room. No, use your head, Angel. No matter how many of Harger's men are staking out the place, I gotta do this alone. Okay, I'll be right there.
You must think I'm a fool, Douglas.
You have no choice but to sign it, Leslie.
You never asked me to sign receipts for money from any of your collectors before.
I've decided we should be more businesslike. Yes, and to avoid any stigma of blackmail, I'm going to let you have your letters back.
Well, what's this gentleman trying to sell you now, Leslie?
George.
Sorry, we can't ask you to sit down, Mr. Valentine.
Why, thanks, I will. A business conference?
George, Douglas said that if I sign these receipts, he'd let me have my letters back.
Letters? What letters? Have you any letters belonging to the Lady Harger?
I made a mistake some time ago not teaching you to keep out of my affairs. I never make the same mistake twice, Mr. Valentine.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if these were the letters you meant.
George, you did get them.
Uh-huh.
So, that's why you wanted me to sign these, Douglas. You had to find some other way to keep me under your thumb.
Nice try, Harger.
You don't think you're going to keep those letters very long, do you?
Oh, I know you've got your private goon squad sprinkled around.
It seems quite a shame that my long-cherished principle of non-violence should go overboard this way.
I'll take them, George. They won't dare touch me.
Take it easy. Buster's playmates don't know the meaning of the word chivalry.
You're a realist, Mr. Valentine. I admire that in a man.
Why, Georgie, what a lovely surprise.
What?
The most wonderful thing just happened.
Brooksy, why didn't you do as I told you?
Well, fancy seeing you here. And as I live and breathe, my old friend Douglas Harger.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
It's a funny thing, George, how I ran into Lieutenant Riley. You know, there's a big policeman's ball tonight.
No, I didn't.
A sort of a spur-of-the-moment affair, you know.
Yes, and he wants us to come along as his guest, darling. He's even got a squad car outside.
A squad?
Yes, sir.
Oh, swell. You'll join us, won't you, Leslie?
Yes, I'll be happy to.
We'll be with you in a minute.
Well, don't be long now. We'll wait for them at the bar.
Why, you bet we will.
You wouldn't care to go to the policeman's ball, would you, Harger?
I'm afraid I shouldn't be very good company. You know, Valentine, I relish having you as my private nemesis. If it weren't for you, my life would be much too pallid and uncomplicated. I look forward to our next meeting. Good night.
Yeah.
I won't forget what you've done for me, George. May I have those letters now?
No, Leslie. Finders keepers.
What?
Yep. I think I'll just hold on to them now. Oh, incidentally, your husband is waiting for you. You know, I do a lot to keep Paul from getting hurt. He's a very nice guy.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
I get it. Blackmail. With a good housekeeping stamp of approval.
Oh, George, before you burn those letters, you might at least have let me peek at one of them.
You know, that's what I like about you, Angel. You're so unscrupulously feminine.
Yeah, but seriously, George, do you think Leslie and her husband will make a go of it now?
Oh, maybe. As long as she thinks I still have the letters. She doesn't suspect that Paul knows about them.
Darling, you should run a column of advice to the Lovelorn. Dear editor, my young man, who shall be nameless, keeps putting off popping the question, what shall I do? Signed, Anxious.
Oh, I get it. Dear Anxious, after seeing your beautiful pictures, I'm convinced your young man is a half-wit. By no means marry him. Insanity is hereditary.
You can't win.
If your car's battery begins to act a bit feeble toward the end of winter months, nobody's surprised, for the extra use of lights and short, stormy weather trips are an added load on battery juice. But one way you can be sure of giving your battery longer life is by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. This premium quality fuel puts command performance in your car. Fast starts with little or no drain on your car's battery, smooth acceleration, extra power, high-octane power that makes it great on hills. And it's a battery saver wherever you drive in the West because it's climate tailored. That means fast starts for your car in each different altitude and temperature zone. So for economy and for all-round command performance from your car, be sure to say Chevron Supreme gasoline. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. In the course of next week's adventure, we find George Valentine in a cheap rooming house.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a .38.
And now you're being smart.
Well, I see you've been packing.
Yeah, leaving town. All on account of that crazy bottle. I should have thrown it down a sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody, a guy I never seen before.
Who gave you the bottle, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, mister. Nothing but this. Oh! That crazy bottle.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Larry Dobkin as Harger, Gene Bates as Leslie, Ted Von Eltz as Paul, Don Diamond as Fred, and Eddie Marr as Pagano. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Now, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California presents
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Lloyd Nolan as star of 19 Deacon Street, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glass full would be very pleasant, as Roma Wines bring you Mr. Lloyd Nolan in a remarkable tale of
suspense.
Oh, what a business, what a business. Do you know how it is? When you're keeping something to yourself, something that scares you, something that nobody else will believe. Well, if I tell you how it really happened, you'll say I'm nuts. But if I don't talk, then for sure I'll go nuts. Listen. Did you ever have a dame get under your skin till you were ready to hang yourself with your own belt just to be rid of her? Yeah. She did that to me. That blonde. That beautiful blonde. And the funny thing is, we never even met. Ties is my business, wholesale. I came to Chicago with a red-hot line and an exclusive to the Middle West, all sewed up. Now, all I had to do was find a place to do business and a place to live. You think that's easy, huh? You should see Chicago these days. Well, some ham actor on the train tipped me off to a theatrical rooming house at 19 Deacon Street. I only wished he'd broken his neck before he saw me. Anyhow, I go to this place, and from the outside, it looks all right. I wait a minute or two, and finally an old dame comes out, looking like a tired old duchess.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. I'm looking...
No vacancy.
Oh? Well, an actor on the train said that maybe it'd put me up.
Are you an actor?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, I do hate to turn you away if you're in the theater. There was a time when we catered exclusively to theatrical people.
Oh, any kind of a room would be okay.
Well, come in, young man. We'll see what we can do. We have a room that we don't rent. It's not really fixed up for renting, but I might...
Now, look, lady, I'm not particular. I'm away all day. All I want a place is to sleep, see?
Come upstairs. I just know I shouldn't. I promised myself that... Now, young man, I'm going to show this to you on one condition.
What's that?
This room belongs to someone very dear to me. She's away. I've never rented it because, well, I expect her back.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to promise that no matter what, you'll not move anything or ask any questions about her.
That's a funny thing to ask.
Some people wouldn't understand. Promise?
Okay, it's a deal.
I'll turn on the light. Well, do you like it?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of feminine, isn't it?
Yes.
Yellow fluffy curtains and costume dolls, cold cream, grease paint, dressing gown. Nice perfume. And hey, lady stockings. Say, ain't this a little unusual? I mean...
We haven't changed it at all. You don't realize this, young man, but you're standing at a shrine.
Am I? Oh, a what?
We haven't touched her room because someday she'll be back, and she'll find everything just as she left it.
Is this her picture on the mantel here?
Yes. Isn't she beautiful?
Wow, you can say that again. I never even saw such a beautiful dame.
And notice the long golden hair.
Yeah.
Oh, if you could really see it. Long and shimmering like thin strands of purest gold. And she'll be back.
Well, when do you expect her?
I don't know.
What, didn't she say?
No, she didn't say a word. One day she was here, and the next day she was gone without a word.
How long ago?
In a few days, it'll be 10 years.
Well, I took the room. If I knew then what trouble it would bring me, I'd have slept in the park instead. When the landlady left, I went over to the mantel and I looked at the blonde's picture. Yeah, she was really one beautiful dame. And there was something else about her, some little thing I couldn't pin down. Well, I took the French doll off the pillow and flopped down. But from where I lay, I could look right at the picture. I looked, and I felt the back of my neck crawl. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. I jumped up, I turned the picture to the wall. And then I dozed off. And there she was, crying. Just her face. Soft gray eyes. And her golden hair. Strands of pure gold, like the old dame said, yeah. But what was she crying about? What was wrong? I didn't get it. Laverne. Laverne, what's the matter, Laverne?
Mr. Swartz?
Laverne.
Mr. Swartz?
What are you crying about? Huh?
Mr. Swartz, are you all right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just a minute. I'm all right. It's just a bad dream, I guess.
But I heard you calling out. You were calling Laverne.
Who?
Laverne. That's who you were calling, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Laverne. Yeah. I guess I was.
How did you know, Mr. Swartz? How did you know her name was Laverne?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how I knew. I knew her name. I knew the name of the blonde, but I never met her. I pestered the landlady for details, but the old dame wouldn't talk. So I locked the door. I went to work to find out for myself. I emptied all the dresser drawers out on the bed. Plenty of nice clothes, plenty of shoes and dresses and intimate things, you know, but not one scrap of paper to tell you anything about the girl herself. Not a letter, not a card, not an envelope, nothing. Then I got my first break. In a little jacket, I found a key. It had a tag on it, and the figure 9 was written on the tag. There was nothing locked in the room, though, nothing the key should fit. But maybe someplace I'd find the lock it was made for. And later, high on the closet door, I found a telephone number, scrawled with eyebrow pencil. Briargate 1273. I went downstairs to the hall phone. No one was around. I felt like a jerk dialing a number that had been written more than 10 years ago, but I put the nickel in. I started dialing. B, R, I, 1, 2, 7, 3. A busy signal. That meant the number was still alive. And maybe, just maybe, somebody on the other end could tell me about Laverne. An hour later, I was still dialing that number and still getting a busy signal. So I finally give up and went to my room. What business was it of mine if some stale babe wanted to disappear? I had my own headaches. I had 400 dozen fancy neckties to get rid of. Laverne was... she was still in that room. I felt it in my bones. And I couldn't sleep. In the morning, I started out to look for a place to set up shop. Oh, I was plenty groggy, but I told myself that if I didn't sell those neckties, I'd find myself back in the bargain basement of Rosenblatt's department store, which was a sobering thought. So I started walking down to Madison Street. It's a warm day, and I'm walking fast, and suddenly I look up, and I'm on State Street. Now, I know that town pretty well. I don't have to go anywhere near State Street to get to Madison, but here I am. I'm on State Street, and I'm standing in front of an old building. All around me, I see hock shops, flop houses, tattoo joints, you know the kind of neighborhood. And right in front of me, this old building, all boarded up. Suddenly, I get the brainwave that this is the kind of a joint I need for my business. Looked like it hadn't been used for 50 years, so the rent couldn't be too high, and it's big and central. So I just ankle around to the alley, try the back door. Figure there must be a caretaker or somebody around, so I give a yell. Hey! Anybody in there? No dice. This is kind of funny because I can see a light shining through the crack in the boards. So I start pounding on the door. Hey, open up. Open up, will you?
What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Oh, hello, officer. Well, I just thought that there'd be a janitor around.
Does it look like there'd be anybody around with the doors all padlocked like this?
Yeah, but look, there's a light burning inside.
It's just a work light on the stage. It burns all the time. What do you want, mister?
I want to rent the joint. Where can I find the owner?
Rent it, huh? You
Yeah.
better get in touch with Jasper Florenz.
Oh, the big stage producer.
That's right. He used to run this little Burlicue house before he was in the Chips. Got his start here. You can probably get him on the phone at his office.
Florenz Productions.
Oh, hello. I'd like to speak to Mr. Florenz, please.
Oh, who's calling, please?
My name's Swartz.
What did you wish to talk to Mr. Florenz about, please? He's very busy.
Yeah. Now, look, I ain't no ham actor looking for a job. Tell him I want to rent some space from him.
Rent space?
Yeah, the old Florenz Theater on State Street.
Oh.
Well? Hello?
I'm sorry, but the Florenz Theater is not for rent.
Not for rent. But why? Well, okay. Have it your way. I burned up. The nerve of that guy letting his theater sit there empty while I needed it so bad. Well, I wandered back to the house a little later, and as soon as I got within sight of it, I got that queer feeling again. It was just like that blonde was standing there waiting for me. Well, I walked in and went to my room. I got out of detective mystery and tried to pass the time away, but it didn't work. I couldn't think of a thing, except Laverne. Then I lay back on the bed, and I must have been dead tired. Because in nothing flat, I was out. And there she was again. That beautiful girl sobbing. This time I was sure she was trying to say something to me, trying to get a message of some kind to me, but I just couldn't understand. What was she trying to say? Was she asking me to find her?
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Lloyd Nolan in 19 Deacon Street by Larry Marcus and Robert Light. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. This year, Thanksgiving is more than our traditional Pilgrim's Harvest Festival. More than thanks for the good harvest reaped from the soil of our great land. It's an humble thanksgiving that the world is at peace. Thanks for God-granted overseas victories. Thanks for cherished freedom at home. Thanks for loved ones with us again. Today, in many American homes, wine, Roma wine, is as symbolic of this day of thanks as the traditional turkey. As millions of Americans feast in hamlets, villages, towns, and cities, glassfuls of Roma wine are lifted in heartfelt thankfulness. How fitting, too, with Roma California Burgundy, a wine grown in the soil of America, reflecting the goodness of nature and the patient toil of free men. Roma Burgundy, a red, robust wine, truly delicious, delightful, distinguished in any company with any food. Serve cool. Remember, because of uniformly fine quality at low cost, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Lloyd Nolan as Maurice Swartz, tie salesman and raconteur in 19 Deacon Street, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After that, I was afraid to sleep. So I grabbed my hat and ran out of the house. I stopped at a joint down the street and ordered some coffee. And while I was sitting there, I all of a sudden remember what my uncle, my mother's brother, used to say. He said, if you want to forget something that's bothering you, just concentrate on something else. Anything else. Well, but what could I concentrate on? And I thought. And then I thought of the theater, the Florence Theater. Other guys had tried to rent it for years and failed, but I needed it. And if I used my brain for that one thing, if I did nothing but plan ways of breaking Florence down, I might be able to level myself out and at the same time swing the deal. Later that morning, I got in touch with an agent I knew, and he gave me Florence's address. I took a cab out there. It was on Lakeshore Drive, and very hoi polloi. Florence was sitting in his study. He looked just like his pictures. Tall, gray-looking, with a nice sort of smile. But his necktie was lousy. Well, we had quite an argument.
Did I understand that you're interested in the Florence Theater?
Yeah, that's right. I tried to see you at your office, but I couldn't get past your secretary. That's why I thought I'd take a chance in seeing you here.
I see. You're rather persistent, aren't you, Mr. Swartz?
Well, you see, it means a lot to me, Mr. Florence. I understand it's been closed for years, but it's just what I need.
I believe my secretary told you I didn't want to rent the theater, didn't you?
Well, sure he did, but, Mr. Florence, did you ever have a hunch?
A hunch? Why, yes, of course.
Well, do you generally play your hunches?
Well, sometimes.
Well, I got a hunch about your theater.
I see. Well, I'd like very much to help you, but I'm afraid it's out of the question.
But why?
Well, it's where I produced my first shows. Has memories for me. Some pleasant, some not so pleasant. Reopening that theater would be like reopening a part of my past that I'd rather keep closed.
Oh, but ain't that kind of silly, Mr. Florence? I wouldn't put on shows there. All I wanted...
I admire your persistence, Mr. Swartz, but the answer will always be no.
Okay. You win for now. But I ain't giving up. Because when I want something real bad, I get it. And I want your theater bad. For personal reasons. Now, here's my card. I've written my phone number on it in case you change your mind. And you'll change your mind, Mr. Florence.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. As you say, I'm persistent.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Bogart, yes.
This isn't Mr. Bogart. I was just kidding. This is Swartz again. Yeah.
Oh, you.
Yeah, you sure you don't want to rent that theater?
Still very sure, Mr. Swartz.
Look, Swartz, I want you to stop hounding me.
It's not doing anybody any good standing empty.
That's for me to decide. I want you to leave me alone, do you hear? I want you to leave me alone.
Yeah, and that's how it went. And it worked at first. For a while, I forgot about Laverne. And I got Florence plenty nervous. But every time I went back to 19 Deacon Street, I wondered who was more nervous, him or me. And all the time I'm dogging Florence, I'm still sneaking in calls to that phone number I found in the closet, Briargate 1273. And I'm still getting busy signals. And then one night as I'm listening to the busy signal, I get mad. Hey, operator. Operator!
This is the operator, sir.
So what's been going on around here? For 3 days and nights I've been dialing this number, and all I got is a busy signal.
I'll connect you with my supervisor.
Well, what good's that gonna do? Now, look, is there any way of finding out who this number belongs to?
Surely, sir. Unless it's an unlisted number, you can get that information by dialing 2080.
You mean I can find out who's at the other end of this phone by dialing that number? Well, there's nothing like that back home.
Yes, sir. Chicago has that service.
And I spend 3 days listening to a busy signal. Say, lady, where can I dial for brains? So I dialed 2080, and that's how I found the place. It's a little run-down spaghetti joint named Joe's. Over in the corner, I see the telephone that's been giving me the busy signal, and no wonder. It's a public phone booth. Right now, one guy is in it and 2 others are waiting for it. I go over and climb on a stool.
What can I get you?
You, Joe?
Yeah, what can I get you?
How long you been in this place, Joe?
14 or 15 a year. Why?
Well, you've seen a lot of people come and go, huh?
Sure, plenty. What can I get for
Look, you got a good memory for faces?
Look, you see, I'm busy, mister. I got no time for games. You want something or you don't want something?
Here, Joe, take a look at this picture.
Sure. Yeah.
So what? You recognize her?
Yeah, she's been in here a long time ago.
What's her name, Joe?
I can't remember her name. She was a showgirl, I think. Is it Claire or something?
Wasn't it Laverne, Joe?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah?
Laverne Claire. She's always come in here with the big shot.
With the big shot?
Well, he wasn't so big a shot then, but he was going to places. And then she jilted him and run off with some other guy. I remember very good because he used to come in here after that and sit here alone all the time. Break him up pretty bad.
Hey, and who was this big shot? You remember that, Joe?
Oh, sure. The big producer, Jasper Florence. And now what can I get to you, huh?
Jasper Florence, the poor guy. Here I've been hounding him for that theater, and he's holding out because it'll break his heart to let it go. He won't rent because it's a chunk of his life, a bad chunk. And it's in that theater. Well, that's what a dame can do to you. But what a mean dame she must be. But anyway, I begin to feel better. Now, first thing tomorrow, I'd go out, find another place to do business, and I'd start selling ties. But when I get home, I was in for another surprise. On my door, there was a note from the landlady. Jasper Florence called. He changed his mind about the theater and will meet you there at 8 o'clock. Well, figure that one out. I looked at my watch and it was 5 after 8 already. I get to the theater about 20 past. Nobody's there. So I wait around in front for a few minutes and then I look down at the front door. The padlock I saw on it the other day was gone. I give the door a little push. It swings open. Well, it's just like any other theater lobby. White tile, brass rails, cobwebs all over everything, of course. I go on into the house, and there in the center of the stage is that one big work light the cop told me they've been keep burning all these years. What a queer duck that Florence must be to keep electricity going for 10 years. And in the center of the stage is a big organ. And the light behind it sends screwy shadows up against the wall. I walk down the long aisle and up the stairs onto the stage. And as I walked across it, I could hear my footsteps echo. I never could resist listening to an echo, so I yelled, "Hello!" Acting like a kid whistling in the dark. Hey, look, Maury, you're all alone here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Well, then I see that organ. I walk over to it. Run my hand across the keys. Oh, I quit that in a hurry. Then as I wipe the dust off my fingers, I look up into the flies. I look and I see sandbags hanging. Whoa. They must weigh 150 pounds. I was just looking up at the catwalk, Then I see somebody move. I was sure of it. Just off stage, the guy moved in the darkness. Don't ask me why, but I started to walk toward him very quietly. Yeah, he was there. I could see him now. Hey, come out of there, you! He didn't move. So I walked over closer and... It was a dressing room. And the guy I saw reflected was Maury Swartz. That's right, me. Maury Swartz reflected in a dressing table mirror. Well, just then I saw a door to another dressing room across the hall. That door was closed, but something about it made me stare. It was the number on the door. Number 9. I remember the key I picked up in Laverne's room. And in a flash, I had it out of my pocket and was trying it on the door. Number 9, the tag said. And it worked. My knees were shaking and sweat was rolling down my face, but I opened the door as wide as I could. I stepped in. And then I stepped on something. It was dark. I couldn't figure out what it was. So I lit a match. There, on the floor, were the white bones of a skeleton. And beside them, long golden strands of hair. And then I knew. My heart was beating a mile a minute as I stole back to the stage. I got there and I started for the footlights. Suddenly I looked up. The master curtain was crashing down on me. I jumped back.
Got away just in time, didn't you, Swartz?
Huh?
Too bad.
Florence, where are you?
The can't see me, Schwartz, but I can see you. I'm up here in the fly gallery in the shadows. But you're well lighted by that work light. Make a very good target down there. I wouldn't do that, Schwartz. If you make one move to put out the light or get away, I'll cut these counterweights and you'll be smashed to nothing.
You killed Laverne, didn't you, Florence? You killed her, and then you closed your theater and locked it up so she'd never be found. No wonder you wouldn't rent.
And what are you going to do about it, Mr. Schwartz? You don't have much of a chance, do you? No, there's no way off the stage, is there?
Well, I can get out the wings, Florence.
It's a long walk, my friend. And before you make it, I'll drop these sandbags on you.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe in a minute or two I'll make a dash. Maybe I'll be faster than you will. Then what, Florence? Then you'll fry for killing that girl.
She had it coming. And so have you, my friend, for being a meddler. And you're going to get it. I'm cutting the weights loose now.
No, don't do that, please, will you? Oh, that's a long way to fall. And an awful way to die. Even for you, Florence. Well, there's the story. And if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Florence was leaning over, cutting those ropes, and the guardrail in that old theater gave away. And it was curtains for him. Well, I hope I entertained you. And, oh, by the way, if you happen to need any ties, I got a nice new line in. I hope you won't think it's sacrilegious, but these ties, and they come in all colors, they got a girl's picture on them. That's a cute idea, huh? I call it the Laverne tie. So don't forget, look me up. I got a little stand in Rosenblatt's department store. You can't miss it. Right in the bargain basement.
Roma Wines have brought you Lloyd Nolan as star of 19 Deacon Street. Tonight's study in suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines, the sponsor of Suspense. Welcoming guests with Roma California Sherry is becoming an American custom, says famed hostess Elsa Maxwell. Glorious gold and amber Roma Sherry, served cool, is a delicious appetizer before the meal, the perfect first call for dinner. Delightful later in the evening, too. Roma Sherry is a happy, mellow wine with natural fragrance. Cream-rich with natural grape sugar sweetness and nut-like taste. If you prefer a real dry sherry, get Roma Pale Dry Sherry. Like all Roma California wines, Roma sherries are true wines, always unvaryingly good. You can now enjoy the taste luxury of Roma wines at the lowest prices in years, at savings as much as 1/4. Grown from choice grapes, unhurriedly perfected by age-old skill. Bottled at Roma wineries in California's choicest vineyards. Get your favorite Roma wines now for holiday entertaining. Insist on Roma wines. Roma wines offer you so much for so little. That's Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines.
Lloyd Nolan appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Film Corporation and can now be seen in their production, The House on 92nd Street. Next Thursday, Roma Wines bring you Miss Nancy Kelly in Suspense, radio's outstanding theater thrill.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
E-A-O, E-A-O, E-A-O. Oh, swell. Hold everything will be right there. Okay, just let me get a robe on. Coming. Yes. Yes, there's nothing like stepping out of a nice warm shower into a nice hot murder. The only thing in sight was the body of a man lying on his face. I didn't have to get any closer to see that he was very dead. Then I heard someone running down the front steps and out of the street, so, still being the kind of guy who's always interested in seeing what a killer looks like, I went down the stairs and out into the street. I landed on the sidewalk just as a sedan pulled away from the curb and dove into a hole in the traffic. I only had time to see that there were two people in it. Didn't even get a chance at the license. Well, a white terry cloth robe can be a little conspicuous at 11 o'clock in the morning on East 51st Street, right off Madison. So I shuffled back up the stairs, put in a call for Lieutenant Walter Levinson, 5th Precinct, homicide. But it seems as if I was a little late. A neighbor on the way down the hall had stumbled on the dead one in front of my doorway. Now, generally, a body in front of my door would be left alone to sober up. But this one seemed to be bleeding, so just as a precaution, the neighbor had called the police. All I could do was just stand around and wait for them.
Wouldn't you know it, Otis? Wouldn't you know it? Finally got to be right in his own building.
Yeah, Lieutenant, and she said it was right in front of his own door.
That's around this corner. Oh, what'd you say the name of the woman was who turned in the alarm?
Myrtle Tibbles, the apartment next to his.
That's right, Otis, and she's a big snoop.
Huh?
I heard that.
What's that?
Myrtle Tibbles.
Now listen, Rick.
If you've got any questions, officer.
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you
Oh,
no...
shut up. Otis, go question her.
Me?
Yes, you. Go ahead.
I know plenty I can tell you about that Mr. Diamond there.
Lady, I know everything you're going to say, and a lot more.
Oh? Then come in, Captain.
Hey, did you hear that, Lieutenant?
Get in there, Sergeant, and question the big lady.
Yes, sir.
Snoop, eh?
Well, Rick?
What kind of a bit is that?
I suppose you're going to tell me you had nothing to do with this killing.
Walt, I was in taking a shower when this gentleman decided to get himself shot in front of my door. I was singing, too. Would you like to hear what I was...
No, Hey, wait a minute. If you were in taking a shower, how did you know he was getting himself shot?
He rang the doorbell first.
Oh, sure. He wanted to let you know there was going to be a murder.
Listen, Blubbermouth, I was taking a shower. I stopped taking a shower. The doorbell rang. I went to the door. I opened the door. Dead man. I ran down into the street after the killers.
What about the shots?
I didn't hear any. Must have used a silencer.
Well, you say you ran after the killers. Was there more than one?
Two. I don't know who pulled the railroad trigger, but I chased two people down into the street.
Did you recognize them?
No, they didn't leave any calling cards.
Descriptions?
Man and woman.
Now, that's helpful. License number?
Too fast. Got lost in traffic.
In other words, all you noticed about them was a little less than nothing. I'm surprised you didn't forget and leave your head hanging in the shower. Yeah.
Oh, now, by George, Lieutenant, that was a real dandy, that was.
Oh, cut it out, Rick. Come on, let's take a look at the corpse.
Well, have you forgotten? You just sent it in to question Myrtle Tibbles.
Not Otis, I mean this one.
You better be specific. I've known a lot of coroners to get pretty confused when Otis was covering a homicide.
Some kind of a messenger.
Yeah. Band on his cap says Speed Messenger Service.
Here's his receipt book. Only one entry. Richard Diamond, Apartment E, 53 East 51st Street. Nothing else.
Would you want any more? I'm honored.
Now, what the devil could he have been delivering?
The reason he got shot, probably.
Yeah, Myrtle. Lieutenant.
Yes, Sergeant.
Go ahead and ask him, Otis.
Oh, no.
Yeah, young love.
Myrtle, Miss Tibbles wants to know if it's all right if I stay for lunch.
Why, I think that would be real nice, Sergeant. How long do you think it will take?
How long, Myrtle? Not long.
Well, that's fine. But before you sit down and start feeding that fat face of yours, what would you suggest we do about this body in the hall?
Well, I'll tell you, Lieutenant.
Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get out here.
Coming, Lieutenant. Thanks anyway, Myrtle. Well, where to, Lieutenant?
Oh. How about the Speed Messenger Service?
Right. Just as soon as the coroner and the boys get here and take over. You want to come along, Rick?
Well, sure. The dead man was trying to deliver something to me. I'd like to know what was important enough to get him shot.
Sure, let's get going.
Diamond, don't you think you ought to change that robe?
Walt.
Yeah, I know, but what are you going to do?
Oh, gee, I only made a suggestion. You don't have to get sore.
Oh, we're not, Sergeant.
He can wear the robe for all I care. I only...
Thank you, Sergeant.
I don't give a darn if he looks silly.
Otis.
Just because I make a suggestion.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
Will you do me a favor?
Well, sure, Lieutenant. Shut up!
So while Walt tore Otis to pieces, I did a quick change. And when the coroner arrived, we climbed aboard the squad car and headed for the main office of Speed Messenger Service. While Walt was getting the address from headquarters in the car radio, Otis sneaked on the siren. So in less than 10 minutes, we pulled up in front of a building at 31st and West End Avenue and barged in.
You on duty here, miss?
Yeah. Trouble?
What makes you think there's trouble?
When a cop car pulls up in front and you two jump in here like a couple of bill collectors, it figures. Trouble, see?
A woman's intuition. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Tell me, dear, did your service send a messenger over to 53 East 51st Street, apartment E?
About an hour ago. Why?
What was he supposed to deliver?
I don't know. I don't remember that good, see?
Oh, well, try.
I don't get this. What's wrong anyway?
Well, dearie, your messenger ain't anymore.
Yeah, shot to death.
What?
Now try to remember what it was.
Mr. Cartwright!
Hey, sit there. Well, let her get Cartwright, Walt. Maybe he can tell us something.
Yes? Now, what in the world?
Mr. Cartwright, Johnny, he's dead.
Dead?
Those are police officers, see? They said he was shot to death.
No, just be calm. Let me get this straight.
But I told you, see, it's Johnny.
All right. Now go in the back. Get a drink of water or something.
Yes, sir, but I just can't believe it.
I am Mr. Cartwright, gentlemen.
Well, that's nice. Are you in charge here?
I am the manager. Now, what is this about one of our messengers being dead?
That's right. You any idea what he was delivering to 53 East 51st this morning?
Well, why, no, but it should be in our record book. You'll have to forgive Miss Ogilvy. She gets very emotional.
Does she?
Well, let's see the record book.
Oh, it's right here. Here you are. Now, let's see. There. It was the first delivery this morning, as you can see. 53...
We'd like to know just what he was delivering.
Oh, well, I really couldn't say. I don't even remember what the item looked like.
Well, who sent it?
Yes, that I can help you with. Here it is. Last name Clark, first name Paddy. In other words, a man named Paddy Clark.
No.
Yes, odd first name, isn't it?
Mean anything to you, Rick?
Oh, something. It's a little vague. Name seems familiar, that's all. How about you?
I don't get a thing from it. Any return address?
No, just his name with instructions to deliver it to a Mr. Diamond at this address.
Well, don't you remember whether it was a package or a crate of bananas?
Dear, we get so many things in here to be sent out.
Lieutenant.
Yes, Otis, what do you want?
201 over on East 48. Thought you might like to know.
You better take off, Walt. 201's your department.
Fine. 2 homicides in one morning.
I'll finish checking here and go over to my office. You can get in touch with me there.
Okay. Come on, Otis, let's go.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, you can use the siren.
My, you officers certainly are busy, aren't you?
Yes, we officers sure are. Now, how'd you like to trot out that girl again? Maybe she's calmed down a bit.
Oh, certainly. Feel any better, Miss Ogilvy?
Oh, yes, sir, much better.
This gentleman would like to ask you a few more questions.
Oh, the good-looking one? Oh, sure.
If you're through with me, officer, I have some...
You go right ahead. Go on. We'll get along all right alone. Only beautiful.
Honest, dearie, I can't help you a bit. I don't know nothing.
Oh, sure you do. Weren't you here when this Paddy Clark came in?
Honest, I don't remember, but... Gee, you got the most...
But you do remember what the messenger was supposed to deliver, don't you? Hmm?
Well, what was in it, I don't. It was just a thick envelope, white, but... Listen, honey, I'd like to...
Anything unusual about the envelope?
I wish I could remember for you, but I really can't. We deliver so many things every day, but let's talk about something else. Cheers.
Well, after all, there was no reason in the world why she should remember one particular envelope, so... Making like a good cop for Walt's sake, I scribbled down her name and address. Then headed for my office at the corner of 51st and Broadway. I stopped in the lobby for my morning supply of cigarettes and was about to step in the elevator when a big fat hunch, that's right, hunch, grabbed me by the arm and turned me back into the direction of the tobacco shop. That's the place I've been stopping at every morning for the last 6 years. And it was run by a little guy with a twitch in his right eye. A little twitch and a last name, Clark. And the first name, Patty.
Back for something else, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Max. Where's Patty?
Oh, he called up the other day and says he was going out of town for a couple of days or so.
Oh, is that it? I missed him the last couple of mornings.
Well, you know, he got 3 stands to look after.
Yeah, that's right. Say, tell me, where's Patty live?
You want to see him?
Mm-hmm. Got a little business deal I want to talk over with him.
Oh, sure. You know Patty. Anything to make a buck. Here. Here's his address. Read it?
Oh, fine, yeah. He got a phone?
Yeah. It's Skylar 49970. There.
Thanks, Max. One of these days I may even buy a cigar from you. Funny how things like that can happen sometimes. The name of Patty Clark had seemed familiar, but I couldn't place it. Only because I'd been doing business with him every day for 6 years and didn't think to look that close. I grabbed the elevator, went upstairs to my office, and put in a call to Mr. Clark.
Yeah?
Patty?
Who wants him?
Oh, no.
Rick.
Hello, Walter. What's new?
You know perfectly well what's new. What do you think I'm doing over here?
Well, now, let me guess. Riddle homicide?
You knew that's why I come over here in the... Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Lieutenant.
How did you get this phone number?
Patty Clark dead?
The deadest. Now, how'd you get the number?
I, looked in the book.
It's not in the book. It's a hall phone listed under the apartment name.
I asked my Ouija board?
Pow.
Okay, Groucho. Patty Clark owns a cigar store in my building.
Well, why under the sun didn't you tell me that in the first place? You said you didn't know him.
I said the name was vaguely familiar.
All right.
How was Patty killed?
Shot. Coroner's on his way. Look, I'm not far from your office. I'll be over as soon as he gets here.
I'll have a candle in the window. Bye. To the happy people.
Something wrong?
Oh, no. Come in. Just filling my lighter.
Okay, Agnes is alone.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Well. And in came Agnes. And this was the type of girl easily recognized. About 5'5", with more curves than the World Series. And the one thing that really set her apart from the rest, a great big .38, complete with silencer. Her boyfriend took out a cute little .45 and leaned against the door, while Aggie swayed over to my desk like a mull cobra.
All right, Diamond. Let's have the envelope.
Honey, could you point that thing the other way? My skin is beginning to crawl out of my shirt.
I want the envelope, Diamond. And if you refuse to give it to me, I really wouldn't mind killing you.
You know, I think I'd like to give it to you if I knew what you were talking about.
I hope we're not going to have to play games, Diamond.
Well, something like post office might not be so bad.
Drill him, Aggie, and we'll search the place. He's got to have it somewhere.
I'll handle this. I want the white envelope Patty Clark sent you this morning.
And I thought you, too, got it after you killed the messenger boy.
Now, I don't know what you're talking about.
Seems to me I chased you into the street. Saw you climb into a car and take off.
The guy in the white robe.
So if you two knocked off the messenger boy, you must know I don't have the envelope. Too bad, but I didn't even get to the door until after you'd shot him.
We didn't shoot the messenger.
What was in the envelope?
You know what was in it. Go on, Aggie. Show him we ain't kidding.
Oh, shut up. We didn't shoot the messenger, Diamond, but we are going to get the envelope. Where is it?
Hey, that siren's pulling up out in front.
Why didn't you search the messenger? You had a gun. You didn't have to worry about me if I showed at the door.
Well, we got an envelope off him, all right. Empty. Hey, what are you doing, Paul?
Taking a look out in the street. Hey.
Police.
Prowl car. 2 guys coming in this building.
Some of your friends, Diamond?
You say the envelope was empty?
What if they are some of his friends? What if they found Patty?
I told you to shut up.
Why'd you kill Patty? You knew he'd already sent the envelope.
Knock him off, Agnes.
Quiet.
Hey, somebody getting out of the elevator.
You keep your face shut, Diamond. Paul, get over behind the door.
What are you going to do?
Diamond, you stay right there at the desk. Say one wrong thing, and you and a couple of more get dead.
My.
Hello, Rick. I got over here just
Good night, Lieutenant.
Good night?
Good night.
Oh, what you mean is good afternoon.
Ooh. Believe me, Walt, I meant good night.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Yes, dear sweet little Agnes had slipped out from behind the door and let Walt have it right behind the ear. He went down like a 16-pound shot in an elevator shaft. Then Aggie and her playmate started backing off. They opened the door, and Aggie, darling, pointed the business end of the silencer about halfway up my hand-painted tie. Whether or not she would have shot is anybody's guess. But along about that time, a very dear old friend stepped up behind her.
Drop it, lady.
The other cop.
You can drop yours too, Sonny.
Oh, Otis, bless your little pointed head.
You fool. Why didn't you look first?
Well, I forgot.
Forgot?
Okay, over against the wall. And keep your hands up high. Hey, how's the lieutenant?
Oh, he'll come around. Walt. Oh, Walty.
Which one let him have it?
Agnes.
The dame?
The other one's named Paul. Come on, Walt.
Oh,
come on, Walt. It's spring again. You know, birds and bees and all that sort of rot. That's a good boy. Now, try and sit up.
Oh, my head. What happened?
What happened?
Oh, no. Walt, you've been crowned queen of the 5th Precinct.
Who did it?
No. Don't look at Otis. He's been reading his Tom Swift, Rived in the Nick. Look, there.
Huh? Them?
Them.
And Otis?
Saved the day.
What did he do? Wander in without his collar and scare them to death?
Agnes, she's the one with the sweater. Agnes crowned you.
Look, where did these two figure, huh?
Oh, they're the pair who ran out of the building after the messenger was killed.
Put the cuffs on them, Otis.
Yes, sir. Okay, you put out your right and you put out your left.
And I'll be in Sing Sing before you.
And I'll be in... Get him.
Now bring him over here.
Go on, lady.
Okay. Keep your hands to yourself.
Here's the artillery, Lieutenant. 38 special with a silencer. This 45 auto.
Silencer, that's enough to book him in itself. All right. You kill the messenger?
No.
How about Patty Clark?
We don't know who you mean.
They know.
That's your story.
Well, we'll take him down and book him. Happy now, Rick?
No. I want to know who has the envelope and what's in it.
Envelope?
Yeah. The girl at the messenger service finally remembered. Come on, let's take these two down to headquarters.
Well, they're still not talking. Did you find anything in the files?
Both have records. Guy's Paul Barrows. Agnes is his wife. One conviction apiece, May 1938, suspicion of passing counterfeit money.
Uh-huh.
Convicted, did time, parole. Oh, you got a fresh address on them?
They've been living in Flatbush. Otis went over with some of the boys to check.
Good.
And here's some fancy news. Just yesterday, the FBI started watching all of Patty's cigar stores as possible fences for phony money.
Yeah? Well, then it ties. Come on, I want to take a look at Patty Clark's room.
Patty was lying right there beside a couple of bags he'd packed for the trip.
Oh?
4 slugs in the chest, no struggle.
Anybody in the building hear the shots?
No, and the 38 your little girlfriend had wore a silencer, remember?
When did the coroner say Patty was shot?
About 6 this morning. What's that?
Oh, a little address book. Patty must have used the speed messenger service more than once. Look, see here? Here's the address and phone number. Now, Walt, let's go over and take a look at Agnes and Paul Barrow's place in Flatbush. See what Otis has found out.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. Hello, Detective.
Well, thanks, Otis. You drop your watch?
Turn up anything?
No, nothing much.
What do you mean by nothing much?
Well, nothing.
That's what I was afraid of.
Hey, is there an address book around here anywhere?
Over by the phone. Why?
Just getting my jollies, Otis. Love to look at new numbers.
Now, see if Speed Messenger Service is listed.
Yeah? Yeah, right here on the back page. Walt.
Yeah?
Patty was killed at 6 this morning, huh?
Right.
6 this morning. You know, I wonder when he gave the messenger service that envelope. You know, the one addressed to me?
Well, the place wouldn't have been open at 6 this morning, so it must have been sometime yesterday.
That's right. And back in his room, his bags were all packed. Well, I think he wanted to make sure he'd be out of town before I got that envelope.
I'm way ahead. Hello, Henderson? Levinson. Find any plane or train reservations for Patty Clark?
Well, if you didn't, I'll show you where I keep that bottle of lighter
Yes.
fluid in my office.
Does that include me, too, Diamond?
There's only one bottle, Otis.
Rick, Patty had tickets for a plane to California and then a boat to the Philippines.
Well, I'll lay you even money that Agnes and that Paul character didn't knock off the messenger or Patty Clark.
What?
All they wanted was that envelope.
Envelope?
That's why they came after me, and Patty didn't have it.
No? Then who has?
Otis, stop sneaking up. Now, Rick, what about the counterfeiting angle?
Otis, go over and check on the speed messenger service. See if anybody could have pilfered that envelope and put another in its place or something. And be sure to call me.
Why don't we do that?
On account of we're going back to the precinct and talk to Agnes Barrows.
I got them waiting outside.
Good.
And here's something you like. Ballistics says the .38 your Aggie was carrying is not the gun that killed Paddy Clark or the messenger.
Swell.
Okay, show them in.
Hello, Aggie, darling.
I'm sorry I didn't shoot a hole in your head.
Isn't she a doll?
What do you want out of us? We ain't got nothing to say.
We'll see. Now, we know that Paddy Clark was fencing counterfeit money for you two.
Now, ain't that peachy?
Mm-hmm. Walt, get the phone.
Yeah. Hello?
Lieutenant, I'm down to Speed Messenger Service.
Well, congratulations, Otis. We thought you'd get lost.
Walt, let me talk to him.
Sure.
Otis?
Yeah?
Mr. Cartwright there where I can talk to him?
He's right here.
He isn't?
Yeah. No. He's right here.
Well, if Cartwright isn't there, put the girl on.
Cartwright is here. He's standing right next to me.
She isn't?
She? No, he. Cartwright's a he. Can't you get anything straight?
They've skipped?
Huh?
Whole place cleaned out?
No, there's plenty of people. Oh, now, wait.
Hold the phone a second. They've skipped, Walt.
I'll pull out a general.
Skipped? Why, those dirty...
Oh, shut up.
Didn't you hear what he said? They skipped.
How do you know? You're going to take his word?
Henderson, put out a general on Cartwright and his girlfriend.
That dirty, no-good, double-crossing Cartwright.
Look, kiddies, that guy's framed you two from the very first. Why don't you talk? The state will make it easier for you.
Agnes?
I don't know.
Sure, tell him. We've been getting the runaround ever since he got us in this deal.
Hello?
Okay. Okay.
Hold it, Otis.
But,
I said hold it.
Go on, Agnes.
Well, I don't know whether Cartwright killed him or not, but Paul and me sure didn't.
What about that envelope that Paddy Clark sent to me? What was in it?
Counterfeit dough. Some of the stuff we made with Cartwright.
Why send it to me?
Oh, because Paddy got sore at Cartwright and wanted to blow the racket wide open.
He was crazy to send it through the speed messenger service.
Sure he was.
Yeah, I think I get it now. When Cartwright found it out, he killed the messenger and had you two there just to make it look like you'd done it.
Sure, the lousies.
Otis.
Hey, listen, how long can a guy hold
Otis. You want to be a hero?
Huh?
How close is Cartwright standing to you at this minute?
He's about a foot away.
Well, just reach out and slap the cuffs on him.
Really?
Yeah, and something else, Otis.
What?
You may use the siren all the way home.
Oh, Rick, it's nice to have you here with your face in one piece.
Yeah, lucky, ain't I?
That's pretty. Why don't you sing it?
Well,
Oh, no.
Let me get it. It's got to be Walt. Yeah?
Rick, I just wanted to let you know that Cartwright was behind the whole setup. Printed the stuff right down the basement of the Speed Messenger Service. Rick?
Harold Abernacher speaking. Owner of the largest hog ranch this side of Little Rock.
You don't say.
Sure, Dad. What's the matter? You need an ear horn or something?
Rick, so help me if you don't stop this.
My name's Harold, Bud. Harold. That's it. That's my name. Now, you just hang on and let you mash your molars with the missus.
I don't want to mash my molars with a missus. I want to
She
talk
talks
to you.
louder than I do. Used to call the hogs herself, you know. Lula Bell?
Lula Bell.
Howdy. Having trouble with your hearing, huh?
Now, Helen, listen.
Calling me Harold? No, friend. My name's Lulu Bell. Maybe you got the same trouble like my Uncle Zeke. Used to stick a plug of tobacco in his ear overnight and always forgot it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we thought he's plumb deaf till I started calling the hogs and it shook the tobacco loose. Now, you just relax and I'll unplug you.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Work for Uncle Zeke. Hold on to your teeth. Find any loose tobacco? He hung up.
Give me the phone. Good old Walt. I'll drive him out of his mind.
5th Precinct, Lieutenant Levinson.
What?
Oh, no. Now, you listen to
Now,
me.
don't get loud with me, Grouchy. I just called up to find out what happened on the case.
Huh? Now, look, I just
Well,
told
if you don't want to tell me, okay, be a sorehead.
I'm not going through that apple knocker routine again.
What are you talking about?
Lula Bell called Otis all the way in from a stakeout in Flatbush.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't want to keep me in on the nose, just forget it.
Gosh,
What's the matter now?
maybe I did have the wrong number. What a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so you had the wrong number. What about the case?
Oh, yeah. Well, it seems that Cartwright
Here,
was
Helen,
really
hold
the
this.
one behind the whole setup. Killed Paddy Clark.
We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with the people who love to wear a smile.
Helen, is Walt still talking?
Wait a minute, Oscar.
Really had blood on his hands. He's been cleaning up from that counterfeit racket for years.
Well, might as well sing another chorus. We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me that misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with people who love to wear a smile.
Arrived at, Otis says there must have been more than 100,000 in phony bills. We got the plates and everything.
You don't say.
Yeah, that just about ties it up.
Well, Walt, I'm sure glad to have heard all that. Oh, wait a minute. Someone wants to say hello to you.
Oh, yeah?
Pig.
Walt?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle, Wilms Herbert, Lucille Meredith, Michael Ann Barrett, Carlton Young, and Frank Gerstle. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. There's more thrill-packed listening for you throughout the week when NBC presents other great adventure mystery dramas. Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment are two action-filled shows you'll want to make a steady date with every Monday night over most of these NBC stations. Yes, on Monday, travel the Night Beat of the Chicago Star with newsman Randy Stone. There's poignant adventure as Randy searches the city at night for an unusual and intriguing story. Also on Monday, join Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. As Steve Mitchell, soldier of fortune, Donlevy journeys to the corners of the earth in search of adventure, fortune, and fair play. Yes, now on Monday, hear two great adventure mystery programs, Night Beat and Dangerous Assignment, on NBC. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Screen Guild Theater stars Ginger Rogers tomorrow night on NBC.
Squad room, the second floor of a precinct house. On duty desk, Lieutenant John Douglas and Detective Sergeant Herb Allen.
You stay where you are, mister. Be right down. Herb.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Wet one, river. Reservoir man spotted a sack, a big plastic sack. Body in the sack. Sign us out.
All right,
I did. All officers, honest. That's my job here.
To fish this...
Fish in a reservoir?
Keep it clear. Big items float in from the aqueduct. Big items in the inlet. Have to be careful. They clog the screens.
Fishing with that long pole, you caught this?
This bag, yes, sir, this big plastic bag. All my years here, I never hooked in anything like this. I pulled at it, got a hook, pulled it in. Pull a lot of items in. Well, what more?
You untied it.
Sure, I untied it. That's an extra source of income, officer.
Well, what was the bag tied with? This copper wire hooked into the bag?
Rope. Tossed it right behind. When I see anything in the current that could be salvaged, well, half my house was furnished with salvage when I used to work out at the waterfront. How'd I know? How'd I know there was a stiff in it?
You radio the coroner?
10 minutes. Technical is on its
Parts
way.
of a man all cut up in pieces and without the head.
Till they get here, Herb, take the left bank. I'll take the right. See what we can find on the canal banks along the way.
Right.
Just a minute. Stay right here.
But I'm off now. I tagged the stiff right at the end of my shift.
Go ahead, Herb.
You hide, Lieutenant.
Say, I'm a city employee, too. Find you something. Is that the thanks? I take pills for my stomach. These pieces in the bag, they got me all upset.
You live right here, don't you? At the waterworks? I want to take a look inside where you bunk. Stand guard over that bag, the body in the bag. I'll be in here, keeper's house.
Well, what do you expect to see?
Where'd you get this wire here? Standing here in the hall.
I had to get this wire, some of this wire, to pull the bag in from the river. That plastic bag was heavy.
You didn't tell us that before?
I was so excited, I guess I forgot.
Let's go in, the rest of the house. You let us think the plastic bag came with the copper wire wrapped around it. What's this? Your bedroom?
It's open. My bedroom.
Lieutenant.
Sergeant?
Coroner's here. No signs of head up or down the canal. What went on in here?
What do you mean, what went on?
No, the walls. Look at the walls of this room.
Blood?
On the walls? What do you call this? Paint? Here, on the floor. It's still a little wet. And here, on the bedspread.
Guess you forgot to tell us about this, too. Like you forgot about the wire outside around the mutilated body.
My wife,
Yeah.
she and me, fight.
Yeah.
Last night.
That's the body of a man.
What's left of a man cut up in that bag outside.
She and me, it's like a season. A season comes in, it comes and goes. I mean, there's good times, there's bad times.
Makes sense.
Maybe it's here, living here. I'm the caretaker. You guys know that's in my job. Not only to work a shift, but to reside, to live here on the grounds. It's the damp odor, maybe. I don't know.
Where's your wife now?
How it starts, it's hard to figure. But last night she got the needles out. Not real needles, but with her mouth. And she starts in on me. I'm a water rat. I'm a scavenger, so on. The fact that she's wearing a lot of things that I fished out, that don't matter. So we fight. She hits me with a shoe. I hit her back with the other one. Yeah, here. My arm. See the cut where the blood dried? I guess she got one over her eye. Where she is, I don't know. It's the season. Maybe at her mother's, maybe her old maid sister. She'll be back. She went out after we had the fight.
You expect us to believe that caused all this blood? Sprayed all over this bedroom? How do you spell your name?
Reef, R-E-E-F-E. Last name's Collie, like a dog.
Take him out, Sergeant. And ask Sergeant Gross of Technical to get in here and give us a group on this blood.
I just want to ask you one question. Who telephoned you? Who telephoned to report a cut-up body in a bag?
Take him in. See if we can locate his wife.
Let's take a moment to think of the world we live in, of just how small it really is. Today's transportation makes it possible to see much of the world. So, let's say that you are about to visit the fascinating island of New Caledonia for the first time. This small subtropical island of the French Republic, roughly 250 miles long by about 30 wide, is in many respects a paradise, located only 750 miles across the Coral Sea from Australia. New Caledonia has been the home of Frenchmen for more than a century. but few Americans had been there prior to World War II. During the war, many personnel of the United States Armed Forces either passed through or were fortunate to be stationed there. The English explorer Captain Cook first sighted the island in 1774. Its mountainous appearance reminded him of the Scottish coast, so he gave it the name of New Caledonia, Caledonia being the Latin word for Scotland. In 1853, the French took control, and it's been a French colony ever since. Travelers visiting the island usually say that it's more like Australia or Southern California in climate and living conditions than the South Sea Islands as we usually think of them. Even the vegetation is comparable in some respects. What makes this dot of land in the vast Pacific a paradise is the wonderful fishing and hunting opportunities and the lack of extreme heat, humidity, dangerous wild animals, insect pests, or fevers that make life so difficult in the real tropics. New Caledonians are a friendly people, and the best way to get along on their island, as anywhere else, is to be courteous and considerate. Above all, respect their customs, their laws, and their privacy. For remember, the only way to have a friend is to be one.
Now, back to Squad Room.
All right. There's nothing more here till daylight. I want a two-man guard on the canal till the divers get here in the morning. The rest of you knock it off. Get back to the house. Yes, Herb?
The coroner will give you a service. Promises a preliminary by morning.
Concentrate on picking up the waterkeeper's wife.
Lieutenant, lady.
I don't know anything about parts of the dead man.
Let me see your...
No!
Over your eye. You should see a doctor.
A psychiatrist. Not for me, for him.
The lady's unhappy in a marriage.
Oh.
The lady substantiates his story.
But I wasn't hiding out, you know, or anything like that. I was just taking a vacation from him at my mother's. We did go at each other. We have these fights regular. I suppose he told you it's me, it's my fault, because of his job. Well, it isn't. It's what the job did to him. It's not that I object to the water, the location. The city gives us free rent. It's an honest living, but when Reef and me got married, he had plans, ambition. Now all he does, he lies awake nights dreaming of what he might find tomorrow in the inlet. You see this watch, this pin, this earring, they all come out of the water.
Blood on your bedroom walls, on your bedspread, on the bedroom floor.
The fight, yes, sir.
The blood's being tested and typed.
Honest, I gave it to Reef and he gave it back, that's all.
T.S., a matron, call downtown women's detention. She's got a bad cut over her eye. Just one, yes, for overnight.
All right, lady. Till the blood group tests.
I'm being locked up.
Any of those chairs in the back till the matron comes for you, please.
Bad, it's bad, Herb. Sun up, I'm putting 50 men out on those reservoir banks. The diver's going down. We've got to identify that murdered man. There isn't much you can do without a head.
Living or dead. Lieutenant.
What, Herb?
It's no use. No sign of his...
Knock it off, then, for a bad job.
Forrester! Forrester! Answer it! Busy. Only 1 foot away. Yeah, always busy when there's a case we can't cinch. Reports. We got the greatest collection of writers, report writers on this squad. I'm going to get you guys out on our bricks. Hello, Sergeant Allen. Well, what do you bring me all the way back here? You know I get all this cooperation in the room. Send the coroner's report up. But does the great Stoneface know it's in? Good.
I heard that.
Well, lock me up, Lieutenant.
Finally got the coroner's report.
Sergeant Harris just called. That was his call.
Do you want to hear this report? From the coroner?
I know that.
Torso of a man weighing 155 to 165 pounds.
Sergeant Allen, Who?
Hurry that up.
Well, send a man up. A man 155 to 165 pounds.
His left arm extremely brown, indicating he drove truck or a car and kept his arm out the window. He should have been about 5'9", had a big black mole on right shoulder.
Anything about blood type?
Type O. His coloring was probably blonde or brown. In the water, 30 to 36 hours.
What about the prints?
Lieutenant, can I see the lieutenant?
Fingers too shriveled from the water. They're going to try blowing air in or wax buildup in special spoon.
Over here. The desk here. This man wants to see us. I'm Sergeant L. This is the lieutenant.
I'm Chris Wilson. I have a boy, Gerald. He's 30. He's missing.
Yes?
In the papers over the radio, I heard about that case where you can't tell for sure because the body was... I'm afraid it might be...
Sergeant.
Yeah, sit.
Gerald is married. He and his wife, they've been living in Glenwood. They decided a week ago to come back here. He should have been here 4 days ago.
Describe your boy. How much did he weigh?
Along about 160.
Was he dark, fair?
Blonde. I found a large dark stain in the dirt in my driveway. I don't know how it got there. It looks like blood. It disturbs me, that stain. I'm afraid my boy was killed there at night as he was arriving to come home, and maybe the killers, they took away his wife.
What do you think, Herb?
General description fits. Let him draw.
Envelope? Here.
Come on, Mr. Wilson. Show me your house.
Well, nothing else. It seems out of place. I don't know how it got there, and it does look like blood.
Mm-hmm. We'll have the blood checked.
Yes?
There's no other signs of violence, inside or outside.
You were all over my place. When will you know on the blood?
We're anxious too, Mr. Wilson. Sit tight.
I can go?
That's right. Blood in your bedroom didn't type.
The wife?
Just released. Woman detention downtown.
Sending her home?
Come on, out. I gotta lock this cage.
She's gonna go home?
Yes, Mr. Collie, home.
Oh.
Come on, out. That's your problem, not mine.
Dirt from the driveway shows blood. Wrong type.
Fine.
Our only hope for a positive identification is to find the head. T.S., get me R&I.
And if they finally did pull prints from the fingers, maybe the FBI doesn't have them on a file.
Hello? Yes? You have? Yes, hold. Pencil. It's a make.
Yeah.
Shoot. The brake.
About time.
Turn. I got the address. We go. Thanks very much, Mr. Stern.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
The address the FBI had in the fingerprint file is this address. That's his father inside. Father hasn't seen his son Fred in 2 years. Gave me his son's address, 32 Pelham Drive. Police officers. You're Mrs. Fred Stern?
Oh.
We want to talk to you.
About Fred. Where is Fred, Mrs. Stern?
Oh, he left me a week ago. He said it was the end. Said he was going to Chicago.
Have you read the papers lately?
Yes?
Curious about the torso found at the waterworks?
Should I be? I mean, I don't get this.
Ever occur to you your husband might have met foul play?
Huh?
He did.
He's dead.
you sure? Sure it's Fred?
Fingerprints.
We were married 3 years. He drove buses at one time. For the last year, he drove a cab. He was irresponsible. He loafed. I work in a cotton mill. I only make $1.65 an hour, but that's more than him. The man wouldn't work steady. He loafed. Ran me up bills. I was after him. I was always after him to get a steady job. Ran me up bills on my good name, my credit. Naturally, that made me mad. That's why we argued. He left.
Lock your car.
Let's go look in the house first.
You taking me somewhere? It's locked.
Anything else you want to tell us?
Yes. When we were married, he bought me a set of rings and a watch for himself. Expensive. You know, he charged them to me. At the jewelry store, they came after me. I almost lost my job. It's open. You can go in. 3 years, that's how it's been.
Is that why you killed him?
I said it's open. You can go in.
Just this carpenter saw and this hammer. They're out on the back porch. Clean, but they look like they got traces.
Well?
I'll start at the beginning. I came home from work Wednesday night. He's wearing more new clothes. Charged them, he said, but he kept hollering for me to go to sleep. At midnight we did, but he got up in the middle of the night, goes down to the basement, and starts working his power tools. I couldn't sleep. I got up and called down. He started to hammer things. I yelled. He came charging upstairs and abused me. I couldn't stand it. I'd paid for all those fancy tools. He never built anything. He put the hammer down on the sink. I picked it up, went behind him. I hit him, and he fell down. Oh, if there was any chance of saving him, but I listened. There was no heartbeat. He was dead. I went down. I got the saw. I put a blanket under. I knew I had to get rid of the body, but I couldn't.
You have a boyfriend?
No.
You did it yourself?
Separate packages in the heavy plastics. They were heavy, but I made it out to the car trunk.
Yourself? Dumped all by yourself?
The big one I threw in the reservoir. A car came, frightened me away. I drove around looking for another place.
I don't believe it.
Well, you have to. Where'd you dispose of the other one?
Off West Bridge. I could show you.
Take her downtown. Book her. I want to look over the house and her car again.
I cleaned up thorough when I came back, and then it was time again to go to work. 3 years, mister. I tried. I worked. I paid. Hope for 3 years that he'd leave. Just leave on his own 2 feet and go away. It's my house. I pay. Am I happy? Am I proud? Did I need a man in good health who don't pay his way?
Well, you didn't need to kill.
Did I mean to kill? It happened. It just happened that way. When I knew life was gone from him, all I could think was out. I wanted him out. He was too heavy to lift. I had to get him out. That's when I went to get the saw. I had to get him out.
Booker, get going.
Some way.
Squad Room, the true-to-life enactment. Today on duty desk, as Lieutenant John Douglas, Win Wright. As Sergeant Allen, Dan Ocko. As Cully, Eric Dressler. As Mrs. Stern, Bryna Rayburn. Squad Room is produced and directed by Win Wright, written by Peter Irving. All names are fictitious. Any resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The American Broadcasting Company challenges you to a startling puzzle in crime. The Adventures of Bill Lance, starring Gerald Moore, with Howard McNear as Professor Ulysses Higgins.
Hello. I'm Bill Lance. I'm a composer.
Also a criminologist. Perhaps it's more accurate to call me a student of human nature. You know, I believe that crime is the result of a delinquent society. That the criminal mind is a sick mind. And that the symptoms of that sickness are always apparent in the behavior of the criminal. So if you would expose a criminal, look for fingerprints on the doorknob, but also look for imprints on the human mind. In short, human emotions are my clues. Oh, yes. I also play the piano. One night I drove up into the Santa Ynez Mountains with my good friend, Professor Ulysses Higgins, to visit John and Ethel Lindsay. Well, I knew the Lindsays only slightly, but their invitation had sounded urgent anyway. I liked the country. I didn't mind the sudden thunderstorm, even when I turned off Highway number 1 onto a dirt road, which climbed through a valley to the Lindsays. But I'm afraid Ulysses, as usual, thought he was unhappy.
If I'd known we were going to run into a stormy night like this, Bill, I'd have thought twice about taking this trip with you.
Oh, my dear Professor, if you thought twice about anything, you'd never go anywhere with me.
When did you ever give me a chance to think twice? Before I even...
Watch out. Hang on, Ulysses. Well, here's your chance to start thinking, old boy.
Can I look now?
Yes, open your baby blues and consider problem number 1, a fallen tree across the road. Problem number 2, we're in a ditch. What do you advise me to do, Mr. Anthony?
Next time, try the train.
Now, he tells me. Now, let's see if we can get back on the road, huh? Oh. We're stuck.
Obviously.
Well, Lindsay's can't be more than 5 miles away, and I love to walk in the rain.
5 miles straight up?
Why not? You always say you're the goat.
Well, no, thank you. I'll just stay here in the car.
All right. In that case, I'll send somebody back for you with a rowboat. Wait a minute. I saw something in that flash of lightning right over there. You see it? A house.
Oh, yes.
Come on, we can phone for help. Built-in shower.
I don't know why you need me to help you telephone.
Might have to borrow a nickel.
I'll give it to you now. Here.
Yeah, on second thought, I may not need it after all.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Can't be anybody in this broken-down shack, much less a telephone. Uh-huh. It's all boarded up. Well, come on, Ulysses. Don't you know when to come out of the rain?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. Thoughtful, weren't they? They boarded up the windows and left the door unlocked just so we can get dry. After you, Ulysses.
I think I'll go back to the car.
Matt, are you afraid of the dark? Here, you carry the flashlight. Not even a ghost.
I think I'll go back to the car.
You're in a rut. Why don't you find yourself a comfortable spider web and sit down?
What are you going to do?
Well, it's going to be a long night, Professor. There's a shadow over there in that corner. Looks suspiciously like a piano.
Oh, no, not that, Bill.
Yes. Rain on the roof, wind in the night, a house with ancient memories. What more do I need to complete my concerto?
You don't need me, that's a cinch.
Oh, but, Professor, I do. Why, your tin ear is indispensable to me. When you start grumbling, I know my music's good.
Oh, my, wouldn't you know it? We break down 100 miles from nowhere in a rainstorm, and you have to find a piano. I will admit it sounds better in this hovel than in our apartment.
Yes, Professor, you're right. Sounds almost too good.
Hello there. Anybody home? Where was that?
Well, since I put you to sleep with my music, Professor, I felt it only fair I should wake you up same way.
What's the matter?
I think the Marines have landed. We're going to be rescued.
Huh? Oh, man, good.
Anybody home? Yeah, both of us. Come on in.
Oh, you, Mr. Lance?
Yeah. How famous can I get?
Mr. Lindsay was expecting you. I'm Parker, his chauffeur. He got worried, and so he sent me looking for you.
Oh. Well, we had a little accident.
Yeah. I saw your car back there in the ditch. I'll drive you up to Lindsay's now. They're waiting for you. I can pick up your car in the morning.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Professor. Our troubles are over.
And, Mr. Lance, I'd like you to meet our niece, Alice.
Hello.
How do you do?
Oh, fine. This is my friend, Professor Ulysses Higgins. John Ethel Lindsay, Alice Lindsay.
Hello.
How do you
Glad
do,
to meet you,
Professor?
Gesundheit.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening, everybody.
Why, you poor man, you're shivering.
That's all right.
Oh, nonsense. Alice, take the professor and get him a nice hot cup of tea.
Of course, Aunt Ethel. How about you, Mr. Lance? Would you like something?
No, thanks, Miss Lindsay. Just take good care of the professor for me. Ah. Your niece is very attractive. She live here with you?
Yes. She's a wonderful girl, Mr. Lance.
She's one of the reasons we asked you to come here.
That one's enough.
The main reason's Alice's father, my brother, Julian.
Tell him quickly, dear, before Alice gets back.
I'll try to make it brief. 3 years ago, my brother suffered a nervous collapse. It's been necessary to keep him in a sanitarium in the East for treatment.
I see. For 3 years,
Yes.
huh? Well, that's a long treatment for a breakdown.
Unfortunately, it was something more than just an ordinary breakdown. It was much more serious than any of us had realized. He'd become dangerous.
Does your niece know this?
We've tried to spare Alice as much as possible.
She only knows that her father's been very ill, that he's needed special care. You see, she doesn't know that he tried to kill her mother.
Homicidal mania?
Yes.
Well, why would he want to murder his wife?
If we knew that, perhaps we'd know the real cause of his illness. Nobody ever suspected how he felt. But he must have nursed a secret, insane hatred for her for years. And when it came out, well, it was lucky it wasn't worse.
In a way, it was a blessing when Florence did die. I've always felt it was the shock of finding out the truth about Julian that really killed her.
Was that when he cracked up after she died?
He went completely to pieces, turned against everyone.
Mr. Lance, we're frightened.
Oh, but he's in a safe place. What can he do to you now?
Julian disappeared from the sanitarium 2 weeks ago.
Oh, fine.
This was his home. He'd come back here.
Who's that?
Where?
That picture on the piano.
Oh, that's Florence, Alice's mother.
Oh. What a beautiful woman. Her daughter looks very much like her.
Yes. Alice loved her dearly, Mr. Lance. But she loves her father, too. She mustn't ever know what really happened.
That's why you wanted me to come here, huh?
There's no telling what Julian might do.
At that time, John was Julian's closest adult relative. So he was the one who had to declare him incompetent to keep him in the sanitarium.
It wasn't an easy thing to do, Mr. Lance.
No, it's never easy.
We've had to assume complete responsibility for this place here and for Alice. I'm sure in Julian's mind, however warped, we're to blame for everything that's happened to him. I can't condemn him for that, but you can understand why we're frightened.
Mm-hmm. What's even more frightening is that Alice looks just like her mother.
What?
A homicidal maniac might not be able to tell the difference.
Oh.
It's Alice we have to worry about. Yes?
Mr. Lance, it's Alice Lindsay.
Oh. Hello, Miss Lindsay.
I'm glad you haven't gone to bed yet. I wanted to talk to you.
Well, come in, please.
I know who you are, Mr. Lance.
Oh, that's nice.
You're a criminologist.
Oh. I thought it'd be better than that.
Does your being here have anything to do with my father?
Why should it? Your father's convalescing in the East, isn't he?
Yes, of course, but... Oh, I don't know. I just think something's wrong.
Wrong?
Ethel and John are wonderful to me, but they forget that I'm an adult now. If something has happened to my father, I want to know.
Naturally. What makes you think anything's happened to him?
Well, I just feel that my aunt and uncle are worried. That they're trying to protect me from something.
And then I came along, and because I happen to be off and on a criminologist of sorts, you expect the worst, huh? Well, I've got news for you. I'm really a frustrated piano tuner. You play the piano?
No, not anymore.
No, that's too bad. Look, if I tune the piano downstairs, will you promise me to start practicing again?
Well, perhaps. I know I should never have given it up. Father loves music so much. He always wanted me to...
Yes. Tell me, have you seen your father since he's become ill?
No, I'm almost afraid to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if I've bothered you, Mr. Lance. I'm really very glad you came to visit us. I hope you'll stay a while.
Young lady, you don't know what you're saying. I can become an awful nuisance.
I don't think I'd mind. Well, good night.
Night, Alice.
Did you come all the way up here to the Lindsays just to throw pebbles in their pond?
Uh-huh. So I could watch the ripples. You know, I haven't done that since I was a little boy. It's funny, Ulysses. 1 minute a man's mind can be as clear and as placid as this pond. And one little thing can muddy it up.
Now what's happened to confuse you?
I wasn't talking about me. I was just wondering. A man with a beautiful wife, a lovely daughter, turns out to be a homicidal maniac. Why?
If you try to tell me we came up here looking for a lunatic?
I don't know what we came up here for, but that's why we're staying.
What are you supposed to do about it?
You're supposed to try to prevent him from satisfying his ugly impulses, I guess.
Are you a criminologist or a bodyguard?
I'm a piano tuner.
No, Bill.
You know, as a matter of fact, I might even teach Alice Lindsay to play part of my concerto. Oh. Now you're throwing pebbles in the pond, Professor. Why?
I just want to show you a picture of how a young man's mind can become distorted by a pretty girl.
Mind if I ride with you, Alice?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Lance.
Hello. Going any place in particular?
Well, where are you going?
Same place.
Oh, I'm glad the weather's turned clear. Last night's storm wasn't a very nice greeting for you.
All sound and fury signifying nothing.
Did Uncle John ask you to follow me?
No, darling. Nobody'd have to ask me to do that.
I just wondered. He doesn't like me to go too far from the house alone. About 2 weeks ago, we had a bout with a rattlesnake.
Any resemblance is purely coincidental.
Well, you never get into trouble if you keep your eyes open.
Oh, boy. Oh. That was a rifle.
Bill, you think somebody was shooting at me?
Oh, no. It must have been an amateur hunter.
Well, what would he be hunting around here?
I don't know. But a hunter might take a pot shot at the wrong game.
Bill, if you don't mind, I'd rather you wouldn't mention this to John and Ethel. It would only upset them, and after all, nothing did happen to me.
Homicidal maniac. Never did like the country anyway. Let's see. If you ask me, I can find a better place to die in. Let's see.
Oh. Going someplace, Professor?
Home?
Oh, we just arrived. Nothing for you to do but enjoy a vacation.
Oh, yeah, it's a vacation, all right. A long one. In a morgue.
Charming thought.
If you want to stay up here in the wilderness with a lunatic and Lars, that's your pleasure. I'd like to live a little longer.
You would. Well, what brought you to such a cataclysmic decision, Professor?
Oh, nothing much. I just went for a walk, a little tired, lay down underneath a beautiful tree, and somebody tried to murder me.
You look pretty healthy for you.
Only because of the dream I had.
Oh, dabbling in psychoanalysis now.
I dreamt I was crossing the university campus and some football players started throwing rocks at me.
Undoubtedly because you flunked them in their midterm.
And I woke up just when the rocks started hitting me. Real rocks. Half the mountain sliding down right on top of me.
Oh, you picked the wrong tree, that's
I don't think that was any ordinary landslide.
Why not? Was there heavy rain last night?
Somebody shoved that mountain down on me.
Powerful fellow.
You're a lunatic.
Mine.
You can have him. I'm leaving.
Yeah. Just when it's getting to be fun, huh? Well, it's not like you, Professor.
Oh, it's easy for you to say that. Nothing's happened to you yet.
Oh, nothing has. Well, let me tell you something. I got shot at this morning.
You got shot at what?
Yes, so we're even. Oh, but Ulysses, please, don't talk about your landslide in front of Alice Lindsay.
Huh?
Well, she might believe you. There's no point in alarming her.
Mr. Lance, do you mind waiting a little longer for lunch? John should be here any minute.
Oh, I'm happy, Mrs. Lindsay. Don't worry about me.
Can I help you, Aunt Ethel?
No, Alice. You stay and entertain Mr. Lance.
Yes.
And how can I entertain you, Mr. Lance?
Yes. Well, do you have any old Parcheesi sets lying about?
Yes.
What?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you're here, Bill. It's fun having company.
Yeah, well, it must be pretty lonely for a young girl up here in the mountains.
Oh, I was never really lonely until Mother died and Father went away. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be entertaining. Anyway, I've stayed here because I've wanted to. Uncle John has asked me if I'd rather live in the city, but I grew up here and I'm used to it.
You know, I can see it would be very easy to get used to with you around.
Oh, thank you. Now you're entertaining me.
No, just appreciating you. And knowing myself as I do, Hello, Parker.
I'm glad I found you, Mr. Lance. Could you come with me, please?
Well, Miss Lindsay...
It's about your car.
I'll take $17.50, no bonus.
Go ahead, Bill. I ought to help Aunt Ethel anyway.
All right, since you put it that way.
But don't be too long. Lunch is nearly ready.
All right, Killjoy, what's the matter with my car?
Well, I didn't want to alarm Miss Alice, but something has happened to Mr. Lindsay.
Mr. Lindsay.
He's coming to.
Nasty bump on his noggin.
Yeah, he must have fallen.
What happened?
Well, I found you lying here outside the stable, Mr. Lindsay, and I couldn't rouse you, so I went for help.
Thanks, Parker.
It doesn't look like anything serious, but you'll probably have a whopper of a headache.
Headache? Oh, yes, of course. But I'm all right now. I just stumbled and fell, I guess.
Yeah, well, here, I'll help you out.
No, thanks. I'm fine.
It's all right. Gee, I'm glad it's nothing serious.
Oh, yes. I won't be needing you anymore, Parker. But don't mention this to Mrs. Lindsay. She'd only worry, and it was nothing at all.
Okay, I won't say anything.
I guess we'd better start for the house. Ethel's pretty punctual about lunch.
Don't you want to take your rifle with you?
A rifle? Oh, yes. I must have dropped it.
When you stumbled and fell. Huh?
You know that isn't what happened.
I know you're not that clumsy.
Bill, he's come back.
You see him?
No, but I know it was Julian. I'd just come in from riding and put my horse back in the stall. I came through this door and he must have hit me from behind. He tried to kill me.
That's what you were afraid of, wasn't it? That's why you took your rifle with you.
Yes.
Do people hunt much in this district?
Not much. Why?
Nothing. You had a good reason for taking your rifle.
Lance, I asked you to come up here because I was afraid of the worst, but I don't think I honestly believed he would come back. But now... Bill, where's Alice?
In the house with your wife. She's all right.
Good. Now, if you can only stop him without Alice finding out.
It might not be so easy. The maniac hasn't much consideration for other people's feelings.
Bill, I don't mind taking a walk after dinner, but 3 times around the house, I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, we have been going around in circles, haven't we? Oh, Ulysses, do me a favor. Go back inside and amuse the Lindsays.
Oh, how?
Now, give them your freshman lecture on biochemistry.
Oh, that's very funny. Well, where are you going?
For a walk under the stars. Perhaps if I contemplate the music of the spheres, it will give me some ideas of my own, huh? And then if I can find a piano.
There's one in the living room.
It's out of tune.
Well, where are you going to find another one in this... You mean you're going all the way down the mountain to that broken-down shack?
Professor, you're positively psychic. Oh, boy, oh. I am Julian Lindsay. I've been waiting for you. You are Mr. Lance. You must have been waiting for me. Oh, you play very well. Something of your own, isn't it? Oh, that's what I like about this new generation. Imagination, courage. You have a great deal of courage, Mr. Lance. That's why my dear brother and sister-in-law asked you to stay with them. To, protect them. Wasn't it? But Mr. Lance, who's going to protect you?
Well, Bill, you'll never believe this, but I was just saying that you've missed your calling. You should have been a musician.
Yes, Bill. Won't you play something for us tonight?
Some other time, Alice. Right now, I'm afraid I have bad news.
What is it?
Bill.
What's the matter?
Well, this isn't very easy to say, but somebody's got to say it. Alice, your father escaped from a sanitarium 2 weeks ago.
Escaped? Oh, I was sure something was wrong. Where is he?
He came back here.
You've just seen him.
Wait, please. Alice, you remember that shot?
Shot?
Yes, somebody shot at Alice or me while we were out riding.
Julian!
And Ulysses, you were right. That small landslide that had you hustling was started by someone, by Julian Lindsay. And, John, you have a large bump on your head to tell you your brother's return.
What is all this? What are you trying to tell us?
I met your father tonight.
He's here? I want to see him.
Alice, your father was a sick man.
Was?
He wasn't responsible. He thought I was his enemy. He tried to... Well, what I had to do was in self-defense.
Do? What? Oh, no. No! Daddy! Oh, Daddy!
I'm terribly sorry.
Julian, dead. Oh, my poor Alice.
Alice, there's nothing I can say. You have to believe me. I couldn't help it.
You couldn't help it. You killed my father, and you say you couldn't help it.
Please, Alice, I'm responsible for this. I asked Mr. Lance to come up here because I was afraid that something even worse might happen.
Worse?
My dear, we didn't want you to know how really sick your father was.
You don't kill a man because he's sick.
Alice, darling, it's our fault because we didn't tell you. You don't understand about your father.
I know he wasn't well, but you tried to tell me that he was insane. Isn't that it? Well, I won't believe you.
I'm afraid, Mrs. Lindsay, you'll have to tell Alice the real reason why her father was committed to the asylum.
No, I can't.
What was it? I want to know, what was it?
I had hoped we'd never have to tell you this, Alice. But I don't suppose you'll believe any of us unless we do. Your father tried to kill your mother.
Oh, no.
Okay, Julian, there's your cue.
Julian, no.
I hope, Ethel, that will be the last lie you ever tell my daughter.
I told you it wouldn't work. I knew he'd come back. I knew they'd find us.
Shut up, Ethel, you fool.
Why, Mr. and Mrs. Lindsay, how revealing.
Bill, how were you so sure Julian Lindsay was in that old shack all the time?
Professor, if you had listened more attentively when I played, you'd have realized that the old piano in that shack was in tune. And pianos just don't stay in tune all by themselves.
All right. But I knew he was around here without listening to music.
You did, huh? You mean you let your imagination run away with you? What you call a landslide was just a few harmless rocks rolling down the side of a hill.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
And there was really no more danger to you than the shot that missed both Alice and myself by several feet. Or the large but innocuous bump on John's head. You know, all those attempts were just a little too clumsy and a little too obvious.
Is that so?
Yeah, it made me wonder. You see, there was evidence that a sick mind was at work. But evidence can point in many directions, isn't that so?
Yeah.
It only makes real sense when you can link it up with human behavior.
Yes, but how did you know how Julian would behave? You didn't even meet him.
So I had to imagine how he must have felt. He had a breakdown, and when he came out of it a little, he discovered that he wasn't in any ordinary hospital, but an insane asylum.
Yeah.
Then he realized what his brother and his sister-in-law were up to. They had him committed to a living death and had, incidentally, taken over a very tidy estate and everything he possessed.
Yes.
Now, Professor, if I were Julian, knowing all this, I'd say that the wrong man was committed to the asylum, that the really sick mind was John's. John was
frustrated. He wanted everything his brother had.
Oh, so Julian escaped from the asylum and tried to scare John to death.
Yeah, you can put it that way.
Julian knew that since he had been declared insane, nobody would believe him. So he thought he'd come back and terrorize his persecutors, hoping he could break them down and expose them.
Oh, and you helped him out by making them think he was dead.
Mm-hmm. But the hardest thing I had to do was to make Alice suffer. But Ulysses, it was the only way I could catch the Lindsays off guard, give them a brief sense of security.
Yes? Well, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, William Ferdinand. But tell me, what real evidence did you have that Julian Lindsay wasn't crazy?
Human emotion, that's all. When his brother told me Julian had an insane hatred for his wife, I wondered. I wondered if a man hated his wife so much that he tried to kill her and then go to pieces when she died. But look, if he loved his wife and she died, well, Professor, can you think of a better reason for a man to have a breakdown?
Well, frankly, Bill, I can't think of a better reason for a man to have a breakdown.
All right, Professor Higgins, what is a better reason for a man to have a breakdown?
Having to go on week after week at the same time over the same stations, listening to you play the piano.
You have been listening to another in the series of intriguing mysteries starring Gerald Moore as Bill Lance, with Howard McNear as Ulysses Higgins. Tonight's supporting cast included Herb Butterfield as John, Bill Boucher as Julian, Georgia Ellis as Alice, Ann Stone as Ethel, Jack Carrington as Parker, with music composed and played by Rex Corey. Join us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, when we bring you another of Bill Lance's strange experiences, developing from a man's fear that his wife and her lover will kill him. Tonight's Bill Lance adventure was written by Milton Merlin. The production was directed by Dwight Hauser. Owen James speaking. Now here's a special program note.
This is your old dart dealer Orville Anderson to remind you again that Darts for Dough will be heard on your ABC station next Thursday night. Consult your newspaper for time in your locality. Be seeing you on Darts for Dough Thursday night.
Stay tuned now for Counter Spy. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Four-Sided Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you into a barrel of trouble, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm here briefly on a visit from Canada just to make certain of one thing. Was Dr. Kenneth Sterrett, my best friend, murdered, or was it really an automobile accident? As a novelist, I admit the situation is trite. The older, successful man, the restless, beautiful wife. And if my suspicions are right, even the inevitable other man. If you care to interest yourself in something you may dismiss as an obsession on my part, I'll be at my hotel all day. Sincerely, Owen Marby.
I checked every angle, Marby, and there's no reason to suspect that Dr. Sterrett's death wasn't an accident.
But, Mr. Valentine, my stubbornness about Ken being murdered isn't exactly groundless.
Yeah, well, maybe. But there are a lot of dangerous hairpin turns coming down Eagle Canyon Drive. The Sterrett house is practically on the mountaintop, and there's always a fog rolling in there at night.
I knew Ken very well. He was my roommate when he was going to medical school at the University of Toronto. He was the most exasperatingly careful, methodical man I've ever known. He drove a car the way old ladies used to drive electric buggies.
But that night he received an emergency call from a hospital. He may have been in a hurry.
And there's something else.
Yeah?
Last year, on my way to a lecture engagement, my plane had to stop over for a few hours. I had a drink with Ken, and he showed me a picture of Juliet, his wife.
Go on.
He implied, and very definitely, that they weren't happy. He suspected there was another man, though he didn't know who it was. Later, at the airport, by the merest coincidence, I saw Julia and that other man. They were in the cocktail bar.
But how can you be sure that was the man, Mr. Marvin?
Well, they're seen almost constantly together now. His name is Charles Dallison. But this is the important point. They're very careful to give the impression they didn't meet until after the so-called accident. Why?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, tell me, Julia Sterrett doesn't know you, does she?
No. Ken may have mentioned me casually, but that's about all.
Uh-huh. Then I could be Owen Marby.
Well, you sound as though that imagination of yours is going into action.
Well, just like you, Marby, I'm flying blind at the moment. But I'll see what I can do to put your mind at rest. Okay, now, Brooksy, you're on your own. Don't let the head waiter steer you anywhere but the booth next to Julia and Dallison. It's all reserved for you.
But how do you know they're going to show up for dinner tonight?
Well, I checked that, too. Just try to overhear as much as you can. Now, I gotta get going. Julia Sterrett, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I recognized you at once from the picture Ken sent me, and the head waiter assured me I was right. I'm Owen Marby.
Oh, yes, I remember. Ken used to speak about you. Charles, this is one of Ken's friends from Canada.
Dallison's the name.
How do you do?
Would you join us, Mr. Marby?
Oh, well, thank you, but worse luck, I have to meet a book critic in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right. You are a novelist, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Sterrett. But I still manage to find life infinitely stranger than fiction. For instance, running into you at Henri's like this tonight. But I was going to look you up anyway, Julia.
I should hope so.
I thought it no more than right to apologize for making it more difficult for you after Ken's death.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I must confess that when I first heard what happened, I was convinced there was foul play.
You, don't write mystery novels by any chance, Mr. Marby?
No, I don't. It sounds like it, doesn't it? No, I should have known that if there were any suspicion in that direction, the county autopsy surgeon would have cleared it all up.
Autopsy? But why...
Well, you see, in a rash moment, I even wrote your district attorney what seems now to have been a melodramatic and slightly hysterical note.
I think you can be forgiven, Marby. You know, a tribute to your friendship with Dr. Sterrett rather than your zeal as a busybody.
Oh, but I won't consider myself really forgiven, Julia, unless you have dinner with me tomorrow. Of course, the invitation includes you, too, Dallison.
Sounds delightful. But why so formal? I think you two can find your way to my mountaintop. Suppose both of you just drop in tomorrow evening.
Oh, fine, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be running along. Nice to have met you, Dallison.
Thank you.
And I know we'll have a lot to talk about, Julia. Good night.
Good night.
I don't like it, Charles. I don't like it at all.
Oh, now, please, Julia.
The man is lying. I'm sure Ken never sent him any picture of me. This was no coincidence tonight. I tell you, he staged it. He's up to something.
Shut up, Julia. Do you want the whole place to hear you?
He's the only one who never believed it was an accident. I could tell by the tone of his letter of condolence. He still doesn't believe it.
Julia, we'll have to do something about your nerves. If you let a little thing like this upset you...
Let's get out of here, Charles.
Brooksy, for the love of heaven, where you been? What happened to you? Do you know what time it is?
Well, if you'll stop lathering me with questions, darling, I'll give you all the horrendous details.
Okay, come on.
Oh, my feet. Let me sit down.
Oh, here, sit down.
Well, how did I know those two are going to park halfway up Eagle Canyon Drive and get into a gab fest?
What? How the dickens did you get way up there on Eagle Canyon Drive with them?
Well, in that booth, I could hardly hear anything they were saying, except that they were going to leave in a few minutes.
Yeah?
Well, So I beat it out and wrapped myself in the blanket in the back of their car.
Oh, great, great. All they had to do was spot you, and then you'd have been...
not a chance. It was too dark, and the back of that custom job is a half a block from the front seat. I had all I could do to hear what they were talking about.
Well, for the moment, I won't inquire how Claire Brooks, girl Gumshoe, got away undetected. But just what did you overhear?
Well, nothing and everything. See what you can make out of this conversation.
I can't help it, Charles. There was something about Marby. I can't explain it. It was as though he were laughing at us all the time.
You're going to make life very difficult for yourself, Julia. If you go to pieces every time you bump into a visiting fireman who once knew your husband.
Oh, darling, let's not wait any longer. It's been 8 months now since Ken. There's no reason why we can't be married.
It's simply not the way I planned it. We're to wait 1 year. That morally approved period for widow's weeds to blossom forth again into passion flowers.
You and your plan. I want to be able to laugh again.
And I want you to, Julia. We'll laugh together. And wherever we go, we'll have the orchestra play something fitting. Say the Merry Widow Waltz.
Isn't there anything you can't talk about? Didn't you feel any qualms at all when Marby went babbling on about writing a district attorney? That nonsense about an autopsy? Didn't you...
Wait a minute, Julia. Yes, autopsy. The term so blankly used by policemen when they suspect poison in the case.
Charles.
Come to think of it, Julia, maybe you're right. We ought to know more about our guest from Canada. It'll help us decide the best way to entertain him tomorrow night.
Well, what do you say, George?
Well, give me a minute, will you, Angel? See, incidentally, how did you get back without being seen? It's 4 miles from that eagle's nest to the boulevard, and not a house or a gas station in between.
Oh, when I took off my high heels, it was a snap. Got an extra pair of arch supports on you, mister?
Oh, brother. A mere man salutes you, Brooksy.
At ease, Buster. I still say, what do you make of it?
Oh, not a thing you could stick a pen in. Or which they couldn't deny having said. But it wouldn't be going out on a limb to assume that the suspicions of Owen Marby are far more fact than fiction. Okay, Lieutenant, don't blow your top. I'm not asking you to exhume Dr. Sterrett's body.
Well, thanks, Valentine. That's real white of you.
Just the same, I bet the medical examiner would find traces of something to show the doctor was poisoned, and it was no accident that he lost control of the car.
Miss
and I'll bet
Brooks, the M.E. might even find the lost cord, but I can't go asking for an autopsy order on just a lot of hearsay evidence and vague suspicion.
Well, I was only trying to help you
It's a pretty generally accepted thing that once people are dead, you ought to leave them alone.
Oh, really?
Unless there's a darn good reason to dig them up.
Look, please, both of you, what's all the shooting about? I didn't even suggest anything like that.
Well, you might have.
After all this time, even if we found anything, it wouldn't clinch the case against either Mrs. Sterrett or Dallison. It'd be too circumstantial.
Oh, now, look, don't get me wrong, Valentine. If you came up with something tangible, I'd be glad to play ball. As it is, what do you want from me?
Okay. Tomorrow, I'd like you to put a man on Charles Dallison's tail and report on everything he does.
All right. I guess I can do that.
Brooksy can keep an eye on Mrs. Sterrett.
Within reason. I'm not at my best climbing up and down mountains.
Just as they want to be prepared to receive me, I'd like to hold a few top cards myself.
Darling, you're not only going in the wrong direction from the Starrett house, but you're going there a little too fast. I don't recall any 60-mile-an-hour zones within the city limits.
Would you mind going over your day with Mrs. Sterrett again, Angel? There's one part of it that intrigues me.
Oh, I don't know why. Beauty parlor at 11. Lunch at Miranda's tea room alone. Visit to a Dr. Rayford on Barton Street. A stop over to Rexall Drugstore, and so to home.
Huh? I think I'll have a few words with Dr. Rayford on the way out.
Well, why, George?
Old operations always make stimulating conversation. But right now, I'd better take care of this little matter.
George.
Sorry, Brooksy.
Well, of all the dopey things, what are you trying to do?
You'll see, Angel. All right, Buster, get out of that car.
What's the idea of stopping that way? You want to kill somebody?
Come on. Step out, friend, outside. Don't get bug-eyed. You've seen a gun before.
What is it, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. All right, now, Bud, you've been on my tail all day.
Well, you're nuts.
You ought to know better than to try to shadow somebody with that beach umbrella jacket you're wearing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll break it down into one-syllable words. Dallison hired you, didn't he? Have you reported to him yet? Okay, I don't have time to play games with you. But you present a very vexing problem, fella.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What are you going to do with him, George?
I think we'll drop him off at headquarters and let Lieutenant Riley keep him company.
Yeah, but if he doesn't call Dallison, they're bound to wonder why.
And it may even cramp their style tonight. I hope. Because it looks like those two will be playing for keeps. Okay, Buster, start moving. I got a very important date.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Whether you're driving a brand new car or one of the older models, there's one way, and a sure way, of getting the very best performance out of it. And that's to depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this carefully blended high-octane gasoline puts command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady acceleration, all the extra power your car needs on steep hills. No matter where you motor in the West, you can be sure of command performance from your car when you have Chevron Supreme in the tank. That's because this premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Makes no difference if you're driving in the Northwest, in the desert, the Rocky Mountain country, or in the coastal cities. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to your region. And that's why you can count on it. So to get the best out of your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Every 45 minutes, a murder takes place. Every 2 hours, said murder is a perfect crime. So, if you're in George Valentine's business, you can just take it in stride when you have to impersonate a Canadian novelist to prove an 8-month-old accident was a homicide. But then you find yourself being shadowed, so that as you set out to meet the suspected couple, you're really quite grim. Meantime, a minor crisis is taking place between Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley in the latter's office.
A fine thing, Miss Brooks. I agreed to cooperate with you and Valentine, and what happens? What happens?
Well, you did manage to keep this Eddie Thorpe under wraps for the night.
Well, sure, on a vagrancy charge. But one of these days, I'm going to get caught up the creek without a paddle messing around with you two.
Well, I wish I knew what George expected to find stopping off at Dr. Rayford's office. Mrs. Starrett only dropped in there for a few minutes today.
Don't you know by now that when he gets a brainstorm, it's like an act of nature? You don't know what he'll do next or why. I tell you, one of these days I'll... Hello, Riley. Oh, Valentine, where the devil are you? I thought you'd be with them by now.
Oh.
What? Shh, quiet. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
Where is...
Huh? Now, look, you. I'm not going to be a party to anything like that. Now, don't be a fool.
What's he going to do?
Quiet, will you? No, not you. You know what it'll mean if it doesn't work? Now, wait a minute. Sure, I can get the ME's office to make up that prescription, but listen to reason. You can't. Yes, I understand, but... Okay.
What does he want you to do? You can at least tell me that.
He wants you to park on Eagle Canyon Drive, just around the first turn, coming down from the Starrett home. You're going to have a little package to give him.
Package?
Yeah. I'll be waiting down on the boulevard for the both of you.
But George never keeps me in the dark like this. Why now? Why?
Hello. Let me have the medical examiner's office. Well, find him wherever he is. It's an emergency.
How about another drink, Marby?
Soda, wasn't?
Yes, thanks. You know, I'll be glad to get back to Canada so I can tackle my new novel again.
Four-sided triangle. What an odd title.
Yeah, the story's been giving me quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, really? What's the plot? Maybe we can help.
Well, frankly, nothing very original. The usual triangle. But the lovers are completely successful in doing away with the husband in the case.
I'm sorry.
You've already begun to intrigue Julia, but go on, Marby.
Well, they do it so neatly, in fact, there's no suspicion of crime. Not a shred.
Then what seems to be the trouble?
I can't decide whether to let my hero and heroine if you can call them that, live happily forever after, or let them face retribution.
Here you are, Owen.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was playing around with the notion of introducing a character who won't believe the husband's death was an accident.
The fourth side of the triangle, I presume.
Yes, that's it exactly. He's one of those virtuous, pig-headed men. He doesn't rest until he ferrets out the truth. And, well, so on and so forth. How does it sound to you, Julia?
He sounds like such an exemplary character. Would you say he was quite true to life?
Oh, well, just take me, for example. My first impulse when I heard about Ken. I kept seeing in the accident more than there was. And I imagine I'm fairly typical.
Was that your only problem with the book, Marty?
No, but I was thinking of introducing something more subtle. You know, try to find some little, almost meaningless thing my two scoundrels might have overlooked in their planning. Say a matter of coincidence.
I thought novelists always tried to avoid coincidence.
Well, now, why should they? It happens all the time. Now, you and Dallison here, Julia.
What about us?
Well, I doubt if anyone's aware that you knew each other before Ken's accident.
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't.
Let him go on, Julia. This is very interesting.
But you see, by the merest of chance I was talking about, I happened to see you together in the cocktail bar at the airport.
What?
Yes, it was last year, and I only stopped over in town for a few hours.
Goodness, we're out of ice. I better go in the kitchen and get some.
Excuse me, Marty. There's always a running feud between Julia and the ice trays.
Oh, I understand. I had the same trouble.
Julia, you realize what you have to do.
Charles, another...
He knows. The three of us know now. The business of us being together at the airport can lead to a lot of other things.
Why is he toying?
Because, fortunately for us, he's a ham. At the right moment, see that stuff gets in his drink.
Couldn't we wait till that man you hired calls?
Whatever he found out following Marty isn't important now. Now listen carefully, Julia. He has to have enough liquor in him so that when he's found, it'll be obvious why he went over the side into the canyon. There'll be no questions.
But I can't. Oh, Charles, I can't.
The timing has to be just right. We'll have to get him out of here so it'll happen when he's halfway down the mountain, where the curves are the worst. So you wait till I give the signal.
I wish I could be the one to give the signal. Just for once.
When I think he's had enough, I'll raise my finger like this. I'll say, this has been great fun, Marty. Let's do this more often.
All right, Charles.
And for heaven's sake, try to control yourself. The rest of our lives depends on how we act in the next hour.
Well, it's about time, Ferris.
I did everything but fly, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take that. Here you are, Miss Brooks.
I'll ask you again, Lieutenant. What is this? What have I got here?
I told you before Valentine made up the rules for this little game. I didn't want any part of it. You heard me on the phone. Now there's no choice but to play it his way. Just give him that package.
For 2 cents, I'd call a cab, just so I could tell somebody where to go.
Go on, get in that car and get started. And remember, park just this side of the last big turn before you get to the top.
And you know why none of my novels made any of the book clubs?
Why, no, Bobby. Why?
They've never been long enough. They got to be at least 900 pages before they're even considered. They don't bother reading them. They just weigh them.
You sound bitter, Owen.
Oh, thank you very much. Gin and bitters. Don't mind if I do. It's a very fine drink.
Oh, say, look at the time. You know, this has been great fun, Marty. Let's do this more often.
That's right. We must do this more often. Let's make it soon.
Oh, hey there, Julia. What are you doing all the way over there?
Just getting a little nightcap. We can all do with one, I think.
Oh, good.
Here's yours, Charles. And yours, Owen.
All right, thank you. What do we drink, Joe?
Why not to your new book?
Oh, yes, that's very good. The Four-Sided Triangle. What? It tastes funny, doesn't it? I'll tell you a secret. I can't even taste it at all.
Well, old man, I'll see you at your car, eh? I'll put on the floodlights. It's beginning to fog up in the canyon.
All right. Good night, and sweetest dreams be thine through all thy shining way. Poetry.
Yes. And watch yourself driving, Marty. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
George.
Have you got it, Brooks? I have it.
Oh, darling, I saw your headlights
Quick,
weaving down
Angel,
the...
quick.
Well, here,
Now
but...
get inside and take the wheel.
Okay, George.
Here's to you, Brooksy. Happy days.
Oh,
Oh,
darling, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
that makes a couple of scared people. Step on it, Angel.
Okay, Miss Brooks, we'll take care of him
She
now.
fainted. I didn't dare
Yeah,
stop.
I know. Come on, boys. Come on. Get him into the ambulance.
Got a hold of him, don't we?
Yeah. All right, let's go.
I'm going with him,
You'd
Lieutenant.
only be in the way, believe me.
In the way? Well, you don't expect me to
Now,
stand...
boys, don't wait for the hospital. Start pumping him out now.
Oh, pumping him out. You knew this was going to happen, and you let it. And now you're going to tell me.
There was no stopping him.
What did he do?
He found out Dr. Rayford gave Mrs. Starrett a prescription for some poison today.
Poison?
Presumably to make a solution to use on her flower beds. Being a colleague of her late husband, he didn't even think twice about it.
And George walked into this and purposely
The
let
stuff
himself
in
be...
the bottle you gave him is supposed to be the antidote for the poison. If he got it in time.
Oh, that big, crazy, stubborn...
Well,
loon.
that's what your boyfriend calls getting evidence that'll stand up in court. He just naturally likes to do things the hard way.
You must forgive me, Lieutenant Riley. This has been a great shock. Mr. Marby was my husband's best friend.
Yes. Just when did he leave? What time was it?
Oh, hours ago. About 10:30. You see, he was feeling rather, gay. We felt that if he was going to drive, he oughtn't overdo it.
Even so, I suggested that he stay over. Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah. Well, like they say, liquor and gasoline don't mix. I guess it'll be the same routine report. Do you mind if I sit down?
No. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sometimes I wish we could make some of these fool drivers take a look at what we saw when we found Marby down in the canyon. Oh, believe me, it would make them think he wasn't a pretty sight.
Lieutenant, please stop it.
Now, Julia, we know you're upset, but this isn't going to help any.
Nothing's going to help now.
Marby!
Hello.
No!
Julia.
No! Don't come near me! We killed you, didn't we, Charles? We killed him.
Shut up!
Just like we did Ken. We're only imagining this. Everything's going to turn out all right. Tomorrow we're going to laugh and be happy. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way.
That's it, Lieutenant.
Hey, say, Valentine, were you serious about the way you wanted me to dedicate my next book?
I certainly was serious about the way you dedicate your next book. Sure was, Mr. Marby. To Mr. and Mrs. George Valentine.
Mr. Darling!
So you just let us know, Marby, and we'll make a special trip down to City Hall the very day your book comes off the press.
Oh, golly. I just don't believe it.
I like your other suggestion, too. I should be more commercial. Aim for the book clubs. Write something 800-900 pages. Of course, it'll take years before I get it to my publisher, but it may be worth it.
Oh, years, huh? Oh, why doesn't one of these build-ups ever pay off for me? Oh, maybe I just don't live right.
The return of spring means, for most folks, the time for another house cleaning. And speaking of things attended to at regular intervals, how long has it been since your car's oil has been changed? You know, for the life of your car's engine, nothing is more important than a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil at regular intervals. Like any other piece of equipment used daily, your car's engine is bound to accumulate a certain amount of harmful contaminating material. RPM motor oil was compounded to take care of these troublemakers, to keep them from building upon interior engine parts during the oil service period. When the oil is changed, this harmful material is drained out. That's how compounded RPM keeps your engine clean mile after mile. And that's not all. For RPM also protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. It stops corrosion and rust-proofs as it lubricates. Why not see about that oil drain and refill tomorrow? And for protection you trust, be sure you refill with RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll pick up George Valentine in Mexico, in a house as mysterious and sinister as its name, Casa Diablo.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Barton Yarborough as Marby, Doreen Tuttle as Julia, William Woodson as Charles, and Mark Lawrence as Ferris. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Tell us again, Daddy. Tell us again.
Oh, no, not again.
Please, Daddy, how tall are you? Tell us how tall.
I'm 20'5" in my stocking feet.
How big are your shoes? What size do you wear?
Size 902 in a triple Z.
That's our Daddy, the big guy.
NBC presents The Big Guy, another in the series of adventures of a very unusual detective, Joshua Sharp. Joshua Sharp works for his clients on a strictly cash basis to provide for the needs of his nearest and dearest, Josh Jr. and his daughter Debbie. To these two, Sharp is both father and mother. To his clients, he is a good detective. To Josh and Debbie, he's the friendly magician, the fabulous hero, the giant among giants, the big guy. Tonight's adventure with the big guy, the case of the villainous friend.
A man alone, trying to bring up a pair of youngsters, runs into a lot of unexpected problems. One of my most unexpected was a sudden shortage of bedtime stories. After all, you can read Grimm's fairy tales only a few hundred times before the kids begin to tire of them. And that goes for Hans Christian Andersen and all the rest of the Once Upon a Timers. Now, I'd reached that point with Josh and Debbie, and they were getting so bored with witches and sleeping beauties that finally, for all our sakes, I tried tapping a new source. I bought a copy of Tales from Shakespeare. It was an immediate hit. In fact, it was too big a hit. That first night, I read The Tempest and Two Gentlemen from Verona, and still they didn't want me to stop.
What's the next one, Daddy?
Well, we'll let the next one wait, baby. You and Debbie have to go to sleep.
But what's the name of it? Just the name of it?
It's The Tragedy of Othello. Now, you just close your eyes and...
Oh, what about him, Daddy? Yes, Daddy, who was he?
Well, he was a man, Josh.
Oh, and what was the tragedy?
Well, he was married to a woman named Desdemona who loved him very much.
Is that a tragedy?
No, the tragedy came about because he had a friend named Iago.
Yes.
And Iago came to Othello and told him that Desdemona didn't love him at all. He said she loved somebody else.
He was bad, wasn't he, Daddy?
Oh, very.
And what happens next?
Well, Next, a couple of shrewd articles who are trying to worm another story out of their hard-working father give him a kiss and say good night. And it was a good night under my roof. But elsewhere, things were happening that were fated finally to intrude on my routine and make a shambles of it. The center of these events was a boy named Frank Gollard. I'd snagged the lad in question 2 years ago, after he'd assisted in the armed robbery of a filling station and committed assault and battery resisting arrest. My action in the matter came as part of my contract with the Mutual Indemnity Insurance Company, and I had been in the courtroom the day the judge passed a 10-year sentence on Frank Gollard. And then, the same evening, while I was telling Josh and Debbie about Othello, inside the drab gray walls of the upstate penitentiary...
You hit your wife lately, Frank?
Yeah, I got a letter from Lila last week. Well, let's turn in, Hap. What do you say?
Yeah, sure, kid. In a minute. Lila. Oh, that's a pretty name.
Hap?
Huh?
How come you asked me that?
Oh, I heard you tossing around last night. I knew you wasn't sleeping. And I've been thinking about all the guys in this place who got somebody waiting for them and wondering where all them somebodies are tonight. Wondering who she's dancing with and wondering who she's drinking with. Wonder who's kissing.
Shut up.
Oh, kid.
I told you once, Hap.
I was only wondering.
She's a clean kid. Clean and sweet and straight.
Oh, sure. There's a few good wrens in the world. Maybe you got yourself one of them. But you couldn't expect me to guess that now, could you, Frank? Man never knows about a thing like that. Man just never knows.
Good night, Hap.
You ain't sore on me, are you, Frank?
I said good night.
I don't want you to be sore on me, you hear? You hear me, Frank?
Okay, I'm not sore at you. Okay, Hap?
Good night, baby.
Hap was his cellmate, and Hap was his friend. Big, slow, paternal Hap McLean. In for life. And not a man to talk much about the way he was to spend the rest of his natural days. It was mutual friendship, and the two found a degree of peace in each other's companionship. It was a peace, however, that was ripped to shreds with the suddenness of a thunderclap one hot night in early August. Hap had smuggled a newspaper from the prison library into the cell, and young Gollard was lying on his bunk, turning the pages.
Hey, Hap.
What's the matter? What's eating you, Frank?
Hey, listen to this. What cute lovely whose maid is doing a 10-year stretch for armed robbery is now seeing the town inside out with more than one slick-haired Romeo. Even while I was on trial, she was rocking me.
No, kid, take it.
She was. While I took the ride to this pile of stinking stone. While I prayed for every night, she was selling me out. Midnight to morning, night after night, all the way down the line. Shut up!
Listen to me, will you, Frank? Listen to Hap and ease off, baby.
I can't take it!
But he had no choice about taking it. With his friend Hap's help, he calmed down and went on with the monotonous routine of his daily life behind the walls of the prison. And then, late one night, weeks later, in the cell he shared with Hap McLean, he found that he didn't have to take it anymore.
Frank, hey, kid, wake up and listen. Listen to old Hap and listen good. You got to get out of here.
What's that?
You're eating yourself alive. You got to move loose from this place.
Oh, but I can't. I'm not up for parole for
Forget the parole, baby. Hap's got it all fixed fine.
You got it fixed?
Yeah. Take a look, kid.
Where'd you get the gun?
Out of the arsenal, baby. It took me 3 months and a lot of doing, but I got it. And the trustee, the one in the laundry office, he's going to leave the laundry door unlocked for 20 minutes tomorrow night. There'll be a truck just outside.
How'd you do this, Hap?
Oh, look, I've been in this can 12 years. There are ways, baby. There are always ways.
You'll come with me?
No, I got nothing with the outside world, kid. Hap will rest easy right here. You go on out. You can still hate, and that means you can still live. Enjoy yourself. And don't get yourself snagged, baby.
It was at 11 o'clock the next night that the guard changed. 2 minutes before this chosen hour, Hap McLean stood crucial guard for the appearance of any official, and the boy prepared for his venture.
Where'll you make for?
Her apartment.
You figure Lilo'll show?
I'll wait till she does.
What, and get nabbed off waiting? Forget it. Now, look, I'll get the grapevine and let her know that you're coming and tell her to stand by for you. There it is. 11 o'clock, kid.
Okay.
Play it cagey now, baby. Hap won't be around. Look out for you.
There's no point in saying thank you, Hap.
Go on, you punk. I'll brain you.
The boy was halfway across the prison yard when...
Stop where you are!
And the shaft of a giant searchlight struck him like the lunge of an angry lion. Darting out of its glare, he took cover behind an angle of the wall.
Come out in the open! Come out with your hands up!
The boy fired at the guard on the watchtower. He made a dash for the laundry building and found the door unlocked as scheduled. The truck roared along the back roads on the all-night drive to the city, while the state was springing into action to retake Frank Gollard. Retake him, dead or alive. Next morning, when I walked into my place of business, my own personal private eye, Risky Skinner, was waiting for me, as usual. But today, Risky wasn't alone. A young city cop, Tom Saunders by name, had dropped in to tell me about the Gollard escape. He was little more than a rookie, this cop. Green, but enterprising.
So, knowing you were the man who put the finger on him in the first place 2 years ago, Sharp, it occurred to a few of the boys at precinct headquarters that you might have ideas about retaking Frank Gollard.
They figure you dig up a few angles about the punk that could be maybe useful, Commander.
Well, I'll be glad to do all I can. Tell me, how much action is underway now?
Well, the state's being dragged from end to end. Even the Coast Guard's been alerted on this one.
Any results yet?
So far, we've drawn a goose egg.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Sharp speaking.
This is Lila Goddard, Mr. Sharp.
What?
Frank Gollard's wife.
Where are you?
I'm not calling from home, Mr. Sharp. I'm afraid to go there.
Why?
I'll tell you why. I got a call last night from the grapevine at Goldville Prison.
Yeah?
Frank is on his way to my place.
On the way to his own home? Hello. Hello, Mrs. Gollard. Mrs. Gollard. Hello. Hello. The wire was dead, but the news had been sensational. Leaving Risky to try to check back on the call, I found Mrs. Gollard's address in the city listings, latched onto Patrolman Saunders, and headed for Gollard's home. By 25 of 10, we were in his apartment. I was at the window and Saunders by the door.
Hey, Sharp.
Okay, I see him.
He's coming in.
Great. Get ready for business.
Let's wait for him in the hall, huh?
All right. Easy with that door, Saunders.
Here he comes.
Let him get to the first landing. And for Pete's sake, stop shaking.
There he is. He's carrying a gun.
Hey, Saunders. No, wait! But I was too late. The green rookie, firing in panic, missed. And Frank Gollard went crashing back down the stairs, through the door, and out into the street. I didn't have to be told that once loose, Gollard would head for his wife. After all, Lila had tipped me off, and he probably knew that she was the only person on Earth who had been wise to his whereabouts. The immediate deal, therefore, was to contact her without delay. It was just about this time there came a knock on the door of Warden Jameson's office at the state penitentiary, and a cell block guard by the name of Spears walked in with the announcement that somebody wanted to talk to the warden.
Who is it, Spears?
It's a prisoner from cell block A. He yammered till I went to see what was wrong.
Yes, Spears?
Well, then he told me he could retake Gollard for us, nothing flat.
And I can, Warden. Honest, so help me now. I'm not kidding. I know exactly what I'm talking
I told you to wait outside.
All right, Spears. All right, I'll talk to him.
Okay, Warden.
You say you can recapture Frank Gollard?
And be back before morning.
Who are you?
Number 5002.
I mean your name.
Oh, my name is Hap McLean.
I presume, McLean, that you can only perform this remarkable feat if you allow to be left out of the prison alone.
Who wants alone? Send Spears with me with a gun, a dozen guns. Who cares? Now, look, I'm only trying to do the right thing here, Mr. Warden. That's all I'm interested in.
I see. All right. We'll send Spears with you.
And you won't regret it, I'll tell you what.
I'm telling you something, McLean. If you succeed in this mission, I'll see what can be done to secure you a full and complete pardon.
No, you mean it?
Don't you think you deserve it?
Well, I guess I did figure something like that.
Yeah, I imagined you did, McLean. Spears.
Yes, sir.
You'll take McLean into the city. And let him do exactly as he thinks best.
So, Hap McLean, informer and temporary public hero, passed out of the prison walls on his errand of black treachery. Meanwhile, we were still ransacking the city for Lila, and as it turned out, Frank Gollard was doing the same. In the phone booth of a hole-in-the-wall cigar store on a side street.
She must be at our summer cottage at Riverview. Yeah, that's it. That's probably where she's hiding out.
Number, please.
Give me Riverview 534.
Riverview 534. Thank you, sir. Hello?
Is this you, Lila?
Oh, Frank. How are you, Frank, honey?
I'm fine.
What's happening, Frank?
I'm looking for you, Lila.
Honey, I just turned on the radio and heard the news. I just woke up. I'd been asleep.
Why did you go up to Riverview to sleep, Lila?
What's the matter, Frank?
Matter? Nothing. I just wanted to see you.
Where are you? I'll come right into the city.
Stay where you are. I'll come to you.
All right, sweetheart. You remember how to get here?
Yeah, I remember. You, alone, Lila?
Yes. A girlfriend was staying with me up until last night, but she had to get back to town. Oh, honey, I wish we could be together. I wish we never had to leave here.
Stay where you are till I get there, baby. Maybe you never will.
Feeling for the gun butt in his pocket, Frank Gollard ducked out onto the sidewalk and started the tortuous journey toward his final, long-sought vengeance. Later in the afternoon, back at the office, Saunders and I were checking the short-wave reports.
You know, it baffles me a little, Sharp.
What does?
Gollard's wife turning him in.
Why? She's a gunman's doll, isn't she?
No, not quite. Anyway, she's not running true to form.
Why not?
A word around has been that she's almost arranged for his parole. Strange, huh?
Yeah, very.
Commander.
Yeah, Risky?
Well, a little luck at last.
Well, that we can use.
I think I found out where Mrs. Gollard phoned you from.
Yeah?
But I'm afraid it won't help any. It seems she rang up from a phone booth.
Phone booth, huh? Where?
In a place called Banner's Tavern over on Tyne Street, near the river. You know it? I said, do you know it, Commander?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I know it. Risky.
Yeah, Commander?
Go get me a cap and a sweater.
Huh? A cap and a sweater. What do you want them for?
To wear. I'm going to Banner's Tavern, Risky, and I want to look like one of the boys. Banner's Tavern, at the foot of a wharf on the river, had never been what might be called a pride to the community, and tonight was no exception. The clientele I saw at once was entirely male, except for one blonde cutie who sat alone over a glass of beer, a bright red scar of a smile on her hard face.
Well, what are you looking at?
Well, what do you think, honey?
Beat it. I got a boyfriend coming.
Yeah? From where?
That would be telling.
Well, how's about a little drink till he shows?
Well,
Go ahead. What'll you have?
How about a gin and water?
Why not? What's your name, beautiful?
Esther.
That's all?
Esther Moody.
Moody?
Mm-hmm.
Esther Moody? Well, you ain't the doll used to kick around with Hap McLean.
You know Hap?
Like that. We used to operate together in North Jersey.
Well, what do you know?
How's he doing these days?
He's in stir. Didn't you know that?
For how long?
Hard to say right now. There's some kind of caper in the works.
Yeah?
I've been trying to figure it out all night.
What's the lowdown?
Well, lean over here.
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock last night, Hap sent me the word over the grapevine.
Uh-huh.
And he tells me to call up a certain private eye this morning. Announce myself as Mrs. Gollard and say that Frank is on his way to his wife's flat. What do you think?
What do you think?
I think I trusted you mighty fast, handsome. How about that little drink?
How about better?
Better?
How about a little pinch?
What?
Route stuff,
Let go
lady.
of me.
I'm
What do
the
you mean?
private eye you handed that
Let
runaround
go of
to
me.
this morning. I got her to headquarters, not, however, without a set of fingernail marks down my cheek, and walked in on a bit of exciting news. It seemed the postal clerk at a place called Riverview had phoned in giving Lila Gollard's whereabouts. The address, 21 Canton Lane, at which street number Frank Gollard had just arrived.
Oh, Frank. You sounded so strange over the phone. I don't understand. What have I done?
You really want me to tell you, Lila? You called the cops and told them where they could pick me up.
I did, Frank?
Yeah, you.
Frank, how could I? I didn't even know you'd broken out.
McLean got word to you at the apartment last night and told you where I'd be.
But I wasn't there. I wasn't even there.
Ah, that's an easy out. You turn me in and then you run for the tall timber.
Frank, do you honestly believe I'd do that?
I know you did it, you hypocritical swine.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Yeah?
Hello, kid.
Hap.
I lambed out myself, kid. I figured you needed somebody to look after you. You done business yet?
Yeah, not all of it. But I'm right here at home base.
Yeah, so I figured.
Hap,
Yeah, baby.
you contacted my wife last night, didn't you?
Well, sure. Sure thing. Why do you ask?
I won't ask again. I gotta hang up now.
Well, just a second, Frank. Look, I'm in the alley behind Banner's Tavern on the side by the river. You know where that is?
Yeah, sure.
Well, at beat it down to see me as soon as you can. I got a pal along who's going to see you safe out of the States on a strictly credit basis. Okay?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a million. I'll see you, pal. You cheap, lying, rotten, deceitful tramp.
Oh, no. No, Frank, no. It's not a gun.
Shut up! This is beyond begging and no place for talk. If you've got prayers to say them. There won't be any time later.
I won't need time for prayers, Frank. I'd die before I hurt you. I don't mind losing my life, Frank. All I regret is I'll never see you again. Never. Never.
It was at that moment that Risky and I drove up in front of 21 Canton Lane and heard the shots as we ran up the path to the house.
That was it, Commander?
Yeah. Gollard, you blasted fool.
What did you do, you crazy punk?
I just killed a liar, a stoolie, and a cheat. Let's go now without questions, huh?
First, there's got to be a few answers given, boy.
Such as?
Such as, did you know this cheat here had just about arranged to get you paroled at the next meeting of the board?
You're lying.
Too bad for your peace of mind, I'm not. Not when I said that, nor when I say this. Your wife didn't call me and inform on you today, Gollard.
She did?
No, she didn't. The call I got came from a woman named Esther Moody, who made it to help weave this net you're caught in.
Moody? Esther Moody? Who's that? What's she got to do with me?
She's got nothing to do with you. But I think maybe her boyfriend has.
Her boyfriend?
A guy by the name of Hap McLean. For a moment, he stared at me like a wounded animal, and then his eyes closed slowly. He shook his head wearily, as if to come out of a sick dizziness, and neither Risky nor I caught the movement of his hand as he blasted the globe dangling from the ceiling, plunging us into blind blackness as he crashed out through the window. Nearer dawn, in the alley behind Vanner's Tavern.
It's getting chilly waiting here, McLean. Where's your boy?
Easy, Spears. Take it easy. He's on his way to us.
Yeah.
There he comes.
You sure it's him?
Can't you see, Flathead? Hey, give me a gun. Let me take him in. Huh? Yeah, thanks. Now duck behind the lamppost so we don't see you too soon.
Hap?
Here I am, kid. How you making it, huh?
I killed her, Hap.
Yeah, sure. That's what you had to do. Come on. We'll go in Banner's and have a few snorts. That'll set you up right, eh?
Hey, Hap.
Yeah.
Where's the pal who was going to help me lamb out of the States?
Oh, well, he had to go, Frank. He'll be back.
Figured he was back now. That's him behind the lamppost, ain't it, Hap? I gotta get him, too.
Kid. Kid, how much blood do you want on your hands, baby?
Just a little more. Just a little more, you greasy, crummy stool pigeon.
Hap McLean took a look into the empty, cold eyes of the boy and suddenly bolted down the alley. At the corner, McLean swung abruptly and fired. The bullet hit, and he waited for Frank Gollard to go down, but he waited in vain. The boy came toward him, head lowered, staggering.
Baby, don't be sore on me. I don't want you sore on me, Frank.
As he spoke, McLean fired again and found himself with an empty gun in his hand. And he blinked unbelievingly as the boy swayed with the anguish of the shots, and then steadily he plowed forward. Half crazy with fear, McLean stumbled into the darkness until he came to World's End at the edge of the wharf behind the tavern.
Oh, baby. Oh, Frank, you gotta listen to your Hap. You gotta listen to your Happy. You can't be sore on me, baby. I'm for you, honest. Oh, don't shoot, kid. Let's talk it out there.
Gollard, looking like a child asleep, was dead, stretched out on the rotten planking of the wharf when we found him. Josh and Debbie were in bed when I climbed the stairs to our flat, and knowing nothing of what was going on inside of me, they clamored for the next story in the book. The next story was Othello. And as I read the tale of the tragic deaths of Desdemona and Othello and the final undoing of Iago, I shuddered with a kind of recognition. At the end of the narrative, there was silence. Then...
And Othello killed himself, too?
Yes, baby.
Gee, I don't see why he had to die. He didn't know what he was doing. It was all Iago's fault, wasn't it, Daddy?
Yes, essentially it was Iago's fault.
Then why didn't he just explain and go on living?
Maybe he didn't want to, honey.
Oh, you mean because he'd lost Desdemona? Is that it?
That's part of it.
Well, what's the other part, Daddy?
Don't you know?
You mean he'd lost Iago, too?
Yes, baby. You get the point. He'd also lost his friend.
Joshua Sharp, detective, works for his clients on a strictly cash basis to provide for the needs of his nearest and dearest, Josh Jr. and Debbie. To them, he's the friendly magician, the fabulous hero, the giant among giants, the big guy. NBC has presented another in a series of adventures of The Big Guy, played by Henry Calvin and featuring David Anderson as Josh Jr. and Joan Laser as Debbie. The script was written by Peter Barry and directed by Thomas Madigan. The music was composed and played by Jack Ward. Members of the cast were Jim Stevens, Merrill Lee Joles, Peggy Lobbin, Bill Zuckert, Linda Watkins, Lyle Sudrow, and Sandy Strauss as Risky Skinner. Your announcer is Peter Roberts.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. The American album of familiar music returns tonight over most of these NBC stations, presenting the finest in Sunday evening musical listening designed for the entire family. On Sunday, September 10th, Theater Guild on the Air will be back with more hour-long presentations from Broadway and Hollywood, featuring the most famous and talented artists of stage, screen, and radio. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse in every plot.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
I know, Helen, but my sense of humor's out of gas.
Aw, what's the matter? No business?
Not for a week. If a client walked in now, I'd probably swear it was an hallucination and referred to Bellevue.
Walt's been trying to get you. He called here about 5 minutes ago, said it was important.
I just got in the office. I'll give him a call.
Am I going to see you tonight?
You know it. Me and my empty wallet will be glad to stop over for dinner.
Well, I'll have Francis fix something healthy.
Tell him to cook some money.
I'll see you around 7 then. Don't forget to call Walt. Bye.
Bye. And I wish I was smiling, sure it's flying morning.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Oh, you want to talk to me, Fatty?
Rick?
How many people call you Fatty?
Where the devil have you been? I called you at your apartment all morning.
Helen just told me I slept late.
Well, why didn't you answer your phone?
Rent was due. Could have been a trap.
Can you come down here?
Well, if it's important, I can come down. But if a potential client gives up because he can't find me, I may have a crying jag all over your office.
I'll stock up on hankies. I wouldn't ask you, Rick, but it is important, very.
Well, don't sound like the last course of Gloomy Sunday. I'll be there. Relax. I knew Walt was on the level because every time he thought something was important, he came on in a higher register and began to sound like a harp. Well, I closed the office, set the bear trap in front of the door in case of a client, and left to box lunch. I might be gone for a good while this time, and if I caught something, there was no sense in let it starve. The 5th Precinct was 20 blocks away, so being a practical man who always regards that lonely feeling in his pocket as the sure makings of a pedestrian, I insulted a few well-meaning cab drivers, and 30 minutes later, I limped into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
In my business, you have to be conditioned to anything. Nothing should surprise you. But in my business, like any other, there's always a first time for everything. And it looked like this was it. For over a year, I had been walking leisurely into the squad room of the 5th Precinct and smiling inside when I spotted a cop with a battering ram for a head and landing barges for feet. He was always the best straight man I'd ever run across, and his name was Sergeant Otis Loveloon. But this day, dear old Otis was not to be found. Instead, sitting at his desk, looking up at me through a pair of thick horn-rimmed glasses, was something else. It pulled out a clean white handkerchief, removed the glasses, clouded them up with a quick breath that filled the room with the essence of sen-sen, and said,
Well?
Where's Otis?
You mean Sergeant Loveloon? He's been transferred.
He's been what?
Transferred.
Who are you?
Sergeant Andre Clume. Is there something I can do for you?
Andre Clume?
Sergeant Andre Clume.
Sergeant Andre Clume.
Just one moment.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
Look, Sonny, I'm going in to see the lieutenant.
You'll have to wait until I find out if he can see you.
Oh, he'll see me. He just called me.
May I have your name, please?
What? Citation.
Mr. or Mrs.?
Hey, this may not be so bad after all.
No?
No. We're going to have fun, Andre.
Are we?
Yes, indeed. Now, call in to the lieutenant and tell him Mr. Diamond is coming in to see him.
Yeah?
The gentleman you were expecting, Mr. Diamond.
He's getting introductions now? Send him in.
Yes, sir. The lieutenant will see you, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Sergeant Clume.
And something else, Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Sergeant Loveloon warned me about you, and I can assure you right now that I have no intention of becoming the brunt of your obvious, crude comedy.
Sergeant Clume, I don't think there's much you can do about it. Oh, Walt, I want to go on record right now as saying
Don't. I know.
Well, what is that out there?
The commissioner says he's one of the most valuable men on the force.
But how can you put him in a cop's uniform? It's like dressing Rasputin and the Mother Hubbard.
I miss Otis as much as you do, but strictly off the record, Sergeant Clume has relatives.
Oh, I thought so. Been scratching all the way in here.
Otis moved over to the 11th Precinct.
Who's he working for now?
Lieutenant Crawford. They've had a suicide watch on him all night.
What's this Andre Clume supposed to be so good at?
He's only been with us for a couple of days. I don't know.
Well, if I keep thinking about him, I may have to be dipped in hot tar. You better tell me what you want to see me about.
You may not like it, Rick.
Oh? This is new?
Remember Ralph Baxter?
Sure. I sent him up while I was still on the force.
Yeah. Well, you worked on that case for over a year, didn't you?
You were in charge of the department. You know darn well I did.
Rick, you knew Baxter's habits better than anyone on the force.
Oh, now, Walt, what's it all about? Is Baxter loose?
Very loose. Busted out at 8 o'clock this morning along with 7 other guys.
Oh, all got away clean?
Every one of them. One of the best planned breaks I've ever heard about.
Well, if Baxter was in on it, it had to be. He's a smart boy, Walt. One of the smartest.
Yeah, well, the commissioner says we've got to pick him up before he does any damage.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. I need someone who knows him so well he might have a chance of nailing him before the trouble breaks loose. And you know Baxter and trouble.
How come you're in on this, Walt? Somebody already get killed?
Truck driver.
Oh. Baxter's an unhappy boy. He kills to make up for it. Really does a fancy job.
You want to help me out?
You in trouble if they don't nail Baxter in a hurry?
The commissioner is relying on me.
Okay, then.
It's got to be official in case you have to make an arrest.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Got to swear you in as a deputy. Look, Rick, we've got to. I don't really care how you bring Baxter in and who gets the credit, but what would the commissioner say if...
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Walt. Every time I used to put on that badge, a book of rules and regulations went with it. I do it my way or not at all. Now, don't start running your motor. I don't want the credit. The department can have it. Besides, it's 20 to 1 in any man's book that I'll never even get close to Baxter.
Well, you stand more chance than anyone else.
Okay, then. You still don't have to worry about the credit. It's 50 to 1 that the newspapers will read. Private detective found with his head missing.
Okay, Rick. Your way. Andre.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Andre.
Yeah, some name.
I beg your pardon?
Bring in all the information on Baxter and the 7 other men who were in on the break.
Yes, sir.
Andre Clume.
Yeah.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
You want to look over this stuff, Rick?
Yeah. I want to know how the break was pulled off. Maybe if we can get a line on who helped them, we can get it Baxter that way.
A truck was used. A Ford pickup that hauled garbage regularly. The large garbage cans were placed on the truck and taken off to a dump. The 7 men in Baxter hid in the cans and were covered up with garbage.
Oh.
The men in the prison kitchen have all been questioned, but none will admit a thing.
Well, thank you, Sergeant.
Maybe you can tell us what happened after that, Sergeant.
Several miles outside of the prison, the men got out of the cans. One man climbed up into the cab of the truck and ordered the driver to stop. He shot the driver, and the men climbed off the truck, rolled it over a 44-foot hill.
44 feet?
44 feet 9 inches at the first point of impact where the truck went over. The hill, of course, varies at other spots.
Of course.
2 cars were waiting for the 8 men. Tire tracks were found and casts made. A report on these casts should be in at any minute.
Synchronize your watches, men. Rick. Tell me, Sergeant Clume, have you any idea who might have been driving the 2 cars?
No.
Turn in your MiGs and your ray gun. You're through.
Very amusing.
Now, please, Rick, for the sake of my psychiatrist, don't start on Clume like you did on Otis.
Might be a woman.
Clume?
Driving one of the cars.
Oh. Baxter was a known woman hater.
You don't say. I suppose the other 7 guys got together with him and formed a club.
4 of the 7 men were known to have had women friends at one time or another. But only one woman remained loyal after the men were sent to prison.
How do you know that?
I remember things.
He remembers things.
Oh. She visited the prison many times to see Tony Ligeti, one of the escapees.
Maybe you can remember the dates?
The first time was right after Tony was sent up, November.
All right, Sergeant.
What's the girl's name and where does she live?
Jean Lawrence, 1782 East 12th Street, apartment C. B.
Butterfingers. I'll take this list of histories on the 7 guys.
You going to check on the girl?
Yes, and thank you, Sergeant Andre Clume. You've been a brick. I left Clume polishing his glasses, Walt looking sick. Jean Lawrence did live at 1782 East 12th, apartment B. So I looked up the landlady, a nice old reproduction of Whistler's mother with a hangover, Mrs. Shook by name. She was a little unhappy that I'd bothered her, but I finally sold her on the idea that she could shave any time, and aided by my best smile and the promise of a fast 5th, I finally got her to open the door to apartment B.
There you are, lover, but I can tell you right now, Jeannie ain't in.
Well, what's in this room?
Bedroom. She didn't come home all day yesterday or last night.
She didn't, huh?
You know, I shouldn't be showing you around like this, except that you look like a real nice fella.
And you're thirsty.
Oh, go on.
You see anyone else hanging around, say, in the last week?
Yeah. Come to think of it, about a week ago, some dark fella started coming over to see Jeannie. Used too much hair oil, greasy type.
Think you'd recognize him?
You bring me that present, lover boy, and I could recognize a clove of garlic in an onion warehouse.
I'd make book on it. May I use the phone?
Go right ahead, lover. Oh, by the by, 100 proof, huh?
100 proof.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, this is Rick. I'm up at the girl's apartment. Not here. But the landlady says she can identify some guy who's been hanging around here for the last week. So look up...
Hold it a minute, Rick. Something coming over the hot shot.
Okay. Oh, bottle and bond, is that right, dear?
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Lovely.
Rick?
Yeah?
Get that landlady in here, then meet me out at the end of River Street, Pier 14.
Something up?
Sus came up. Someone didn't want it to. But she hit bottom, the bricks in the sack must have torn it open.
What?
A dock worker spotted her floating near one of the pier pilings.
Jean Lawrence?
Yeah. I'll see you over there.
Something happened to little Jeannie. I could hear...
Found her floating in the river.
Oh. Well, if we're going down to the station, can we stop off and get that present?
Yeah.
Bottled in bond, you promised.
I grabbed a cab and took Mother McCrae over to the 5th Precinct, making one stop on the way for the promised present. I turned her over to the desk sergeant and took off for Pier 14 at the end of River Street. When I got there, I spotted the homicide prowl car and Walt standing near the ambulance. On the wooden floor of the pier, covered with a sheet, was the dead body of Gene Lawrence. The coroner had just finished his examination.
Well, give me a full report as soon as I get to the lab, Lieutenant.
This is a rush, Coroner.
It always is. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Charlie.
Shot twice, then thrown in the drink.
Yeah, nice. Anything else?
Book of matches in the coat pocket. Probably don't mean a thing.
Lieutenant, we just got a report from the precinct. Hello, Diamond.
Oh, good afternoon, Clume. You're looking fine.
Oh, you'll be kissing each other on the cheek in a minute. What about that report, Sergeant?
The landlady Diamond brought in 22 minutes ago has just identified a picture in the morgue as a man who had been visiting Gene Lawrence for the past week.
Anyone we know?
William Nash, alias William Barnes, alias Bootleg Barnes.
Yeah.
5'11", black hair, brown eyes, slight scar.
Oh, hold it. What about his record?
9 arrests, 2 convictions, robbery and assault. In the cafe business now at...
Red Dot Inn?
Yes, sir.
Matches you found on the girl, Walt?
Yeah, Red Dot Inn. Let's take a run over there.
Yes, gents, what'll it be?
William Nash, he around?
No.
Police.
He still ain't around.
He got an office?
Well,
He got an office.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Top of those stairs. Down the hall, last door.
Go around to the back of the bar, Clume.
Yes, sir.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You ain't supposed to come back here.
See that he doesn't have any way to let Mr. Nash know we're coming up.
Just go ahead and tend your bar.
You guys want to get me in trouble?
Not unless Nash is really in his office. Then you don't have to worry about trouble. You're in it.
Let's go, Rick. Down the hall, he said. Last door. We both go?
Yep. Fire escape down there. This way, Sergeant Clume covers him. Can Clume shoot?
I forgot to ask him.
You get on there by the fire escape in case he gets past me.
Who is it?
Fire department.
What?
Yeah, we received a report that your cafe isn't properly equipped in case of fire.
Are you nuts? I just had new extinguishers.
William
put in-
Nash?
Yeah. Now what the
Let's
devil...
go.
Huh?
You heard him.
Hey, what is this?
Police, let's go.
He's clean.
All right, copy. You want to haul me in. What's the charge?
Murder.
Murder? Now listen,
Start walking.
Who's murdered?
Gene Lawrence. Down the steps.
I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
Sure.
Everything all right, Lieutenant?
Go upstairs and watch this guy's office.
Yes, sir.
You need a warrant for this, you know.
I'll get one.
I tell you, I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
My friend, I know a little old lady who thinks you wear too much hair oil. She's going to make a very big liar out of you.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
All right, Sergeant, get the lineup going.
Yes, sir. Henry Phipps. Henry Phipps, alias Henry Phipps.
I ain't never seen a lineup before, lover.
The man you identified earlier from the picture. See if you can pick him out.
George Chalmers.
No, ain't him.
George Chalmers, alias George Lippert, alias Geo the Lip, charged petty theft.
Ain't him neither.
William Nash.
That's him.
William Barnes.
All right, hold him.
You sure that's a man who was calling on Gene Lawrence?
Yep, that's him. Why don't he use bay rum on his hair?
Nash.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You know Miss Gene Lawrence?
I told you I don't, Lieutenant.
He sure is a lousy liar.
All right, run him off.
Step down. Cal Ennis.
He killed Jeannie.
We don't know.
Yes, sir. He sure should use bay rum.
Well, Walt and I and a couple of the boys took Nash downstairs and worked on him for about a half an hour before I got tired and decided to see what I could turn up myself. Nash still wouldn't admit he knew the dead girl, and we still weren't any closer to finding Ralph Baxter. I was pretty sure that Nash was connected with Baxter in some way, or he would have admitted knowing the girl and denied the killing. So I went back to the Red Dot Inn with a warrant to search Nash's office. Sergeant Andre Clume was guarding the door in the best prescribed manner. Legs spread, arms folded, back straight against the door. You're flat.
Mm-hmm. What? Oh, Diamond. I have absolutely no excuse. I'll understand if you report me to the lieutenant.
No one could get by, could they?
Not without waking me.
Then you did what you're told to. You guarded the place.
But there is no excuse for falling asleep on duty.
Unless you get tired. Now, forget it. I got a warrant here. Let's give this officer going over. And that's exactly what we did. We took the place apart, piece by piece. And I have to go on record by saying that Clume really knew his business. He didn't miss a thing.
This might be important, Diamond.
What is it?
Bills to William Nash from the garage.
Let me see. Nick's Garage, 13th Street. 1,000-mile service on both cars, $14.90. Parking space rental on both cars, $25.
2 cars.
May not mean a thing. I'll check it anyway.
2 cars were used in the escape, Diamond.
Now, don't get excited. You stay here. I'll call you from the garage. I left Clume and went over to Nick's Garage, looked up the owner, and he showed me the 2 cars, both sedans. 48 Chrysler and a new Hudson. Nick told me that both cars had been taken out the night before and returned early that morning. He said that Nash had driven one and the girl the other. So I put in a call to the Red Dot Inn and Sergeant Clume.
Yes, the lab has 2 good casts of the tire prints.
Well, put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to get right down here with him.
I hope you'll forgive me being a little premature, but...
You already told him to come down.
Yes.
Tell me, Sergeant, you don't know anything about the 5th at Hialeah, do you?
1 by step up in 1 and...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Hello, Rick.
Well, this is Nick Miller, runs the garage.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Miller, how about the cars?
This one and that one.
Hold this cast. I'll try the other one.
Okay. Fit?
No. Those tread prints on that can supposed to fit the treads of one of these cars?
You hope so.
How about that one, Walt?
Like a glove. Try your cast on that car.
Fits this one, Walt.
Rick, both of the cars were used in the getaway.
What happens now?
Go back to headquarters and tell Nash we got him dead to rights. We'll sweat him till he cracks.
I got a better idea. Turn him loose.
What?
Nash knows that it's only a matter of time until we turn up his evidence anyway. And he knows something else. He knows Ralph Baxter. He knows if he spills anything, Baxter will kill him sure.
But we'll promise him protection.
Against Baxter? Baxter'd get him if it took 10 years.
Not if we get Baxter first. Nash probably knows where he's hiding out.
Walt, even if Nash knows where Baxter is, he'll be a long time telling you. In the meantime, Baxter can cause a lot of trouble.
All right, so I let Nash go. So what?
Get a hold of the newspapers. Tell them to run a story that you've picked up Nash for questioning in the prison break. But that you had to release him because of insufficient evidence.
You think Baxter will go after him?
Well, he'd at least send some of his boys. I think the girl was knocked off because she got out of line. You can bet that Baxter won't want Nash around for a witness.
Okay.
Gee, you're kind of making Mr. Nash a sitting duck, ain't you?
Oh, I guess you'd say that, Mr. Miller. Now, why don't you come on down to the station with us and answer a few routine questions?
Oh, hey, I don't know nothing about this.
That's what Mr. Nash said, but you can see what a liar he turned out to be. We went back to the precinct, and the garage owner was held for questioning. In the meantime, 2 men were sent to the home of William Nash, and the phone tapped. 2 other men took their places on a stakeout at the Red Dot Inn, another pair at the garage. The garage owner was cleared of any suspicion and told to go back to work, but warned not to say anything. About 4 in the afternoon, a call came over the hot shot at the 5th precinct.
My name is Barton. I've just been robbed.
Where are you calling from?
I own the Rome jewelry store. 3 men came in and tied us all up. They stole over $100,000 in gems.
Anyone hurt?
My clerk, he's still unconscious.
All right, what's the address?
Corner of Wilmot and 21st Street.
It looked like just a routine robbery at the time, so the robbery detail took over. Walt released Nash and called the papers. Around 4:30, Walt got a call from robbery.
Levinson.
Jennings, Walt. Those guys that held up the jewelry store over on Wilmot Street. The owner just identified one of the holdup men, Tony Lughetti.
Oh, thanks. Rick, Tony Lughetti, one of the guys that busted out with Baxter, has been identified as one of the holdup men in the jewelry store.
Now it starts. The gang had gotten away clean. No trace except a cab driver who spotted a green sedan in front of the jewelry store. 3 men in it. We waited.
Levinson.
Sullivan, Nash just got a phone call. Man said he wanted to see him for the payoff. Said to meet him at the place. Nash left the house. Fisher's tailing him.
Right. Nash just left the house. Got a call.
Let's go. We piled into the squad car and headed across town in the direction of Nash's house. A newsboy on the corner yelled the planted news of Nash's arrest, and the car radio told us what Nash was doing.
Suspect just went into garage. We're parked across the street. Instructions.
I'm about 2 blocks away. If he gets in his car, let me know.
He's coming out, turning north on Chestnut. See him?
There he is, Walt.
We've got him, Jennings. We'll tail him.
We followed Nash until he hit the outskirts of town. He drove for another good half hour, then pulled into a roadside eating place with a motel off to the left.
This looks like it.
Yeah. Drive past. We'll swing back. Nash is going into the diner.
We'll walk up. Attention, all units. I'm at a roadside diner. The stop-a-while motel near it. Suspect just went into diner. All units proceed with caution. A whole bunch might be in that motel.
Mm-hmm.
I hope the boys get here before things start popping.
You said it.
We can't go in.
Hey, there's Nash at the counter.
See anyone else?
Not from here. Let's walk over to the other side. Hey, Walt.
What?
Over there by the gas pump. Green sedan.
Think it might be the robbery car?
Nobody in it.
Look, 2 guys coming out of the restroom.
Yeah. And one of them, Tony Ligeti.
Baxter's boys.
I got a hunch Baxter's around. I got Tony's going in the diner. He's going in to pick up Nash. Probably going to take him for a ride.
Let's take this guy before Ligeti comes out.
He hears us. He's turning around.
Police. He's going for a gun. You knocked him cold. Nice tackle, Rick.
Vassar, 28. Here's his gun. I'll dump him in the car.
Here come some of the boys. I'll wave them off. You get in the back of the car. Okay, I'll get in with you.
I wonder where Baxter is.
Can you look out that back window without being seen?
Yeah. 2 more prowl cars pulled up. If the boys in the diner don't spot them.
Nothing yet?
No. Hey, here they come.
Ligeti and Nash?
Yeah, holy cow, the whole bunch.
Is Baxter with them?
Yeah, and 1, 2, 5 others. They've spotted the cars. They're headed to this car.
You go out that side, I'll go out this.
You're boxed up, Baxter.
Look out, Rick!
2 of them down. Baxter's heading around back.
Rick, don't go after Malone, you crazy!
Now he tells me. Stop, Baxter!
You get him, Rick?
Yeah, but just barely. That was my last shot.
How was the dinner?
Oh, if I'd eaten any more, I'd need a new belt.
You gonna tell me what you did all day and why you were so late?
Went for a long walk in the park.
Oh, that's what I love about you. Gone all day. Come in smelling like a shooting gallery until you tell me you went for a walk in the park. Oh, no.
I get it. Yes?
Oh, Rick, you going to give me a routine, or do you want to hear about Baxter?
Oh, Harold Appleknocker's tired. Let's have it.
Ligeti's dying in the hospital. 2 of the other boys died on the way. The guy you tackled is singing all over the place, and Baxter will have a quiet funeral tomorrow. The others we got locked up.
Your boys all right?
One of them got it in the leg. Otherwise, okay. You were right about the girl. Baxter killed her because he was afraid she'd talk. Seems she had a beef and walked out. Baxter got worried. Nash was to get his tonight, just like you figured.
Okay, Walt, thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And thanks, Rick.
Sure.
Well?
Well?
Wanting to know if his boys were all right. Now, Rick, you've been doing something exciting, and I want to know about it.
Honest, baby. The park's very dull in the afternoon. Want to go stir up some action in it now? Good mood.
Rick, why do you lie to me? Oh. All right, come on.
Oh, wait. We're forgetting something. I got to sing a song first.
Oh, Rick, now that you brought it up, I want to go to the park.
Well, this will only take a few seconds. You just pucker up and hold.
Well, 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 look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, baked a cake, baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band, grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig, dig, dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Oh, how'd you do, how'd you do, how do you do? Miles, still puckered?
Mm-hmm.
Think you can hold it till we get to the park?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, if you're patient, I always make it up to you.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle and Wilms Herbert. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, will next be heard 2 weeks from tonight. Check your local newspaper for the time of broadcast. Listen next week at this hour for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, Soldier of Fortune. Remember, at this time next week, it's Dangerous Assignment on NBC. This is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us 2 weeks from tonight when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC.
The Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, presents card number 16 from the crime files of Flamand.
A new file card, Miss Lake. Popular nightclub comedian suspects someone of trying to ruin his act. Case more serious than it seems.
Flamand, the most unusual detective in criminal history. Flamand, famous psychologist and character analyst. Flamand, who looks beyond laughter and tears, jealousy and greed, to discover their basic origins. In just a moment, you will hear card number 16 from his amazing crime file. But first, here's a message from our sponsor. You folks have shown your appreciation of a good beverage by the way you've been buying Meisterbrow. So here's a toast, a Meisterbrow toast to taste pleasure. Yes, a Meisterbrow record has been made in and around this area. Why, every place you go, you hear folks ordering Meisterbrow. Because when people go to their favorite place for a few minutes relaxation, they know a glass of tingling, sparkling Meisterbrow draft beer will hit their thirsty spot. There's an added zest, a mellow smoothness in Meisterbrow's old-time flavor that comes from percolating the finest, delicate flavors of expensive hops right through the brew. So taste the distinguished, satisfying goodness of this beer with old-time flavor. Just walk into your favorite spot and say, Meisterbrow. It's sure enough the beer. And to be sure that Meisterbrow will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer
as quickly as possible. And now, card number 16 from the Crime Files of Flamand. Tonight's story opens in Flamand's office with Danny Dole, a nightclub comedian, pouring out his trouble.
My name's Danny Dole, Flamand. I guess I don't have to tell you any more, do I?
No, not unless you want to, I suppose.
Oh, you're the nightclub comedian.
Yeah, nightclub, musical comedy, movies, radio. I guess they know me just about any place.
Well, I don't go in for nightlife much.
That's right, Mr. Dole. Doggone it. Honestly, though, Flamand, Danny Dole really is a nightclub celebrity.
Yeah, I suppose I am. You know, I always think the celebrities come to watch my act, but I guess I'm a celebrity too, huh?
Why, certainly.
But people don't ordinarily come to see me unless they have problems, Mr. Dole.
Well, my problem, Mr. Anthony, is, nuts. I guess I better be serious. Well, Flamand, somebody's trying to ruin me.
Ruin you?
Yeah. There's a deliberate attempt to crab my act, to keep my material from going over, from getting laughs.
Who in the world would want to do that?
Well, I got ideas, but I don't get all the angles. That's what bothers me.
Mr. Dole, why would anyone, by the wildest stretch of the imagination, want to spoil your act?
You know what I'm drawing down at the Club Lazetta, huh?
No, I wouldn't have the faintest idea.
$1,500 a week, and that ain't newspaper story dough. It's cash.
But who would be interested in getting you fired?
Well, for one, that crack-voiced sister that drools songs into a microphone, Sheila Ray. If it wasn't for her face and figure, her voice wouldn't get her a job calling trains in Winnipesaukee, North Dakota.
You think she's jealous?
Well, she had the top spot till I came in. She had her choice of leaving or taking a cut and staying on. Well, she stayed.
Well, theatrical jealousies are a bit out of my line. Unless they get to the point of physical violence.
There'll be physical violence if I get my hands on the louse that's trying to kill my stuff.
Fine. When there is, come around and see me.
One of the best gags in my whole act killed deader than a stiff on a moored slab last night.
What was it, Mr. Dole?
I'm telling a story about duck hunting, see? Oh, it's a wow the way I do it. Never fails to get solid laughs. Usually stops the show cold. Why, the critics say
Now, let's
that...
forget the critics.
Yeah, okay. They ain't so hot anyways.
You're hunting ducks.
Yeah, and I go through all the imaginary movements of getting ready to shoot. I'm crouched down in the duck blind, shotgun up to my shoulder. All make-believe, you see. And then I make with the trigger.
When does the laugh come?
When I make with the trigger, a dead duck drops down from the ceiling over the heads of the customers.
Oh, how cute. Flamand, wouldn't it be a scream to get a dead duck in your soup?
That's the laugh. Nobody gets the duck. It's suspended by a thin wire. You can't see what's holding it, but it quits falling about 10 feet above the folks' heads.
Yes, I can see how that might get a laugh. The discomfiture motive.
Yeah, it's sacco. But last night, it was strictly from hunger. I pull the trigger, nothing happens. There I am with my pants caught in the sprocket and my new departure coaster brake not working.
And did you look over the mechanical contrivance that releases the duck?
Sure. Somebody put in a new spring and release lever that was too strong to let the duck fall.
Any idea who did it?
I know who'd have liked to have done it. That singer, Sheila Ray.
But do you have any proof?
Not a iota.
Mr. Dole, I think this is serious. Extremely serious.
Flamand, you're joking.
No, indeed, Sandra.
When somebody tries to kill your laughs, it's always serious, miss.
And, Mr. Dole, I think whoever's responsible for your trouble is interested in killing more than laughs.
Well, Dole, you gonna be funny tonight?
I ain't had any complaints till I hit this beanery, Gus.
At these other places, they must have been giving away dishes. But there's not more than 50 people out there for the supper show.
The word gets around when you clip the customers.
When I pay a comedian $1,500 a week, I expect to have an attraction.
I only been here 2 weeks. Folks will get wise.
About the way you miff your stuff?
I got nothing to do with the things that's been happening.
You're not liable to take care of yourself very well, are you?
I got a contract for 10 weeks. An airtight contract. That ain't doing so bad.
Suppose I throw you out and refuse to pay off.
Why, your joint would be closed in 2 hours. You couldn't get a band or an act.
Suppose you leave. Suppose you jump your contract.
That's not the way the number's written in my script, Mr. Clum.
There are ways of making people change their minds. I have some friends.
What about 'em?
They don't like people who get in my way. Sometimes they get mad about it.
You don't say.
Yeah. And when they get mad, they do funny things. A lot funnier things than you do in your act.
Like trying to kill a comedian's laughs?
Like maybe trying to kill a comedian. Period.
Come in.
Danny, Joe said to tell you that you go on 5 minutes early tonight. Oh, hello, Gus.
Evening, baby. How's the voice tonight, Sheila?
Good as ever.
No improvement? Oh, that's a pity.
It's good enough to get an encore in 5 bows, you ham.
Sheila, how come you bring Danny his messages about going on early?
Why, Joe asked me to.
You're doing what the head waiter says now?
Well, I was coming backstage anyway.
To Dole's dressing room?
No, to my own. What's eating you anyway?
How long were you standing outside that door before you came in? Answer me.
Hey, let go of my wrist.
What did you hear?
Nothing.
I'd remember that if I was you, kid. Exactly that. Nothing.
Flamand, I wish we'd get a client like Danny Dole at least once a week.
Why?
Well, it'd mean getting out in the evening with you once in a while. You know, you're really quite gallant when you relax and forget about being a character analyst and psychiatrist.
Oh, but darn it, Sandra, I'm not relaxing. This is a job.
You mean you took that egocentric little comedian seriously?
I'm afraid so.
You have a reservation with you?
Why, I don't know. Danny Dole told us to tell Joseph our names. I'm Flamand.
Oh, but certainement, monsieur. Right this way.
Well, Mr. Dole certainly got us a good table.
His vanity wouldn't permit anything else.
You're a fine one, talking about vanity.
Oh, but I'm not vain, Sandra. Really, I'm just sure that I know what I know, that's all.
Gee, this is fun.
Say, that's a gorgeous evening gown, Sandra.
You see? A night out even brings you to life.
The show's going to start.
Darn it, just when I thought I was getting somewhere.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Club Lucetta. The Club Lucetta, where you pay plenty for what you get. Ha ha, such happy faces. You know, for a bunch of 4Fs, you're the healthiest looking gang I ever saw. Oh, say, waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Bring that young couple over there a bottle of champagne.
Yes, monsieur.
Put it on this man's bill over here. Well, tonight, folks, I'm going to open the festivities with my impression of The Hunt. Yerks! This is the Brooklyn Hunt Club. Imagine them bums chasing a little fox. I'm not a fox man myself. I'm a duck man. One day I'm blind, see? Out in the blind. Waiting for the ducks to fly over. From the north, I see a flock of 50 ducks heading south for a ducky little place on 71st Street. These are southern ducks. I hear them quacking as they get closer. Quack, quack, you all. Quack, quack, you all. Well, I pull my shotgun out of my pocket. I can carry it there because the pocket has a hole in it. I get down on one knee, just like Jolson. I put the gun to my shoulder. Then I wait. You know why I wait? Because I remember the old adage, never shoot into a flock of ducks till you can see the whites of their eyes. I wait. The ducks get closer. The time is right. I pull the trigger.
Sandra, look out!
Sandra, darling.
Is she hurt?
No, just fainted. I shoved her off a chair just in time.
That's a swell gag, that is. Switching my duck on a wire for a lead duck. Why, this thing must weigh 25 pounds.
And it was not on the wire, Monsieur Dole.
Joseph, isn't there somewhere we can take her?
Yes, monsieur. Down to Monsieur Klum's office.
Okay. But whoever tried to murder Sandra is going to pay. And pay plenty. Sandra, dear, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here.
Monsieur, her eyelids, they are flicker.
Oh, I've been all right for a couple of minutes. But I didn't want to stop that pretty speech.
Deceitful wretch.
Well, I know one thing. After this, when you tell me that interfering with the comedian's laughs is serious business, I'll believe you.
I don't get it. I think maybe I do. Joseph, why did you seat us at that particular table we occupied?
Why, Miss Ray, the singer, she came to me.
Came to you and what?
She say, Monsieur Clum, the manager, he have ordered this table for the guest of Monsieur Dole.
I heard that, Joseph.
You're getting the habit of listening in on other people's conversations, ain't you?
It looks like a healthy thing to do around here.
She's the one. She told me.
How about that, Miss Ray?
Well, you're not pinning this on to me.
Do not you dare to deny it. You have told me.
You hated me, Sheila, because I kept you from getting top billing and top dough.
I'm not denying that I told Joseph about the table.
Oh, you admit it. But what could you possibly have against me? You don't even know me.
You're forgetting one thing. One awfully important thing.
What's that?
I told Joseph that Gus Clum told me to tell him. And Gus told me it was very important.
It is funny, that. Very funny.
What's so funny?
That Monsieur Clum is not around with all this excitement.
Say, I haven't seen him at that.
The last time I saw him was across the room when we were bringing Miss Lake down here.
But he must still be upstairs. He wouldn't dare try getting away. Come on.
Monsieur, do you have a revolver?
Never carry one. Don't worry.
Oh, but Monsieur Clum is dangerous person.
The frog ain't kidding, Flamand.
Say, somebody tapping on that window.
Your nerves are getting the best of you, Sandra.
Just the same, I'm going to pull up that shade and see.
Gus Clum with a rope around his neck.
Oh, gas.
We'll have to get him in here.
The rope's tied to a little exit balcony upstairs.
Here, I'll cut the rope. You two fellows pull him in.
I have him.
So he committed suicide when he saw he was going to get caught.
Suicide? Oh, no, Miss Ray. There's the impression of a knife point against his stiff shirt, right over his heart. Gus Clum was forced out the window. He was murdered.
Folks, first time you try Meister Brown, the famous dated half-gallon, you'll find real beer-drinking pleasure because Meister Brown is brewed to give you an all-grain flavor and distinguished character. It's brewed the old-time way by the same methods as more than 50 years ago when it was first made. And now, thanks to a revolutionary method, there's added zest in Meister Brown because delicate hop flavors are actually percolated through the brew. This keeps the beer smooth. And besides all this, in Meister Brown there's natural sparkle and life that's a joy to behold. For this old-time brew is bottled with only natural draft beer carbonation. So, you can easily see, friends, there's a difference in Meister Brown. Stop at the place you buy beer and ask for Meister Brown in the dated half-gallon. It's tap fresh, the convenient size serves 8 to 10 people. Enjoy some tonight, tomorrow, sure. And folks, to be sure that Meister Brown will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. The second act of tonight's story opens in Gus Clum's office in the nightclub. All the patrons have left as Flamand continues his search for Clum's murderer.
So it was Gus Clum who told you to have me put the detective and the girl at table 16.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Oh, certainement.
Well, it's true.
You don't believe Miss Ray, Joseph?
I always believe a lady, mademoiselle. But it is unfortunate, is it not, that Monsieur Clum is dead?
Unfortunate or convenient? Me, I wouldn't know which.
I'd keep that funny mouth shut if I were in your big shoes, Danny boy.
Yeah, why?
I heard the row you had with Clum tonight.
I thought you wasn't listening.
I was listening, all right. It was quite a thing to listen to.
What was it, Miss Ray?
Gus Clum tried
Shut
to...
up, you. I'll make you sorry you ever opened your mouth.
Like you made Gus sorry?
Go ahead, Miss Ray. What did you hear?
Gus tried to get Danny to tear up his contract because the act wasn't going over. Gus was losing money on it.
That's a lie.
He told the funny man that if he didn't quit, things would happen to him.
Sure, he threatened me. So what? I called his bluff and he tried to crab the act.
Why, you big ham. You think that lead duck took its dive to crab your act? Just how important do you think your act is?
I agree, mademoiselle. A man does not attempt murder to spoil a nightclub act.
All right, voice of experience. I'm getting mad. I'll give you a thing or two to think about.
You'll have to get it out of a book.
Gus Clum was standing across the dining room when the rest of us came down here. Joseph and Flamand and his secretary and me. None of us left this room.
Flamand.
You was still upstairs, Cracker Voice. And after you came down here, we found Clum had done a one-way stretch.
No. No, you can't pin it on me. I didn't do it. There's only... Oh,
What were you going to say, Miss Ray?
Nothing. I'm afraid maybe I've said too much already.
I see what you mean. I think I'll have a few private interviews.
You have sent for me?
Yes. Tell me, Joseph, how was the Club Lisetta doing?
Very badly, monsieur.
Then I don't see why Clum hired an expensive act like Danny Dole.
That was the reason, monsieur. Monsieur Clum have been doing a little less than, break even. He reasoned that he needs a big-time act, something terrific. So, Danny Dole.
Smart business.
Unfortunately, no. Instead of losing a little, he started to lose $1,500 a week.
Where did Clum get all his money?
We had some very unsavory friends who used the Lisetta as a meeting place. It was worth something to them. And I hardly know how to say...
How to say what?
He owed me nearly $6,000.
You loaned him $6,000?
Oh, but yes.
How does a head waiter get that much money?
Oh, a good head waiter make a great deal. And I am a very good one.
With the club doing so badly, how come you risked your money?
Oh, the club was not doing well, but I was doing all right. It does not take many $5 and $10 table reservation to do well.
Maybe you're in the wrong business, Flamand.
Is there anything else you wish to know?
No, you told us a great deal, Joseph.
Thank you, monsieur. Now, if I can help, call on me. Is it all right for me to go home now?
Sure, go ahead. And tell the rest it's okay to leave.
Thank you.
Well, what next?
We're going to take a look for the knife. The knife that forced Gus Clum off the balcony. Hello there. Drafty back here, isn't it?
Yeah. No one here. Everybody's left. And I don't see what you expect to find.
That knife, with any luck. Where's Dole's dressing room?
Dole? Flamand, you surely don't think he...
I have to take every possibility. Where is it?
Right next to Sheila Ray's. Here.
Fine. Come on.
Hey, just a minute. Thought I heard something.
Oh, just your imagination.
No. Somebody's watching us. Following us.
Sandra, your imagination. Funny, there's no lock on the door.
Evidently, Gus Clum didn't want his performers to have any secrets.
Well, the devil's a light switch.
What was that?
Somebody threw a knife at us and missed, fortunately.
The door.
Forget it. Whoever did the knife-throwing act is gone now. Hey, maybe this is the light switch.
Danny Dole. He's dead.
No, not dead, Sandra. He's breathing. Just been hit over the head. And here's the knife. Well, that's something.
I don't get it.
But of course, Sandra, this is the same knife that was used on Gus Clum.
Well, fancy see... Danny, what's happened to him?
Oh, he'll be all right. But I thought you'd gone home.
Oh, well, I thought I'd do a little investigating of my own.
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You know where you are, all right. And you know what happened. You came here to get rid of the knife.
Knife? What knife?
The one stuck in the wall. You were going to hide it. You heard the detective come in, you threw the knife, pulled the door shut, and pretended to be knocked out.
Yeah? Somebody was in here when I came to lock up my stuff. I was hit over the head from behind. Not too hard. Not any harder than you could hit.
You arranged the whole business to keep from looking bad.
I never looked bad in my life.
You knew Gus was going to give you the bounce. The publicity would have ruined you. And so you figured you had to make him look like a murderer and get rid of him at the same time.
You tell me how I could hang Gus while I was down in his office and him upstairs, and I'll get you 52 weeks booking.
I don't know how you did it, but you figured out how to drop a lead weight on somebody's head. You're crazy anyway.
Arrest her, Flamand. She told Clum to seat you and your secretary at the table under the lead duck. She came down after Clum was hung. It had to be her.
So, you have caught them. Oh, congratulations, monsieur. Have they confessed?
They? You think Dole and Miss Ray were working together?
Certainement. These spats, they're an act. Mademoiselle Ray was mad because Clum demoted her from top billing. Dole was mad because he was about to be fired. They plan a dual revenge.
Oh, that's a new version, Flamand.
And not a very good one, Sandra.
You don't believe me? Dole had to invite you here. The woman told me to seat you at the death table.
I think we've had about enough excitement for one evening. It's time to call a halt to this foolishness.
You mean
You know who's responsible?
Certainly. But you seem to be enjoying yourself so much, I hated to spoil things. I do need a little sleep, though.
Flamand, you're the most exasperating man in the world.
I suppose Joseph will feel the same way about it.
Sure, he's the guy. That's what I was going to say before, only I was afraid.
I see it all. You have gotten together. I am to be the, what you call, fall guy. I was not in the room when Clum was murdered.
Oh, but you were, Joseph.
He was still there when we carried Miss Lake to his office.
Who says so? Who saw him? Only you, Joseph.
That's right. We all been taking his word that Clum was still alive. In the excitement, we didn't pay attention to anything but the accident.
It is a frame-up, but it is one frame-up that will not work. Stick them up, all of you.
Say, that's my revolver you got.
And I will use it on you, too, if you try to get funny. Stand back, funny boy. Take one step nearer me, and I will shoot.
You ain't got the nerve, Joseph.
I have not, eh? All right.
I got him, Flamand. Here. Take the water pistol and hit him over the head with it. Just enough to cool him off a little, like he did with me.
Oh, really, Mr. Dole? I hardly think that's necessary.
Squeamish, huh? I'll do it. There.
He's guilty, all right, Flamand. But I don't get the pitch. Make with the words.
Clum always stood over by the balcony exit to watch the acts, didn't he?
Sure. But that's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, but it has. It was easy for Joseph to get out on the balcony a few minutes before and tie the loose end of a noose of rope around the railing.
Easy as feeding ham to a comedian.
And the second the lead duck started falling, Joseph slipped the noose over Clum's head and pulled him through the exit door. With his knife, he forced Clum over the edge. Then he stepped back inside.
Oh, but surely, Flamand, somebody would have seen him.
Not at all, Sandra. He was a shrewd killer. He knew that all eyes would be on what he expected to be another murder in the center of the room. He knew that the human eye can't resist following the broadest sweep of movement.
But why'd he do it, chum?
Either he wanted to get his money back from Clum's estate or wanted to get control of the club he set him.
He tried to buy it. I know that.
But Miss Ray said Clum gave instructions to seat us at that table.
Clum wanted to get rid of Danny Dole's act. Joseph tipped him off that Dole had hired a detective.
Okay, so far.
And Joseph said he had a way to get rid of Dole, but mustn't be suspected. Joseph had Clum send Sheila to him with instructions.
Well, that adds up, mister.
I knew it couldn't be Danny or Sheila. It had to be Joseph. Everything pointed his way.
But why did he try to murder me?
He didn't. What was supposed to be a murder at the table was purely incidental to him.
Nice guy, Joseph. Say, he was the guy that was killing all my jokes.
You can't murder the dead, Danny.
Flamand and Sandra will be back in a moment with a basic clue in tonight's story. But right now, here's some information that can help everyone. Folks, it's a fact that Meisterbrow rhymes with the scheme of good, enjoyable living. So make evenings at home more pleasant by keeping a couple of big, economical, dated half-gallons of Meisterbrow, genuine, tap-fresh draft beer in your refrigerator. Meisterbrow has a full, tingling, satisfying flavor that makes it an all-year-round drink. For Meisterbrow is a beverage of moderation, brewed the old slow way of more than 50 years ago. Next time you order beer, get Meisterbrow. And as you pour out a foaming glass of this fine, old-time brew, notice its natural sparkle and life, along with the old-time, all-grain flavor. And when you taste it, notice that added zest. For Meisterbrow has mild, tasty hop flavors percolated through the brew. Yes, the first time you try Meisterbrow, you too will say, Meisterbrow rhymes with my way of living. And to be sure that Meisterbrow will continue to be available, please return all empty bottles to your retailer as quickly as possible. And now, the basic clue in tonight's story.
Flamand, you said you knew neither Danny Dole nor Sheila Ray could be the murderer.
Yes, that's right.
But I don't see how.
Well, first I could eliminate Danny, Because the dead duck trick didn't work the night before the murder.
That doesn't make sense, Flamand.
Oh, but it does. You see, there was one person in the room who wouldn't be particularly impressed by the duck's descent. One person who might possibly see the murder.
Danny Dole?
Right. He'd seen it so many times it wouldn't impress him. So the murderer had to be sure Danny would have his eyes on the duck. He made sure by fixing things so the duck wouldn't work.
Oh, and then Danny had to watch it the next night, huh?
Of course.
But Sheila Ray, how could you be so sure she didn't do it?
Well, because she delivered the message to Joseph that he was to seat us at the dead duck table.
What does that have to do with it?
Delivering that message and admitting she delivered it made her look guilty as all get out. Had she actually been guilty, she'd have done exactly what Joseph did. Planted suspicion on someone else.
Yeah, but what made you suspicious of Joseph?
His saying that he'd seen Clum across the room when we carried you down to the office.
Well, I don't see anything suspicious about that.
Had he really seen Clum, he'd have asked him to go down to the office with us instead of going himself. And I can't imagine the owner of a place staying away from the kind of excitement we created. Can you?
No, of course not. Well, I have the title for tonight's file card.
What is it?
The Case of the Squealing Duck.
The Case of the Squealing Duck. Card number 16 from the Crime Files of Flamand, featuring William Everett as Flamand and Patricia Dunlap as Sandra. Look for card number 17 when the Peter Hand Brewery Company, Brewers of Meisterbrow, brings you the Case of the 24 Bottles. Next Tuesday, same time, same station. Tune in same time Friday night for another Peter Hand dramatic show. Yes, tune to this station every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday at 9:30 for thrilling stories presented by the Peter Hand Brewery Company. You can see as well as hear two thrilling new detective programs, The Crime Files of Flamand every Tuesday night, and Mystery House every Saturday night at 9:30 to 10 o'clock in WGN Studio Theater. Plenty of tickets still available for the next broadcasts. Write WGN, Chicago 11, and tickets to either or both shows will be mailed at no cost to you. This is WGN, Chicago 11.
The Avenger.
The road to crime ends in a trap that justice sets. Crime does not pay.
The Avenger, sworn enemy of evil, is actually Jim Brandon, a famous biochemist. Through his numerous scientific experiments, Brandon has perfected two inventions to aid him in his crusade against crime as the Avenger: the telepathic indicator, by which he is able to pick up thought flashes, and the secret diffusion capsule, which cloaks him in the black light of invisibility. Brandon's assistant, the beautiful Fern Collier, is the only one who shares his secrets and knows that he is the man the underworld fears as the Avenger. And now, The Avenger and the Mystery of Dead Man's Rock.
Simon Robert, I do not wish to sell you any furs.
Why not, Pierre? I'd pay you a good price.
That may be, but Mr. Jenkins, the game warden, would think it very funny that Pierre, the best trapper in this territory, should declare so little furs from his traps on the other side of the border.
Why, if Jenkins says anything, all you have to do is tell him you've had a run of bad luck, or that your traps were robbed.
I will not do it, Simon. You get your furs someplace else. Pierre is not so dumb as you think. You want to buy my furs for some crooked dealings. For all I know, maybe you would bring them across
Shut
the
up,
border.
Pierre. You're going too far. You don't want to sell your furs to me, don't. But I'm warning you to keep your mouth shut.
I do not talk. But Pierre, he is no fool, Simon Robert. Do not think that I...
Hey, Pierre, look. Over there near Dead Man's Rock.
A man is lying on the ground.
Come on, Pierre. Something's happening.
I do not like the look of this, Simon.
Me either. Right there in front of Dead Man's Rock is where that customs man was found dead a few months ago.
Oui.
Why, look, it's Jenkins, the game warden.
Someone has put a knife in his back. What should we do, Simon?
I don't know.
What's going on here? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Spencer, it's the game warden. Someone stabbed him in the back.
Let me see. He's dead, all right. Say, Simon, what were you and Pierre doing around here?
Why, we just came in from checking the traps.
Together?
Yeah. What are you getting at, Mr. Spencer?
Just this. It'll be a good thing for Pierre if he has an alibi.
Me? You think I killed Mr. Jenkins?
I didn't say that, Pierre. Only it's pretty well known that you and the game warden haven't been hitting it off lately.
Maybe so, but I do not kill him. Honest, Mr. Spencer.
I don't see how he could have. We've been together most of the afternoon.
Well, come along to my office, both of you, and I'll call the sheriff.
The sheriff? Why, he hasn't solved that other murder that was committed here at Dead Man's Rock.
Well, let's see what he can do with this one.
Well, Fern, what do you think of Silver Falls?
Oh, the waterfall is beautiful, Jim. But when I remember that 2 murders have been committed right here, I don't feel in the mood to enjoy the scenery.
Oh, don't worry, Fern. We won't leave here until we find out who murdered Jenkins.
The game warden was a good friend of yours, wasn't he, Jim?
Yes, he was. When I was in college, I used to come up here for the hunting almost every season. Jenkins and I tramped many a mile together.
It was right in front of that big rock where he was stabbed, wasn't it?
That's right. The old rock seems to be living up to its name lately. It's called Dead Man's Rock.
How in the world did these places around here get their names, Jim?
Well, Indian legend flourishes in this part of the country. And according to one of them, 2 Indian chiefs fought it out to the death before that rock. As to this pool at the bottom of the falls, it's both deep and treacherous. The Indians were afraid of it and called it something which the white man translated as the Devil's Pool.
Oh. To get back to the murders, Jim, have you anything at all to go on?
Well, practically nothing, Fern. Both men were stabbed in the back by a knife, and the knives might lead to some sort of clue.
What do you mean, Jim?
Well, the knives used for the murders were very unusual. They had rubber-ringed handles and were exceptionally well-balanced, similar to the ones professional knife throwers use.
Of course, those knives could have been used deliberately to mislead the police.
Well, that's a possibility, but it's the only angle we have, so we'll have to work on it.
Jim, who is this Matt Spencer the sheriff wants us to meet?
Oh, Matt Spencer is the owner of this big logging company. Practically all the men in this territory work for him.
I see.
Come on, Fern. We're to meet the sheriff down at Spencer's sawmill. I'm anxious to have a talk with Spencer and see what help he can give us. This is Spencer's office, Fern.
Gosh, Jim, this is an interesting place. I hope we have time to do a little sightseeing before we leave.
So far, that's all we've done. I wonder if the sheriff got here yet. Come in. Oh, hello, Sheriff.
Brandon, I want you to meet Matt Spencer.
How do you do, Mr. Spencer? This is my assistant, Miss Collier.
I'm glad to meet you both. Sit down.
Thank you.
To me that you were a good friend of Jenkins, the game warden who was killed the other day.
Why, that's right, Mr. Spencer.
Well, I'm willing to do anything I can to help you boys solve the case. What do you want to know?
Mr. Spencer, you're a busy man, so I'll come right to the point. Do you mind telling me the exact layout of your setup here?
Not at all, Brandon. I own land on both sides of the border. I have an agreement with both governments to bring my lumber in through the waterways to my sawmill. This involves some red tape, of course, and I have to keep all my books open to the customs men.
Mm-hmm. Well, wouldn't it be a much more direct route to float the lumber over the falls?
Well, we tried that, but the log's always jammed up in the pool.
I see. Well, what about the trappers on your land?
I permit a few natives to operate. They clear their furs to the local game wardens.
Uh-huh. About those two fellows who discovered the body of Jenkins. Pierre is a trapper, I know, but what is Simon Revere's position around here?
Well, he's one of my roughnecks. I mean, one of my foremen. Been with me for years. Above suspicion, I'd say.
Uh-huh. What about Pierre? Is it true that there was bad blood between Pierre and Jenkins?
Yes, they were always having arguments about one thing or another. Isn't that right, Sheriff?
Yes, Pierre's a hothead.
Where are Pierre and Simon now, Mr. Spencer?
Well, that's pretty hard to say. I can call them in if you want a question.
Well, I'd appreciate it.
We have a whistle signal at the mill. You people make yourselves at home. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Spencer.
Mr. Spencer seems like a nice man, Jim.
Yes, he is cooperative.
I told you he would be.
So far, everyone seems to be suspicious of Pierre.
Oh, say, Sheriff, that's some moosehead over that desk.
Yes, that went straight right into the mill yard one day. Mr. Spencer got him with an air gun from the office window.
An air gun?
Yes, grabbed the first thing he could get his fingers on.
Mr. Spencer must be a good shot.
Nothing better in these parts, miss.
There goes the signal.
Oh, say, Sheriff, I'm going to tour around a little while we're waiting.
Well, go ahead, Brandon. Mr. Spencer won't mind.
Well, we'll be back in half an hour.
Okay.
Come on, Vern.
Hello, Pierre. You going back to the mill, too?
Oh, yes, Simon. I heard the signal. What is wrong, I wonder?
I don't know. Did you trap many furs today, Pierre?
Good enough to suit Pierre.
You're missing a good bet by not selling me those furs. Listen, Pierre, why...
No, Simon, I will not do it.
Yeah?
Mr. Spencer, he would not allow Pierre to trap on his land anymore if I do not declare all the furs that I trap.
We got a new game warden now. He doesn't know how many furs you usually trap. If you declare half and sell me half, he'll never know the difference.
No, Simon Rivera, do not ask me anymore. I will not sell.
You're a stubborn fool, Pierre. Stubborn and stupid.
You leave Pierre be. If you do not, I will tell Mr. Spencer of your crooked scheme. He will discharge you.
You think Mr. Spencer believe you? You make me laugh, Pierre. Why, if I say the word to Spencer, he'll put you off this land so
If
fast...
that should happen, I would kill you, Simon Rivera. I swear it by this dead man's rock before which 2 men have already died.
Your hot-headed threats don't frighten me, Pierre. I have more...
What is it?
Pierre! You knifed me, you...
No, I did not, Simon. No, Simon, I did... Mon Dieu, he's dead.
What's going on here?
It is Simon Rivera. Somebody has killed him.
Jim, he's been knifed in the back.
Just like the others.
I do not know how it happened.
Who are you?
Pierre.
You'll have to come along and tell your story to the sheriff.
No, I am innocent.
Well, we'll see about that.
No, I did not do it. I swear I did not do it. Pierre must run away.
Come back here, Pierre. If you're innocent, you'll be cleared.
He's making for the woods. Aren't you going after him, Jim?
There's no use, Fern. He knows the woods better than I do. Don't worry. If he's guilty, we'll smoke him out.
Oh, Pierre must be guilty, Jim. No one else was here.
Huh. This knife is exactly the same as the others.
That's not much help.
No. But there's another clue here.
What, Jim? I don't see anything.
Look closely, Fern. This knife was either wielded by a very powerful man or was thrown with great force from a distance.
But Pierre is a rather slight man, Jim.
Exactly.
Where does that leave us?
With an open mind, at least.
You don't think Pierre is guilty, then?
No, I didn't say any such thing, Fern. But right now, I'm going to work on the motive for these 3 murders. And until I find that, everyone is under suspicion.
What do we do first, Jim?
You go back to the mill and ask Mr. Spencer to call the sheriff. Tell Mr. Spencer I went into the woods looking for Pierre. And you stay with the sheriff until I get back.
Where are you going, Jim?
Over the border, Fern. There are a few inquiries I've got to make as the Avenger.
And now, back to the Avenger and the mystery of Dead Man's Rock.
Well, Jack, this log is all hollowed out and ready to be packed. Here, come on, help me carry it over to the pile.
All right, George. Hey, the boss should be getting here with the stuff soon.
Yeah, he said these logs were to be sent down the river with the regular lumber shipment first thing in the morning. Yes, sir, this has been a mighty good season for the boss.
Yeah, and it's about time he started cutting us in on some of that big dough. So far, we've been taking all the chances and been getting next to nothing for our trouble.
What was that noise?
I don't know. We better be careful what we say, George. Maybe somebody's snooping around here.
It's too late for caution now. You've already been overheard.
Who's that? Where did that voice come from?
From the Avenger, George.
The Avenger? Let's run for it, Jack.
Stay where you are. You haven't a chance to get away.
What do you want from us?
First, I want to know who you work for. Who this boss is you were talking about.
We can't tell you that.
You'll tell me now, or you'll be under arrest within an hour.
I'm going to tell him, Jack. We got to look out for ourselves now.
You're right. Go ahead.
Speak up, then.
Well, it's Simon Revere. He's our boss.
Exactly what did Simon hire you to do?
He delivered furs to us, and we packed them in these logs and sent them down the river to the States. And then Simon took care of things at the other end.
Where did Simon get the furs?
He bought them direct from trappers who were willing to play ball with him.
Who did Simon work for?
Well, we don't know. You'll have to ask him.
It's too late for that. Simon got a knife in his back down at Dead Man's Rock this afternoon.
Huh? Simon is dead?
Yes. And this little fur smuggling racket is ended.
Well, who murdered Simon?
The murderer will be in the hands of the law before nightfall. Until then, carry on here as though you know nothing.
All right. We'll do like you say, Avenger.
Remember, if you try to get away, we'll go hard with you, because the Avenger will hunt you down and bring you to justice.
Sheriff, do all those traps we passed belong to Pierre?
Yes, Brandon. Pierre makes a good living as a trapper.
Do you mean to say a trapper has to walk this distance every day?
Yes, Fern. And Pierre is still visiting each one of his traps, even if he is in hiding.
A man guilty of murder would hardly stick to his job like that, would he, Jim?
A criminal almost never does what he's expected to, Fern.
Brandon, you'll find that Pierre is much smarter than you give him credit for. I'd feel much safer out here if you'd let me bring my gun along.
We had to come unarmed, Sheriff.
You city detectives have some mighty peculiar notions about solving a crime. Up here in the woods, a gun speaks louder than a crew any day.
Well, Sheriff, you promised to play along with me on this little plan of mine. If it should backfire, then we'll handle things your way. Okay?
Well, how can you expect me to put any stock in that plan of yours? Won't even tell me who your suspect is. If I had my way, I'd arrest Pierre and ask questions later.
You'll need evidence, Sheriff. We've got to get that before you start making arrests.
Say, here's one of Pierre's traps.
Yes. It's just been sprung and hasn't been reset.
Hey, what's somebody shooting at us?
It's Pierre. Stop shooting, Pierre. It's the sheriff.
He's coming over here, Jim.
You stay away from my traps.
Take it easy, Pierre. We're not robbing your traps.
No. We came out here to have a talk with you, Pierre.
I did not kill Simon.
Now we're willing to give you a chance to prove that if you can.
You take Pierre for the fool. You have come to arrest me. But I will shoot you first.
Pierre! Listen to me. We'll let you keep your gun if you'll come back to Silver Falls and do as we say.
And if you don't, I'll organize a posse.
Sheriff! Pierre will come peacefully. Now listen carefully, Pierre. All we want you to do is come along with us to Silver Falls.
It's you, Brandon. Why, Miss Collier, you look all tired out.
I am, Mr. Spencer. We must have walked 10 miles.
Well, Brandon, have any luck? Did you find Pierre?
Yes, we found him, Mr. Spencer.
Good. And the case is just about closed. And believe me, I'm glad of it, Brandon. All this excitement has slowed up production at the mill.
I hate to disappoint you, but the case isn't quite solved yet.
Why, I thought you said you'd got Pierre.
Yes, but Pierre still claims he's innocent. And he says he can prove it.
How?
He says he knows the motive for all 3 murders.
That sounds more like he's guilty than innocent.
That's right. Except that he claims Simon Revere gave him some valuable information before he died.
Information? What kind?
I don't know. Pierre wouldn't tell me, but he's willing to reveal that information to the sheriff to save his own skin. He may be lying, but I'm going to give him a chance to talk with the sheriff.
For sure, that's only fair.
May I use your phone, Mr. Spencer? I'll arrange for the meeting.
Why, of course, Brandon. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, operator. Give me the sheriff's office, please. Hello. Hello, Sheriff. Jim Brandon speaking. Yeah. Oh, listen, Sheriff. I found Pierre. No, I didn't bring him in. He wants to talk to you alone. Says he can break the case wide open. What's that? He'll meet you unarmed in front of Dead Man's Rock in half an hour. Mm-hmm. That's right. I'll wait here at the mill for you. Good luck, Sheriff. See you later.
Jim, while we're waiting, why don't you show me around the sawmill? That is, if Mr. Spencer doesn't mind.
No, of course not. Go right ahead. I'd go with you, but I have a lot of important work to do.
Gosh, Jim, the falls look high when you're standing up here looking down over them.
Be careful, Fern. Don't get too close to the edge.
Oh, I won't. Jim, I certainly hope your little plan works out.
It will, Fern. This was the only method of catching the killer at the scene of the crime, with the evidence on him.
But what's to prevent him from trying to make a getaway instead of coming here?
The sheriff's men are taking care of that. Every thoroughfare is guarded. The sheriff's orders are not to let anyone pass until further word from him.
Mm-hmm.
And between you and me, that means until after we've captured the killer.
Well, it sounds all right.
Now, Fern, you stand over there on the side and keep a close watch on Dead Man's Rock.
Yes, Jim.
When Pierre arrives and is directly in front of the rock, give me the signal. And I'll open this chain and release all these logs.
Gee, how in the world did you get all those logs up here?
Well, now, we diverted them from the river and let them pile up here behind the chain.
Oh. Say, isn't it about time for Pierre to arrive?
Huh? Well, yes, he should be coming now.
Oh, I'm getting worried, Jim. Maybe something's gone wrong.
Now, don't get panicky on me, Fern. Keep your eyes on that rock.
Right, Jim. There he is. There's Pierre. He's coming around the bend in the trail. Get set, Jim.
Everything's ready here.
He's almost there. Let them go, Jim!
Okay, Sheriff. Have your men surround the falls.
Go ahead, man. You know what to do. Shoot if you need to.
Come on, Fern. Down this path, quick.
The criminal certainly won't have a chance to escape this time. The sheriff must have at least 50 men down there.
What do we do now, Brandon?
We'll give him a chance to come out, Sheriff.
Okay. Hey, you, under the falls. You're completely surrounded. Come on out.
You'd better come out. We'll give you just 10 seconds. If you aren't out by that time, 50 guns will fire into the falls.
Ready to fire,
All right. Light him up.
He's coming out.
Wait. That's Mr. Spencer.
Yes, there's your murderer, Sheriff.
Why, Go get him, boy!
And you'll find the knife he meant for Pierre, embedded in one of those logs we released over the falls. They're all jammed up in the pool there. Take it easy, Sheriff. The rest of your evidence is still behind the falls. I'll get it for you.
Jim's coming from behind the waterfall now, Sheriff.
What's that he's carrying?
Hey, it looks like a gun to me.
I must be crazy. These murders were committed with a gun.
Stand back, boys. Give him a chance to get through.
Well, Sheriff, here's your murder weapon.
That's no evidence, Brandon. That gun can't be the murder weapon. These men weren't shot. They were knifed.
All that city detectives plumb loco.
Be quiet a minute.
Let him talk, boy. Okay, Brandon. You better start explaining.
Sheriff, this air gun shoots knives as well as bullets.
There, how's that again? Why, the muzzle of this gun has a .32 caliber bore. It's lined.
That's right. But it has a screw cap on the front that's removable. There. See?
So what?
Now, look. This cap removes the inner lining and leaves a smooth bore.
Well, that's a new one on me, Brandon. Hey, how did it work?
On a very simple principle, Sheriff. The knives were especially well balanced. The type used by professional knife throwers. That balance enabled them to take the air pressure. Those rubber rings on the handles gave them sufficient body to fill the enlarged muzzle so the air blast could project them over the required distance.
Well, that'll be gold earned.
Now, Sheriff, get these people out of the way and I'll demonstrate.
Okay, Brandon. Hey, say, this'll rate you a hunting permit for life in this county.
Well, thanks, Sheriff.
making plans to trap Spencer, why wouldn't you tell the sheriff who your suspect was?
Fern, I knew he wouldn't believe me without evidence, and I needed the sheriff's cooperation to get that.
When did you first suspect Spencer, Jim?
From our first meeting. He used the term roughneck in referring to one of his men. That's circus lingo, and furnished a clue that tied up with the type of knife used for the murders.
I still don't see how you figured out what the air gun angle.
Well, now, Dead Man's Rock is situated on a point of land that juts out into Devil's Pool. The trail on either side of the rock shoots off at a sharp angle along the edge of the water. It would have been impossible for anyone on the trail to have thrown the knives.
So the only other place they could have come from was the waterfall.
Exactly. But the waterfall was too far away for anyone to throw the knives. So I began to work on the idea that they may have been shot from behind the falls with an air gun.
Then when you found that the motive was first smuggling, everything fitted into place.
That's right. Spencer killed off the first two men because they were beginning to suspect him, and Simon because he knew too much.
That screen of logs we let loose over the falls caught the knife meant for Pierre.
Yes, and that was sufficient evidence, even for the sheriff.
We'll have to tell Inspector White about that, Sheriff Jim.
Sure will, Fern. We can truthfully tell the inspector that he's brilliant in comparison.
All characters, names, places, and plots used in the Avenger program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
This is a thought. A thought. A thought. Remember, listen for another adventure of...
The Avenger.
Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to solve my own murder. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
You know, you're looking pretty good after all.
Thanks.
This morning.
You look dandy, too. Any reason why I shouldn't look all right?
Well, according to all the known laws of medical science, right now you should be looking bad.
Yeah, why?
Last night you dropped dead.
Oh, well, if that's all of... Huh? I dropped dead.
That's what I said.
Well, it was certainly the most painless death I ever had, anyway. Now, look, Commissioner, I don't know what this is all about, but it's a little early in the morning for jokes, wouldn't you think?
This is no joke. Ever hear of Roquel?
No, it sounds like something for a sour stomach.
Roquel is the name of the town in South America where you were murdered last night.
Murdered? Here we go again. Now, wait a minute.
Steve, a man was shot to death in an alley there last night. He was carrying a complete set of credentials which identified him as Steve Mitchell, U.S. government agent.
I see. Any idea who this guy really was or why he was posing
None
as me?
at all. But he was undoubtedly involved in something big, something which required him to pass himself off as a U.S. agent.
Oh, and you want to know what that something is, huh?
I certainly do, because I have a strong hunch that whatever it is, there's an aroma connected with it that's not very sweet.
Any contacts down there who can help me?
When you arrive in Roquel, I suggest you talk to an American correspondent named Kavanaugh. He seems to know as much about the incident as anyone right now. Steve, get down there, talk to Kavanaugh, and then get to the bottom of this whole deal. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. In all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just run down to the little town of Roquel in South America and find out who killed me and why.
At this point, it sure looks like somebody doesn't like my name much. One man's already been killed just for assuming it. That gives me an uneasy hunch about what's ahead for me, the real owner. It's Wednesday when the plane lands at Roquel, and I find the American correspondent Kavanaugh in the nearest bar.
Well, now I've seen everything, Mitchell. A corpse comes wandering around to find out who killed him.
Yeah. And what I'm wondering right now is why I ever picked this flea-bitten town to get myself knocked off in.
You really must have been hard up for a spot, believe me.
Hey, look, Kavanaugh. This guy who got himself killed, did he look anything like me?
No. He was an American, too, but that's about all. But those credentials he had, I got a look at them, and they sure look like the real McCoy to me.
Yeah?
What do you think the guy's angle was, Mitchell?
That's what I'm down here to find out. What can you tell me about the actual shooting?
Well, it took place in the alley right outside this bar.
Oh? Were you in here at the time?
Where else?
Silly question. Well, go on.
I heard a shot. I ran outside. The guy was lying on the ground. Somebody was bending over him.
Oh?
Looked to me like he was trying to get something out of the dead man's pockets.
Did you get a good look at him?
No, it was too dark. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure it was even him.
I see. This guy's body at the morgue?
Yeah. Come on, I'll take you over there.
All right. Well, you were right, Kavanaugh. He looks like an American, all right, but there's sure not much resemblance to me.
You seen enough?
Yeah. I'd like to take a look at those phony credentials. You happen to know who's got them now?
Well, the police, I imagine.
Okay, I'll check there. Hey, you know who those people are who just came in, Kavanaugh? They seem to be heading this way.
Well, the stocky guy in the uniform is Colonel Gomez, head of the National Police.
Oh?
But I've never seen the other guy or the dame before.
But I'm certain, Colonel, that he was not involved in anything criminal.
That is for us to determine, Senora.
Hello, Colonel.
Oh, Senor Kavanaugh, the American journalist.
Colonel, I've got someone here I know you'll be interested in meeting. The real Steve Mitchell.
So?
Glad to know you, Colonel Gomez.
And are you, Senor? I am indeed happy you have been sent down here to help us clear up this mystery.
Well, looks like I didn't go over so well with the little lady here.
She has indeed good cause for alarm at being confronted by you, Senor Mitchell.
How so?
Because this is your wife.
Is my... Well, I seem to have pretty good taste.
By which I mean to say that this woman is Senora Maria Mitchell, wife of the man who was posing as yourself. And this is her brother, Senor Miguel Escobar.
Escobar?
Senor?
Senora, how long was your husband using my name?
But I did not know he was using anyone's name, Senor. I thought it was his own. He was using it when I first met him.
Oh? How long ago was that?
A little over a month.
Only a month? And yet you were married to him?
Senor, if you are casting reflections upon my sister, you will answer to me.
Escobar, I'm not casting reflections on anyone. I'm just trying to find out a few facts.
You will answer, Senor Mitchell, Senora Mitchell. I mean, Senora... Well, answer him.
See, it was true. I had not known him long. And I met him in a cantina, a bar. Everything was against us. And yet I loved him. And now he's dead.
Look, have you any idea what your husband could have been involved in?
Senor, can you not see that this is a very bad time to question my sister? I insist that
Look, Escobar, a guy using my name has been killed. It's important to me to find out if he was killed because he was using my name. If so, whoever did it will be trying to do likewise to me. So suppose you just button up your...
I am merely trying to protect my sister.
I wonder.
What do you mean by that?
Senor Escobar, you will hold your tongue. Senor Mitchell has every right to ask any questions he desires.
Thanks, Colonel, but I guess that'll be all for now. I would like to look at the dead man's effects, however.
But of course, if you will come with me into the next room...
I'll be out here when you're through, Mitchell.
Okay, Kavanaugh.
The effects are on the table.
Yeah. Well, not much here to give us a lead. Cigarettes, matches, money, key. Yeah, wonder what the key's for.
The dead man's apartment. I searched it personally, but could find nothing that might throw any light on this matter.
I see. Mind if I take the key?
But of course not. It is possible you may find something that I may have missed.
Colonel Gomez, what do you think this is all about?
I wish I knew, Mitchell. It's all very perplexing.
Yeah. Anything cooking in this country in the way of intrigue or anything like that?
Not that I know of, and I am certain I would know if there were. You see, Mitchell, as head of the National Police, I am actually second in command to El Presidente.
I see. Okay, Colonel. I'm going over to the dead man's apartment. I'll see you later. I head for the the dead man's apartment, letting myself in with a key, and I give the room a frisk. But the only items of interest are a couple of matchbooks with the name of a bar on them, La Posada. The door. I go over and open it. Standing in the hall is a small, middle-aged, nervous-looking gent.
Are you Senor Mitchell?
Okay, so how do I answer that one? Does he mean am I the phony Mitchell or the real Mitchell? I guess I hesitate too long because he suddenly whips a gun out of his pocket. I dive at him just as the gun goes off. A hot streak shears its way across the top of my head and I go down. I come out of it a few minutes later, complete with a red-hot crease on the top of my head. The little trigger man, of course, is gone. I go outside and start down the main street. Then I spot a sign over a door, La Posada, the same bar on the match folders in the dead man's apartment. I go inside. Out in the center of the floor, a girl has just finished her dance. One look at her, and I can see why the ovation. I go over to the bar.
Si, senor. Cerveza?
No, information.
This comes in a bottle?
Hey, look. Did you ever see a guy named Steve Mitchell around here?
Mitchell? Mitchell? Mitchell?
You don't have to memorize it. Just tell me if you've ever seen him in here before.
Mitchell.
You remember him?
I don't think so.
Thanks a lot.
About I asked George. Maybe George remembers.
Who's he?
Who is he? Who's he?
Hey, brother, my routines are hilarious. I could make a fortune down here, huh? Now, look, Giggles. What's so funny?
George, come here a minute. The senor wants to talk to you.
Thank you, bartender. Hey, wait a minute.
Hello.
You're the dancer.
See?
Don't tell me your name is George.
Okay, George. Don't tell him.
Okay, Card. How did you ever get a handle like that?
Senor.
I mean, a name like that.
The Terista. One of them start calling me George, so now everybody call me George. Now, what you want and why you don't buy me a drink, huh?
Well, later. Right now, I'd like to know if you've ever seen a guy named Steve Mitchell in here.
That bum.
Huh? A real imposter, huh?
Hmm?
Do you know anything about him?
Not much. You spend money, take trips.
Trips? What kind of trips?
I don't know. He used to go to the interior once in a while. But now I don't see him for a while, and that's okay with me. So why we don't quit talking about this Mitchell, huh? What's your name, buddy?
You'd never believe it, George. So maybe we just better skip it and have a drink, huh?
With me good, buddy.
Hey, Steve. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Kavanaugh, what's up?
Well, you can quit looking for the guy who killed you.
Oh?
You know, I don't think I hear so good.
There's nothing wrong with your hearing, George, if it sounds confusing. It's because it is. So why can't I quit looking for the guy who killed me, Kavanaugh?
Because he's down at the police station right now.
What?
Yeah, he just walked in and confessed. Colonel Gomez has him in that room down the hall, Mitchell.
Okay. Now, if we can just find out from him why he killed this guy who was posing as me.
Well, here we are. That's him, the little guy sitting there.
Hey.
Senor Mitchell, you're still alive.
It sure isn't your fault I am, Buster.
Hey, what's this all about?
Si, Senor Mitchell. Perhaps you will be good enough to explain.
It's very simple, Colonel Gomez. While I was searching the dead man's apartment an hour ago, this little character showed up at the door and asked if I was Steve Mitchell. While I was trying to figure out whether he meant the real Mitchell or the phony Mitchell, he pulled a gun. I dove for him and deflected his aim a little, and he creased my head and took off.
I would have sworn you were dead. But what is this about the real Mitchell and the phony Mitchell?
Night before last, the man, posing as myself, got killed in an alley. When Kavanaugh told me you'd walked in here and confessed, I figured you were the one who killed him.
But I did not even know of the existence of this other man. When I confessed a few minutes ago, it was because I thought I'd killed you at that apartment.
You know, somebody better start explaining this to me. It's getting to sound more like a Chinese puzzle by the second.
Si, and it is also quite embarrassing, Senor Mitchell.
How so, Colonel?
This little character, as you call him, this man who shot at you, is Senor Morilla, a respected member of our National Assembly and a loyal supporter of our government.
What?
Oh, this is going to look great in print.
I was convinced that I was acting in the best interests of my country, Senor Mitchell. I repeat that I did not know a man had been impersonating you. That, of course, explains everything.
Well, I'm glad to hear it makes sense to somebody.
Senor Morilla, a statement from you would be in order.
Very well, Colonel. You see, for some time now, I have been concerned with the bands of rebels who are hiding in our mountains.
Those rebels, again, you should realize, Senor Morilla, they are not powerful
Allow
enough.
me to finish, Colonel Gomez. I planted one of my men in their camp to find out what they were doing. This man reported to me that a certain Senor Steve Mitchell had been going from camp to camp, promising United States backing to the rebels and offering to sell them guns and ammunition.
What is this you are saying?
Don't stop him now, Colonel. The deal is just starting to make sense.
I was deeply shocked and bitter at what I considered to be the vile treachery of this man and of the United States, whom he claimed to represent. I learned his address here in the city. When I rang the doorbell, you answered the door, Senor Mitchell. I assumed you were the man I sought and fired at you. I can only say now that I am covered with shame.
Well, it'll wash off. Right now, I'd like to hear a little more about these rebels in the interior.
Well, that's always been sort of a touchy subject around here, Mitchell. You see, there's some people who sympathize with these rebels who believe that...
Senor Cavanaugh, allow me to point out that when it comes to the affairs of this country, you are an outsider. If there are any statements to be made concerning these rebels, I will make them.
Well, that suits me, Colonel. And speaking of statements, didn't your president make one a couple of months ago? To the effect that he intended to sit down with the leaders of the rebel bands and see if their differences and grievances couldn't be ironed out peaceably?
I believe some such statement was issued to the press.
Well, I don't remember those talks ever taking place. How come?
Because I advised El Presidente against it.
Oh?
See, I considered it beneath the dignity of the government to recognize such rabble.
You know, that's the funny thing about rabble, Colonel. It can get pretty powerful.
Indeed. You speak as an expert in such matters, Senor Cavanaugh.
Just an observation.
This rabble did not used to be powerful. Now, we have known for some time that the rebels would like to march on the city. But they have always been low on guns and leadership. Now, however, it appears to be a different story. An enemy of my government is trying to arm this riffraff.
Then it is possible they might feel strong enough to make their move. A move which would plunge our country into a bloody civil war.
No, Morilla. This will never happen as long as I, Gomez, am alive. You must remember that I control the militia. I will search out these rebels in the hills and smash them now, all of them, before they can organize.
There's one big thing wrong with that idea, Colonel.
And what is that?
A lot of people would be killed.
If you mean the armed rebels, then I say good riddance.
I think I've got a better idea. Suppose someone went into the interior, located the headquarters of the rebels, and talked to their leaders.
Talk to them?
Yeah, told them that this fake Steve Mitchell was exploiting them and that the whole thing is a racket.
Senor Mitchell, whom do you have in mind to make this trip into the interior?
Myself.
You?
Why not, Marilla?
You're tired of living, maybe?
Not particularly, Cavanaugh. Why?
Well, those boys in the interior are pretty rugged.
I'll take my chances that they'll listen to me.
That sounds like a pretty crazy idea to me.
Oh? Maybe you don't want me to make the trip, huh, Cavanaugh?
Me? Why should I care one way or another?
You know, that's just what I was wondering.
Senor Mitchell, I appreciate the generosity of your offer, but I am afraid I cannot permit you to take the risk.
Look, Colonel, my government has been dragged into this deal by that dead gun peddler and whoever is behind him. I think they'd feel a lot better if one of their agents could help straighten the thing out without bloodshed.
I do not know. According to my information, the rebel headquarters are well hidden.
Well, with time, I might be able to locate them.
And there is the matter of the security of my government. If these rebels are armed, they must be smashed now. I feel I should give the order to the militia to search them out and destroy them.
I'm asking you to delay the order until I've had a chance to talk to them.
Very well. I will delay the order 12 hours.
That's not very much.
I can give you no more, senor. 12 hours in which to locate the rebels' headquarters and to undertake your journey. One which I sincerely hope will not turn out to be a one-way trip.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. For something new about the Army, hear the Phil Regan Show tomorrow on NBC. Coming from a different service base every week, Phil Regan brings you songs and fun and brings prizes to talented GIs. It's an exciting newcomer in your Sunday chime lineup on NBC. Also, Sunday means Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blanding. Now back to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
So now I've got just 12 hours to prevent a civil war from breaking out. That means I've got to locate the rebel headquarters in a hurry. Then I remember George, the dancing girl. Maybe she can give me a lead. I hurry back to the bar where she works.
Look, buddy, don't waste my time no more. The last time you were in here, you were going to buy me a drink. So what happens? All of a sudden, poof, you gone.
Yeah, I got called away. Now, look, George, I need a little information about this guy, Steve Mitchell, who used to come in here.
I tell you, I don't want to talk about that bum.
You say he made frequent trips into the interior. Do you happen to know where?
No. He wanted to take me a couple of times, but never I would go.
Well, that's not much help. Do you happen to know how he made the trips? I mean, did he fly, take a boat, what?
What?
Huh?
He drove an automobile.
I see. Well, that's still not much to go on.
All the time a different color.
What's that?
One time he come by to ask me to go with him. He's driving a blue car.
Yeah?
Next time, a black car. And once he's driving a green car. I almost went with him then. I like green.
Sounds like he rented the cars for the trips. Okay, George, thanks.
Hey, wait a minute, buddy.
What's the matter?
So don't tell me now you're going to poof off you go again without buying me a drink. I don't think this is much of a friendship.
Here. You think this will make up for the poof?
Oh, senor. For this, you got an extra poof coming. Like I told you, I like green.
I start scouring the town for car rental agencies, and I find 3 of them. At the first 2, I draw blanks. Finally, along about dark, I work my way to the 3rd, and the old gent in charge is sitting in a little office fighting a brave but losing battle to stay awake.
What was that name again?
Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, huh?
Come on, Buster.
Alfredo.
Okay, Alfredo. Now prop open those peepers long enough to tell me whether or not a guy named Steve Mitchell ever rented a car from you.
Steve Mitchell. Oh, see, he rented a car from me.
How long ago?
2 or 3 days.
Which car did he rent the last time?
Over there, the green one.
Huh?
It's a nice car. You like to rent it, maybe?
Hey, come on. Snap out of it.
But it's so comfortable, and I'm so tired.
Yeah, so am I. You keep mileage figures on your cars?
Well, see, there on the wall, senor. If you don't mind, you reach it, huh?
Okay. Yeah. Here we are. Speedometer reading. Let's see. The car traveled a total of about 400 kilometers on the trip. Okay, got a map? Hey. Map.
Oh, see, up on the shelf.
Okay, I got it. Now, let's see. Car traveled a total of 400 kilometers, 200 there and back. So if I use this point as a center and draw a circle within a radius of 200 kilometers. There.
That looks pretty.
Thanks. Now, somewhere near the rim of that circle is a spot he traveled to. Circle goes through some pretty rugged country, and from the looks of that car, it's been washed since he brought it back.
See, this morning.
So there's no clay or mud on it to give me a clue as to what kind of country he traveled through.
Senor, but why you draw this pretty circle on the map and play the riddle games with yourself?
It doesn't happen to be a game, Alfredo. I'm trying to figure out what spot in the interior this guy went to, and right now it doesn't look like I'm getting very far.
Yeah, but if you want to know where he went, I will tell you.
What?
See, the village of San Bruno.
How did you figure that out?
Because he tell me.
Well, why didn't you say so before?
You didn't ask me.
Okay, so I am the sleepy one, I guess. San Bruno, huh? Well, thank you. And sweet dreams, Alfredo. I get a block down the street, and then I realize I've forgotten to ask Alfredo if that guy ever took anyone with him to San Bruno. I go back. Alfredo's still sitting in the same spot, his head on his arms. Didn't take him long to get back to sleep. I shake him, but he doesn't come out of it. I lift up his head, and then I see why. How can you wake up when your throat has been cut? Now I know whoever's behind this deal is keeping up with me every step of the way, and I realize this isn't the healthiest spot in the world for me right now. I get out of there fast. The streets are dark and deserted, and I take Avenida Ruiz, one of the streets that leads to my hotel. And then, as I'm walking along, I hear some steps behind me. I stop. They stop, too. I start walking again. So does the other guy. I stop again. This time the other guy keeps coming. Suddenly I see a glint of metal in the shadows, and I hit the ground. Slug bounces off the wall behind me. Before I can get a look at the trigger man, he ducks into the alley. I scramble to my feet and take off after him, but when I get into the alley, there's no one in sight. I pound through the alley to the next block, and then I spot a guy running across the square. He passes under a streetlight, and I get a look at his face. It's a newspaper correspondent, Kavanaugh. So, at this point, it looks like he's my boy, but right now I'm more interested in getting to the rebel headquarters of San Bruno because I know my time is running out. I phone the airport and tell them I'm on my way out. When I get there, they've got a transport plane warming up, and Colonel Gomez is waiting for me.
Good evening, Senor Mitchell. What luck?
Pretty good, Colonel Gomez. I think I've located the rebels' headquarters.
Splendid. Where is it?
Well, if my information's correct, it's near the village of San Bruno in the interior, and I think my information is correct because Somebody sure didn't want me to find that out.
What do you mean?
The guy who told me got his throat slit right afterwards.
I see. San Bruno. It is wild country, Mitchell.
Yeah?
But there is an emergency landing strip not far from the village.
Incidentally, Colonel, how come you're wearing a flight jacket?
I am to be your pilot, Senor Mitchell.
Oh?
See, you are making this trip to help my country. I feel the least I can do is share the responsibility and the danger.
Okay, Colonel. Thanks.
Hey, how about taking a passenger?
Kavanaugh.
Well, how about it?
You think maybe you might get another chance to kill me up on that plane, huh, Kavanaugh?
What? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me that wasn't you I saw running across that square near my hotel right after that shot was fired at me.
Mitchell?
Sure, that was me. You promised me an exclusive on this deal, remember?
Yeah?
So when you started shagging around investigating, I thought I'd better follow you to keep posted.
Oh?
I heard the shot. I saw a guy duck into an alley, so I started chasing him. That's what I was doing, running across the square when you spotted me.
But needless to say, he got away, huh?
He sure did.
Mitchell, you did not tell me of this attempt on your life. When did it happen?
About a half an hour ago, Colonel. I was walking along the street towards my hotel when somebody took a shot at me.
I see. You were fortunate to escape with your life. At Avenida Ruiz, it is a perfect spot for ambush. Fully lit, several alleys.
Yeah.
You still haven't told me whether or not I get to go with you on this trip.
No soap, Kavanaugh.
Well, now, that's just fine, that is. You know, Mitchell, you could take a few lessons in gratitude.
Yeah? Well, maybe you could take a few from One-Eye Conley. Come on, Colonel. The Colonel and I head for the control tower to check the weather. 10 minutes later, we take off. The Colonel heads the transport in the direction of San Bruno, and pretty soon we're flying over some dense jungle.
Senor Mitchell, I did not understand your remark to Senor Kavanaugh before we took off. Who is this One-Eye Connolly you refer to?
Just a character up in the States, Colonel.
And I do not understand why, if Kavanaugh is the man who tried to kill you, you did not want him arrested.
I didn't have any proof, Colonel. Anyway, I figured it was more important for us to get to San Bruno and talk to the rebel leaders.
You are still convinced you can prevent a civil war, Mitchell?
I'm still convinced it's worth a try, Colonel. How much longer until we get there?
As a matter of fact, Mitchell, you might say we are there right now.
I don't see anything but jungle down there. I mean, how much longer to the end of the trip?
And I repeat, you have already reached the end of your trip.
Hey, now look, Well, that gun says you mean just what you say, too.
Indeed it does.
So you're my boy, Colonel Gomez.
At this point, it would appear that you are my boy, Mitchell.
And you're the one who was backing the sale of guns to the rebels, huh? Why?
That does not concern you now, Mitchell.
You're second in command of your government. You wouldn't by any chance be bucking for number one spot, would you?
I would indeed, Mitchell.
Sure. You hire a guy to sell guns to the rebels and promise them U.S. support. That gets them steamed up to fight. Then you go in with more troops and better weapons and wipe them out. All of a sudden, you're a national hero. Up comes an election, and it's Gomez for president.
You trace my future career with great accuracy.
Well, so what happens to me now, Gomez?
It is quite simple. First, I shoot you.
Dandy.
Then I push your body out of the plane. Then I fly back and announce that the rebels have killed you.
And, of course, you'll use that as an excuse to move in with your troops.
Exactly.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Colonel, but that's not exactly the way it's going to work out.
Indeed, and why not, may I ask?
We're going to fly back to the capital, explain the whole thing. You're going to stand trial for murder, and 5 will get you 10. Your president will sit down and talk to the rebels and straighten everything out peacefully. You think I'm kidding?
I enjoy your sense of humor. A man who is powerless, yet you can make jokes.
The joke's on you, Colonel. You see, a transport's a pretty good-sized plane.
What do you mean?
Just that we're not alone.
What?
If you don't believe me, look behind you.
Oh, no, my friend. That is the oldest trick in the world. I will not fall for it.
He ain't kidding, Colonel.
Wait, Kavanaugh.
Thanks for turning your head, Gomez.
Go.
That, my friend, is what I would call a first-class clip. Now, then, there's just one thing I want to know.
What?
Can you fly this tub?
Look, Ma, I'm doing it, ain't I? I wasn't sure whether or not you got the message back at the airfield, Kavanaugh.
Well, when you mentioned One-Eye Conley, the world's greatest gatecrasher, I figured you wanted me to copy his act. So I crawled aboard while you two were in the control tower. But what made you suspect the colonel?
When I told him about the attempt on my life, he said the Avenida Ruiz was a dangerous street. Remember? But I hadn't told him where it had happened.
I see. Well, I'll bet he'll be kicking himself for being such an eager beaver.
He won't be worrying about that very long.
Why, what do you mean?
I've got a strong hunch that Eager Beaver is due to turn into a dead duck.
Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow, there's another gala broadcast of The Big Show as hostess Tallulah Bankhead welcomes Jimmy Durante, Evelyn Knight, Bob Burns, and many more. Also on Sunday, Theater Guild brings you the delightful story, The Hasty Heart, starring John Lunn, Jane Wyatt, and Richard Green. Now, it's The Man Called X on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Roundabout Murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, Danger's my stock and trade. If trouble is a noose around your neck and it's getting tighter, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say I killed Cleo Dawson, and I did kill her. But I didn't murder her. There is a difference. My story may sound weak, even ridiculous, but it's true. Yet what chance do I stand? My own lawyer doesn't believe me. My wife turns away when I try to explain. The police say I'm not even a good liar. I don't know why I should expect
you not only to believe me, but help me do something about it. Let's say right now, I'm just grabbing at straws. It's signed Arnold Kyle.
You don't have to look at me like that, Miss Brooks. I know all about that letter. I saw it before it was mailed.
Oh.
I don't get it, Lieutenant. This may put us on opposite sides of the fence.
Since when does that bother you, Valentine? Anyway, just between you and me and that blindfolded lady called Justice, I want you to see what you can do for this guy.
Well, I've never known you to undermine your own case, Lieutenant.
Miss Brooks, you haven't met Arnold Kyle. He looks at you with those big, blue, innocent eyes, and he makes you feel all dirty all over for even questioning that simple-minded story of his. I tell you, I can't sleep. I wake up dreaming about his open-faced mug and
Okay, you sentimental Irishman. Pull up your suspenders and tell me what's making this such a hassle for you.
The facts, you can't beat them, Valentine. Now get this picture and tell me what you do.
Yeah?
We're up in Cleo Dawson's cheap hotel room. The coroner had just examined her body. Arnold Kyle's been standing there all the time, taking it all in. All right. You heard the coroner, Mr. Kyle. This isn't suicide. This girl was killed by some quick-acting poison in whiskey. Now, what do you know about it?
Nothing, I tell you.
Who is she?
Cleo Dawson, here from somewhere in the Middle West. I just met her 2 days ago.
Well, you work fast, don't you? What were you doing up here in this room tonight?
She came out here to get a job with a carnival. It didn't pan out. She was stranded without a cent.
And so you decided to play the Good Samaritan.
Well, what's wrong with that? If my kid sister were in a jam like that, wouldn't I be glad if someone tried to help her?
Never mind that. Go on.
I got Cleo this room and even fixed it with a friend so she could start working today at a drive-in downtown.
Come on, what about tonight?
Well, she didn't show up at the job, so I dropped by to see what was the matter. She had a rotten cold, so I told her she ought to take a drink and stay in bed.
Kyle, why did you poison this bottle? Did Cleo threaten to make trouble between you and your wife?
Don't be crazy. It was nothing like that. I was going to take a drink myself. Except all of a sudden, she keeled over, just like that.
Okay. Where did you buy this liquor?
I didn't buy it.
Huh?
Some fella gave it to me. A guy down at Donovan's Tavern, name of Walt. I never met him before.
If I told you that story, would you believe it?
But it's the truth. Why would I call downstairs for a doctor? Why didn't I run away? Nobody knew I was here. If I were guilty, would I...
There you are. That's the story, Valentine. Now, come on. Kyle's cell is right down this corridor.
Well, now you're going to have Brooksy and me sharing your insomnia, Lieutenant.
I don't suppose you found any stranger named Walt?
Yeah, don't think we haven't tried. Well, here we are.
Okay. I think it'd be better if you waited for me downstairs, Angel, and we'll have dinner. I shouldn't be very long.
Okay, George.
Here's somebody to see you, Kyle. Oh, drop by and see me before you leave, Valentine.
Sure.
Yes? What do you want with me?
My name's Valentine, George Valentine.
Oh, then you don't think my story is crazy, do you? Or you wouldn't be here, would you?
Now, calm down, will you?
No, look at me. What makes me such a freak? Because I tried to help a poor girl who was down on her luck. And I know how the rest of it sounds,
We don't
too,
have
but...
to go over that now. I've already checked.
Well?
How about this man in Donovan's Tavern who gave you the bottle of whiskey? Can you remember anything about him? I mean, something that might have slipped your mind when you were talking to the police?
Well, that's the trouble. He looked like a dozen other people you might meet in a place like that. He wore a leather jacket and...
Yes, sir?
Sure, there is something. Something that made me notice him in the first place. He wore one of those wide, studded leather belts. The kind you see on guys when they're driving motorcycles.
Huh? Well, what did this Walt say to you when he offered you the bottle? Now, I want his exact words.
Well, let me see. He said, here, maybe you'd like to have this, mister. Morrison Club. The best. I don't want it because I got no use for the Joe who gave it to me.
And you ended up at Cleo's with your present.
Oh, what's the use? It's even beginning to sound cockeyed to me.
Now, listen, Arnold, you stuck to your guns so far. This is no time to run out on yourself.
I know.
We're going to go over everything that happened that night till it comes out of your ears, and then some more. Now, shove over so I can sit down.
Oh, George, I want you to meet Charlie Drake.
Huh?
He's been waiting for you, too.
Oh, what can I do for you, friend?
You can brace yourself for a big moment, Valentine. I'm supposed to present you to that nationally known radio commentator and high caliph of corn, Wayne Medford.
Hey, what is this? What's the gag?
Well, you know his program, Big Dramas in Small
I'm
Lives.
sorry, Brooksy. I'm strictly a Terry and the Pirates addict.
I dig up the great one's material and write it for him so he can prove to the world that he can read. He does have a honeysuckle baritone, though.
Now, look, Drake, I'm in a hurry.
Medford's interested in the Arnold Kyle case. He thinks he might make it a cause celeb.
Big dramas and small lives. Nothing doing. I'm not supplying any grist for a cornmill. This isn't just another human interest story.
Touchy. The truth is, he thinks he can help you. He's got something on his mind. Why don't you hear him out? Shall we go?
Drink, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Don't you find it disconcerting, Medford, having a bar in your office?
And so well stocked.
What's worth doing is worth doing well. Wayne always says, don't you?
We can do without your sarcasm, Charlie. Here, Valentine, take a look at this bottle.
Morrison Club.
But that's the same brand the man in the bar gave Arnold Kyle.
Exactly. That's what first attracted me to this extraordinary case. This is the only kind of whiskey I drink. I always have a nightcap here at the office after I finish my next day's program.
Yep. Wayne is a stickler about that. He always likes to read what I've written for him at least once before he gets on the
Look,
air.
I'm wasting an awful lot of my clients' time.
Very well, here's the point. First, the coincidence of the brand name. It intrigues me. And then I discover that the plight of Arnold Kyle, caught up in a web of incredible circumstance, is the very stuff that makes the heart of my program, Big Dramas in Small Lives.
I believe Mr. Drake mentioned something about you being able to help.
And I can. I happen to know, Valentine, that Arnold Kyle isn't too well fixed for money. Don't let that limit your investigations. I'll foot the bills, including your fee.
Well, now, that's very generous. What's in it for you?
Naturally, I shall dramatize the cause of Arnold Kyle on my program, including all the new facts you bring to light.
Oh, naturally.
But it can only help. Someone may even come forward with information about that man in the leather jacket, perhaps, and other information you might not ordinarily get.
What do you say, Valentine?
Well,
Oh, Mr. Medford, excuse me.
You'll have to come back, Molly.
I thought maybe you were out to dinner and I'd have a chance to clean your office, but it can wait.
Oh, no, Molly, come here. I'll show you what I mean, Valentine.
Yes, Mr. Medford.
I was just talking to these good people about your son, Molly. I'm sure they'd like to hear more about him.
My boy. He's a big man now. Oh, excuse me. Only 4 years ago, he was a nobody. Then he went east to a town named Clinton, New York. He's the biggest lawyer there now, makes hundreds of dollars a week.
And he's married to a beautiful society girl, isn't he?
Oh, yes. You see this belt I'm wearing, miss?
Yes, Molly.
It's all hand-woven. He sent it to my sister to give to me if she ever ran across me. You see, he doesn't know where I am. I don't want him to. All his friends might find out that his mother's just a poor, ignorant woman who scrubs floors. Oh, well, excuse me. I have to get on with my work.
Oh, Molly, how are you feeling these days?
I know why you asked me that, Mr. Drake. Well, I promised the building manager I wouldn't touch a drop. And I won't.
See what I mean, Valentine?
Yes, I see, Medford. Big dramas and small lives.
Yes. Lord knows what her son is really like. But she has her illusions. Could Hollywood dream up anything more corny?
All right, you're a slave to your hobby. Let's put it this way, then. All you want is to see justice done, one way or the other, in the life of one little man named Arnold Kyle. Is that it?
Valentine, I couldn't put it better myself.
Okay. Since you're my client, too, I'd better get busy and stop loafing on your time.
Nah, not at Donovan's. Our customers can't afford to drink Morrison's, let alone give it away.
The man was wearing a leather jacket.
Yeah, one of those wide motorcycle belts.
Nah. Look, this is my busy time. Can I get you something beside conversation?
Nah, Buster. Let's get out of here, Buster. Yeah, just a minute, Angel.
What's the matter? You're not going back in there. Don't you know when you're as welcome as a crack in a glass
The
eye?
bartender made a beeline straight for the phone booth.
Oh.
I'll be right with you, Brooksy.
It's about time you answered the phone, lady. Look, go up to Walt Nielsen's room and call him, will you? Tell him it's Chester over at Donovan's place. All right, then. Wake him up if he's sleeping. It's important.
Thank you, Chester.
I know it's kind of late to be phoning, Mr. Grant, but as president of the Daredevil Motorcycle Club, you shouldn't mind a little excitement. Pardon me? Well, I just have to get Walt Nielsen's address and telephone number so I can tell him I can't go riding with him tomorrow. Pardon me? Oh, don't be silly, Mr. Grant. I bet Walt has dozens of girlfriends. I'll wait. You were right, George. This Walt character is a man.
Good.
Oh, yes, Mr. Grant. Yeah, I'm putting it down. Rooming house at... Yeah. Oh, I don't know how to thank you. Pardon me? Oh, and happy motorcycling to you, too, Mr. Grant. That must be his room right ahead, George.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what to expect, how to approach this character.
What do you mean, darling?
Now we know Kyle is telling the truth. There is a man named Walt, and he's hiding out. But why?
Well, he did pass on the bottle of poison liquor that killed Cleo Dawson. Well, even if he did it innocently, he's not too anxious to show his face.
Now, there's another angle. According to Arnold, Walt had some kind of a fight with the person who gave him the bottle. If Nielsen was marked for murder, maybe that's why he's holding up there.
Hiya, folks.
Hey, what are you doing here, Drake?
Don't worry. It wasn't another coincidence. I was following you.
That wasn't part of my deal with Medford.
Yeah, I know, but I like to be close to the news when and if it happens.
Well, you're real close now, Buster. But just stay from under my feet. See that the gentleman isn't bored, Brooksy. I got work to do.
Okay.
Yes, come in. All the way in, Bub, and stand over there.
Okay, Walt. I never play AC-doocy with a .38. So you've been packing?
Yeah, leaving town. Well, on account of the crazy bottle of liquor. I should have thrown it down the sewer, but no, I gotta go be nice to somebody. A guy I never even seen before.
Who gave the bottle to you, Walt? And why?
You're getting nothing out of me, copper. Nothing but this. Just to make sure I got enough time. Hey, you. Crazy bottle of liquor.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Have you ever known it to fail? The one time you want to get someplace in a hurry, your car decides it just won't start fast. If that's happened to you, better switch to high-octane Chevron Supreme gasoline, for it has just the right amount of light fractions to assure fast starts every time you use the starter. And that's just the beginning of the command performance you get from your car when you use this premium quality motor fuel. Its special blending agents command smooth, steady acceleration and all the extra power your car needs on rugged hills. And besides those advantages, it's climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. No wonder folks everywhere say Chevron Supreme keeps my car going steady. Try Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A man pours a girl a drink from a bottle. The young lady promptly dies. Said man, who winds up as your client, protests he didn't mean to do it. He says a stranger gave him the lethal bottle as a present. So, surprising even yourself, you find that big-hearted stranger, and he has a present for you, too. A sculling that's a work of art. If you're like George Valentine, when you come to, the recently acquired lump doesn't keep you from asking...
Oh, Brooksy. Why did Walt Nielsen jump me like that? What made him so desperate?
Darling, please sit down. You don't know what corner you're in. You're woozy.
Oh, never mind about me. I think better walking around in circles. Now, what was that you said about Charlie Drake?
Oh, okay. Maybe this time it'll sink in. When I saw a man come out of the house with a bag, I thought it might be Walt.
Yeah.
So, when he hopped a cab, I told Charlie to follow him in his car. Then I found you sprawled out here on the floor.
All right, okay. There's only one answer about Walt, Angel, and it's got to be that.
Gotta be what,
It
George?
says in all the textbooks they give rookie detectives, murder has to have a motive. Walt had nothing against Arnold Kyle, didn't even know him.
Yeah, that's right.
So Walt thought the liquor was okay. He was still another innocent go-between for this flagon of coffin varnish.
And that's something he could explain to the police.
Well, he's trying to hide something else. Something he can't afford to talk over with the police.
But where's the beginning of all this, George?
I don't know. It may go back to the person who gave it to Walt, or even further back than that. Oh, Angel, this seems to be a very roundabout murder.
Well, Charlie said he was going to call us here on the hall phone as soon as he finds out where Walt is headed.
It's 11 o'clock now. Oh, what a game, Brooksy. Bottle, bottle, who passed the bottle? Hello.
Valentine?
Yeah, Charlie. What'd you find?
I followed your man.
That was Nielsen, all right.
He stopped off at a flea bag called the Palace Hotel down on Ritter Street.
Huh?
I saw him take the self-service elevator, and then I slipped the desk clerk a fin, and she told me that our friend always visits somebody called Tim Farrell in 4F.
Well, is Nielsen there now?
No, he only stayed a few minutes. I followed him to the Union Station, and I got fouled up with the traffic lights, and I lost him.
I see.
Well, that's about it, Valentine.
Okay, thanks a lot, Charlie. Sorry to put you to the trouble, but I was, indisposed. See you in the morning.
Tim Farrell? No, I didn't see him go out. Shall I ring him?
Never mind, lady. He's expecting us.
The elevator's right across the lobby. Oh, there's no boy on it. Only self-service after 12 o'clock.
We'll manage. Easy, Brooksy.
Oh!
This lets Tim Farrell out as a source of information. Yeah. Walt didn't do a very neat job, but you can't say he wasn't thorough.
Well, Valentine, it's about time you showed up.
Tell me, Lieutenant, what did you find out about the late Tim Farrell?
Well, I got it right here. Timothy Farrell, age 28. Crimes include illegal entry, assault, armed robbery, et cetera, et cetera. Committed to Dannemora State Penitentiary January 4, 1945, and so on.
In other words, just a cheap crook.
Yes, but this is the payoff. Lately, he's been teaming up with Walt Nielsen.
Well, that is something.
And Nielsen is really a bad boy. A 3-time loser. One more arrest, and he'd have to collect his old age pension in jail.
So that's what it was, then. That's why I'd have none of the police.
Yeah, so now it lines up like this. They have a fight, and Tim tries to slip his pal a Mickey Finn that works for keeps. Before leaving town, Walt drops by the Palace Hotel and slits Timothy's throat.
It could be.
And just where does that leave Arnold Kyle?
Well, right where he is.
Why?
Well, at least until we pick up Nielsen. After he talks, then our saintly hero can go home to his wife. Oh, hold on a second. Hello? Yeah, let's have it, Thompson. Huh? What? Yes. Okay.
Well, what is it, Riley?
Oh, of all the things to have happen. Now, this. What is this? Where's this case going to wind up? Now, it's Walt Nielsen. They found him.
Oh, what's the matter with that?
Where is he?
They found him last night on the railroad tracks. He either jumped or was pushed off the Garland Street Bridge.
Jeepers.
Then the train got him. The 1140 coastliner.
Valentine, I want you to trace this thing back one more step. Don't you see? Someone who still has his heart set on murder is walking around loose.
Yeah, I don't know that for a fact.
Well, man, why do you stand here? Why...
Dear, here I go walking in again before you're ready to leave. Please excuse me, Mr. Medford.
That's all right, Molly.
Hey, Molly, have you heard any more exciting news about your son?
My son?
What's the matter? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm fine. I'll clean up when I come around later. I'm sorry, Mr. Medford. Excuse me. About my son, mister. I can tell you he's better off now than he ever was.
Poor creature. Well, Valentine, we're still in business, aren't we?
Uh-huh. At least until I find out one thing.
What's that?
How a man can be murdered after 12 o'clock by someone who was dead at least 20 minutes before the witching hour.
You mind shedding a little light on that, Valentine?
Yeah.
Soon now, gentlemen, very soon. Come on, let's go, Brooksy. Whether you know it or not, you're a very important witness to this discrepancy in time.
Am I? Well, what do you know?
I'll be in touch with you, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night.
What do we do, George? Stand here and count 10 before we go back in?
That ought to be enough time, if I'm right.
Well, it's a long way from Cleo Dawson's hotel room to...
It begins.
George! Oh, golly.
Oh, my shoulder. He shot me.
I'll take that, Medford.
Oh, but listen, Valentine.
Don't you stand there. Give me a doctor.
Brooksy, help me get Charlie on the
Yeah,
couch.
George, yeah.
Just as soon as you and Miss Brooks left, he came at me with a lot of wild talk. I just got the gun out of the desk drawer, but I didn't shoot him.
What are you talking about?
You'll see when they get the bullet out of him. The shot came through the French doors on the balcony.
Where does that balcony lead?
It goes right around the building.
I just thought of something. Brooksy.
Yeah.
Call Lieutenant Riley and tell him what happened. Medford and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Valentine, I was prepared for almost anything in this fantastic...
Go ahead,
affair.
Molly. Now I have your gun.
Please, Lieutenant Riley. I don't know the answers myself yet. Oh, all right. Goodbye.
Well, friends, now the circle is neatly closed.
I don't understand.
That bottle of Morrison Club came from this office. I should have known that when Lieutenant Riley read the late Tim Farrell's police record. Oh, I'm sorry, Molly. Your son, wasn't he?
Oh.
You tried to build him into something decent in your mind. Big lawyer in Clinton, New York. That's where the Dannemora State Penitentiary is. Big success in 4 years. That was the length of Tim's term. He was committed in 45.
Yeah, that's right. Now I remember.
And this leather belt you're so proud of, Molly, this is what the prisoners make in the Dannemora workshops.
Oh, all right. Now you know, mister.
Tim got that bottle from you, didn't he, Molly?
Yes. I stole it from your bar, Mr. Medford. Tim took it away from me because I'm not supposed to drink.
But who poisoned it and why?
You may as well answer that, Charlie. And you know you can.
All right, Valentine. I poisoned the liquor. If people hadn't started passing it around, this egotistical windbag here would have been called just another suicide.
I knew it was you, Charlie. That's why I hired Valentine. And didn't want him to stop until he found out the truth.
But Walt and Tim.
Unfortunate casualties, Miss Brooks. Just like Cleo Dawson. Except with them, I was forced to get rid of them if I was going to save my own neck.
I thought the whole thing was your fault because you hated Mr. Medford. That's why I carried the gun. It was Tim's. Tonight from the balcony, I heard you admit what you did, and Oh, I wish I had killed you.
Now, Mrs. Farrell.
Sorry, Medford, but this is one story you'll have to write for yourself. But how about a switch, huh? A small drama in the life of a man who couldn't stand to see you so big.
Oh, you don't know what a relief it was to send Arnold Kyle home to his ever-loving wife.
Yeah, I can imagine, Lieutenant.
You know, the public ought to know more about this sentimental streak in our police officers.
Well, it's a fact. That guy was beginning to gnaw on my conscience. I couldn't sleep. I walked up and down all night, and Mrs. Riley thought I was going crazy.
George, I'm still not quite sure about what you meant by discrepancy in time.
Well, Charlie Drake understood. That's why he went after Medford the moment we left the room. If he was going to get caught, at least he was going to finish what he started.
Well, I know Walt Nielsen was hit by the 1140 Coast Liner, but...
But Charlie told me on the phone that he saw Walt use the self-service elevator at the Palace Hotel. And you'll remember the clerk said it became self-service only after midnight.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Charlie Drake pushed Walt off the bridge, then came back and killed Tim Farrell. Because he had to use the self-service elevator, he took it for granted that's the way it worked all the time.
Isn't George positively brilliant, Lieutenant? Oh, fine.
Back to normal again. Now it's Mrs. Riley's turn to stay awake all night.
If you're looking for ways to tighten up your budget, how about the family car? Particularly the care of your car's engine. Of course, you can pick an oil at random and hope for the best, but for protection you trust, get compounded RPM motor oil. It's as plain as the nose on anybody's face that a clean engine is going to run longer with less wear and fewer repair bills than a dirty one. And keeping your car's motor clean by fighting off carbon deposits is just one of the money-saving jobs done by this premium quality motor oil. RPM also rust-proofs as it lubricates internal engine parts, prevents corrosion, and sticks to hot spots left bare by ordinary oils. No wonder, for economy's sake, RPM motor oil is first choice in the West. To make things easier for your car and your pocketbook, get RPM tomorrow. You can get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine in his office, there'll be a ring on the phone, and then...
Hello?
Hello, Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Now listen, friend, what's this all about?
You sound as though you know who this is.
I should. You said you'd call at this hour. But assuming you did kill those 3 people...
Tomorrow, I'm going to kill again. I'm even going to give you the name of the victim. George Valentine.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Byron Kane as Kyle, Larry Dobkin as Medford, Herbert Vigran as Drake, and Virginia Gregg as Molly. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Man Who Fooled the World. The Green Hornet strikes again. Now that we have the 1943 tax all taken care of, a lot of us are going to have to start working on the tax declaration for 44. On the 15th of April, it will be necessary for the following people to file a tax declaration of their estimated 1944 income. First, single people who earn more than $2,700 annually, and married people who earn more than $3,500 individually or together, and whose wages are subject to withholding. Second, everyone with a taxable income from sources not covered by withholding. Forms, as usual, can be secured from the local collector of Internal Revenue. These forms should be filled out not later than April 15th, and 1/4 of the estimated tax is due at this time. Declarations and payments should be sent to your local collector of Internal Revenue. And now, the Green Hornet. Albert Patton was a personage of wealth and power in the world. One of those international figures of mystery who give allegiance to no flag, but who are adept at international politics, who manipulate their influence to further their own interests without regard to the results or effects on the world at large. It was a dark and cloudy night in the capital of a neutral country. Outside the Patton mansion, a sinister figure stood in the shadows, watching and waiting. Soon another figure emerged from a side door of the mansion and moved quickly and silently across the lawn toward the waiting man.
Hans. I am here, Hans.
I could not get away sooner. That Dummkopf Patton thinks a butler is nothing but a slave.
Little does he know that the shroud of mystery with which he cloaks his movements has long been removed by our Nazi Gestapo. Have your report?
Yeah. In that report, I have shown that he visited another neutral country recently. There he met with certain leaders of the underground from one of the occupied countries, giving them unlimited means to carry on their work.
Not without certain agreements, no doubt.
Exactly. They made a trade pact with him to take effect in case their nation again becomes free after the war. Patton leaves for America tomorrow. Our agent Teplitz will make a deal with him to bring back certain plans.
From what we already know of Patton, he would sell out our plans to anyone who paid enough for them. We will get in touch with Wessel in America. Have him trick Patton into showing his two-hand. If he is double-dealing with Nazi Germany, his career will come to a sudden end. And in such a case, it will then be time to eliminate that self-styled diplomat of espionage, Herr Teplitz.
Later that night, Albert Patton carried on an earnest conversation with Teplitz in the study of his home.
You already know the terms under which I shall act to, shall we say, facilitate the work which your investigators are carrying on?
Don't be so reticent in saying that you'll carry messages to our foreign agents in America and bring back certain plans.
Well, that's putting it rather harshly, Teplitz. I'm merely doing a service for one of my former clients.
And since the war has caused us to cease being your client, as you put it, we are now buying your services. The money will be deposited to your account in a neutral bank. Half now, half when you return.
It's only as a favor that I agreed to do this. But I don't like the idea of carrying anything as tangible as plans on my person. I didn't...
Now, have no fear, Herr Patton. You're known to carry certain headache capsules which you take frequently. Miniature plans will be in such capsules for you to carry back with you. You run no risk.
Well, that's quite an ingenious method. In that case, I can handle the assignment for you.
One other thing, Herr Patton.
What's that?
I must warn you against talking out of turn when you get to America.
Teplitz, if you and my Nazi friends don't trust me...
We trust no one. We consider you our friend, yes. But you profess to be friendly with officials of other nations also. You come and go as you please, so you can be of help to us. But again, I warn you, be careful.
A few weeks later, in the Federal Bureau office of a certain American city, the chief of the Bureau was talking to one of his investigators.
I sent for you, Martin, because I want you to drop whatever you're on now and take up a special assignment.
Of course, sir. What is it?
Well, Albert Patton, that international mystery man, as the papers call him, is in town.
Yes, I read about his arrival in the Sentinel.
Well, he has a suite at the Maximum Hotel. I have a report here on Patton. He's been in and out of the capitals of the belligerent nations, going and coming as he pleased. Now, I'm suspicious of the fellow. I think he's more than phony. That's what you're to find out. Just what the man is really up to. Now, go about it in your own way, but keep a watch on him at all times. I have a hunch he's playing ball with the wrong team.
I get it, Chief. I'll get right on it and see what's going on. If Patton's here for any undercover stuff, I'll do my best to find it out.
That night, in front of the Maximum Hotel, a darkly clothed individual, after a furtive glance over his shoulder, entered a taxicab and drove away into the darkness. He failed to notice the black sedan which pulled quickly from the curb a short distance back and took up his trail. There were two men in the sedan. They sat with upturned coat collars and hats pulled down, intently watching their quarry as the cab ahead raced toward the less favored part of the city.
It is a good thing Herr Patton tipped you off, that the Allied agent in the cab there has information detrimental to our country.
He will not get far with any such information, Carl. Does it not seem strange to you that Herr Patton should have the agent come to see him and then tip me off as he did?
What are you going to do about the Allied agent?
Exactly what Patton hoped we would do. There's no other way. Speed up, Carl. The street is dark and deserted. Get alongside that cab.
You will use the machine gun then?
Of course. Drive steady and close. I have the window down on my side here.
Hey, what's the idea?
Just this, my friend.
The following morning, Michael Axford, reporter and self-designated bodyguard to Britt Reed, entered the young publisher's office at the Daily Sentinel.
Hello, Axford. Thought I heard your voice out there.
Sure, I was having a little chat with Casey. You want to see me, Reed?
Yeah, sit down.
Thanks, I was going to anyway.
That's what I thought. Now, listen, Axford, I want you to try to get an interview with Albert Patton, that so-called international mystery man who's stopping at the Maximum Hotel.
Who, me?
Sure, why not? Patton won't bite you. He's a mystery only because nobody knows exactly what he's up to or where his allegiance stands. He lives in a neutral country and seems friendly with officials of all countries.
And I read in the Sentinel about how his dark influence was felt in every capital of the world. I was thinking then he must be in league with the devil, maybe.
Well, that means we don't know how he manipulates his international deals, Axford. He won't give you the evil eye or anything like that.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll go talk to him for you.
Well, up to now, he wouldn't see any reporters, but maybe with luck you'll get by somehow.
Luck is it? Say, now, it's my personality that gets me by. That it is, Reed.
Okay. Have it your way. Go on over to his hotel and try that personality of yours. Maybe you'll turn up something that'll make a good story on that so-called man of mystery.
What is it, senor?
I've come to see Mr. Patton.
You have an appointment, perhaps?
Well, in a way I have.
Come right in, senor. I am Senor Patton's secretary. If you will tell me your name, I will let him know you are here.
From the cute way you talk, I can tell it isn't from Ireland you come. You're a foreigner, aren't you?
Yes, senor. My country is Senor Patton's home. You have not told me your name.
Michael Axford from the Daily Sentinel, and I've come to...
From a newspaper. You must leave at once, senor.
Oh, wait now, miss, whatever your name is.
I am Senorita Requena. Please, you must leave now. Pardon me, senor.
I brought some capsules for Mr. Patton that you ordered from the drugstore.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I will take them. So many of these capsules Senor Patton takes. He's always having headaches.
Sure, they've sold lots of them pills lately with the people figuring their income taxes and all. Say, now, it keeps you busy running to the door all the time.
That is part of my work, senor.
Buenas tardes, Senorita Requena.
Buenas tardes, senor Wessel. Come in, please. Senor Patton did not expect you back until tonight at 9 o'clock.
I know. He said he had difficulty getting those certain capsules in the city, so I brought some.
But, senor, we have already managed to get some.
Oh, it's all right, Senorita. See that he gets these.
Si, senor Wessel, of course.
Good. Here they are.
Senor Patton is engaged right now.
Well, then I will not wait. Be sure he gets the capsules, Senorita. Adios.
And buenos dias, senor.
Say, now, do you think your boss would miss a couple of them pills? Being a special kind, maybe they'll be handy next time I get a headache.
I'm sure it is all right for you to have them, senor. There's more than enough with 2 boxes.
I've just helped myself then.
Shall I get some water, senor?
Oh, no, thanks. I haven't got the headache yet. Just being prepared, that I am. Say, now, that foreigner, does he come from your country, that Weasel guy?
Senor Wessel speaks several languages very fluently. Where he comes from, it is not easy to tell. But it is not from my country or from yours.
Later that afternoon, Axford returned to the Sentinel building and went to Britt Reed's office to report on his assignment.
So you see, Reed, after all me sitting around, that guy wouldn't talk to me. It was worse than sitting in the Union Station, the way people were running in and out of that place.
Well, who were all the callers? Did you get a line on any of them?
Well, he had an American official in there for a while, and some guy with a name like Weasel or something came in and left some pills. Capsules, he called them. Said he'd be back tonight at 9 o'clock.
Well, what's so unusual about that?
Oh, did I say it was unusual? Say it, though. Come to think of it, it was funny in a way. A bellhop brought some capsules that he said Patton ordered from the drugstore. Then that Weasel guy comes along with some more. I'm thinking that man in mystery's one of them there hypochondriacs or something.
Hypochondriac is the word, Axford.
Sure, that's what I said. That Weasel guy looked like a big shot. Funny he should be running around delivering pills. Said he knew they were hard to get.
Well, they couldn't be so hard to get if Patton called the drugstore and got some.
That's right. Say, now, you know when I came through the hotel lobby, who should be there but Martin from the Federal Bureau? He stopped me to ask what I was doing up in Patton's suite. That he did.
Well, how did he know where you were?
That's just what I'd like to know myself, Reed.
He must be watching Patton's place, then.
But that's what I thought, too. Oh, well, I guess I'd take one of them capsules I got at Patton's. Now I have got a headache. Here's one for you, Reed. Must be a special kind.
Well, I'll keep it in case I need it, Axford. I haven't a headache. Yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Reed. I was afraid you'd have one over me not getting a story from Patton.
Oh, if Martin's watching that suite, there must be a good story there. It's about time somebody unveiled the mystery surrounding Patton, but I'm afraid the routine investigation by Martin will prove very little.
But them Federals are good at catching up with people.
Yeah, I know that. But Patton's a very clever manipulator, and it'll take an unorthodox method to bring his manipulations to light. I have a hunch, though, that the mystery will be solved. And when it is, the world will be surprised to know the truth about the great Albert Patton.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. The tires that you have on your automobile today must last indefinitely. Tremendous demands for tires and other rubber products, plus manpower shortages, make it impossible to meet normal civilian requirements. The answer is simple. We can't get new ones, so we must make the tires we have last as long as possible. Here's what you can do to conserve your tires. Drive only when necessary and keep under 35 miles per hour. Have them inspected regularly and switch them every 5,000 miles. When the tread wears off, have them recapped. And share your car regularly so that the limited tire supply can serve more. The military requirements have to be met, and the civilian requirements can be met if we all observe strict conservation. And now, back to our story. That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, have you read the article about Mr. Patton?
Yes, Mr. Britt. He's a very mysterious character.
Yeah, Inspector Martin's watching his place. He must be under suspicion for some reason.
You think Inspector arrest Mr. Patton?
Well, Patton seems too clever to give reason for his arrest. They have to move carefully with a man of his influence and importance. Of course, with a definite reason, they could take him into custody.
Sometimes complexities of laws interfere with the progress of justice, Mr. Britt.
Sad, but true, Cato.
What's that you have in hand, Mr. Britt?
What? Oh, that. Well, that's a headache capsule Alfred gave me. Got it at Patton's this afternoon. I didn't realize I'd taken it out of my pocket. Uh-oh. I crushed it. I guess
Oh, what is it, Mr. Britt? What you stare at?
Cato, here in my hands is the reason why Patton should be taken into custody. That is part of the reason. The rest of the proof is still in his possession. Inside this was part of a plan in miniature.
Someone not bound by complexities of law might get rest of proof.
Such as the Green Hornet, is that it?
You have quick perception, Mr. Britt.
I'm sure now I have something tangible to go on. And Mr. Patton is one mystery I'd like to solve.
Black Beauty's ready. Also gas gun and mask.
Yeah, we're on the way right now. Patton will have a visitor at 9 o'clock, Exford said. I want to get there earlier. Come on, Cato. The Green Hornet's going against big game this time, and we don't dare miss our shots.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Sergeant Burke.
Speaking.
This is Inspector Martin. I'm calling to ask that you assign a couple of men to come over to the Maximum Hotel.
Sure, Inspector. What's going on?
Well, we found out from Washington that Patton once took out citizenship papers in the country. Since he's under suspicion, that gives me the right to get a search warrant issued. I'm going up and question him. At the same time, look over his files.
So that's it.
Yes, I want your men to watch for any visitors that may come for him and hold them until I can question them, too, unless they're properly identified.
Okay, Inspector. I'll come myself and bring another man with me. We'll come over right away.
Good. I'll meet you just outside and tell you what to do. Goodbye.
So long, Inspector.
What is it, Sarge?
None of your business. Cassidy, get the squad car out. We're going to the...
Why don't you finish what you started to say?
What's the use? When you get that hangdog look on your mug, I always give in. Come on, Axford. Maybe a scoop will fall on your lap in spite of your clumsiness. And you better move fast or you'll miss what may be the pinch of the year.
Carl, that car's been following us too long now. I don't like it.
What are you going to do to get rid of him, Harris?
I will get rid of him. It may be that our car will be smashed in doing so.
But I do not understand.
Listen, it is important that I finish what we have begun with Herr Patton. I'm not due there until 9 o'clock. But I will change the time and go as soon as I stop that man from following us. I should be there by 8 o'clock.
That man behind is not easy to lose, Herr Wessel.
Then we will stop him forcibly. You will turn quickly into the next street. Then start the car in reverse and we will jump out. Time it so that his car will smash into it. We will continue in a taxi. Turn here. All right, put it in reverse and then jump. I'll get out now.
Here it goes.
There goes the other car. Let us run, Carl. Find a taxi.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato arrived in the alley behind the Maximum Hotel, not knowing that Wessel had arrived early and that the federal man and police were on the way to Patton's place.
I found out the location of the suite from Axford so I can reach it from the fire escape.
Mr. Patton in for a big surprise tonight. He not expect Green Hornet to pay a visit.
I'm hoping to find him alone, Cato. And I hope what I'm after will turn out to be what I suspect.
You not say what you look for, Mr. Britt?
More capsules with the other parts of the plan in miniature. Each of many capsules probably contain a part of one big plan.
Use of headache capsules very clever.
Yes. But this time I think Patton is in for a headache he won't forget because of those capsules.
My dear Wessel, I didn't expect you until 9 o'clock. My secretary must have made a mistake.
Where is your secretary, Herr Patton?
She's retired to a room on another floor.
Good. It is best we be alone. She made no mistake. I decided to come earlier.
You're fortunate I received you before 9. Who is that man out in the anteroom?
Carl is one of my associates. He will see to it that we are not disturbed.
What's the meaning of this sudden high-handedness?
You had a visitor this afternoon. An American official, did you not?
Yes, but I had to establish such contacts to allay suspicion.
We expected that you should. But you have overplayed your hand, Herr Patton. As Americans say, you've been talking out of both sides of your mouth.
What do you mean by that? How dare you
I have been followed all day. Why? The Federal Bureau has a man in the lobby all day. Why? Because you talked a little too freely. That's why. I also know you sold certain information here.
Don't try to bluff me, Wessel. Your superiors should know your nerves are too shaky for this job. I'm used to being watched. It's nothing new. As for trying to bluff me into admitting anything, you don't know me very well.
Patton, one of the so-called American officials who came here with credentials and to whom you offered to sell information was one of my clever operators, a Nazi agent in disguise.
Impossible. You're still trying...
Look, the same papers he showed you today, forged, of course. But you wouldn't know that. Look.
So, you tried to trick me, huh, Wessel?
I did trick you, Herr Patton.
Oh, no, you didn't. I knew all the time he was your man. I'd let him on just to make you show your hand, Wessel. I shall most certainly report this when I return.
But you will not return, my friend.
Put away that gun, you fool.
Patton, you are a man of steel nerve. I have to give you credit for that. But it will do you no good. Herr Patton, I am really going to shoot.
No, you're not, Nazi. Hold it.
A nice man.
You are smarter than I thought, Patton. You have hired the notorious Green Hornet as a bodyguard.
I'm not hired yet. But if it pays enough, it might be a good idea.
I'm hiring you then at your own price.
I always like my pay in advance.
I have money in a drawer right here. Plenty of money on hand.
Yes, I suppose you have a lot of payoffs in cash to put across your deals. Get the money out.
Yes. There. $20,000.
Thanks. Now, what do you want me to do? Eliminate this Nazi weasel?
No, wait. I have money, too. I will pay you. Look, all this I have.
Banknight. Thanks, I'll take it. Nice little haul. Okay, Patton, I'll stand by while you finish your business.
As my bodyguard, why not? Now, Wessel, those plans you gave me in the capsule, I have here in my pocket. I shall go back and turn them over, not to your representative, but to the highest bidder among the officials in the neutral capital where I reside. You've been stupid.
You are the stupid one. I still have the capsule with the plans right here, Herr Patton. I did not trust you, you see.
I'll take that.
Good work, Hardet. You should be worth what I paid you.
Get him, Carl.
I've got him.
Good for you, Carl. You caught him unawares. Now we'll get through with Patton, and then we'll...
Somebody shut out the lights?
Yes, but that will not save you, my friend.
Play with gun in dark, weasel.
Swine, you will not get away. I'll find you.
Here I am. See?
There's my chance to get out of here.
Not so fast, fella.
Oh, good. Glad you're able to trip him.
I've got you, though. You take this lug.
Here's a flashlight. They all knocked out. Police coming, sound like. What you do?
Opening these capsules, Cato. There. We'll put these in Patton's hand. That'll convict a lot of them. And here's a lot of money to give to the Red Cross. All right, come on, let's get away.
That shooting must have come from in here, but the lights are out.
I've got a flash. Glory be, look there. Say, that's the guy who was here this afternoon.
That one's Patton. I've seen him before.
Hey, here's another one.
Hold that light closer here. Patton has something in his hand. Several open capsules with tiny papers sticking out of them. Let's see.
What are they, Inspector Martin? Hey, that other guy brought in a box of them pills today.
These little papers are all parts of one plan in miniature. Sergeant, I'd have searched forever and never have turned up this if somebody hadn't planted those capsules in Patton's hand like that.
Planted, you say?
Look at the evidence around here. Can't you see who did all this? The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Say, now, it could be at that.
I'm sure of it. He was probably working along with Patton. But Patton crossed up the wrong man when he crossed that fella. Yes, Sergeant, it took the Green Hornet to show up a man who has fooled the world for years.
To many of our wounded fighting men, the blood plasma sent to them by the Red Cross means the difference between life and death. During the past 3 years, Americans have given 6 million pints of blood. The quota for 1944 alone is 5 million pints. Now, it costs money to collect and deliver this plasma. New blood donor centers and mobile units will have to be established this year. The money needed to maintain this service and all the work done by the Red Cross comes entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. During the month of March, we Americans are going to be asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross worker calls at your home, please give as generously as you can. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of treachery and greed. A story we call Murder in G-Flat, starring Mr. Jack Benny.
Greetings, Pepito, my favorite free holy friar. What's on the menu?
The special, Senor Wilcox, is Autolite Stay Full battery.
You mean you're serving the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use?
See. What is better for quick, dependable starts, huh?
Ah, nothing's better than an Autolite Stay Full, that frisky friend of car owners from coast to coast. But...
What? You don't want one, senor?
Everybody wants an Autolite Stay Full. The buxom battery with fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate to prevent shedding and flaking and to keep the Autolite Stay Full battery power-packed for paramount performance.
See. How you want it, senor?
Why, it's perfect just as it is, Pepito, and built to give longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards. So, friends, have your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer serve your car an Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
See. And remember,
you're always right with Autolite.
And now with Murder in G-Flat and the transcribed performance of Mr. Jack Benny, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Lieutenant, in here, sir, in the rec hall.
What's he doing in the rec hall?
Well, he thought he'd tune the piano while I was waiting, Lieutenant.
Sunday night. Why couldn't you guys pick a better night than Sunday night? My one day off, and I have to come down here.
Sorry we had to call you, Joe.
This is the guy, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you.
That's it. C-flat. If I had my wrench...
This is the lieutenant.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Name?
My name is Remington. Hercules Remington.
That's it, Joe. We checked.
Huh.
Pardon me, Lieutenant, but my wife, Martha, is going to be awfully worried. You see, I haven't seen her since this morning. They told me...
You haven't seen your wife since this morning?
No, and I thought that if I could phone her and at least tell her where I am...
Where'd you pick him up?
Coney Island, Joe. He called us from there.
Yes, and I should have called my wife, too. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to seem persistent about
You'll have
this.
plenty of time later to call your wife. Now, give the lieutenant the story in detail, just like you told it to me on the way down here to the station.
What kind of work do you do, Remington?
Well, I'm a piano tuner, Lieutenant. Yours is out of tune. C-flat, Lieutenant. See, if I could get my bag, I'd tune
Look, Remington, I haven't got all night. Now, either get on with your story or I'll have...
All right, Lieutenant. But I really would like to call my wife first.
Start your story.
All right. But if there's any explaining to be done to my wife, you guys will have to do it.
We'll be happy to. Now, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, Lieutenant, this whole mess started yesterday morning, Saturday. I got up, had breakfast with my wife, Martha, and my Uncle Herman. He's my black sheep uncle of the family. He's a carnival man, came to work at the World's Fair here, and has been living with us ever since. I think he ought to pay at least 1/3 of the rent, but Martha, well, she feels sorry for him. Anyway, I left the house around 10 o'clock on my way to the Lippin Ridge School of Music. I usually tune their pianos on the first Saturday of the month. You see, because there aren't any classes there on that Saturday. I catch the BMT at 57th and get off at Union Square. Well, yesterday morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. I carry a little ordinary brown bag with all my tools in it and usually lay it right next to me under the seat. I was just sitting there, thinking hard, wondering how I was going to meet the bills at the end of the month, when a man sat down next to me. He shoved something under the seat and just sat there staring ahead. B flat, D flat, B flat, B flat, B flat, B flat.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got carried away for a moment. 4 stops later, the man got up, reached under the seat, pulled out a little brown bag, and started for the door. I remember noticing he was bald-headed and wearing big black horn-rimmed glasses. For a minute, I thought he'd stolen my bag of tools, but I reached my hand under the seat and found my bag was still there. I remember sort of chuckling to myself, thinking of the coincidence that he'd been carrying the same type of bag. Well, anyway, I got off at Union Square and walked up to the Lippenridge School of Music on 14th. There are 4 floors there, a piano on each floor. And I usually start at the top and work my way down. Well, since the school doesn't have any classes on Saturday, the place was deserted. That one's sour. Yeah, D flat. Well, I'll soon have that in shape. What the... I zipped open my bag to take out my tuning hammer and my wedges, but there were no tools in my bag. The tools were gone, and in their place were bundles and bundles of crisp $10 bills. And then it hit me. The little bald-headed man on the subway. The man who sat down next to me. This bag belonged to him. He picked up mine by mistake. There was no name on the bag, no identification of any kind. I started counting one of the bundles. Each bundle contained $1,000 in $10 bills, and there were 25 bundles. I had just come heir to $25,000. When I got home, Martha was washing some clothes out on the back porch, and Uncle Herman was rolling pennies for his pitch penny concession. I called both of them into the living room, pulled all the shades down, closed and locked all the doors, and set the bag on the table.
Hercules, what are you doing back home so soon?
What kind of nonsense is this, nephew?
Martha, Uncle Herman.
You look awful pale.
I guess I do.
Hercules, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me, both of you. I'm rich.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Hercules, act your age.
I'm not lying to you.
Look, I gotta get out.
You must be sick.
Look, will both of you be quiet for just a minute?
Sounds like he's drunk.
Are you sick, Hercules?
Look, I'm not sick and I'm not drunk. I've got it right here.
You've got what?
Look. Wow.
Hercules.
Now do you believe me? Now do you believe I'm not sick or drunk? Look at it. $25,000.
$25,000? That's a lot of money.
Hercules, where'd you get all this money?
I found it.
Found it?
Found it?
Yes.
Listen to me, Hercules Remington. Don't you lie to me. Where'd you get all that money?
I told you, Martha. I found it.
I haven't lived with you for 10 years for nothing. I know when you're lying to me. Now tell me, where'd you get all this money?
Okay, if I tell you the truth, I know you won't believe
Well, tell me anyway.
Well, all right. Look, this morning I got on the subway, just like I always do. And some little bald-headed man with black horn-rimmed glasses sat down next to me. When he got up to get off the subway, I noticed he was carrying a brown bag, just like mine. At first, I thought it was mine. But mine was still under the seat. Anyway, when I got to the music school, I opened my bag, and all this money was in it.
Sounds fantastic.
Hercules.
But it's the truth. The little man picked up my bag by mistake. I searched this one for some identification, but there isn't any.
Then you mean the little bald-headed man has your bag with the tools in it?
I guess he does.
It seems odd that anyone would be carrying this much money around in a little brown bag.
Odd or not, the fact still remains that I didn't steal it.
Well, I guess there isn't any way that you can get a hold of this man, so we'll just have to turn the money over to the police.
The police?
Yes, I said the police.
But why?
Why? Good heavens, Hercules, you don't expect to keep this money.
Why not?
Which isn't ours.
Why? Why isn't it ours? I found it. I didn't steal it, Martha.
Hercules.
Martha, don't you see? Maybe this is fate. Maybe we were meant to have this money. Maybe if
You're crazy. You're out of your head. You're talking like a madman, and I won't have it.
But, Martha...
You didn't come by this money honestly. It isn't legally yours.
Now, wait a minute, Martha. Maybe Hercules is
Now, you stay out of this, Uncle Herman. Hercules, you're going to take this money to the police.
No. No, I'm not. I'm not going to take this to the police or anyone else. Do you understand me? I'm not going to take this money to the police.
Hercules, I don't understand you at all. But mark my words, you'll pay for this.
Well,
Don't pay no attention to her, nephew.
But why does she have to be that way? Why can't she understand me just this once? Why can't she see my side of it? See, I didn't steal this money.
No, you didn't, nephew.
And I'm going to keep it.
Sure you are, nephew. Sure you are. You're going to keep it.
You bet I am. The next morning, that was this morning, Sunday, Martha wouldn't speak to me at all. Her eyes were all red and puffed up. I could see that she'd been crying. And Uncle Herman wasn't doing much talking either. Martha just kept sniffling as she puttered around the stove. Martha, my peach isn't peeled.
Peel it yourself.
But
Here, I'll peel it for you, nephew.
Thanks, Uncle Herman. Martha, please, won't
Don't
you try...
you talk to me.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Martha. After all, a man's got a right...
I told you once, Uncle Herman, you stay out of this. It's none of your business.
Sorry. She's plenty mad. Well, ain't you going to answer the phone?
Hello?
Mr. Remington?
Yes?
Hercules Remington?
Yes, who is this, please?
I want to return your bag of piano tools to you, Mr. Remington. I believe there was a slight mix-up. I believe in my haste I picked up your bag instead.
But how did you find me? I mean...
Oh, it was quite simple. There's only one piano tuner with the initials HR in New York City.
Well, what do you know?
You do want your piano tools back, don't you, Mr. Remington?
Listen to me.
I don't think you'd like the idea of not being able to tune any more pianos.
What?
And I'd like to have my bag returned.
Of course.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Tonight.
Tonight?
At 9:30 tonight. Meet me at Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden?
At 9:30 at the 49th Street entrance. The door on the far end will be left slightly open. And, please be prompt, Mr. Remington, with my brown bag. You see, it will displease my business partner considerably if he finds I've lost the bag.
Well, all right. The 49th Street entrance, the door on the far end.
Hercules, what's wrong? Well, you're as white as a ghost.
I am?
You sure are.
I guess I should be. That was the little bald-headed man with horn-rimmed glasses, Uncle Herman. I've just lost $25,000. Uncle Herman went in the living room to read the Sunday paper. I went in the bedroom to tell Martha about the phone call. But she wasn't there. In fact, she wasn't anywhere in the house. She was gone, and I figured that she'd probably gone over to her sister's house. I was so nervous the rest of the afternoon I couldn't eat a thing. I left the house for Madison Square Garden about 9 o'clock. From riches to rags in about 24 hours. And I was back riding the subway. I walked up 8th Avenue to the garden. I turned and walked up 49th Street to the entrance and stopped. Sure enough, one of the doors on the far end was open a little, just as the little man had told me it would be. I slipped in through the open door. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? Is there anyone here? What the? I stumbled over something and almost fell. I struck a match and looked down at a body. The body of the little man in horn-rimmed glasses. His head was all covered with blood. I started to blow out the match, and then something caught my eye. Lying next to his body was my brown bag with the initials HR. And next to the bag, covered with blood, was my tuning hammer.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in Murder in G Flat. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Senor Wilcox, why does the Autolite Stay Full battery need water like Pepito needs a hole in the head?
Well, Pepito, the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use because that consistently conserving and constantly cooperating battery has over 3 times the liquid protection of batteries without Stay Full features.
And why is the Autolite Stay Full strong as a bull, senor?
Because of the fiberglass retaining mats protecting every positive plate. They prevent shedding and flaking and keep the power-producing materials in place.
Greater convenience and dependable starting, yes, senor?
Right, Pepito. And in addition, the Autolite Stay Full battery gives you longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
And all these make the Stay Full welcome a siesta after fiesta. Eh, senor?
Right you are. So, friends, visit your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer for an Autolite Stay Full. The battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Your Autolite battery man is fully equipped to give you the best in battery advice and service because...
Because you are always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of Murder in G Flat. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Please, Lieutenant, may I call my wife? I want to...
Finish your story first, Mr. Remington. You can call her after that.
Oh, all right.
Now, you were standing over the body of this man in Madison Square Garden. You found your tuning hammer next to the body.
Yes, my tuning hammer. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I was scared. Plenty scared. Here I was standing over a dead man in Madison Square Garden. And clutched in my hand was his brown bag containing $25,000. Who would kill him? Who would... But I couldn't stop to think about that now. I had to get out of there, and fast, and take my bag and hammer lying on the floor with me. I started to reach for my bag when... a sound, G-flat. Someone had opened up a knife. Whoever it was coming toward me, I blew out the match and waited. Who was in that corridor with me? Was it the business partner of the little man? Was it... I started to move backwards, and then a big black figure loomed up at me. With all my strength, I brought the brown bag swinging up from the floor. I ran until I thought my legs would drop. My mind was all fogged up now. I couldn't think straight. Who was the guy who just tried to kill me? One thing I knew for sure, I had to get rid of this money until I could think things out. But where? Where could I get rid of it? I neared the corner of 59th and 8th Avenue and then saw it. A bus terminal. Why not? A public locker in the bus station. I opened the door and walked in.
Scranton, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, leaving in 10 minutes?
Yes, ma'am, in about 20 minutes.
Excuse me, mister. I'd like to have a key for a locker.
Just a second.
G sharp.
What'd you say?
Oh, nothing.
What do you know? Haven't got an empty one right now. Have to wait a little while.
You mean out of all of these hundreds of lockers, you haven't got one empty?
Well, I'm sorry, mister, but you can see for yourself. A lot of servicemen in town over the weekend.
Well, how long will it be?
10, 15 minutes, maybe a couple hours.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll sit over there. I bought a paper at the newsstand and sat down on one of the benches. I didn't even know what I was reading. I just kept... And then I saw it. On page 2. A complete account of a robbery that had occurred on Friday night at one of the downtown post offices. 2 bandits had escaped with $25,000 in $10 bills. This was it. It must have been. But would the police believe a story like that? Of course they wouldn't. I had the money, and it was my tuning hammer there, lying next to the body in the garden. I got out of that bus terminal in a hurry and walked up 8th Avenue. Where could I go? The only place I could think of was Coney Island. Coney Island and Uncle Herman and his pitch penny concession. It was late, and the island amusement park was almost deserted. It was cold and close to 11. Uncle Herman was leaning against the side of his concession as I walked up.
Why, nephew, what are you doing out this way?
Uncle Herman, quick, let's go in back.
All right. There ain't no customers anyway. Yeah. Oh, what happened, Hercules? Did you give the money back to the man?
I went to meet him at the garden, just like he told me. But when I got there and I found him, he was dead.
Dead?
He'd been beat over the head with my tuning hammer.
Why, Hercules.
I was just about to grab my hammer and bag and get out of there when someone made a lunge at me in the dark. But I got away. I went to a bus terminal to put the money in a locker. I had to wait. And then I read that the money is stolen post office money.
Oh, you got yourself in a mess, nephew.
I'm frantic. I don't know what to do. That's why I came here.
Well, I'm glad you did, nephew. Glad you did.
But what am I going to do?
Well, best thing would be to go back and get that hammer and bag. Leave the money here. I'll hide it for you.
But maybe I ought to go to the police.
You can't go to the police with that story. They'd never believe you, Hercules.
I know.
Bring your bag and come with me, nephew. I got a hiding place for that money that no one will ever find.
Uncle Herman locked his place up, and then he led me over to the fun house. It was closed now, and the place was all dark. But Uncle Herman had a key. He led me up some stairs to a high ramp that people climb on, to slide down the big chute. He stopped at one of them.
Here, nephew. Right under this top chute, we'll just pry one of the boards loose a little and slip the bag with the money underneath. No one in the world will ever look for it. There we are. Now, give me the bag, nephew.
Here you are, Uncle Herman. Are you sure that no one will find it here?
Absolutely, nephew. You and I are the only ones who know where it is. Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, hand me the bag.
Here you are.
That's it. Now, let's just check to make sure that...
Oh, what's the matter, Uncle Herman?
Where's the money, nephew?
The money? What are you talking about? It's in the...
Is this what you call money? Or this bag's got nothing in it but bundles of torn newspaper?
I don't understand.
Hercules, dear nephew, what did you do with the money?
I don't know. It was in there. You saw it yourself when I brought it home.
This a scheme of yours, Hercules?
Scheme?
Trying to cheat on your dear old uncle, aren't you, Hercules?
Uncle Herman, what are you talking about?
Where's the money, Hercules?
G-flat. That knife. G-flat.
This ain't no time to play games with your Uncle Herman, Hercules.
Uncle Herman, where were you tonight?
What's that, Hercules?
G-flat. Your knife. It's G-flat.
Looks like this thing has got you going, Hercules.
It was you in the garden, wasn't it, Uncle Herman? You killed him.
Let's not waste any more time, nephew. Now tell me where that money is.
I don't know.
Stop lying to your dear uncle, Hercules.
I'm not lying.
I usually use this knife to scale fish. The smell of fish is stronger than the smell of blood.
But I tell you, I don't know where that money is.
You're lying to me. You came down here just to throw me off, didn't you? Make me think you lost the money.
Uncle Herman, stay away from me.
All right, Hercules. So you won't tell your dear uncle.
He rushed at me with the knife. I stepped back, tripped over the board he had pried loose, and fell down. But Uncle Herman... He went hurtling over me, head over heels down the long slide. When I got back down at the bottom of the slide chute, he was dead.
The uncle had his neck broken, Lieutenant.
Yeah. What about the money?
Well, Mr. Remington's wife turned it over to the authorities this morning about 11 o'clock. She said the money wasn't his, and she didn't want him carrying it around.
Well, I guess that'll be all, Mr. Remington. You can go now.
But isn't it dangerous? I mean, the partner is still...
We picked up his business partner a few hours after the robbery.
Oh.
But just in case you happen to come across another $25,000 that doesn't belong to you, promise me that you'll get in touch with the authorities, will you, Mr. Remington?
Oh, I've learned my lesson, Lieutenant. Believe you me, I have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I almost forgot. I got to call my wife. She's probably frantic by now.
There's a payphone right outside in the corridor.
Payphone?
Yeah, right around the corner. You can't miss it.
Well, she's waited this long. I think I'll just tell her when I get home.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Ah, fine meal, Pepito. So long.
Hey, no dessert, Senor Wilcox?
I never desert, Pepito. I'm always faithful to those 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats made by Autolite in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cables, starting motors, and many more. And they're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our stars will be Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in Early to Death. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as James Stewart, Ann Baxter, and Rosalind Russell, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder in G-Flat was written for Suspense by Richard George Petticini. Portions of this program were transcribed. In tonight's cast, Joseph Kearns was heard as Uncle Herman, Bea Benaderet as Martha, and Larry Thor as the lieutenant. Others in the cast were Clayton Post, Jack Crucian, and Paul Frees. Jack Benny may be heard each Sunday on CBS on his own radio program, The Jack Benny Show.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz in a story about a mysterious airplane crash in the mountains of Mexico. A tale we call Early to Death.
You can buy Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite resistor-type or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Tonight, Autolite salutes the men and women leaders in boys' clubs all over America. This is National Boys Club Week, a time to remember that our boys' clubs serve the boy, the community, and the nation by training tomorrow's leaders today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The motif is murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're running a poor last and your whole life depends on you finishing in the money, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, enclosed are 3 $100 bills to arouse your interest and claim your attention. Now, consider my problem. I've committed 3 murders. The police have seen no connection between the victims. Dr. Douglas Chapin, Stella Tofania, and Otto Pfeiffer. But there is a connection, a theme to these deaths, as definite and perfect as a motif in a work of Wagner. I want you, Mr. Valentine, to provide me with the appreciation
of an intelligent man and exhilarating knowledge that from now on you'll be an obstacle in my path. I shall phone you at 2 this afternoon. No signature.
How thoughtless.
Well, what do you make of it, George?
I'd say somebody was funning me, Angel, if it weren't for these 3-century notes.
Well, he sounds like a well-educated man. Or a woman, for all we know, but well, the handwriting's like a child.
These names here, they don't ring any bells for me, but they may for Lieutenant Raleigh. And, Brooksy, if we find the 3 people in this letter in the file for unsolved crimes, there's going to be a refreshing and deadly calm about the good lieutenant.
Dr. Douglas Chapin, well-known surgeon. Stella Tofania, read the bumps on your head, the lines in your palm, and your future in a crystal ball. And Otto Pfeiffer, honest, hard-working diamond cutter. Now, find me a motif in that combination, Valentine, and I'll eat it.
Well, let's skip that for a minute, Lieutenant. The fact remains that whoever wrote this letter knew about these crimes. And they weren't exactly front-page stuff.
You yourself said that Otto Pfeiffer's name never even got into the newspaper.
Missing Persons is working on that, Miss Brooks. The man simply disappeared.
Yeah, but our correspondent assures us it was murder, wherever the body might be.
Dr. Chapin's death was tagged as a suicide or an accident. Take your choice. He was taking a smoke up on the roof of St. Mary's Hospital after an operation. The next thing, they were picking him up off the street.
Which leaves us with only one murder as such.
Yeah. Stella Tofania. Well, that crazy gypsy probably told one of her ignorant, superstitious customers something he didn't want to hear, and he beat her brains out in the back of the store.
But you still don't know who it was?
Unfortunately, no.
Well, then it's possible that the 3 were murdered by the same person for reasons we don't know yet.
Uh-huh. And he's paying good money to you to try and catch him. Well, maybe we're dealing with the loony here, but I can't take any chances.
Now, I don't want to sound like an old killjoy, Riley, but this character isn't stupid. I doubt if he's going to let his telephone call be traced.
Well, just the same, I'm going to set things up with the telephone company. I'm going to have another phone put in your office and trust to luck.
Okay. 2 o'clock then, Lieutenant.
Now, have you got everything straight, Miss Brooks?
Uh-huh. All I do is get the special operator on this phone as soon as the call comes through to George. Then if he can hold the call long enough to be traced, I flash the information to headquarters on this emergency.
Yes. And a whole fleet of squad cars will be at the address wherever it is in a matter of minutes.
Well, it's almost 2 now, Lieutenant.
Now, look, Valentine, when you get on the phone, wind up and talk as long as you can. Say anything, even if you have to stutter, but keep the conversation rolling, see? And
right on the button.
All right, Miss Brooks.
Got it, Lieutenant.
Hello?
Valentine. Operator, you can start working on the call.
Huh? What can I do for you? Suppose you tell me what this is all about.
You sound as though you know who this is.
Yeah, you're very punctual. Now, about that letter.
Never mind that. Let me do the talking. I know you're trying to trace the number I'm calling from.
Would that be located at the State Hospital for the Insane?
I also know the shortest time it takes the operator to track down any number. You can be sure I'll hang up before then.
What else do you know that's interesting, Rollo? Have you read any good books lately?
Yes, there is something else I know. You've also got a police lieutenant in your office.
You're all right, Buster. It's going to be fun playing with you.
Yes, it is a game, isn't it? And I welcome the odds against me. It'll make the triumph completely satisfying, like the final flourish of a great symphony.
Assuming you did kill those 3 people, friend, you mean you're going to continue on your merry way?
Let's leave idle conversation for another time. Now listen, tomorrow I'm going to kill again, and neither you nor the police shall be able to stop me.
Would you mind repeating that?
You heard me. I'm even going to give you the name of the victim. She is Honey Evans, a model, living at the Marlborough Apartments on Weldon Boulevard.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me something. How do you pick out your people? What have you got against this girl? What did you have against the others when... Hung up.
All right, Miss Brooks, you can forget it. Well, Valentine, what do you say?
The gentleman on the other end of the line wants us to be sure and keep tomorrow open. He'd like the pleasure of our company at a murder.
It's all right if I take in my morning milk, isn't it, Mr. Valentine?
Sure, Miss Evans. Here, I'll get it for you.
Thanks. Isn't it rather silly, you and the police patrolling this building all on account of a letter from some crackpot?
Well, now, wait a minute. You forget I spoke to that crackpot. He mentioned your name with more than morbid delight.
Come in, won't you?
Okay.
I'm going to be barricaded in my own apartment. I may as well have someone to talk to. Someone interesting.
Here's your milk.
Oh, thanks. Special skim milk. I really hate the stuff, but I have to think of my figure, which is the height of irony. Honey Evans, the girl with the most beautiful hands in the world. My public never gets to see the rest of me in the ad.
Poor public.
My next-door neighbor. Practices like that for hours.
Well, it's one thing you can't blame on Lieutenant Riley.
Now, seriously, Mr. Valentine, who'd want to kill me? I haven't an enemy in the world.
Haven't you ever heard of people having a compulsion to kill just for the thrill of it?
No reason at all.
Well, that's what's got us stumped, Miss Evans. This man says he has a reason, which applies to you as well as the other three.
You know, I think I'm really beginning to feel a little buttery around the knees about this whole thing.
You have a marvelous knack for understatement, Miss Evans. Now go ahead, have your breakfast. Hey, Lieutenant, I think I'd better check with Miss Evans again.
Why? What's the idea? Nobody can get into that apartment without passing us here in the hall.
She is beautiful, isn't she, Lieutenant?
If you keep on being so subtle, Angel, no one will ever know what you're talking about.
I merely said that...
Wait a minute. And where do you think you're going, Miss Evans?
I'm sorry to spoil your fun, Lieutenant Riley, but I've got to go out. My agency just called. Duchess Jewels wants me to model some bracelets for them.
That can wait till tomorrow.
Oh, no, it can't, Mr. Valentine. I've been waiting ages for this account. It means a great deal to me. Full-page ads in all the national magazines.
Miss Evans, we can't use force, but I'm telling
and I'm
you that
telling you, Lieutenant, that... Oh, George.
I got her. Miss Evans, what's wrong with her?
Hey, you better get an ambulance, Riley. This girl is dying.
Coroner's report, Ray Cecilia Honey Evans, 14.36 grains of tetric myoside in stomach of deceased. Remaining milk in bottle found to contain nearly 8 grains of same. Cause of death beyond doubt, poison.
Hey, quick, Brooksy, the other phone. Get the operator.
We can go crazy doing this with every phone call that comes from the office.
Yes?
Everything went off very nicely, didn't it, Valentine?
So well, Rollo, that you almost made me an accessory. I brought that bottle of milk into the girl's apartment.
What an exquisite fillip. I hardly anticipated anything so dramatically appropriate.
Now, listen to me, friend. I'm going to get you if I have to crawl into this phone and over every mile of copper wire to where you are.
I can appreciate your sense of failure, Valentine. I know what it can do to a person.
Keep stalling and dying. Keep
Tell me more.
More? So you can trace the call? Hardly. Now let's get on with our game.
Hey, I got a surprise for you, Rollo. The next time you're going to be just another also-ran with a murder rap staring you in the face.
You and the police will have to do much better than you did yesterday. Consider how simple it was. Having discovered that Miss Evans was the only one in the building who ordered that special brand of skim milk, I found the time and the place to substitute another bottle right outside the Marlborough apartments when the milkman was making another delivery.
I still say you're not going to get away with it, Rollo.
Very well. If you're so sure of yourself, maybe I ought to make it more difficult next time. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Hey, now look, what did these people do to you? Why are you doing this? You can't be so crazy that human life means
Be quiet,
nothing.
Valentine. I don't have much time. Tomorrow, someone in the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar Avenue is going to be found dead. That's all I'm going to tell you. Now, let's see how really clever you can be.
But, operator, are you sure? Well, they're still on the phone.
Oh, no, we're not, Brooksy. You can hang up now.
Well, I guess you're right, operator. Thanks. George, he must be timing himself with a stopwatch. He knows just how far he can go. That time they almost traced the exchange he was calling from.
I know.
Well, what gives with Rollo now?
Murder. What else? Hello, Lieutenant Riley, please. This is Valentine.
Then he's going right on.
Yeah, but he's making it a little tougher for us. He's trying to... Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Uh-huh. Just got another call from him. No such luck. Well, he's got another shindig scheduled for tomorrow. Will you take it easy, Riley? I've got a hunch that's so crazy it might just work. All I want you to do is let me play it my way.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Anyone who has ever run a vacuum cleaner knows it has to be emptied at regular intervals or it's no go. Same thing holds true for your car's engine. That's why a crankcase drain and a refill with compounded RPM motor oil at regular intervals is so all important. You see, RPM has a special detergent compound that cleans as it lubricates. It controls the harmful wear-causing carbon particles that collect in any engine, prevents them from depositing on and scratching finely polished interior engine parts, and gets rid of them when you have the oil changed. And RPM not only keeps your car's engine cleaner, it fights off corrosion, rust-proofs internal engine parts, and clings to the hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. Next time you ask for motor oil, ask for RPM motor oil. Regular use of RPM means added life for your car's engine. No wonder RPM is first choice in the West. Get it tomorrow at any independent Chevron gas station or Standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A well-bred, even pleasant voice on the telephone hires you to keep its owner from committing another murder if you can. He actually names his intended victim, and still neither you nor the police can prevent him from striking. Then another call. This time you only get the street block where you can expect mayhem to break out. All of which, if you're anything like George Valentine, suggests something as wild as the whole setup itself.
All right, Valentine, you've practically memorized that list, and it better pay off. I had half the men in the department canvassing that neighborhood.
And the 1200 block on Corona Del Mar is king size.
Yes, and we've got the name of every man, woman, and child, address, occupation, comments.
Thanks, Riley.
This is really some job we've got handed to us. Okay, so we blanket the whole street with plainclothesmen, but we can't keep people from going to work. We can't check on every delivery man or salesman who wants in or out. We can't... Look, Valentine, will you stop staring at that list? What do you expect to find?
The name of the person who's next on Rollo's schedule.
I don't see how this can tell you.
Riley, while you and the boys cover the block, I'm going to concentrate on one Walter Cluckholm, piano teacher. 1236 Corona Del Mar.
I don't want to be an old nosy, but why?
And I don't want to raise your hopes too high, Lieutenant. So suppose we just call it a wild stab and see if it works.
Murder? Please, young man, I have no time to talk about unimportant things.
Your murder, Mr. Cluckhorn. Would you classify that under the heading of trivia?
Please, look at what time it is. My pupils will start coming soon. Listen to that. My new piano. Never before have I had such an instrument.
Yeah, well, that's just swell. But you gotta believe me, mister. I didn't come here just to pass the time of day. This man I told you about means business.
Young man, I learned to be a fatalist, a philosopher. 3 years I was in a concentration camp. And still, here I am.
Yeah.
A new life in a new country, a new piano, plenty of pupils. And anyway, who'd bother killing an old man like me? So, you see...
Hey, wait a minute. You said this piano was new? How new?
This morning they just delivered it. That's why I'm so happy.
Take your hands off that thing. Get away.
Let go. What's the matter with you?
Stay where you are, Clacone. Keep your hands off that keyboard.
What are you doing, young man?
Just having a look inside this piano. Oh, brother. You don't know how lucky you are, Pop.
What do you mean?
These little wires, this detonator cap. Somehow our unknown playmate found out this was being delivered today and managed to wire it for sound. And I mean sound with a capital boom.
I do not understand.
Sooner or later you would have hit a certain combination of notes and this whole place would have blown up. You with it.
I better sit down. The philosopher is not feeling so well.
Yeah, very lucky. Both of us. Phew. Move over, Pop. I think I'll sit down, too.
Valentine, what is this business about a motif, a theme in a work of Wagner?
Well, my hunch about Cluckhorn wasn't so wild after all. Think back now. A surgeon, a diamond cutter, a gypsy palmist. Now, what's the common denominator for all of them?
Well, none that I can see.
Hands, Angel, hands. All their lives revolved around hands.
Huh?
The sensitive fingers of a surgeon. Thousands of dollars depend on the way a diamond cutter handles his mallet on a precious stone. And Stella Tafania made a living reading the palms of people's hands.
Sure. And Honey Evans, the model with the most beautiful hands in the world.
And Mr. Cluckhorn, the piano teacher, the same thing applies to him.
Okay, Valentine, maybe you've got an answer as to why this guy went out.
Maybe that's Rollo. I'll get over to the other phone.
Don't bother, Brooks. He's too smart for that. Yeah, hello?
I underestimated you, Valentine. Let me congratulate you on saving Cluckhorn.
Well, thanks, Rollo.
However, it introduces a very unpleasant necessity.
Meaning?
I'll have to figure out details and call you later. But my next move must unfortunately shatter the beautiful pattern I had all worked out.
Yeah?
To keep anything from happening to my long-range plan, I'm afraid you must be next, Valentine.
Hey, Riley, just what kind of metal pygmies are we?
Don't make me answer that now. I don't exactly feel like Einstein.
And I feel as confused as a mating moth.
Now, look, it takes just so long to trace a telephone call, and Rollo knows that. Well, we're going to make two parts out of the operation.
Huh?
The first time he calls, we trace the prefix, the name of the exchange, where the phone is located. And that's all.
But an exchange covers a lot of territory, George.
And he'll never stay on the wire long enough for us to find out the exact number.
Yeah, but I'm going to make Rollo call me back a few minutes later, so we can be sure he's using the same phone, or at least the phone in that district. Then all we have to worry about is getting the number.
Say, that's an idea. It might work. Ah, but wait. How do you know for sure he's going to call back?
Lieutenant, if I know my customer, I think I have a way.
Oh, well, darling, I'm worried. You're going about this as though it were just another case for somebody else. He means to kill you.
You know, the same disconcerting thought keeps occurring to me, too, Brooksy?
All right, Valentine. You hit on something. But here's what we're going to do. You don't have to bother with that other phone this time, Miss Brooks.
But why?
I'll rig it up so that any call that comes into this office will flash a red light on the switchboard down at headquarters. We'll work the whole deal out from there.
Will that save any time, Lieutenant?
No, but that way we'll be in constant touch with every squad car in the city, and as soon as we find out the exchange, they'll be ordered to converge on that district. Then they can't be more than minutes away from wherever he's phoning.
Hey, you know, Riley, you and I make a pretty good team. Maybe one of these days I'll join the force and you and I...
You do, and I'll... well, I gotta get going. I think I smell my fudge burning.
All right, Brooksy, if that's Raleigh, you got the pitch. Operation Runaround.
Yes, George.
But don't play it too big.
No.
He may get suspicious and hang up. Now, go ahead.
Okay. George Valentine's office.
Mr. Valentine, please.
Well, now, isn't that a shame? Mr. Valentine just stepped out. Oh, well, just a minute. Maybe I can get him before he reaches the elevator.
This ought to give us a few seconds.
Well, better not make it too long, George.
I won't. Hey, I know a way to waste a couple of seconds. Come here.
No.
I wouldn't call that a waste, darling.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Hello, Valentine.
I thought you'd like to know that I've made up my mind how I'm going to dispose of you.
Oh, I'm vaguely interested, Rollo. But this time I'm going to do the talking, and you can hang up whenever you feel like it. But I think you'll stick with me.
What's that?
I told you once you weren't going to get away with it. Now I'm sure. I know enough about you so I can really grease the skids under you. It's just a matter of time.
Come, why don't you stop whistling in the dark?
Let me tell you about yourself, Rollo. I know you're a pianist. Probably a very well-known artist once. Then something happened to your hands. That's right. Go ahead. Take a look at them. Suddenly you couldn't give any more concerts. Your whole life came to an end for you. You had to have your revenge against the world.
Stop it.
Where hands played an important part in anybody's life, you set out to destroy him. You were the one playing the piano in the apartment next door to Honey Evans. Thinking about it now, that was a pathetic performance. And your handwriting, the miserable scrawl.
I'm going to hang up.
No, this time I'll hang up. In a few minutes, I expect more information that'll make it easy to put the arm on you.
Well, how did you pull all that out of your hat?
A little elementary deduction and a generous helping of guesswork. Musical references, motif, Wagner. And he knew enough about Cluckhone's piano to turn it into an atom bomb. All that Brooksy, and he's as mad as a coot.
Yes, but will he call you back? If he doesn't, we're right where we started.
He's sweating blood, Angel. He's all mixed up. That cookie won't rest till he finds out just how much I do know about him.
Attention, all cars. Proceed to district covered by the Wadsworth Exchange. I repeat, Wadsworth, bounded by Elmira, Jensen, and Morton Streets, on the south side of McCary Boulevard. And step on it. That's all. Riley. Okay, Sergeant, let's get going.
Wadsworth thinks there's a big hunk of the city, Lieutenant.
I was thinking of something else. Valentine happens to be in the Wadsworth Exchange.
You've done a lot of talking, Valentine, but you really haven't told me any more than you told me before.
Still, you couldn't resist calling back, could you, Rollo?
Merely curious. Now I know it was just rather skillful deduction on your part. You don't actually know too much, and it doesn't alter my decision one bit.
Oh, that's nice. Let's hear about it.
Oh, no. Time is running short again. You know the 3 minutes it takes to trace a call. But I'm coming to get you, Valentine.
Oh, George, I can only take so much suspense.
Yeah. Well, we know Riley's got the exchange.
But were they able to get the number? A second, one way or the other, makes all the difference.
Rollo said he's coming to get me.
Oh, darling.
Oh, figure of speech, Angel. He likes the elaborate touch, that's all. He wouldn't just walk in here and blow my brains out.
Oh.
Hey, where's that coming from?
The next office. It's...
Yeah. The same thing that was being played the morning Honey Evans was killed. But it wasn't played that way. This isn't just a coincidence. I'm going to see what this is all about.
Get back inside, Valentine.
What the...
But you're the man who has the office next door.
Don't try reaching for your gun. We'll have a bullet through you before you can raise a finger. My hands are still good for something. Too bad the young lady has to be here. Now, she'll have to go, too.
Wait a minute. Look, you can't...
If one must die, music like that should make it somewhat more acceptable. Valse Triste, played by Gerald Mydens. One of my most famous recordings.
Next door all the time. So that's how you know almost every move I made.
Think of all the times you saw my name on the door.
Gerald Mydens, concert management.
15 years ago, it was Gerald Mydens, promising young pianist. Why should I have had a stupid, reasonless accident? Why couldn't it have happened to someone like the four you know about? That's what's been driving me out of my mind.
How do you expect wholesale homicide to change any of that?
These hands, these fingers, long, you'd imagine sensitive. But they're dead things. Only the faintest trace of feeling left in them.
Oh, don't do this, Mr. Mydens. The police will understand that you're sick. You don't know what you're doing.
My name on the door may not have suggested anything to you, Valentine, but yours did to me. It inspired this little game. But it's all over now. All over for you. Now, over there, both of you.
You must be needing that. Riley. See that he behaves, Sergeant.
Oh, Lieutenant, do you mind if you kiss a gray-haired old lady?
Oh, brother, you must have made it here and nothing flat.
I was only over on 10th Street when we found out it was the office next to yours.
Would someone mind turning off that record? Valse Triste, the melancholy waltz. It's over now.
George? Did you notice our new neighbor in the next office?
Yes, I did. Pamela Stodgeworth.
Society secretary.
Oh.
All social functions correctly managed.
Mm-hmm.
Weddings a specialty. Well, I had Coke with her down in the drugstore, and, well, Miss Stodgeworth wants to meet you.
So did the last tenant.
Yeah, but in fact, Pamela gets absolutely agog at the very mention of your name.
Oh? And why would that be?
Well, she thinks if you really got to know her, well, you might start thinking of romance, orange blossoms, old shoes, and a shower of rice.
Oh, Angel, I realize you always have my best interest at heart, but do you really think it would work out?
Huh?
Why, Pamela is at least 60.
No comment.
If you're a mother, maybe you drive the kids to school every day. Or if you're the breadwinner of the family, maybe you use the car to drive back and forth to work. In either case, you probably run into traffic lights and lots of stop-and-go driving twice a day. And what can be a better feeling than knowing your car will give you steady, dependable performance at all times? Fast starts, steady pickup for speedy getaways, and extra power for hill climbing. That's the kind of performance you can be sure of when you have a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this high-octane gasoline is specially blended and climate-tailored to get command performance out of your car in every driving condition. Its light fractions command fast starts every time you use the starter, and it's perfectly blended to command steady, powerful acceleration whenever you give it the gun. That's why you hear so many motorists saying, Chevron Supreme gasoline keeps my car going steady. Ask for this premium quality gasoline tomorrow. Get Chevron Supreme at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find a very distraught Brooksy waiting by a roadside as...
Hey, Brooksy, over here.
Oh, George,
Have you got that prescription, Brooksy? Let me have it.
Here, but what...
Now get inside and take the wheel. I can't.
Oh, George, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
Well, that makes a couple of scared people. Let's just hope this stuff works, or you'll be looking for a new boss. Now step on it.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ed Begley as the murderer, Mary Shipp as Honey, and Herbert Butterfield as Pluckholm. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The elusive $100,000, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If it's so off the beam, nobody can help you, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, this is not a quiz program, but how would you like to get paid for spending a weekend at the fashionable resort of Las Rositas? Doing what? Just having fun. Indulging yourself luxuriously at my expense. Fulfilling an ambition most men merely dream about. Alas, these pleasures
which I cast your feet denied me because I must spend the weekend being charming, glib, and hilarious, entertaining the wealthy yokels in the Peacock Room of the Pioneer Hotel, where you can reach me if this letter intrigues you. Just write, wire, or simply drop in. Signed, Walter Haney.
You know, you keep reading that letter, Angel, and I'm going to stop and make you hitchhike the rest of the way to Las Rositas.
Well, I'm sorry, George, but I'm fascinated. Well, things like this just don't happen to people. Unless they guess the name of the song.
With humor like that, Brooksy, you may be able to follow Walter Haney in the Peacock Room.
Yeah, but seriously, why would a man who's been a star for years, making thousands of dollars a week, write a letter like this? Maybe it's just a gag. Well, how do you know?
I called the hotel. There's a suite waiting for me, all paid for.
Oh, a whole big suite.
Yep, that's right. So I reserved a room for you on the second floor, right over the laundry.
Right over the laundry?
Well, I'm sorry. It's all they had, Brooksy. Besides, I'm not Walter Haney. This comes out of office expenses.
Well, at least I'll be around to watch you indulge yourself luxuriously.
Oh, I don't know about that, Brooksy. Could be it's Walter who's indulging himself. At my expense.
Dear Valentine, here's something I want you to spend for me. $15,000 in cash.
Jeepers. May I touch it?
Hey, now, even with Miss Brooks' help, I may not be able to spend that much in one weekend. Then what?
What I have in mind, Valentine, you'll get rid of it in a few minutes.
Splurge the whole $15,000, Haney? On what?
I'll come to that. But I should explain. At the moment, this is all the money I have in the world.
Well, then you'd better take care of it.
If you read anything about me in the papers, Miss Brooks, you know that next to breathing, I'm supposed to love gambling best.
Well, look, why don't you go out and throw it away yourself? This town's wide open for gambling.
Yeah, that's the hitch. I could sneak out between acts, but I'm not allowed to gamble.
What do you mean by that? You're over 21.
I'm in debt to a syndicate now for over $100,000. I know how to pay them back, but it's a gamble. And that's the one thing that they won't let me do.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
Yeah, they have a shifty-eyed character named Marty Ould shadowing me. Won't even let me get near a slot machine.
Go ahead, Haney.
This means a great deal to me. If I weren't allergic to melodrama, I'd say it was a matter of life or death. Now, here's what I want you to do, Valentine.
Yeah?
There's an art dealer in this town who I suspect maintains a so-called gallery merely to fleece visiting millionaires.
Oh, something you won't find in the guidebooks, huh?
Well, Mr. Dirkson's particularly proud of one item in his fly trap. It's a much sought-after Etruscan vase by one Alberto Molini, 1506, 1568.
I take it isn't just something you put flowers in.
No. It's the real thing, old man. It's worth much more than $15,000.
Yeah, but the poorhouses are full of characters who try to outwit the connoisseurs.
Miss Brooks, when I'm not doing other foolish things in my life, I dabble in artistic obscurities. Once I found a Fra Angelo in an attic. Only it turned out to be an amazing fake. But I still think that there's nothing like...
Nothing like coming to the point, Haney.
Yes. Well, if I'm right, Valentine, Mr. Dirkson's vase is not only authentic, but it's the mate of another masterpiece by Molini.
All of which adds up to what?
$100,000.
My, how you do toss off round numbers.
Oh, I'm quite serious, Miss Brooks. There's a fabulous cattleman, one Hank McCrary, who lives just outside of town here, and who owns the other Molini. Incidentally, he does use it to put flowers in. He can afford it.
Uh-huh. And he'll pay you the $100,000?
As I said, if I'm right about Dirkson's vase, that's the gamble. I may lose my $15,000. This Hank McCrary, he knows as much about these things as he does about longhorn steers.
Well, it seems to me a simple risk for you to walk in and make the purchase yourself, as long as your intentions are honorable.
You don't know these gentlemen I'm indebted to. Flinty individuals, one and all. And they don't believe in anyone gambling with what they consider their money.
Oh, Walter, I didn't know you had visitors. I was inside knitting. Did I hear...
Adele, I want you to meet some friends. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, how do you do? How do you do, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, too, Miss Hayden.
Oh, Walter, just what are you up to now?
Now, look, please, Adele.
You know, Mr. Valentine, my brother doesn't tell me a thing that's going on.
Really?
Still, I don't know what he'd do without me. Which reminds me, Walter, I'm going down to see the manager.
Adele,
I shall tell him we want those lights changed for your performance. And you be sure to take a nap now, dear. Oh, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Valentine.
Nice to have met you.
Me too.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you must forgive my sister. She makes my work her whole life.
Hey, you know, Haney, between a stage sister and a gambling syndicate, you don't seem to have a life of your own.
I'm rather sensitive about that, old boy. Supposing we don't discuss it. Is it a deal?
Why not? There's no law against it. And it's your money.
Good. Believe me, I'm more worried about Adele than I am about myself. She can't sleep because of that $100,000 debt.
I see. Oh, Brooksy, you'd better go and check in.
Oh, yeah. My room over the laundry.
I want to see what I can find out about Mr. Dirksen. I'll meet you downstairs in the drugstore.
Valentine?
Huh?
I want to see you outside a minute. Before you leave the hotel.
Well, who are you? I take it you got a name. Or am I being presumptuous?
The name's Marty Ool. And I told you I want to talk to you outside.
Oh.
Patio.
The boy from the syndicate, huh?
Yeah.
Haney mentioned you.
I said outside.
Okay. Well, here we are, Marty. Alone at last.
I don't know what Haney is cooking up with you,
How
but...
did you know about me and Haney at all?
Now, never mind. Just shut up. Now, look, I'm warning you. Stay away from him.
Oh, well, gee, thanks for telling me, Mr. Rule.
Yeah.
I might have stuck around town and got into an awful lot of trouble.
Yeah, real trouble. Get it? I think I'll show you just what it's like.
Something like this. Thanks for the warning, Marty. But you know you shouldn't try to scare people out of town like that.
Would you mind waiting for me, Mr. Valentine?
Oh? Well, ordinarily, no, but right now I'm in a hurry.
It's all right if I come along, isn't it?
Hey, you know, this seems to be my day for meeting people I don't know. You know, you could have taken a cab. Then the driver wouldn't have to ask you such questions as, who are you anyway?
Lola?
Just Lola, huh?
Isn't that enough? Tell me, why did you come here to Las Rositas to see Walter Haney?
Oh, now this is getting to be a routine.
What did he say to you?
And I thought you wriggled in here because you were interested in me, and me alone.
I could be interested in you, if you would answer my question.
So this is how beautiful redheads named Lola act.
I must know why he wanted to see you.
How did you even know I met Haney?
Suppose we stop off down the block for a drink. I'm sure you'll tell me what I want to know. But this is a 5 and 10 cent store.
It's a bus stop, too, Lola. It's as far as we're going together.
But I thought
Me
we were...
too. But suddenly I remembered all my Boy Scout badges. Bye, Lola.
You know, I'll find out what I want anyway.
Sure, I know you will, but I don't want to make it any easier for you. Oh, yeah. You still didn't tell me who you are. I mean, aside from being Lola.
I'm nobody. I'm just Walter Haney's bride. This was supposed to be our honeymoon.
Walter Haney? Hey, wait a minute.
Just don't tell his sister. She found out she might drop dead. I hope.
What'd you find out about Dirksen, darling?
The most charitable report. Nothing that could send him to jail. Oh. So these are the galleries. Well, let's go in and get it over with.
Oh, welcome. Dirksen's Temple of Art is honored.
We want to buy a vase, Buster.
Yeah, and the 5 and 10 doesn't have just what we wanted.
What? You do not understand. I surround myself with only the most precious objets d'art.
That's fine. I'm talking about the Molini.
You see here only the Molini?
Yeah, 1506, 1568. But most important, $15,000.
Sit down, dear lady, dear gentleman, dear. I do not know how I can bring myself to part with it. It would cause me such pain here in my heart.
That could be indigestion, Mr. Dirksen.
Oh, look at it. Isn't it beautiful? 20,000, perhaps?
I don't think your indigestion is that bad, friend. It's 15.
You are fortunate. Money means nothing to me. You brought the cash, of course.
Well, what do you know? That Haney fella wasn't trying to pass off a phony on me after all. This year vase is the real thing, Valentine.
Yeah? I mean, sure.
Oh, it ought to be just the right thing for Petunia.
Well, it was right there in Las Rosaritas under my own nose.
Well, that's life, Mr. McCreary. Now, I don't like being mercenary, but...
Oh, yeah. Haney called me about that. I got the money right here. 1,000, 2, 3. Oh, I just can't count. I'm too excited about getting that vase.
Yeah, handling all that money would do things to me, too.
Oh, but it's all there, Valentine. I'm a man of honor. Besides, I know when I'm getting the best of a good bargain.
Yeah.
And so we leave the hallowed precincts of Fort Knox, otherwise known as McCreary's Ranch, and make our way back to Las Rosaritas, the Monte Carlo of the West.
You're in rare form, Brooksy.
Yeah, but not before I ask a couple of questions. Well, this gunful Marty and the redhead Lola you refuse to talk about. What's going on anyway, George?
Long stories I don't mind telling, Brooksy, but this is kind of complicated. You see it... Uh-oh, another one of my loyal followers.
I knew my brother was planning something with you today, Mr. Valentine.
Remarkable insight, Miss Haney.
You don't have to play cat and mouse with me. I happen to know what this is all about and what's involved.
Okay, that's the end of that game. What do we play next? Get in the car, Angel.
Okay, George.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
You probably think I'm interfering with my brother's life. Everybody does. But I'm going to protect him as long as I live. Against every grasping female that comes along.
Miss Haney, this is just another job for me, and it's almost done. Frankly, that's all I'm interested in.
I see. Would you mind giving me a lift back to the hotel?
No, of course not.
I'd like to see how it feels to ride with someone who's carrying so much cash.
Well, here we go again.
What do you mean, George?
Look, in back of us.
Huh? Oh, you mean that car?
Yeah, we're being followed, and this time by experts.
What's that?
They're staying just a nice half block behind us, waiting for the tire to close in.
Well, hurry, do something. That money belongs to me and my brother. Every cent of it.
They can go as fast as I can, Miss Haney, even a little faster. Knowing they're catching up with $100,000.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. If your car has one of today's high-compression engines, then here's great news for you. A new Chevron Supreme gasoline is now available, and it meets all the demands of today's high-powered cars. Gives your car faster starts, faster getaway in traffic, extra power that lifts your car over hills without a ping or an engine knock. A new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. It's a premium quality gasoline, climate-tailored for the West's different altitude and temperature zones. So wherever you drive, go on new Chevron Supreme. Bet your car's improved performance makes you agree you can't buy a better gasoline. Get it tomorrow at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A famous nightclub entertainer, Walter Haney by name, invites you to Las Rositas, a fabulous, really, gambling resort. Gives you $15,000 to buy a rare vase. That you do, and on a quick resale, end up with $100,000 in cash. You're headed back to turn the money over to your client when suddenly you notice a car on your tail. You've got to think fast, and if you're anything like George Valentine, you do.
George, that car's getting closer. They'll take all that money away from you. You can't let them.
Now, leave this to me, Miss Haney. Now, listen, Brooksy.
Yes,
See
George.
that cab parked up ahead? When we get there, I'm going to slow down. You take over the wheel.
But you'll never get to that cab without them seeing you.
I want them to follow me. You just keep going and get back to the Pioneer. Now, come on. Let Miss Haney sit on the outside so you can get to the wheel.
Okay. I've got it.
Good, good.
Oh, but darling, I wish you'd tell me what you're going to do.
No time, Brooksy. Here I go.
George! The money.
They'll find him. Take it away from him.
Oh, Miss Haney, stop talking about that money.
But it's my brother's.
I'm beginning to wish I'd never heard of your brother.
Keep going, Kevin. Keep going. Lose that car.
Come on, snap out of it.
What?
You ain't been in that cab for quite a while, chum.
What?
We sent him on his way after we dragged you out. Don't you remember?
Swell memory. Go on, ask me. When was the Spanish Armada sunk?
I'll ask you. Where's that $100,000? We've been all over you, and it's gone.
I lost it in the crap game.
Where'd you stash it? Or did somebody get to you first?
Who hired you for this job, monkey face? Jackson? McCurry trying to get his money back?
I'll ask the question.
Monty Old? Or maybe Lola trying to get the most out of a honeymoon?
Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. Come on, Johnny.
Hey, give me another towel, will you?
Yeah, sure thing, boss. But I think you'd be better off there getting a doctor.
You got a real smart hotel here, friend. I just don't want to shock any of the equally smart clientele when I leave this washroom. Ooh. That feels better.
Yeah, what happened to you anyway, boss?
Look, is Walter Haney through with this last show in the Peacock Room yet?
Well, let me see. Just about, I guess.
Swell.
I just wanted to give you time to freshen up, Valentine.
Monty.
Hey, you. Get out.
Yeah, mister, but I work here.
I said get out until I'm through.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be nice about this, Monty. I don't want this dance with you. I'm not up to it.
Don't I know it, though? And am I sorry?
Look, if you're interested in money, I got $4.86 on me.
When I lost you after you left McQuarrie, who got to you?
Who didn't?
Whatever money you picked up for Haney belongs to the guys I work for. He wasn't supposed to gamble any of his dough until he was all squared up. Now, what happened to the $100,000?
Okay, Marty, I did this before. I can at least try to...
Not this time, Valentine.
You don't know what it was like going through that last show, not knowing what happened to Valentine and the money.
That money means everything to us, Walter.
Doesn't anybody care about Valentine just for his own sweet self?
Well, of course, Miss Brooks. I care very much. It's just
He
that
was doing everything to save that darn money of yours. When he hopped out of the car, he knew he was making a clay pigeon of himself. Who knows where he is now or what happened to him?
I know, and I'm sorry I started the whole mess.
Now, Walter, don't get yourself unnerved. Remember, you have 3 performances tomorrow.
Oh, what's the use?
Well, don't we make a happy group?
Lola.
Yes, Walter?
I thought we decided to give me a little time and then to...
Walter, who is this woman?
Well,
That can wait. I just want to say this. I found out what Valentine was doing for you, so I hired someone to follow and take the money away from him.
What? What do you mean you hired somebody? Where's Mr. Valentine?
I don't know, but he didn't have the money on him.
Oh, Lola, you shouldn't have...
What else could I do to keep it away from you, Walter? You'd only gamble it away. I wanted to make sure whatever you owed would be paid off and we could make something out of our future together.
Future together? What are you ranting about? Who are you?
How's your blood pressure, Miss Haney?
What's that?
I happen to be your sister-in-law.
No.
Well.
I was going to explain, Adele, as soon as everything got straightened out.
I won't allow it. Whatever success Walter's had, his talent, everything, it's due to me. I never got married just so I could take care of him. I won't let this happen no matter what I have to do.
Walter, you know where I'm spending my honeymoon? Alone. I'll be there waiting, but not for long.
Oh, Lola!
Walter, how could you do a thing like this? To me.
Adele, for the love of heaven, why don't... Oh, just sit down there and knit. Do anything, but please stop talking.
Oh, I've nothing to live for now. You're going to regret this, Walter.
Mr. Haney, I'm sorry my sympathies are limited. But right now I'm only interested in George. What about these people you owe money to? They might have...
Yes, Miss Brooks, I thought of it. I'm going to call him right now. Room 418, please.
So that's all I'm good for, then. Just to sit here and knit.
Hello, Miller. Miller, this is Haney. You got hold of Valentine? No? Oh. Yeah, I know, Miller. I'm quite sure you won't let me out of your sight.
What did he say?
Miller's boy, Marty, caught up with Valentine, too.
Yes?
I don't understand it. He didn't find any money either. It was already gone.
Then, Walter, you mean you still owe all that money?
That's right, Adele. Miss Brooks...
Oh, save it, Mr. Haney. From here in, I'm crying copper and see if they can't find George. George.
True love. She can still recognize
Oh,
me.
darling, when I saw you coming across the lobby.
I know. Is that Haney's dressing room over there?
Yes, George, but you're in no condition to do anything more tonight. Talk to him in the morning.
I think if I just take everything slowly and surely, I'll be able to make it.
Oh, golly. You see? There's nobody here. Come on, George, please.
Wait a minute, Brooks. Slowly and surely. Remember?
Well, what is it?
It's a note. Do you mind reading it, Angel? My eyes seem to be closing earlier tonight.
It isn't addressed to anybody.
Go on, read it, Angel.
It says, when you've done what I've done to a life and seen the way it all worked out tonight, there's only one answer. When you find me, you'll know I wasn't afraid to face that answer.
Wait a minute. This sounds like...
Yeah, George.
Slowly but surely, let's get down the hall to Haney's apartment.
Nobody here either, George.
Go on. Take a look in the bedroom. Make sure. He's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, so he took that way out, the fool, and why...
No, George, look.
Adele. Close that door.
Oh, why should she do that to herself? Do you think she got to the dressing room first and read the note Walter wrote?
Brooksy, I got a feeling Walter never wrote that note. It was his sister.
But it said, when you've done what I've done to a life.
She meant her brother's life.
Oh, Adele, Lola's here, and we just have to talk to you. Valentine.
Hi.
You all right? Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am for everything that's happened.
You sorry, too, Lola? Why did you pick up those gorillas you hired?
Mr. Valentine, I love Walter. That's the only excuse I have for what I did. But about the money...
George, don't you think you better tell Mr. Haney?
Yeah. Your sister's in the bedroom, Walter.
Then I better go in and have it out with her right now about Lola and me.
No, wait a minute.
What?
You better read this note.
Adele. Oh, no. Oh, I've got to see her. She wouldn't...
No, Walter. I don't think you'd better go in there. She decided to end it that way, and, well, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, good Lord.
Walter, darling, don't.
Oh, Adele. Adele never really meant any harm. I tried to save her from herself. Each year, I got worse.
You mean her gambling, don't you?
Yes, Valentine.
Her gambling?
But, Walter, why did you let me go on thinking it was you who couldn't hold on to a penny?
I owed something to her. Didn't matter if everybody thought that I was the black sheep. If I let it ride like that. It was an obsession with her. Then she got in over her head and... then this happened.
Will you cut it out, Haney?
But it is funny, Valentine. There's not even the money now.
There's something even funnier. But it doesn't make you laugh.
What do you mean, Valentine?
The $100,000. When I jumped out of that car, I slipped it into your sister's knitting bag.
George!
Valentine.
Yeah. She didn't know it, but she had it with her all the time. You see, your stage sister still took care of you, Haney.
And now now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the fashionable resort of Las Rositas, the Monte Carlo of the West.
The honeymoon haven of thousands of happy couples embarking on their life together.
Oh, darling. Golly, to think you took the trouble to memorize that part of the pamphlet.
Well, there's a lesson for every man in that gaudy little publication put out by the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, tell me more, dear heart.
Joining all those happy couples are the thousands of divorcees who leave this desert Mecca, their freedom papers clutched in their hot little hands.
I don't see anything like that in this pamphlet.
You should read the tables put out by the Bureau of Vital Statistics, Angel.
Home, home on the range, where never is heard a discouraging word. Ah.
If you've read your newspaper, then maybe you've read all about it. All about the new Chevron Supreme gasoline. And once you've tried new Chevron Supreme in your car, you can honestly say to yourself and to your friends, you can't buy a better gasoline. Look what it does for today's high-compression engines. Faster starts, quicker warm-ups, speedier getaway, and extra power on hills with never a knock. Count on new Chevron Supreme for all the power your car can deliver. It's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. It gets the best out of your car in each different altitude and temperature zone wherever you drive in the West. Try a tank full of new Chevron Supreme tomorrow, and you'll agree it's unsurpassed. Fill up at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we follow George Valentine as he hurries through the door of an expensive apartment, we'll hear...
Oh, George! George!
Easy. Take it easy, Brooksy. Oh. Who's been pushing you around?
I don't know what happened, George. That's just the way he was when I came to. With that letter opener in his back.
Who's he?
Well, his name's Glenn Cooley. Oh, darling, I don't know whether I did it or not.
Oh, this is just great.
What are we going to do, George?
Well, we can't find out by standing here. I got to prove you didn't do it before the police try to prove you did.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ramsey Hill as Haney, Jeanette Nolan as Miss Haney, Ralph Sedan as Dirksen, Mark Lawrence as Marty, Pinky Parker as McCreary, and Charlotte Lawrence as Lola. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Avenger. The road to crime ends in a trap that justice sets. Crime does not pay.
Avenger, sworn enemy of evil, is actually Jim Brandon, a famous biochemist. Through his numerous scientific experiments, Brandon has perfected 2 inventions to aid him in his crusade against crime as the Avenger. The telepathic indicator, by which he is able to pick up thought flashes, and the secret diffusion capsule, which cloaks him in the black light of invisibility. Brandon's assistant, the beautiful Fern Collier, is the only one who shares his secrets and knows that he is the man the underworld fears as the Avenger. And now, The Avenger and the Crypt of Thoth.
Here are the notes you dictated, Jim. I've transcribed them, but frankly, I don't understand them.
Well, you're not to blame for that, Fern. Those last impressions I picked up on the telepathic indicator were very difficult to identify. It seemed to me that they were thoughts transmitted through writing, but the writing itself was obscure.
Yet you thought violence was indicated?
Yes. You see, Fern, waves are the primary force in telepathy, and the telepathic indicator not only picks up those waves, but amplifies them, just as a microscope magnifies an object. In this particular instance, strong impressions of robbery and perhaps even death accompany the impression of indecipherable writing.
Your notes indicated that the writing may have been hieroglyphics.
That's right, Fern. But I came to that conclusion after employing the factor of sense cooperation in an effort to clarify the thought flashes I had already received.
What prompted you to mention Professor Wilk in your notes, Jim?
Professor Wilk has been in the news recently in connection with that museum piece he had brought over from Egypt called The Crypt of Thoth. He's been trying to decipher the hieroglyphics on that crypt for years.
Do you think you may have picked up his thought flashes?
There's just a chance of it, Fern. I'm going to stay close to the indicator for a while, though. This is an entirely new type of experiment, and it promises to be very interesting.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Good morning, Amara.
Come in. Professor Wilk will be ready to go to the museum in just a moment. Sit down.
Thank you.
The professor worked on his notes all night, Clark. And this morning he was in a very happy mood.
You think he's hit upon the secret of where the jewels are hidden in the crypt?
I am sure of it. But he intends to say nothing and get the jewels for himself, just as I told you. Clark, the time has come for us to force his hand. Today, in the museum. You know what to do.
Yes. It's hard for me to believe the professor would do this to us, Amara, after we've worked with him for years to solve the riddle of those hieroglyphics.
I know him better than you do, Clark. I told you we couldn't trust him.
Be careful, Amara. He's coming.
Amara, those letters I dictated must go out at once.
Yes, Professor.
Good morning, Clark.
Good morning.
Come, Clark. Let's get along to the museum. We were a little late this morning, and there's a great deal of work to be done. Here is the crypt room, Clark. Come inside and close the door.
Yes, Professor.
This crypt of Thoth is a beautiful thing, Clark.
Yes. A relic of an ancient civilization, steeped in mystery and promise. Why, that black onyx statue of Thoth, the Egyptian god of death, is well worth the price the museum paid to import the entire crypt.
Certainly the statue is beautiful.
But how do you account for its being so strangely placed within the crypt? Its base reaches out above one's head like a little balcony.
That's how I knew the crypt was authentic. Just think of it, Clark. The secret of the pharaohs lies within that crypt. A fabulous fortune that only you and I and Amara know exists.
Professor, have you been able to translate that last line of hieroglyphics? Have you found out where the jewels are hidden?
Have patience, Clark. Soon we may know the secret.
Soon? Why, it's been 10 years since you first discovered this crypt in that obscure sacrificial temple in Egypt. My patience is worn out, Professor.
You are free to go whenever you wish, Clark.
That's what you want, isn't it? But I'm not going, Professor, because I know that you've already solved the secret of this crypt. You know where the jewels are and how to get them.
You are wrong, Clark. I intend to keep my bargain. When I succeed, you and Amara will get 1/10 as you were promised.
1/10? Why, you're mad, Professor. We all deserve an equal share.
You'll take what you are given, Clark. 1/10 or nothing.
You're a fool. I want 1/3. And if I don't get it, your life is forfeit.
Take my life and you have nothing, Clark.
There are ways to make you speak. This gun is one of them.
Clark, I warn you. Help! God!
No use to call for help, Professor. This room is soundproof and you know it.
Clark, be sensible.
What is the last line of the translation, Professor? Where does it say the jewels are hidden?
Ask the statue of the god inside the crypt there. He is more apt to tell you than I am.
Join him in death, then. Get inside.
No.
Inside, Professor.
No, please. Don't let me out.
As you know, Professor, there's just enough air inside that crypt to keep a man alive for 5 minutes.
Let me out, Clark. Let me out.
Your secret or your life, Professor. You have 5 minutes to think it over.
I do not know the secret yet. But even if I did, no man's life is worth that price.
We shall see.
Let me out.
As the moments go by and you begin to suffocate, one breath of air will be worth more to you than all the jewels of the pharaohs. I can wait, Professor.
Clark, what happened? You're pale as death.
Amara, the professor, he's dead.
You killed him.
No, I didn't mean to. I can't understand how it happened, Amara.
What are you talking about? Did you shut him up in the crypt or didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did everything just as we planned it.
Only you forgot to let him out while he was still alive.
No. After he'd been in the crypt for 2 minutes, I heard a strange sound, and I opened the door immediately.
Yes.
The professor was lying on the floor. First, I thought he'd fainted, but he was dead.
You blundering idiot. I shouldn't have trusted this to you. Now the jewels are lost to us forever.
The jewels? That's all you think of. What about me? The police will say I killed Professor Wilk.
Yes, they will say it. And it is true.
Amara, if you do not protect me, I'll tell them everything. This plan was yours as well as mine.
I only wanted you to frighten the old man and make him talk.
How could I know the professor would die in 2 minutes when there was air enough for 5? Amara, you've got to help me.
All right. I will protect you from the police.
But how?
Listen carefully. This is your story, and if you stick to it, the police will think the death was accidental. I will back you up on every point. Now, you must do exactly as I say. And no matter how many times they question you, you must...
Well, this is the room where we're to meet the inspector, Fern.
Is the Crypt of Thorfinn here, Jim?
Yes. I wonder what could have happened here. The inspector sounded excited over the phone.
We'll soon find out. Oh, quite a gathering.
Hello, Jim. Fern.
What's the trouble, Inspector?
Oh, Professor Wilk, that Egyptologist, or whatever they called him, was found dead in that crypt over there half an hour ago.
Why, Jim, we were just talking about Professor Wilk this morning.
Yes. Inspector, who are all these people?
I called them here for questioning, Jim. Come on, let's get started.
Yeah, it looks as if we're in on the ground floor of this case, Jim.
Certainly does, Fern.
Quiet, everybody. Now come up here as I call your names. First, Joe Clark.
Yes, sir.
Clark, you were Professor Wilk's assistant?
That's right.
How long did you work for him?
Almost 6 years. Ever since he came back from Egypt.
Tell us exactly what happened this morning, Clark.
Well, I called for the professor at his house this morning at 11, and we walked down here to the museum.
The professor only lived a block away, so you must have arrived here about 5 minutes past 11?
Yes, I suppose so.
And you came straight to this room where the crypt is?
That's right. The professor wanted to copy some of the hieroglyphics from the crypt.
Go ahead.
Well, we talked for a few minutes, and then the professor went inside the crypt. He discovered he'd forgotten a book he needed and sent me back to his home for it. I couldn't have been gone more than 15 minutes, and when I came back, I found the crypt door closed and the professor inside, dead.
What did you do?
I called the guard and then telephoned the police.
May I ask a question, Inspector?
Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Clark, what made you think the professor was inside the crypt? Wasn't the door always left open when anyone was inside?
Yes. At first, I didn't know where the professor was. I waited around for a few minutes, and then I went out and asked the guard if the professor had left. Well, the guard said he hadn't. So I came back here to look for him. And found him dead from suffocation on the floor of the crypt.
Thank you.
That's all right now, Clark. Timothy Sills next.
Right here, sir.
Sills, you were the guard on duty in the hall outside this room?
Yes, sir.
Well, what's your story?
Well, it's just like Mr. Clark said, sir. Exactly.
You saw Clark leave to get the book about 10 minutes after 11.
Yes, sir, I saw him leave.
Did you see the professor between the time Clark left and returned?
No, but I could hear the professor moving about in here.
Sills, did you hear any sound that might have been the crypt door closing?
Well, I can't say for sure. I wasn't paying that much attention.
Further questions later, Sills.
Yes, sir.
Miss Amara Nakila.
I'm Amara Nakila,
Miss Nakila, what was your position with Professor Wilk?
secretary. I kept the professor's notes and helped him with his translations.
You met the professor in Egypt, didn't you?
Yes, almost 10 years ago.
Are you Egyptian?
My father was.
Tell me, in your own words, what happened this morning?
Mr. Clark told you the truth, Inspector. I was working in the professor's office when Mr. Clark came back for the book. And then, well, we talked a few minutes, and then he left.
Inspector?
Yes?
May I ask Miss Nakila to list her own activities this morning?
Well, that's not important, Jim. We know she wasn't at the museum, so she couldn't have had anything to do with the professor's death.
Well, just for the records, Inspector.
All right. Answer the question, Miss Nakila.
Well, as soon as I was left alone, I went to the professor's study to type some letters.
How many letters did you type?
Oh, Jim, for heaven's sake.
Please, Inspector.
Oh, all right, Miss Nakila. Answer.
Well, frankly, I didn't type any. I decided to read the morning paper before I got to work. After I'd finished reading, I began to type a letter.
Then Mr. Clark came back?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Inspector.
Miss Nakila, what did Clark say when he called to tell you Professor Wilk was dead?
Why, he said the professor had died from suffocation in the crypt.
You're sure he said from suffocation?
I'm certain.
Clark, what made you so positive of that?
Well, he couldn't have died any other way.
No? Well, it just happens, Clark, that the professor's neck was broken.
And now, back to the Avenger and the Crypt of Thought.
Yes, Clark. It just happens that the professor's neck was broken.
His neck was broken. Why, that's impossible.
Then you do not think it was an accident, Inspector?
I'll have to be convinced of that, Miss Nakila. Any questions here, Jim?
Yes. Miss Nakila, I'd like to see the professor's notes.
That is no longer possible. The professor tore them up this morning before he left his house.
He tore them up? I didn't know that.
He didn't tell you, Mr. Clark?
Why, no.
This isn't getting us anywhere. The professor's notes aren't on trial here. I'll question Raymond Tyler, the guard at the front entrance next.
Inspector, while you're finishing up here, do you mind if Fern and I take a look around the crypt?
No, go ahead, Jim.
Come on, Fern.
Raymond Tyler, you were on duty at the front entrance this morning when the professor and Clark came...
Gosh, Jim, this crypt is supposed to be thousands of years old, isn't it?
Yes. If Professor Wilk was right, this vault served as a tomb for several of the pharaohs.
Do you think we'll find any clues here, Jim?
We're not going to look, Fern. Not now.
What?
We're going to sneak out that door and get over to the professor's house right away. Come on. The coast is clear.
Now that we're here in the professor's study, what are we looking for, Jim?
The professor's notes, for one thing, Fern. Now, you search that desk, and I'll go through the wastebasket. We'll have to hurry. I don't want anyone to find us here.
Okay. Oh, gosh, I'll have to be careful here. Everything is so neat. That secretary certainly must be efficient.
Oh, never mind, Fern. Here they are, right on top of the basket. And there's a newspaper underneath them.
I'll help you pick them out. Lucky for us, they were on top of this morning paper. Oh, Jim, these notes won't be any good to us. They're torn in tiny pieces.
Fern, we've got to fit them together. If it takes a year.
You do think they're important?
Fern, these notes are the case history of a murder.
Listen here, Sills. That message you sent me demands an explanation. Why did you want me to meet you here in the crypt room at midnight?
I had to talk with you private, Mr. Clark.
Sills, I don't know what's on your mind, but this meeting is risky and stupid.
Risky, maybe, but not stupid, Mr. Clark.
Well, get to the point. What do you want?
Just this. You got yourself a partner, Clark.
What did you say?
You heard me. Why do you think I lied to the inspector for you? I know you killed Professor Wilk, and I know why you killed him.
What are you talking about?
I used to open the door a little and listen to you two talking in here. I got an earful yesterday, all right.
So, you want to be cut in on the jewels?
That's right. How soon can you get them out of that crypt, Clark?
That depends. I'll need some help.
Where are they hidden?
Come here. I'll show you. Now, see that little dome there on the top of the crypt?
Yeah?
Well, come on, step inside. This thing won't bite you.
Okay.
Look closely now. There. Suffocate, you fool. So, you wanted to be a partner, Sills. Well, you can be one. You and the professor have a partnership in death.
So you set Clark free, Inspector?
I had to, Jim.
Oh, I still think Clark killed Sills, Inspector.
Our evidence wouldn't hold up, Jim. I couldn't prove any connection between Sills and Clark.
There was a connection, Inspector. Sills deliberately protected Clark at your first questioning. That crypt room was soundproof. Sills couldn't have heard the professor moving around in there as he said he did.
But, Jim, I couldn't get anyone to swear that the door to that room was closed at the time. We've got to dig up some real evidence.
Well, we're working on that now, aren't we, Fern?
That's right. We're fitting the professor's notes together like a jigsaw puzzle, Inspector.
Oh, you're wasting your time
No,
on that
Inspector,
stuff.
oh.
Jim, you're letting me down on this case. Here I am with two sensational deaths on my hands, and you're playing around with puzzles.
Now, there's more to that crypt of thought than meets the eye, Inspector.
Well, maybe so,
Inspector,
Fern, but
I promise that in a little while you'll get the evidence you need. Evidence that will make your eyes pop. Now, you run along and let me finish up these notes. This god of death has a mighty interesting history.
Released you?
Yes, Amara. Close the door. I've got to talk to you.
All right. Come into the study. You didn't tell them anything, did you, Clark?
Of course not. Let me sit down. I'm worn out. That inspector grilled me for hours.
Clark, it's time for a showdown. Why did you kill that guard?
I had to. He was trying to blackmail us.
Blackmail you, you mean?
Well, he knew all about the professor's death. I had
You've
to.
gone too far this time, Clark. I'm through. I was willing to bargain for the jewels.
You can stop pretending, Amara. You used me to get rid of the professor. I know that now.
Why should I want the professor dead?
Because you have solved the secret of the crypt. You wanted to get rid of him and me so you could have the jewels for yourself.
I suppose I stood inside the crypt and broke the professor's neck.
No, but I'm convinced you knew that was going to happen.
You know too much, Clark.
Yes, and I'll tell the police. Unless you get those jewels from the crypt immediately and share them 50-50.
You will not find the professor's gun in that drawer, Clark. I have it here. Put your hands up.
Oh, Mara, listen. Unless we stick
You
together...
asked me to stop pretending, so I will. Yes, I used you, Clark. I wanted the professor dead. But now I don't need you anymore. You're in my way.
What are you going to do, Amara?
I'm going to silence you. Then I'll be free to go to the museum and get the jewels.
You won't get away with it.
Oh, yes, I will. I have it all planned. After I've hidden the jewels, I'll go to the police myself and report your death to them.
No.
I'll call it self-defense.
Jim, are you all right?
Yes. You can open the crypt door now, Fern. I've got the jewels.
Oh, Jim, when I heard that noise in there, I thought something had happened to you.
We were right in our translation of that last line, Fern. That one symbol that was transcribed backwards was meant to be translated that way.
In other words, the symbol meaning open was meant to be translated closed.
That's right. And the crypt door had to be closed for the device to work. That was the only word the professor hadn't mastered.
But, Jim, where are the jewels? That's only a piece of onyx from the base of the statue you've got there.
Yes, but look what's encrusted on the underside of it.
Jim, those rubies are the size of walnuts, and those pearls.
Enough to ransom every king alive.
Oh, the inspector's eyes will pop all right. But, Jim, how were you able to get them without being injured?
Well, I stood on the third stone from the back, just as the instructions indicated. That placed me directly underneath the statue. As soon as you closed the door of the crypt, that stone began to move like a seesaw. I balanced myself and let the stone go down 5 times on each side. Then I crouched low as the base of the statue swung out above me.
Otherwise, it would have caught you right on the neck as it did the professor?
Right.
Oh, but, Jim, how did you prevent the base from sliding back and holding up the jewels again?
I used this crowbar as a wedge.
Good heavens. This secret certainly was well protected.
Yes, that moving stone operated a lever that released this base.
And struck down anyone trying to get the treasure?
That's right, Fern.
Now what, Jim? Do we take the jewels to headquarters?
Oh, no. We'll place them there upon that table and cover them.
I don't understand what you're planning to do, Jim.
Fern, I'm setting the stage for the last act of this little drama.
Oh, good. What part do I play?
Messenger, I want you to go to headquarters and bring Inspector White back here. Tell him to park out front and wait.
Just wait?
Yes, Fern. A murderer will come out of this building tonight.
But what about you, Jim?
I'll be waiting too, Fern. Right here as the Avenger.
Here is the crypt. I must not be afraid. I have but to follow the instructions carefully, and I can outwit the god of death and live to wear the jewels of the pharaohs. What was that? Is anyone there?
I speak for those who have died within this crypt, Amara.
Oh, a voice from the dead.
Look, Amara. There, upon the table.
The jewels.
Yes, the treasure that the god of death has protected for centuries.
The jewels of the pharaohs. Almighty Thoth, you have given them to me. I kneel before you.
Rise up, Amara. There is blood upon your hands. Speak. Why did you kill the professor?
I had discovered your secret, Almighty Thoth. I had to send the professor here to die because he knew the secret too. Except for that one word.
And Syl, the god.
Clark killed him. It was the only way. He tried to blackmail us.
Clark, the conspirator. Where is he?
Clark is dead. I shot him.
Then flee from this place. Go at once, Amara. The god of death rules here. You must flee, Amara. Flee.
Yes, I will go. Out there in the night, I can escape your vengeance. I must escape. Escape!
The voice of death speaks clearly to all who dare to kill.
Justice awaits you, Amara.
Jim, I know you were almost certain from the beginning that Clark was guilty. But what made you suspect Amara?
She made one slip in that story she told the Inspector Fern.
What was that, Jim?
She said the professor tore up his notes before he went to the museum that morning.
Yes, and we found the notes torn just as she said.
Oh, not quite. When I asked Amara to list her own activities that morning, she said she read the morning paper after Clark and the professor left for the museum.
But what did that have to do with it?
Now, if those two statements had been true, then the notes would have been underneath the newspaper in the basket.
That's right. I remember now. The notes were on top of the basket with the newspaper underneath them.
So Amara must have torn up the notes herself after she read the paper. And that could only mean that she knew the professor wasn't coming back.
And also that she had solved the secret and didn't need the notes any longer.
Exactly. Of course, we had no way of knowing that she would kill Clark rather than share the jewels. I was expecting both of them to come to the museum to collect.
Oh, Jim, look at the time. We'd better go if we want to get to the museum in time for the private showing of the jewels.
All characters, names, places, and plots used in the Avenger program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
This is a thought. A thought. A thought. Remember, listen for another adventure of...
The Avenger.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else, we offer you Escape.
Escape with us now to Mexico City and the story of a man caught up in a terrifying web of murderous intrigue, as Patrick Quentin tells it in his exciting story, The Follower.
My name is Lytton, Mark Lytton. I'm a petroleum engineer just back from 3 months in Venezuela. I hadn't cabled my wife that I was coming home to New York because I wanted to surprise her. We'd only been married 2 weeks, Ellie and I, before I went on the trip, and well, I was crazy to get back to her. 3 long, empty months. And now, in a matter of seconds, we'll be together again. Ellie! Ellie, it's me, Mark. Ellie? Ellie, are you here? Oh, let's cut out the comedy. Hey, who are you? What's the matter? What's wrong with you, anyway? Corey. Good Lord. It was the guy Ellie had thrown over to marry me, Corey Lathrop. And he was dead. I saw the 2 bullet holes in his chest. Turned sick. He'd been dead quite a while, maybe a day or 2, and he didn't look much like the socialite man about the clubs, member of the State Parole Board Society lawyer. He just looked dead. I recognized that torn piece of negligee in Corey's hand. I ought to. I'd seen it often enough. On Ellie. First thing to do was locate her fast. No. No, not the police. Not yet. Not without knowing what it's all about. Who else, then? Certainly not her society friends. They wouldn't tell me if they knew. I was an outsider, big prospects, but no money, the dark horse who'd rushed Ellie off her feet. No chance there. Maybe some of her other friends, though, she'd messed around with just for thrills because she was rich and bored. Maybe the gambler, Victor DeTorio. Yeah, that was it. If anybody knew what had happened to Ellie, Victor would be the guy.
You've really beat the odds, Mr. Liddon. Very few people I'd let come back here to my private office.
Oh, thanks, Victor.
Of course, you're different, though. You're married to little Ellie. I'd do anything for Ellie. How is she, by the way?
Well, I was hoping maybe you'd know.
Oh? Now, why would I know anything about her?
Well, you're a friend of hers, aren't you?
Why, sure. I knew Ellie long before she met you. She's a great little kid. Too much money for her own good, but still...
You know where she is, Victor?
No, I don't. But she wasn't here a couple of nights ago. Saw her at one of the roulette tables. Ellie sure has a weakness for roulette.
Yeah. Well, look, can't you tell me...
I remember now. That was the night she got into me on credit for $20,000.
$20,000?
I guess the guy she was with was bad luck for her. That nose in the air, what was his name? Lathrop? Corey Lathrop.
Lathrop?
Yes, somebody ought to smash that guy. He's just too good to live.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, Victor, about that money Ellie lost...
Oh, don't worry your head about it, Mr. Liddon. Ellie's a friend of mine. She'll pay when she gets the dough. These little cafe cookies understand gambling, how it works and all. They always pay off. Every one of them pays in the end.
Back at the apartment again, I sat in the den, smoking one cigarette after another. Tried to think it out. Started to get dark, and I still sat there, not knowing where to turn. Stopped cold. Hello?
May I speak to Mrs. Liddon, please?
Well, she isn't here right now. May I take a message? I'm Mr. Liddon.
Oh, well, this is Franchot's Originals, Mr. Liddon. We have those 2 new suits ready to send out, and I find a note here with him. It is a request to forward the suits by air mail to Hotel Granada, Mexico City.
Mexico City?
Oui. Mrs. Liddon evidently telephoned the message, but I did want to confirm the address. Is that correct, Mr. Liddon? Hotel Granada, Mexico City?
Yes, that's right. She flew down there for a few days.
Ah, nice. I do hope she enjoys her trip.
Well, I'm sure she will. Goodbye. Mexico City. So that's where she'd gone. Well, whatever the game, I was sure of one thing. I was on her side, win, lose, or draw. And that meant following her on the next plane south to Mexico City. From the airport, I phoned the police, told them where they'd find Corey's body, and hung up. I beg your pardon. Is the desk clerk around?
Pues sí, senor. I am the desk clerk. Can I help you, senor?
Yes, I believe my wife is registered here, Mrs. Mark Liddon.
Liddon? That is not a very common name, senor.
No, I guess it isn't. Well?
That is a very nice jacket you are wearing, senor. Soft and warm like the breath of a senorita.
Thank you.
It must take many pesos to buy a jacket like that.
I really don't remember now, if you'll be kind enough to...
It must be very nice to have many pesos.
Look, what are you after, a tip?
Senor!
How much?
Pues, when a pobrecito has 5 sisters to support and only one very small job, 20 pesos?
10.
15. It is only pesos, senor, not like dollars.
All right, here.
Gracias. Now we are friends. The senorita is registered in room 522.
522. Okay, thanks.
But wait, senor.
What?
She is not there now.
Oh? Well, where is she?
The senorita is go to the bullfights, I think. But no matter, senor. You are her husband. You are my very good friend. So I let you wait in her room. For only 10 pesos more.
Look, if you like golden eggs, don't kill the goose.
But, senor, you do not look at things the right way. For only 25 pesos, you now have Oscar for your very good friend.
Oscar sent a bellboy up to let me into 522. When he'd gone, I opened the 2 traveling cases in the closet and searched through a mess of clothes and the usual feminine whatnots. I don't know what I'd expected to find in Ellie's luggage. Blood stains, a gun, I don't know. And then I heard the key in the lock. I didn't move. I didn't say anything. Ellie, baby. Who the devil are you?
I could ask the same question, and with a lot more reason, too. Will you get out now, or shall I call the manager?
Now, look, there must be some mistake here.
There certainly is.
This is room 522, and my wife's clothes are in those bags
You've
there.
been going through my things?
Your things. Not unless you happen to be Mrs. Mark Liddon.
That's exactly who I happen to be.
Oh, now, wait a minute, honey. I'm Mark Liddon.
Oh, please, that's a real old one, and I'm just not in the mood.
I'm Mark Liddon no matter what, and you're impersonating my wife.
I'm Mrs. Mark Liddon, and you're trying to impersonate my husband. Now get out, or so help me, I'll phone the manager.
Wait, let me make a call first. It just so happens I know the Spanish words for police and American embassy.
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't, huh? Hello?
Wait, no, don't.
Okay. Now, what's the game? Where's Ellie?
I don't know, Mr. Liddon. I've never met your wife. I was desperate, that's all, and when the chance came along, I took it.
What chance? What were you desperate about?
Well, I'd come down here for a week and got stuck. I didn't know you needed papers to get back across the border. Proof of citizenship, I mean. You see, I've lived in New York all my life, but I was born in Czechoslovakia.
Go on.
Well, I was broke, too. I didn't know what to do. That's when I ran into this bartender, George, and he fixed everything up.
Fixed it up how?
Well, he said this Mrs. Liddon, your wife, had just got in from the States and wanted to disappear for a few days. She was looking for somebody to take her place here at the hotel, so George arranged the whole thing. He brought me here, gave me her tourist card. That's all I know about it.
What were you supposed to get out of the deal?
Just the tourist card. I could use it to cross the border. Mrs. Liddon was going to say later she'd lost it and get a new one. Anyway, that's what George said.
George, huh? Where does this George work?
Well, it's one of the American bars. He's off duty now, though.
Where can I find him?
Well, sometimes he hangs around the Salon de Lisboa. It's a cantina over near the plaza.
Look, if this is all the truth, how come nobody here at the hotel noticed the switch when you took my wife's place?
Well, she checked in during the night and stayed out of sight. No one's seen her but the night clerk. Oscar, I think his name is.
Oscar, huh? That boy really gets around. He's the day man now.
Mr. Liddon, what are you going to do with me?
I don't know yet. What's your name?
Frankie.
Okay, come on, Frankie. Let's go find George.
There he is, Mr. Liddon. He just came in.
The short blonde guy. Looks like a Benham rooster.
Yes. George! Over here, George!
Cocky and tough. I know the type.
George, we've been waiting here for you.
Huh?
I was beginning to think maybe you'd been called back to work at the bar.
No, I'm off duty.
This is Mr. Liddon, George. Mr. Mark Liddon from New York.
Oh. Okay if I sit down?
Sure, George. That's the idea.
Thanks. I suppose you're looking for your wife.
That's right. Where is she?
You've been away somewhere, haven't you? Out of the States.
Yeah.
And your wife wasn't expecting you back so soon.
No, she wasn't.
Well, I'm afraid you're out of luck, Mr. Liddon. She took a plane to Guatemala this afternoon.
Dispénsame, jefe, pero el cantinero quiere saber si ustedes desean algo que tomar.
No.
You wouldn't be lying, would you, George?
Don't push me, Mr. Liddon. Your wife's missing, and you're all upset about it, but don't try to push me.
Where is she, George?
I just told you. That's all I know about it. I'm just a guy who helped her out of a jam.
What kind of a jam?
All I know is what she told me. Said she'd run out on a big gambling debt in New York. And they were sending a gunman after her. She had to get away.
You see, that's where I came in, Mr. Liddon. She wanted someone to take her place here, cover up her trail.
How did she get out of Mexico when you got her tourist card?
She had a passport with her. She didn't need the card.
I see. Well, I still think you're both lying.
Mr. Liddon, I warned you about
Shut up,
trying
George. You can do your talking to the police and the American Embassy. That's who I'm going to talk to.
Oh, don't be a fool, Mr. Liddon.
I'd be a fool to believe this story of yours.
You don't know what it's all about. You're not going to do anything with this blundering around except get your wife killed. Go back to New York and stay out of it.
Skip it, Frankie. When I want your advice, What's the idea of the gun, George?
The idea, Mr. Liddon? That all three of us get up from this table quietly and walk out of the cantina.
I see.
You're not going to the police, Mr. Liddon, nor to the American Embassy. You're coming with us.
Suppose I don't?
You will. Shall we go?
Sure. Why not?
Quietly, Mr. Liddon. Just like three friends, eh?
Sure, George. I'll go quietly.
Now, George!
All right, now give me that gun. Give it to me. All right, now get up on your feet.
Nice going, Frankie.
Come on, George, let's get out of here.
Wait. Give me that bottle. He's still conscious.
George, you didn't have to hit him again.
Shut up, Frankie. We're in it too far to turn soft-hearted now. Come on, let's go.
Escape, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, returns in just a moment. The Book of Etiquette loses a lot more pages tonight when Jack Benny tries to ingratiate himself with the suave, oh-so-social Ronald Coleman's. Yes, Ronnie and Benita will be Jack's guests on CBS tonight. And on the Charlie McCarthy Edgar Bergen Comedy Hour, Charlie will try to enlist in the Air Force and end up as a skyrider advertising pumpernickel bread. Red Skelton, Amos and Andy, Corliss Archer, and Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks will also be on hand on most of these same CBS stations with their famous brands of CBS Sunday night comedy. And now, back to Escape.
When I came to a half hour later, Frankie and George were gone. The only lead to Ellie I had, gone. And I left the cantina and flagged a taxi. In the whole picture, there was only one man who might be able to help me now. I headed for the Hotel Granada and Oscar.
Too bad. It is most unfortunate that you have such a very bad accident, senor. You should come to me. I would have tell you. This Salon de Lisboa is not a good place for tourists.
Oscar, you're a chiseler, a liar, and a crook.
Senor, that is a very bad way for friends to talk to each other.
You'd sell out your own mother for 10 pesos.
You are what they call a very cynic man, senor. I would never do such a thing. Not for 10 pesos.
Why didn't you tell me there was another woman living here posing as my wife?
But you are her husband, senor. And one must be very careful with husbands.
Oscar, I've played along with you as far as I'm going to. I think it's time you talked the whole thing over with the police.
The police? Senor, now you are not speaking like a friend. And just when I was going to tell you about something for free.
Tell me about what?
About the lady who is pretend to be your wife. She has come here while you are gone.
What?
She reads a telegram which is come for Mrs. Liddon. Then she has checked out of the hotel.
I didn't think she had the nerve to come back here.
Maybe you like to know what the telegram is said, huh? It was not sealed so tight.
Of course I'd like to know what the All right. How much?
200 pesos?
For free, huh? Okay. Here's 150, and that's all you get.
Gracias, amigo. The telegram say, plans changed. Go to Hotel Casa Miranda, Acapulco.
Acapulco? Who was it signed by?
It was only the one name, Victor.
I hit my first lucky break in Acapulco. I came in from the airport and went to the Casa Miranda Hotel. And halfway across the lobby, I ran into Frankie.
Mr. Liddon, what are you doing here?
Looking for you.
How did you find out?
Easy. I'm one of Oscar's very good friends. All right, now tell me, where's George?
In Mexico City. Oh, please, Mr. Liddon. Don't try to interfere. Leave, right now. You're going to ruin everything.
I hope so. Where's Ellie?
She's not here. She's in Mexico City. Oh, please, I know you're trying to help her, but you don't understand. You're only making things worse.
You mean worse for you?
Worse for everybody. Ellie, too. You don't even know what it's all about, and you're going to get yourself killed.
Where's Ellie?
I promise you, in a week, everything will be fine.
Where's Ellie?
You've got to believe me. You have to...
There you are, Mrs. Liddon. Are we ready to go?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready anytime, Senor Gallus.
Very well.
Aren't you going to introduce me, darling?
Introduce you?
Yes.
Why, yes. Senor Gonzalez, this is my husband, Mark.
Oh, a pleasure.
How do you do, Senor Gonzalez?
He just arrived unexpectedly.
Oh, I see. And are you planning to go out to the villa with us, Mr. Liddon?
Oh, I don't think he
Oh,
wants...
sure, definitely. I'm in on this, too, you know.
You know what is involved, then?
Well, naturally. The little woman always tells me everything.
And you have no objections?
Well, if it's all right with her, it's all right with me.
Oh, you are a very broad-minded man, Mr. Liddon. Shall we go?
Senor Gonzalez made a brief phone call at the hotel desk, then we got into a black chauffeur-driven limousine, headed out along the shore highway, skirting the sea. About 3 miles out of town, we turned into a private roadway, stopped in front of a large Spanish villa.
I regret the necessity of asking you to wait here on the veranda for a few minutes, Mr. Liddon. But I believe it is better that you don't come down to the boathouse with us.
Aye, sure, that's fine.
Just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Liddon. This shouldn't take long.
All right.
Mark.
What?
Mark, over here.
Ellie. Oh, Ellie, baby. What are you doing here?
Mark, it's wonderful you're here.
Oh, darling.
But you shouldn't have come.
What have they done to you, baby?
Nothing, Mark. I'm all right. But you're not, darling. They'll kill you. You've got to get out of here.
We'll both get out. We've got time. Frankie and Gonzalez have gone on down to the boathouse.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Yes, Gonzalez phoned from town. They won't do anything to you if you leave right now. Victor promised me.
Ellie, what are you talking about?
I didn't want you to get mixed up in it, Mark. I wanted it to be all over before you came back from Venezuela.
I think you'd better tell me what this game's all about, Ellie.
I had to do it. Victor made me do it. I lost a lot of money at his club, and he said if I didn't, he'd kill me.
If you didn't what?
Bring a load of dope across the border for him.
Dope?
That's another one of his rackets, along with gambling. He gets it down here from Gonzalez.
So, Victor hasn't been after you. You've been on his side all the time. But then, what if Frankie and George come in?
They're both working for the police. They kidnapped me from the hotel, gave me drugs so Frankie could take my place and meet Gonzalez. They planned to get the dope from Gonzalez, deliver it to Victor, and then have the police move in on everybody. I got away, though, and phoned Victor. He came down here.
So that's why Frankie was impersonating you.
George used to be one of Victor's boys. Then he got sent to prison. He just got out on parole. It was through Corey he began working with the police.
Ellie, tell me the truth. You killed Corey, didn't you?
I had to, Mark. He was going to turn me in. He was on the parole board, and George reported to him, so he found out about me. He was going to turn me in.
All the time you've been in it up to your neck.
It'll be all right, Mark. Victor will fix it. About Corey, I mean. We'll pretend it never happened.
Just another thrill, huh, Ellie?
Mark.
I've been crazy about you, but I guess I haven't known you very well. You know, I thought this fooling around the clubs with Victor and the others was just bored little rich girl stuff.
Mark.
But it goes a lot deeper than that, doesn't it?
But, darling, I had to do this. Don't you understand?
What was I, Ellie? Just another thrill? Something different for a while, huh?
No, that's why I did it. For us, I mean. Victor was threatening me. He'd have told you all kinds of bad things about me. That's why I had to.
Is Victor down at the boathouse?
Yes.
What are they going to do to Frankie?
I don't know.
They're going to kill her, aren't they?
Why, I suppose. I don't know. What's the difference anyway? Who cares? She doesn't matter. Don't you see that? It's us that counts. That's why I did what I... Mark, where are you going?
To get her out of it if I can. That's the least I can do.
No, come back.
Goodbye, Ellie.
Mark, no! No!
I ran down the driveway toward the boathouse. I was sick. Sick inside and all over. Sick from seeing Ellie the way she really was for the first time. Dazed with the shock. They looked at me startled when I burst through the door. Frankie, pale but defiant, sitting in a chair against the wall with Victor and Gonzalez bending over her.
Well, this is quite a surprise, Mr. Liddon. You're supposed to be escaping.
Yeah, I know. I talked with Ellie. Generous of you, Victor. Letting me go?
Oh, we do anything for Ellie. She's a great little kid. Right, Gonzalez?
Oh, yes, indeed. A most charming young woman.
She wanted us to let you go, so we said okay. That's too bad you had to blunder on down here.
That's all right, Victor. I wanted to see Frankie.
I tried to keep you out of it, Mr. Liddon. I guess now you know.
That's right, Frankie. Now I know.
That's too bad, Mr. Liddon. But you ought to have taken Ellie's advice.
No, Victor. You're all mixed up. I'm in on this, too, now. You know, any game Ellie plays, I play, too.
Well, we figured you for one of those moral guys. Real gone on a kid, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, real gone on the kid.
Well, fine, Mr. Liddon. Join the party.
Thanks.
We're trying to get this little cookie to tell us where George is. If she doesn't, gonna count to 10 and then... Well... How about it, honey?
I told you. I don't know where he is.
Mm-hmm. It's too bad. 1, 2. Better talk, Frankie. 3.
I stood there watching them trying to
4.
figure a play. Victor held a gun pointed at
5.
Frankie's head, and Gonzalez was probably carrying one,
6.
too. Whatever the play, it had to be fast.
7. 8. 9.
Victor! Don't hurt him, Victor!
Ellie.
He doesn't know what he's saying about trying to help Frankie. I mean, he's out of his head. This is Liddon, you fool!
So that's a game.
Victor! No! No!
As Victor swung the gun toward me, Ellie jumped and grabbed his arm and hang on. Gonzalez was just drawing his gun when I hit him, and we both went down. As he scrambled to get up, I drew back my foot and kicked him in the head. I fumbled on the floor for his gun, and from the corner of my eye saw Victor turn his own gun point blank on Ellie. As he turned toward me, I was up on my knees, Gonzalez' gun in my hand, and I let him have
Are you all right, Mr. Liddon?
Yes, Frankie. I'm all right.
Mark.
Yeah, baby.
Mark, it would have worked out all right. I know it would.
Sure, Ellie. Of course it would, Ellie.
Oh, we'd better get her to a doctor, Mr. Liddon. I wanted it to. Please believe me. I've done bad things, Mark, but I could have changed with you.
Sure, honey. I know.
Mark, I could go up to the house and phone for a doctor.
No, Frankie. She doesn't need a doctor. She's dead. Well, that was it. Whatever Ellie was, whatever she'd done, I'd loved her more than anything else in the world. A love like that becomes a part of you. And even when it gets diseased, it has to be cut out. It leaves a deep wound. It takes a long time to heal. If I'd known more about it, I may have acted differently. She might still be alive. I don't know. But as it was, I'd done the only thing I could. I'd followed her. I'd followed her clear to the end.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Follower by Patrick Quentin, especially adapted for Escape by Les Crutchfield. Bill Conrad was starred as Mark Liddon. Featured in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Harry Bartell, Virginia Gregg, Lou Krugman, Sidney Miller, and Don Diamond. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. In just a moment, we're going to ask you to stay tuned for Bill Goodwin and $1 a Minute. But that reminds us that starting next Sunday, $1 a Minute will move back a half hour and be heard on most of these same CBS stations at this time. That is, the time you've been listening to Escape today. The new addition to the CBS Sunday afternoon lineup next Sunday will be Rate Your Mate, the comedy quiz starring Joey Adams. So now, stay tuned for Bill Goodwin and $1 a Minute, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations today and will be heard a half hour earlier next Sunday. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Transcribe.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to wind up with my life being saved by a ghost. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
That's right, Steve.
Well, what do I go chasing after this time?
We already have it.
What do you mean?
This dictating machine cylinder.
I don't get it.
That's the point. Neither do I. Listen, I'll play it for you.
Huh?
A survey of European industry for the first 3 months of 1951 reveals an overall decrease of 10% in the total man-hours lost due to the common cold, as compared to a similar period of 1950. Now, detailed statistics are as follows. France...
That's enough to give you the idea, Steve. The rest of the cylinder is merely a collection of statistics on the individual European countries.
Well, 3 cheers for the enemies of the common cold, but what's all that got to do with me?
You see anything secret about this information?
Of course not.
And why would somebody offer an American $5,000 to smuggle this cylinder out of the country and take it to Europe?
Why?
Sure. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Oh. Who was trying to smuggle it out?
A young student named Emerson. He's waiting in the next room to tell you all he knows about it, which apparently isn't much.
Where was he arrested?
He wasn't. He turned himself in when he became convinced there was something fishy going on.
I see. Where'd Emerson get the cylinder?
From the secretary of the man who recorded it. She's in custody, but we haven't been able to get any information out of her.
I suppose you've considered the possibility that the information on that cylinder might be in some kind of code.
Our best cryptanalysts haven't found the slightest indication that it is.
Who recorded this thing, Commissioner?
Anton Marty.
Never heard of him.
I'm not surprised. Neither have I. Apparently, he's an unimportant figure. Marty came over here from Europe to live after the war. He's employed by our government as a research consultant on European industry.
Has he been investigated for loyalty?
Completely.
Where is he now?
En route to Europe by boat on official business.
What kind of official business?
5 days from now in Naples, Italy, there's to be a very important conference relative to the setting up of the Continental Defense Corporation.
Oh, yeah, that's the new company that's scheduled to manufacture a lot of war materials for Western Europe, isn't it?
Yes, it's being organized and will be held by a man named Trasco. The idea is that raw materials from Western Europe will be channeled to the Continental Defense Corporation as a means of preventing them from filtering behind the Iron Curtain.
Sounds like a pretty big deal.
It's a tremendously vital one as far as the Western European defense bloc is concerned. Anyway, Marty is en route to that meeting to serve as a consultant to our delegation.
You think there's a connection between the cylinder and the Continental Defense Corporation?
Not as far as we know.
Well, look, I don't see what all the fuss is about, so somebody tried to smuggle the cylinder out of the country. We don't know why, but we've got the cylinder.
We can't let it drop there, Steve, and I'll tell you why. Before we took this secretary into custody, we kept her under surveillance. She had a secret meeting with our old friend Gabor.
Gabor?
Sure, probably the toughest foreign agent we've ever had in our hair. You know Gabor never touches anything unless it's big, Steve. That's why I want you to find out what's important about that cylinder. To go anywhere and do anything you have to. But find out what this deal is all about. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Well, I've been handed a lot of snarled-up jobs in my time, but this takes the cake. A secretary offers a student $5,000 to smuggle a recording of a report on the common cold to Europe. Nobody knows what the deal is all about, and lurking in the background is a well-known foreign agent with me in the middle, trying to unravel it all. A real cinch. I go down the hall to the room where Emerson's waiting for me.
Look, I tell you, I don't know what the deal's all about.
Okay. Suppose you tell me what you do know.
Well, that isn't much. A couple of months ago, I decided to go to Europe. I'm an art student. I figured I could learn more over there.
But how did the secretary figure in the deal?
Well, I've dated her now and then, and that's all. Nothing serious, but she got real interested all of a sudden when I happened to mention that I was leaving for Europe.
Go on.
Well, she started giving me a lot of double talk, sort of pumping me to see where I stood politically.
I see.
Well, I knew she was up to something, so I went along with it to find out what. Well, finally, she worked around to ask me if I'd like to make some money. I said, sure. I was broke. And she told me I'd get $5,000 if I'd take that cylinder over to Europe with me. Well, then I knew there was something pretty shady about the deal, particularly when she started in on the hocus pocus.
Hocus pocus? What do you mean?
Well, she said I was supposed to go to Italy, an amusement park outside of Rome, the Carousel.
Then what?
Then I was supposed to give a password.
What is it?
I was to say, I've always wanted to ride in a carousel.
Huh?
The other party would reply, your parents must have been very strict with you. Then I was to pass over the cylinder and collect the money.
I see. Did she ever mention a foreign agent by the name of Gabor?
Gabor? No.
How about her boss, Anton Matty, the guy who made the recording?
No, she never mentioned him either.
Well, all of this still doesn't give me much of a clue as to what this is all about, but if they go to all the trouble to rig a deal like this, complete with password, what was it again? I've always wanted to ride a carousel?
That's right. And the reply was to be, your parents must have been very strict with you.
Brother, what a routine. Hey, wait a minute. This girl's secretary is in custody, and they didn't tell her that you'd reported the deal to us.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that.
Chances are that Gabor doesn't know it either, so if we kept you out of sight for a while, he'd think the scheme was in operation.
Mr. Mitchell, I don't understand what you're getting at.
I'm going to arrange a substitute for you, Emerson.
Substitute?
Mm-hmm.
You mean somebody's going to take my place, take that cylinder to Europe?
That's right.
Well, who?
Me. Well, I can't say I care for the idea of electing myself Mr. Clay Pigeon, but right now it looks like our only chance of finding out what the deal's all about. So I grabbed the next plane for Italy. It's Wednesday evening when I arrive in Rome. Outside the city, I locate the amusement park. It's a big setup, complete with Ferris wheel, carousel, shooting gallery, side shows, the works. And right now, it's going full blast. I head for the carousel. It's slowing down to a stop, but there's nobody riding on it. Then I spot the fat gent. He's standing to one side with his hand on one of the levers, and when he sees me, his face lights up like a pinball game. This could be my boy. I go over to him.
Good evening, Signore. Good evening.
Hi. You run this carousel?
Si, Signore. You're a tourist, no?
Yeah, matter of fact, I just arrived from the United States.
Oh, I see.
I've always wanted to ride on a carousel.
What's that?
I said I've always wanted to ride on a carousel.
Well, donde paso, Signore? Step right up. It's high time you did.
What?
I'm honored to have you as a customer, Signore.
Oh, fine. Look, I didn't really
Signore,
want...
please, now, don't be embarrassed. I have many grown men ride my carousel. Huh? Here, I help you. Which animal you like? Huh?
Now, wait a minute.
Senor, you have always wanted to ride a carousel. You shall ride a carousel. I insist.
Before I can stop him, 2-ton Tony's hoisted me aboard. He yanks at the lever, and there I am, galloping gracefully around on a giraffe, all of which isn't exactly the way I planned for things to work out.
Nice ride, no?
What? Hey, where'd you come from?
You seem to be enjoying your ride. I thought I would join you on this somewhat tattered-looking lion.
You must specialize in trick riding. I didn't see you climb on.
Let us say that I am an expert at riding the carousel.
Oh?
And you, sir?
What about me?
Are you an expert?
No, strictly an amateur.
Your first ride, perhaps?
My first ride.
But perhaps you have been looking forward to this for some time.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I've always wanted to ride on a carousel.
Your parents must have been quite strict.
Well, what do you know? No wonder Fatso didn't tumble to the password, so you're my boy.
I am your boy. I am Sarvik. Now, the cylinder, please.
Huh?
You will please give me the cylinder.
Not so fast. If you think I'm going to hand this over to you, you've been riding these carousels too long, Sarvik. I'll deliver this cylinder in person and collect for it.
Well, now, we will get off the carousel.
Now?
See, it is not moving very fast. I will go first. Come in.
Okay. Now what, Sarvik?
Follow me.
Hey, look, Sarvik. We've been walking about an hour, seems like. Where are we heading, anyway?
You wish to deliver the cylinder in person, therefore I'm taking you to my superior. Here, into the salad. Here we are at last.
I don't see anything, just a dark alley.
Indeed. But for you, it is the end of the trip.
Huh? Hey, a knife.
For you. And for me, this cylinder.
Guess again, Buster. That's better. Now I'll... He gives me a sudden knee into the breadbasket that doubles me over like a croquet wicket. By the time I get my wind back and scramble to my feet, he's taken off. I pound down the alley after him, but he's got too big a start on me, so I finally give up. Right now, I'm not sure where I stand in the deal. Are they on to me, or was Sarvik trying to pull some kind of a fast one? But I know I'm in it too deep to back out now. And then I remember the fat boy who ran the carousel. Maybe he knows Sarvik and give me some kind of a lead. I head back to the amusement park. Fatso is still standing by the carousel, but just as I'm about to collar him, a figure steps out of the shadows in front of me. And I mean a figure.
Hello?
Well, hi.
You do not really want to talk to the fat old man.
No?
No. You would rather talk to me.
No argument there, but unfortunately I've got business with the carousel pilot, but maybe later...
Oh, your business is with me.
How do you mean?
Oh, to begin with, you might tell me you have always wanted to ride on a carousel.
Hey.
To which I might reply that your parents must have been very strict with you.
You know, this tune must be on the hit parade.
Huh, senor?
The last time I tried out that password, a little gent tried to tickle my ribs with a knife.
But I do not understand. I am the one who was supposed to meet you here. True, I am a little late, but you tell me, please, who was this man?
He told me his name was Sarvik.
Sarvik?
Does that ring a bell?
No. No, I have never heard the name before, senor. You did not give him the cylinder.
No.
Oh, good. I'm not too late after all, huh? Please, to give it to me, huh, senor? I will deliver it and then...
Here we go again.
Senor?
Look, I'll tell you the same as I told Sarvik. I'm going to deliver the cylinder personally and collect for it.
Oh, but that would be awkward.
Not as awkward as if I don't deliver it at all.
You do not trust me.
You're so right.
Very well, you come with me.
Oh, no.
What's the matter now?
Look, you and Sarvik must have rehearsed your routine together. That's what he said, too. Come with me. So I did. Almost wound up dead.
But, Senor, how you could get dead with me?
That's what I don't want to find out.
But all I want you to do is come to that small cafe over there with me.
Oh? Don't tell me that's headquarters for this operation.
No, Senor. But there is a telephone there. I will telephone the person I work for.
Okay. Tell him to meet us here and to bring the money. Back hall, and I sit there at the bar waiting for her. After a while, it dawns on me this is quite a long telephone call. Suddenly, I get a hunch she's taken up powder on me. I push aside the drapes at the entrance to the hall and start down at them. I spot Carlotta still sitting in the telephone booth. So she didn't take a powder on me after all. I go up to the booth and open the door. And then, all of a sudden, I see why it's taken her so long to make the call. After all, you can't carry on much of a phone conversation with a knife in your back.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I ease Carlotta's body out of the phone booth, and then I see that the receiver is still off the hook. I pick it up and listen.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello? Well, I'm getting nowhere fast. I don't know who knifed Carlotta. I don't know who she was talking to when it happened, and all I've got to go on is a voice and a violin. I pick up the phone again and call the police. 10 minutes later, Lieutenant Umberto prances in, a guy I've worked with before. He's a dapper little gent with a monocle, and undoubtedly the guy for whom the alphabet soup was invented.
So, we have the following items. A, the body of a girl killed by a knife in the back. B, the knife. C, the contents of her purse, which identify her as one Carlotta Donato. D...
Look, Umberto, before you use up the alphabet, I'd better fill you in on the background.
As I was about to say, item D, background.
Yeah.
For you to supply, Mitchell. Please proceed.
Well, I'll give you what I know, which isn't much. An inconspicuous little character named Anton Matty dictates a report on the common cold in Europe. His secretary, who apparently is working with a red-hot foreign agent named Gabor, swipes the cylinder and offers an American student $5,000 to smuggle it to Europe and deliver it here in Rome.
Senor Mitchell.
I know. If it sounds confusing, it's because it is. But you haven't heard the half of it yet. I decide to deliver the cylinder in place of the student. I slip the password to a little gent named Sarvik on a merry-go-round. He leads me into an alley and tries to slip a knife under my ribs.
Indeed?
Indeed. I go back to the merry-go-round and try out the password again, this time on Carlotta. Then she promptly gets herself killed, all of which still leaves me without any idea as to who wants the cylinder and why.
Senor Mitchell, cases like this I usually file under item eggs.
That's a good heading for this one, believe me. You say you found some identification papers in Carlotta's purse? Anything else?
Si, senor. Item E, money. 50 lire. Item F, a good luck charm from a place called Antonio's Cafe. Item G, a match folder from the Hotel Imperia here in Rome. Item H, a train ticket to Naples for tomorrow morning.
Let's start tracing items E through H and see if we get any kind of a line on Carlotta. I head for the railroad depot and finally locate the clerk who sold Carlotta the ticket, but he doesn't remember if she was alone or if not, who was with her. Then I try Antonio's Cafe, but I find out they give out those good luck charms to all their customers. So I meet Lieutenant Umberto at the Hotel Imperia, and one look at his face tells me he hasn't had any better luck.
There is no record of Carlotta Donato having registered here, Mitchell.
I was afraid of that. Just because she has a match folder with the name of this hotel doesn't mean that she was a star boarder here.
I know, senor, but I was hoping...
I was, too.
Well, what do you suggest now, Mitchell?
There, you've got me. Well, I guess we'd better...
Hey, what is it?
Hold it a minute. Listen, isn't that a violin playing?
See, sounds like one.
Where's it coming from?
Why, I do not know. Right over there, at the bar.
Yeah, that's it, all right. Come on, let's go over to the entrance.
But, Mitchell, what is so unusual about the violin playing?
Nothing, except that when I picked up the receiver after I discovered Carlotta's body in the phone booth, I could hear a guy saying hello. I could also hear a violin playing in the background.
So?
Here, this'll do.
Ah, there. There is the violin player down at the far end of the bar, Mitchell.
Yeah, and there's a phone sitting on the bar, too, so Carlotta could have been calling someone here, all right. The question is, who?
There are quite a few people in here.
Yeah, it could have been any one of them. Come on, let's go in.
Do you think that you would recognize the voice again if you heard it, Mitchell?
I don't know.
Signores?
Scotch.
Vermouth.
Si.
Mitchell, the bartender.
Yeah, I thought of him, too, but I don't recognize his voice. Trouble is, all I heard the guy on the phone say was hello a few times. Not much to go on.
Well, try listening to the voices of the other people in here.
Okay.
Well?
How can you pick one voice out of that hodgepodge?
Bartender.
See, it's almost impossible.
Hold it.
See?
What is it, Mitchell?
Quiet.
I'm going to my room. If another call comes for me, have it transferred there.
Very well, Senor Trasco.
Trasco. Where have I heard that name? And the voice, I think it's the one, but I've got to be sure, and there's only one way to find out. I slip out into the lobby, and from the phone booth there, I can see into the bar. I call and ask for Trasco. Then I watch the bartender hurry out into the lobby, collar Trasco, and lead him back to the phone in the bar.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, no doubt about it anymore. The same voice I heard over the phone right after Carlotta was killed.
Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
You still interested in that cylinder?
Yes. Yes. You have it?
That's right, Trasco.
How do you know my name?
Never mind. Where can we meet?
One moment.
What's the matter?
Carlotta was supposed to get the cylinder from you and bring it to me. Where is she?
I'll fill you in on that when I see you.
I'm not sure I trust you.
Look, do you want the cylinder or don't you?
Very well. You know where the amusement park is, the place where you contacted Carlotta?
Sure.
There is a quiet side road just before you get there. I'll be there in 1 hour. A car will be parked off the road under the trees. I will be in the car.
Okay, have the money ready.
Yes, one thing more.
What's that?
Be sure you come alone.
Yeah, you do likewise. I'll see you in an hour.
Well, he's the one, Mitchell?
Yeah, he's the one, all right. Hold it, Umberto. Here he comes out of the bar.
He obviously does not guess that call came from right here in the lobby.
Going up to his room. Look, have you ever heard the name Trasco before?
Trasco? No, I don't think so.
Well, I have. Only trouble is I can't remember where. Hey, wait, the commissioner.
The commissioner? What is this commissioner?
Stick around. I've got to put a call through to the United States.
Hello, is that you, Steve?
Yeah. Jiggle the phone, Commissioner. This is a lousy connection.
That better?
Yeah.
Glad you called, Steve. We finally located Anton Mari.
The guy who made the recording?
Yes, he's in Naples, waiting for that conference on the Continental Defense Corporation to start tomorrow. But he hasn't the slightest idea why that cylinder should be so important.
Commissioner, did you mention the name Trasco to me?
Trasco? Why, yes, Steve. Trasco's the name of the man who organized the Continental Defense Corporation.
Yeah, I remember now. He's the big boy in the deal, huh?
That's right. Why?
I'm not sure yet, Commissioner. There's still a lot of missing pieces, but I'm going to try and slide a few of them in place right now. So long, Commissioner, and thanks. Okay, Umberto. I'm heading for that meeting with Trasco. Give me about 10 minutes alone with him, and then close in. I drive out of the city towards the amusement park and then turn off on the side road Trasco told me about. I spot a car parked off the road, so I park my own and walk over to it.
Get in the back seat here.
Okay.
Where is the cylinder?
Right here. Hey, what have you got there on the seat?
Portable playback, battery set.
Oh, brother, you're well equipped.
There's no time to lose. I must find out definitely tonight, one way or the other.
Find out?
Yeah. No.
Survey of European industry for the first 3 months of 1951.
It is he. It is he.
Anton Maticek.
I thought his name was Anton Mati.
Perhaps he calls himself that now, but his real name is Maticek. So, I found that just in time.
In time for what?
That does not concern you. You are merely a messenger in this affair. You have brought me this cylinder. You will be paid for it. That is the end of it as far as you're concerned.
Okay, suits me.
Incidentally, you still have not told me why you did not deliver this cylinder to Carlotta.
She got taken dead.
What?
Yeah, while she was talking to you on the phone.
So, that is why the connection was broken off. You killed her?
No, I think it was a character named Sarvik.
Sarvik?
That name ring a bell?
So, they do not trust me. They have me investigated. They send a miserable snoop of a Sarvik to check up on me. And after the service I have given them...
Look.
This Sarvik, he did not hear the voice from the cylinder.
No, he tried to get it away from me, but I didn't like his methods, which consisted of a knife in my ribs.
Then I am still secure. I will take care of Maticek before the meeting. Sarvik and the party will not even know it was Maticek, because I will destroy the cylinder and then I will...
You're wrong, Trusco.
Sarvik?
Sit quite still, both of you. So, Trusco, you think your little secret is safe, do you?
Sarvik, listen to me.
One of the most important projects we have undertaken. The Continental Defense Corporation, and you would ruin it all.
So, the Continental Defense Corporation is just a front, huh? Pretty smart.
You know, it is vital that you not be identified as one of us, Trusco. Yet here is a man, Anton Maticek, who will attend the conference tomorrow. He will see you there and recognize you from the old days. He will know who you are, that you are one of us. Our plan will be ruined.
No, I will kill Maticek before the meeting. I swear it. Nobody will know.
That is not good enough, Trusco. If Maticek knows, perhaps others will, too.
No.
And I must inform you that you will be dealt with severely for trying to cover up the fact that you are a bad risk for us. Give me that cylinder.
Sarvik,
I said give it to me.
Very well. Here.
Trasco flips the cylinder in Sarvik's face and jerks a gun out of his pocket. Sarvik recovers fast, but not fast enough.
And now, sir, with you out of the way, my secret will be safe.
He swings a gun towards me, and I dive at him. It's at dead heat. Something hot creases my skull, and I hit the floorboards. I guess I'm out only a few seconds. When I come to, Lieutenant Umberto is standing beside the car, pumping lead down the road.
Mitchell, you all right?
Yeah, just parted my hair the hard way. Where'd Trasco go?
To climb over that wall.
Come on. Amusement park's on the other side of the wall, isn't it?
Yes, see?
Yeah, if he mingles with the people in there, we'll have trouble spotting him.
I do not think there is much of a crowd now. It's rather late. Here we are.
I think we can grab the top of the wall if we jump. Yeah, I've got it. Okay, come on. I'll give you a hand.
All right.
Up you come.
Grazie.
Not much of a crowd in the ground.
Come.
Now, let's sit here on top of the wall a moment. I think we'll have a better chance of spotting him from up here.
Perhaps you're right. Mitchell, were you able to find out what this is all about before the shooting started?
Pretty much. From what I could piece together, it breaks down something like this. The Continental Defense Corporation is a front organized by the Iron Curtain kids.
What?
Yeah, pretty sharp scheme, too. They get the Western European countries to channel all their raw materials into the corporation. Then they either sabotage the defense program or maybe filter a lot of the stuff behind the Iron Curtain.
And Visit Trasco, he was at the head of it?
The figurehead. They probably picked him because he'd kept his affiliation with them secret. But then he learned that a guy named Anton Mati was scheduled to attend the conference. He was afraid this was Anton Maticek, a guy who used to know him in the old days in Europe. A guy who could put the finger on him as a party boy.
And so he had the cylinder stolen to make a search.
That's right. He intended to knock off Matty or Maticek before the conference tomorrow. You figured he'd be in the clear that way.
But this other man, the dead one in the car.
Sarvik. The party sent him to investigate Trasco, and he tumbled to Trasco's scheme and didn't like it. So, hey.
What is it?
Look, slipping into that building over there.
It's a Trasco.
Come on, jump. Did he see us?
I do not know. He went inside.
Let's go. What's that sign on the building say, Umberto?
It's called the House of Terrors.
House of Terrors? Oh, great. A spook palace yet. Okay. You go around the other side and cover the exit, Umberto. I'm going in. I shove open the door and duck in fast. It's dark. The joint is typical, assorted groans and wild laughs. I start threading my way through, and halfway through, the floor heaves under me. I lurch to one side and grab a handrail to steady myself. Suddenly, a large ghost-like figure is flapping in front of my face. I swallow my Adam's apple and poke at it. It's a sheet. Tripped into action when I grab the handrail. I start moving again and sweating. Still no sign of Trasco. Then, all of a sudden, a gun in my ribs.
Turn around. I have no desire to meet your friend at the exit. We are going out the way we came in. Move.
We start walking. If I don't think of something fast, I'm cooked. Then I remember the handrail and the sheet. I hope it never misses. We reach the spot. Then I grab for the rail, and sure enough, the ghost flaps out in front of us. Thanks, Spook.
Mitchell, where are you?
Right here, Umberto.
Oh, and Trasco.
Also right here, horizontal, with the help of my friend, the Spook.
So, you and this friend of yours, you're too much for Trasco, huh?
You might say that against the two of us, Trasco didn't have the ghost of a chance.
Death on our highways is ever present. Full control of your car and attention to traffic conditions will cut down accidents. Observe the truck driver in front of you, then drive as carefully as he does. The life you save may be mine or your own. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Tony Barrett, Stacey Harris, Don Diamond, Betty Lou Gerson, Lou Krugman, and Raymond Burr. Be with us again next week at this time, when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. The death toll on America's highways has surpassed the total of any single war. Primary causes are speed, carelessness, and lack of courtesy. A good rule to follow is that of America's friendly truck drivers. Consideration and courtesy to all motorists. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue. In Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. First off, today being Thursday and things being the way they are, I want to thank my Aunt Beulah for sending me those pork chops from Barlow, Kentucky. She doesn't know it, but she's made me the most sought-after man in town. Oh, well, next week, spinach. Anyway, to get back to business, I didn't know that my old friend, Judge Robert March, was having a cocktail party the afternoon I dropped by his place to say hello. But as I walked into the patio, I was Richard the Glad Rogue. My old friend, the judge, introduced me to an amber-eyed blonde who answered to the name of Pamela Leeds. And I smartly opened the conversation by saying, hello.
Oh, Judge March. Do you mean to tell me that this is the famous Richard Rogue, the investigator?
I know it's disappointing, Pamela, dear, but nevertheless, that's the Rogue.
Oh, really?
You're not really disappointed, are you, Miss Leeds? You're just amazed that a man who has done so many brilliant things could be so young and handsome.
Of course.
Well, I can see that you don't need me, Richard. I think I'll go and circulate among my other guests. I'm sure that the two of you will never miss me.
See you later, Judge. Thanks.
You can believe almost anything he says, Pamela, unless it's about himself or you.
Thanks for the tip, Judge.
Would you like to take a walk around the garden? There's a bench under a weeping willow tree over there by the wall that always makes me feel very poetic.
Oh, I hate to miss that, really, but I was just leaving. I have to leave, really.
Oh, you do? Oh. Well, how are you going to leave? You have a car here?
No. No, the judge was going to send me home in his car.
Well, that's silly. Oh, yes, especially when I'm going out that way, right past your house, as a matter of fact. I'll drive you home.
Were you really going out my way?
Of course.
Well, then, I'll go with you.
Oh, that's swell. Oh, incidentally, where do you live? Well, Pamela, this has been a kind of a short date. I hope I get a rain check on that bench under the tree. I have a lot of fascinating statements I'd like to make to you.
Oh, we'll see each other again, won't we, Richard?
How about tomorrow night? It's Sunday, you know. Great nights, Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
The moon will be full. There's dining and dancing at the Macombo and...
Oh, Pamela.
Dr. Stevens, what's the matter? Is Father...
Pamela, we've been trying to reach you.
Yes?
You better come with me, Pamela. Your father is dead.
Well, that's how it all began. We'll continue in just a moment. But now, here's Jim Doyle.
I'd like to make a suggestion to the ladies. I'll bet you've often felt like singing the blues after you've shampooed your hair. The shampoo blues is a well-known theme. I've just washed my hair and can't do a thing with it. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is just the thing to dispel those blues. For when you use Fitch's saponified shampoo, your hair is so lustrous and easy to manage, you'll be singing praises rather than the blues. It's made from pure vegetable and mild coconut oils, so it never leaves your hair dry and difficult to manage. It makes oceans of lather, too, that cleanses completely. Fitch's saponified shampoo also contains a special patented rinsing agent. Even when you rinse with hard water, this rinsing agent ensures that no soapy film is left on your hair. It leaves your hair shimmering with natural highlights. You can use Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo as often as you like, with absolutely no fear of the shampoo blues. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter. Look for the bottle with the bright yellow label. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
I'm fairly familiar with death and most of its forms. And maybe familiarity with a man with a scythe breeds contempt. But I felt awfully sorry for Pamela Leeds when her father, Ansett Leeds, died. I was more than ordinarily interested when my friend Judge Robert March called me the evening after Leeds' death and asked me to come to his office.
Richard, I am the executor of Anson Leeds' estate, and I think there's something strange about his will.
Yeah?
This is, of course, confidential.
Mm-hmm.
But he left the great bulk of his estate to a nephew, his sister's child, Peter Moore, with only a $50,000 legacy for Pamela, and the rest of the estate going to the servants and various charities.
Oh, only $50,000 to Pamela, huh? You think that's a little strange?
I've been Anson Leeds' attorney, and I think his closest friend for 30 years. Rogue, I know how fond he was of Pamela, but Pamela was not his daughter, you know. She was adopted by Anson just before his wife died 20 years ago.
Oh, legal adoption, huh?
Yes, and I'm in a position to know that Anson couldn't have loved Pamela any more if she had been his own daughter. As a matter of fact, I drew up a will for him about 6 years ago in which he left almost all of his money to Pamela, with other small legacies to relatives and servants and charities.
Was the old gent a little flighty in his last years?
No, sound as a dollar. Extremely bright right up to the last. And, Rogue, there was no change in the way he felt about Pamela. I know that. But I cannot understand this new will.
When was it made? What's the date on it?
Just a year ago this month. Here it is.
Oh, I see. Typed. Is this signature genuine?
Oh, of course. There can be no doubt of that. I know that fancy Spencerian signature as well as I know my own. I realize, Rogue, that I'm giving you a problem here that is based on nothing more than a personal hunch. But I would never be at ease about administering the estate if I didn't have the will thoroughly checked.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see. This will mentions only Peter Moore. That's the nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Pamela Leeds. Kate Schumann, 5,000.
Oh, Anson's nurse. Been with him for, 6 or 7 years. A fine woman.
And Fred Kraft?
Anson's gardener. Been with him, 15 years, I guess. They, the nurse and the gardener, witnessed the will, as you'll notice. I want to retain you to investigate that will for me, Rogue.
Oh. Well, Judge, ordinarily I hold my clients up for a fee. But for you, Judge, I guess I could toss you a couple of packing tickets.
Richard, this is very important to me. Will you handle it for me?
Well, of course, Judge. Now, first, looks like my first move is to go out to the Leeds estate and talk with the witnesses. See under what circumstances this document was written and signed. I'll see you later, Judge. How do you do? I wonder if I could see Kate Schumann.
I'm Kate Schumann.
Oh, I'm Richard Rogue.
The investigator?
Yes.
What do you want to see me about?
Well, Miss Schumann, could we go someplace where we could talk privately?
Of course. My quarters are upstairs.
Richard Rogue.
Oh, hello, Pamela.
What in the world are you doing here?
Well, I just came by to talk with Miss Schumann.
Well, I didn't know you knew her.
He doesn't.
No, we just met. I'll see you later, Pam.
All right. Stop by the library on your way out, will you?
Oh, sure.
Right in here, Mr. Rogue.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Rogue.
I came to talk with you about the will which you witnessed for Anson Leeds about a year ago. Cigarette?
No, thank you. I don't smoke, but I don't mind if you do.
Thank you. Tell me, Miss Schumann, who typed the will?
I'll tell you the whole story. Mr. Leeds called me in one morning and asked me to do some typing for him. I often type letters and business things for him.
Yes?
I got my portable typewriter, and before he started dictating, he made me promise that I'd never mention the fact that he'd made a new will until after he'd passed on. Then he dictated the will to me.
I see. Did he seem in good mental health at the time?
He was perfectly normal. I was a little surprised at his terms. I mean, the way he left the money. And he could tell that I was. He just told me that he had good and sufficient reasons for doing it that way he did, and asked me to witness his signature.
Uh-huh.
Then he asked me to get the gardener, Fred Kraft, to come in and witness it. I did.
He signed the will in the presence of both you and Fred Kraft?
Yes.
Do you know Peter Moore?
I've seen him here a few times on visits. I don't know him.
Will he be here for the funeral?
Yes, he's on his way here now.
On his way here? He lives in another town?
He lives in Garden City, Iowa, with his mother. She was Mr. Leeds' older sister.
Well, thank you, Schumann.
Who asked you to investigate the will, Mr. Rogue?
I can't tell you that, except that it was an interested party.
Well, everything happened just the way I said it did. I'm sorry to see Miss Pamela left with so little money. I'm very fond of her.
Well, it certainly looks like everything was according to Hoyle. Thanks for talking so frankly with me, Miss Schumann. You've been a great help. I'll just check with Fred Kraft, and you can forget the whole thing.
I didn't expect to see you out here today, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I didn't expect to be here, Pamela. Judge March asked me to drop by and do him a little favor, that's all.
Oh, excuse me. It must be Peter.
Certainly.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Pamela. I guess there isn't much I can say, is there, Pamela?
I know, Peter. Where's your mother? Didn't she come with you?
No, you know Mother. She was very upset. She just couldn't make it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, this is my cousin, Peter Moore, Mr. Rogue.
Hello.
How do you do?
I think I'd better run along, Pamela. I want to talk to your gardener. Name's Kraft, isn't it?
Fred Kraft. He'll be in his cottage. It's out and back. It's a little white cottage. He's probably asleep by now.
Mr. Kraft? Mr. Kraft? Mr. Kraft? Oh, good Lord.
Homicide. Lieutenant Urban speaking.
Hello, Urban. Richard Rogue.
No kidding. Cook up some more business for me, Rogie?
Well, you know me, Urban. The Anson Leeds estate this time. The Leeds gardener was just chopped to death with a hand axe while he was asleep. Better get your boys and get out here.
Hello?
Judge March, Richard Rogue.
Yes?
Judge, get that will to a handwriting expert. I think it's a phony.
Oh, well, have you any evidence that...
Now, Judge, this isn't the court. This time I've got a hunch, that's all. One of the witnesses, the gardener, has just been chopped to death. Now get an expert on that will and tell him we'll call him for a report on the signature tonight. And you'd better come out here.
One of the things I like about you, Rogie, the corpses you find are always so dead.
Oh, I see what you mean, Urban. Say, from the looks of this room, the late Fred Kraft put up quite a row, didn't he, huh?
Uh-huh. But not enough of a row to get out of that couch he was lying on when he got that first blow with the axe.
Let's shake the joint down, shall we?
Uh-huh. Why was he killed?
Well, all I have is a theory. I don't want anybody in the house to know that. He was one of the witnesses on a will made by Anson Leeds. The will is in question.
I get it. You think he might have been put out of the way to keep him from testifying as to the validity of the will, eh?
That's my theory. Oh. And there's something that might back it up a little.
What?
Look. There on the floor.
Yeah?
Stub of a plane ticket. From Garden City, Iowa.
You sound like Garden City means something to you. Come on, no tricks, Rogie. What's with Garden City?
That's the town where Leeds was born and raised. That's the town Peter Moore just arrived from.
Oh, I got here as soon as I could, Rogue. Oh, good heavens.
Hello, Judge. Kind of a mess, isn't it?
Oh, Judge, are you having that will checked?
Yes, I have Carl Friend, the handwriting expert, working on it.
What did you know about Fred Kraft, Judge?
Oh, he was an old family retainer in the best sense of the word, Lieutenant. He and Anson Leeds were more friends than they were employer and employee.
How come Anson only left him $5,000 then?
I don't know. Fred was a thrifty man. He had quite a nest egg saved from his salary and from investments he had made on tips from Anson. His estate will be worth, I should say conservatively, $60,000.
Oh. Who gets it now that he's dead?
Well, Pamela Leeds. You know, she's been like a daughter to old Fred. I happen to know that she's the sole beneficiary in his will because I drew it up for the old man.
This case has more angles than a six-pointed star.
Yeah. Here's a cute one I just picked up, Rogue. Look.
A lady's wristwatch. Where'd you find it?
On the floor, right over there. It's got a broken link, like it might have been torn off of somebody's arm.
Well, whose is it?
It's engraved on the back to Pamela from Dad.
Pamela?
Oh, come on. Let's get in the house, Urban. You'll want to question everybody, won't you?
Yeah. I've got the boys holding Miss Leeds, Peter Moore, and the nurse Schumann in the library.
While you're talking to them, the judge and I are going to be busy upstairs.
I don't understand, Rogue. Just what is it we're looking for in Kate Schumann's room?
I don't know. But she's mixed up in this thing someplace. Take a look in the bathroom, will you, Judge? If you see anything the least bit out of line, call me.
Okay, Rogue.
Oh, look. Look. Here's pay dirt.
Yes?
Kate Schumann's diploma from nursing school. See where it was issued?
School of Nursing, City Hospital, Garden City, Iowa.
Yeah, the town keeps popping up, doesn't it, huh?
Yes.
Well, look, I want you to witness this, Judge. Here are 2 cigarette stubs. Lipstick on the tips. Fresh. No, don't touch them. Just leave them right where they are.
All right, but Rogue, you said yourself that the nurse couldn't have killed Kraft. She was in the house at the time that he was murdered.
Yeah, I know. But I've got an idea that's beginning to make sense. You got a pencil?
Yes.
Now, let me use it here. I want to copy this phone number from Kate Schumann's scratch pad. BL6791. Room 323.
You know, Rogue, we have no right...
Now, look, Judge, this is beginning to weigh on your conscience. You better get downstairs with Urban. He's a warrior, too. I've got a lot of work to do and a long-distance phone call to make. You go downstairs and tell Urban I'll be down as soon as I have convicting evidence on a murderer.
All right. I'm going to have to impress on you that I mean business. There's been a murder committed. Now, one of you knows something about it, and
We don't, Lieutenant Urban. I tell you, we were all here in the house when Fred was killed. I wish you'd go away and leave us alone.
What was your wristwatch doing lying in a pool of blood near the body of the murdered man, Miss Leeds? Why was a link torn wide open on the band?
I don't know. It was on my dressing table this morning. I know it was.
Yes? Well, 3 witnesses saw it lying at the scene of the crime.
Look, Lieutenant, why don't you let the poor girl alone? I was with her when Fred Kraft was killed.
So was I. We were all right here in this room.
That's very interesting. All of you established your alibis for a very important time. Were you all working together? Now, one of you start talking. How about you, Peter Moore? How do you account for the fact that the stub of a plane ticket from Garden City, Iowa, was found at the scene of the crime?
Plane ticket? I came out on a train.
Yeah? When were you in Fred Kraft's cottage?
I haven't been out there in 4 years.
You may have to prove that statement more in court.
This is outrageous. You can't keep us here pounding questions at us, making accusations.
There's been a murder committed. It's my business to find out who did it. I'm going to find out. Judge, go get Rogue. Tell him I want him down here right now.
All right, Lieutenant.
Peter, please. Don't let him question me anymore.
Look, Lieutenant, it must be perfectly obvious that no one of us could have had anything to do with the murder. It was probably some transient. I suggest, Lieutenant, that you use some other means to try...
Yes, what's the matter?
The upstairs looks like a cyclone hit it, and Richard Rogue is gone.
Yes, I was gone. And I'll tell you more about it in just a moment. First, here's Jim Doyle, who wants to tell you some facts about shaving.
Yes, men, it's a fact. Fitch's No Brush shaving cream does give as smooth and comfortable a shave as you could hope for. Plenty of research and testing have gone into the making of this fine cream, and now it combines the qualities you want. Smoothness of texture, a clean, tangy odor, and a skin conditioning ingredient for sensitive skins. Fitch's No Brush softens up the toughest beards, so your razor will glide easily, giving you a close, clean shave without scraping or irritation. It leaves your face feeling smooth and cool, leaves your disposition calm and cool, too, for Fitch's No Brush shaving cream is designed for sensitive skins.
For men who prefer a lather cream, it's Fitch's Brush Cream. Gives lots of creamy lather that stays moist all during the shave, giving a smooth, comfortable shave. Rinses off easily, too.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving creams come in economical 25 and 50-cent sizes. Ask for either type, but for solid comfort shaves, be sure it's Fitch, spelled F-I-T-C-H. And now we return to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
The more I looked around the upstairs room in the mansion of Anson Leeds, the more I suspected that what started out to be the investigation of a validity of a will had turned into the investigation of not one murder, but 2. I made a long-distance call. Then I called a doctor friend of mine who admitted that a clever murderess could disguise the effect of morphine poisoning. Then I checked the telephone number I found on Kate Schumann's scratch pad. Found that it was the number of the Hotel Splendide. I went there. In the lobby, I was stopped by my friend Todd Reeves, the bellboy.
Hello, Mr. Rogue. What are you doing?
Oh, take a ride with me in the elevator, will you, Todd? I'm calling on a guest of yours in room 323.
Yeah? What's the matter? They in trouble?
Now, just don't ask any questions. You want to make $20?
Oh, sure. Who do you want killed?
Just take a ride with me and do me a favor. Give me your pass key, Todd.
Oh, that's what the $20 was for. You want me to get fired?
Oh, I'll back you up if you get in trouble.
Yeah, then I'll really get me the boot. You want me to stick around?
No, I don't. I think the less you know about this case, the better off you're going to be.
Who is it?
Shove off, Todd. I'm going in.
Who is it?
Hello. Stay right where you are, please.
What do you want?
I want to talk with you about a murder.
Oh, this is a typical rogue trick. Telling us to wait here and disappearing. If I ever get... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Urban?
Hello, rogue. Where the devil...
Look, Anson Leeds was murdered. Don't say a word to the people you're holding there. One of them is the killer.
Right.
The will is a forgery, and I have the proof. Hold everybody until I can get there for the payoff. Be about 10 minutes. All right, Urban. I'll take the party from here.
Okay, rogue. And this had better be good.
It will be. And this concerns all of you. In the first place, I've talked to Carl Friend, the handwriting expert. That will, leaving everything to Peter, is a forgery. There are 5 copies of the will, and the signature on each of the copies is identical. It's impossible for anybody, even a man in the best of health, to write his name exactly the same way 5 times.
That's not true. I tell you.
Shut up. The signatures were made by placing a sheet of carbon paper under one authentic signature of Anson Leeds and tracing it through to the fake wills with a sharp pencil, then inking the signature in over the tracing. Don't bother denying it, Kate. Carl Friend photographed the signature under a powerful light with an enlarging camera. The particles of graphite under the ink sparkle like diamonds. That will was a fake. And Fred Kraft was killed to keep him from telling the fact that he was not present when Anson Leeds signed it.
I didn't kill Fred Kraft.
No, but you killed Anson Leeds with morphine poisoning.
She murdered my dad? He was murdered?
Yes, Pamela. I just came from the mortuary. There are obvious syringe punctures in his arm.
But Dr. Stevens...
Yes, I know, Judge. He signed a death certificate for heart failure. But I found this vial of morphine tablets in your room, Kate, and this bottle of belladonna hidden in your desk. You killed Leeds with morphine and then dropped belladonna in his eyes to dilate the pupils. Oh, that was very clever. Because the only outward sign of morphine poisoning is the fact that the pupils of the eyes contract to pinpoint size.
I killed him. But I'll never go to jail for it.
Grab her, Judge. Grab her. Get the syringe away from her.
Kate.
I was too late, Rogue. Yeah, she was too fast for us with that shot of poison.
Kate.
Kate. Too late. She's dead, Rogie.
I don't understand. Why did she do it, Mr. Rogue?
For gain. You were an innocent part of the plot to kill Anson Leeds, Peter.
Peter? Oh, no.
Stop being so mysterious, Rogue. If you know who killed Fred Kraft, say so. Was it Kate?
No, it wasn't. The murderer of Fred Kraft is in jail. I put her there a few minutes ago. She was a good friend of Kate's, who was resentful of you, Pamela, and ambitious for her son to be a wealthy man. Peter, she needs you, kid. Better get down to the jail and see your mother. She loved you so much that 2 people died, so you could inherit $1 million. Well, that was the end of that case. Peter Moore's mother was tremendously jealous when old Anson Leeds adopted a little girl, Pamela, and made her the heir to his fortune. And after her school days friend Kate Schumann was installed as the old man's trusted nurse, they plotted his murder without Peter's knowledge. Mrs. Moore was in Kate's bedroom when I was questioning Kate, and when she learned that the will was being investigated and that I was going to talk with Fred Kraft about it, she killed him. She made a complete confession and was executed for the crime. I felt sorry for Peter. He's a nice kid. Pamela felt sorry for him, too. She felt so sorry for him, she's going to marry him. So he'll get the Leeds fortune anyway. That hardly seems fair. Getting a girl like Pamela and all that money, too. I could have gone for that Pamela. Lovely girl. Oh, lovely girl. But after all, I need another girl like Frankenstein needed another monster. In exactly the same way. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. But don't forget, you've all got a date with us next Thursday night. We have a story for you about an alibi that is blown up by gunfire. There are some lovely people in it. We call it the murder habit. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Be with us again at the same time next week. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his latest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. Remember, tune in next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. It's the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. No other shampoo can make this statement. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, beauty or barber shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society representative in your community. In the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, nearly 4 million members are banded together to build better futures for themselves and their families. Their reasons for becoming Equitable Society policyholders are many, but certainly among the most unselfish and far-sighted Equitable Society members are those parents who have seen the wisdom of an Equitable Education Fund. Fathers and mothers, in just 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will tell you how to make sure that your children get the funds necessary for the education you want them to have through an Equitable Education Fund. Tonight's FBI file, Deadlier Than the Mail.
Keeping a record of America's army of criminals is an overwhelming job. To give you some idea of the enormity of the task, it is only necessary to tell you that the Federal Bureau of Investigation has on file in Washington, D.C., in its criminal fingerprints files, the prints of more than 7.5 million Americans who possess arrest records. Stop for a moment and think of what that figure means. Purely in terms of statistics, that means more than 1 in every 19 people in the United States. If you believe that those figures will be of interest only to those who have daily contact with known criminals, you are mistaken. This current crime wave can affect everything you hold dear, including your personal freedom. That is true because the basis of your freedom, your individual share of our national liberty, is based upon our common regard and respect for the law. For that reason, it should be your selfish motive to aid yourself by doing your part in helping to end the current crime wave. Tonight's file opens on the main thoroughfare of a large eastern city. It is mid-afternoon. A tall, attractive girl is walking along the crowded sidewalk when she hears someone call her name.
Huh? Claire! Oh, hi, Betty.
Hi.
Oh, for goodness sakes, what are you doing in town?
I just came in a few weeks ago.
Oh, you busy right now? Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Okay.
I was thinking about you the other day. What have you been doing, Betty?
Oh, I'm still married to those 3 soldiers.
You're married to 3 soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's patriotic.
It ain't very profitable, though. Gee, the way prices are these days. The 3 allotment checks don't pay expenses.
Hold it, honey. Wait for the light.
Oh.
Betty, how would you like to get some action?
Doing what?
I'm working for Helen Webster at the Hi-Hat Club.
Hostess?
Yeah. Want me to see if she can use another girl?
No.
All you have to do is sit around and drink with the customers.
But suppose you don't like them.
Honey, were you in love with all the soldiers you married?
I was very fond of every one of them. Can we cross now? Claire, how much does Helen pay you?
$75 a week and a percentage.
That ain't bad.
Want me to tell her about you?
Do you get to meet many interesting people?
Sure. Want me to talk to her?
Okay. Maybe I'll get to meet some new husbands.
A few days later, at the local FBI field office, policewoman Sally Russell has just come in to see Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Hello, Sally.
Hello, Jim.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
SAC just called and said you were on your way in here.
He thought you might be the one who could give me some help.
The FBI is always ready to help a fair damsel in distress.
Why, thank you, kind sir.
Now, what's your trouble, Sally?
There's been a series of robberies of couples who were in parked cars. You read about them in the papers? They've labeled them Lover's Lane stick-ups.
No, I haven't seen any of the local papers recently, Sally. I just got back from working on a case upstate.
Well, they've been pretty much up in arms.
Oh? Running editorials again? Denouncing the police commissioner?
Worse than that. They've implied that every one of us on the force is just letting these stick-ups happen without doing anything about them.
Oh, they should know better than that. Well, tell me, have you gotten any descriptions of the hold-up men?
No. They all wear masks.
Oh.
Besides, all of the male victims seem to have been drinking so heavily that they don't remember much.
I assume these male victims had girls with them.
Yes, but we haven't found any of the girls.
How could that happen?
None of the victims knew the girl he was with. Each of them claims he picked up his female companion.
Well, have you got a list of the places where they met?
We don't need a list, Jim.
Why not?
In every case, the victim picked his girl up at Helen Webster's nightclub.
Helen Webster. That name sounds familiar.
She runs a Hi-Hat Club.
Oh.
You probably remember her name because she was in trouble for clipping servicemen during the war.
Yes, I do, Sally. Well, has anybody confronted Helen Webster with this evidence?
Yes, my inspector went to see her yesterday.
What'd she say?
She was obviously prepared for the visit. She claims she's running a legitimate nightclub and that it's impossible for her to stop her customers from mingling.
Could any of the girls be identified by the victims?
No. Their memories were too clouded with drink.
Sally, I assume the SAC explained to you that there's nothing we can do about this situation unless it violates one of the federal statutes over which we have jurisdiction.
Yes, he did, Jim.
Okay.
I'm afraid Webster is too smart to do anything like that. But I think you might help me identify one of the girls involved.
Be glad to if we have a record on her. What's her name?
I'm not sure. Take a look at the checks in this envelope.
Okay. U.S. government allotment checks made out to 3 different people.
That's right. There was a stick-up last night out by the lake. This envelope with the 3 checks in it was found near where the car was parked.
I see.
It's possible that a girl who was picked up at Helen Webster's dropped that envelope. I'd like you to find out what you can about those allotments.
I'll send them down to Washington immediately, Sally. And as soon as I get any word, I'll call you.
If I'm not at headquarters, you can probably find me at the Hi-Hat Club.
How come?
I've been assigned to wear an evening gown and get a job as a hostess at the place.
You what?
If all goes well, starting tonight, I'll be a pickup girl.
Helen, did you send for me?
Yes, Claire. I want to talk to you.
Oh, sounds like a beef.
It is.
What's with that girl you brought here? Betty?
Yeah.
What's the matter with her?
She's your friend, don't you know?
Well, she's not very bright, if that's what you mean.
Claire, you know I usually have every girl who works here start out just being a hostess.
Mm-hmm.
I made an exception in her case because of your recommendation.
You mean letting her go out with customers?
Yeah.
What did she do wrong?
She got out of the car with a guy just before the stick-up.
You mean when they parked?
Yeah.
You want to see me?
Yeah. Come in.
Hi, Claire.
Betty, Helen tells me when you parked with that guy last night, you both left the car.
That's right.
You were told to stay in a car when you parked.
But it was such a nice night, and Joey said, let's take a walk, so what could I say?
Joey?
My date. He was an awful nice fella.
Al had to look for you for 5 minutes before he could stick you up.
Well, I meant to come right back, but my purse fell open, and it took time to pick things up in the dark.
Look, young lady, I got a big investment here.
Oh, I know that.
By the middle of November, Fort Hopkins is going to be filled with young 19-year-old soldiers. There's a bundle to be made off them, and I intend to make it.
You should.
But I won't if I get thrown a curve by a stupid slob like you.
Oh. I'm awful sorry I did what I did, Miss Webster, honest.
That's a help.
I promise you I won't do nothing like that again, ever.
I know she means that, Helen.
Well,
Give her another chance, huh?
okay.
Oh, gee, that's awful nice of you, Miss Webster. From now on, I'm going to be the smartest slob in the place.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Sally.
Any news for a working girl?
I just finished reading a report from Washington. Came in this morning's mail.
On the allotment check?
That's right.
What did it say?
The lab examined the endorsements on the previous checks that had been paid on those 3 allotments.
Mm-hmm.
The handwriting experts at the document section say that all 3 endorsements were written by the same person.
Now we're getting someplace.
Oh, we've already opened up a file on this case. This constitutes a fraud against the government. Comes under our jurisdiction.
Fine. Then we can work together.
Say, how's the pickup business?
Well, I've only been there one night.
Oh, how you doing?
Better than I thought I would. I ran into a girl, a fellow worker. She's a little on the dumb side.
Oh?
She's practically admitted to me that she's working for Helen Webster.
Fine. What's her name?
Betty Grant. At least that's the name she uses there.
Oh, I may have something to report myself pretty soon.
Like what?
I'm having the 3 husbands from those allotment checks contacted.
Where are they?
They're all still in the service. I'm trying to see whether any of them can furnish us with a picture of his wife.
Oh, that would be a big help.
It's going to take a little while, though. They're all overseas.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I'm going to take an artist with me and make the rounds of the places where she cashed the previous checks. I'm going to have him make a composite picture from the various descriptions that we got.
Good idea.
As soon as the artist completes it, Sally, I'll come to the club and show it to you. Is this stool taken?
No, it isn't.
Mind if I sit here?
Not at all.
Thanks. Buy a drink?
As soon as I finish this one.
Like to dance?
Okay.
Fine, let's. Come on.
I'm glad to get away from that bar.
You didn't look very bored.
You're not allowed to. Miss Webster doesn't like it.
You know something? I never knew police women danced this well.
Is that a compliment?
It certainly is.
Then why are we stopping so soon?
There's an empty table. Come on, let's occupy it.
Oh, I knew this wouldn't last.
Well, Sally, I've got that composite picture we were talking about.
With you?
Yeah. Here, sit here.
Thanks.
Here's the picture.
It's a good likeness.
You know her?
That's the girl I was telling you about. The blonde who calls herself Betty Grant.
Is she around here now?
Let me see. No, I guess not.
Can you find out where she went?
Might be dangerous asking questions. She'll be back in a little while anyway.
How do you know that?
That's the pattern.
Oh, I see.
You want to wait around for her?
No, I have something to do down at police headquarters. Sally, she's the key figure in this case. If we get her, we also get Miss Webster. So give me a ring at headquarters the minute she comes in.
Who's that?
Me, Daddy.
Just a minute.
Gee, I was afraid you wouldn't be home, this being your night off and all. Can I come in?
Yeah, sure, come on.
Oh, Oh, boy, am I tired. You got a pan of hot water?
Why?
I want to soak my feet. I never walked so much in my whole life.
Walked? Where?
To the bus.
What bus?
The bus to Glendale Park. Then I took a trolley. After the trolley, I took a ferry across the river. And
What
then
are
I
you
took...
talking about?
How I got here to your place. I finally took a cab from the ferry.
Look, Betty, will you start from the beginning? Where have you been?
Out in the country.
How did you get there?
In a car.
Whose car?
Well, it belongs to a fella I picked up at the club.
Oh, now I get it. You're on your way to a stick-up.
That's right.
Why did you have to walk home?
Because the stick-up never happened.
Didn't Al show up?
Oh, yeah, he was there. He stuck a gun in the car just like he always does.
Did the sucker grab the gun from him?
No, the policeman did that.
What policeman?
The one who came up behind Al.
Did Al get caught?
Well, I got out of the car and ran, so I really couldn't say. But I think he did.
Why?
The policeman shot him.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's case from the files of your FBI. Next week, from hundreds of famous and well-loved campuses, the bells of our colleges will be calling to young America. Nearly 2.5 million boys and girls will respond to the call of those bells.
There's a boy in our town who won't answer that bell. Name of Tom Barton. Head of his class last June in high school. A natural for college. But his dad died last spring. And now he's had to go to work to help support his mother and his 3 younger brothers and sisters.
Every time I hear a story like that, I'm more firmly convinced than ever that the Equitable Education Fund is one of the finest of all the services performed by the Equitable Life Assurance Society.
Well, what do you mean, an Equitable Education Fund?
It's a plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society to make certain that your children get the funds necessary for the education you want them to have, regardless of what happens to you. Here are 3 things about the plan you should consider. First, you start when your children are young and spread their educational costs over 10 or 15 years instead of taking a licking in 4. Second, when your boy or girl is ready for education, the money is ready and waiting for him, right there in the Equitable Education Fund. Third, this equitable plan works whether you live or die. If you are totally or permanently disabled, the fund continues to build up without any further payments. If you die, the educational fund becomes fully established immediately.
Well, that's the answer to my problem, Mr. Keating. Guess I'd better see a man from the Equitable Society right away.
Good idea, Ned. Get in touch with an Equitable Society representative soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Remember, to start an Equitable Education Fund right away is to make certain that when the college bells of the future ring out, your boy or girl will be able to answer the call. And now back to tonight's FBI file, Deadlier Than the Mail.
It seems safe to say that there are very few people who are happy to see the foreign affairs of our nation in such a condition as to make it necessary for the young men of our country again to be donning uniforms. However, as you have seen in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there are at least some to whom the current call to colors presents an opportunity for personal gain. That there will be cheating and robbing of these youngsters is not a deterrent. For in the curious lexicon of the criminal, there is no such word as decency. The criminal is an opportunist, taking advantage of every circumstance which mitigates in his favor. Unfortunately, no law enforcement agency can prevent these crimes from being committed. All they can do is investigate afterwards and attempt to apprehend the criminal. However, you who are listening to this program can do something to help prevent the commission of such crimes. In fact, you are almost the only ones who can prevent them. Your course will not be easy because there is no ready way to recognize the criminal, either physically or mentally. If there were, the current crime wave would not be the national concern it is today. Many of you are willing and anxious to help fight that crime wave. If you are one, it is only fair to tell you that your job will not be part-time, because the price of freedom from crime is eternal vigilance. Tonight's file continues at local police headquarters.
Jim, I've been looking for you.
Sally. Sally, what are you doing here?
I was invited to leave the club.
By whom?
Ellen Webster.
Oh? What did she say?
She gave it to me straight. She said one of her customers told her I was a policewoman.
How did the customer know that?
Because I arrested him about 3 months ago.
I see.
Oh, by the way, that Grant girl never did come back.
Oh, I think I have an explanation for that. There's been another stick-up. Happened about an hour ago, and the FBI is in on this one.
How come?
It occurred on a government reservation.
What's the story on it?
Same pattern. Man and girl in parked car, bandit holds them up. Only this time he didn't get away with it.
What happened?
A patrol car was cruising in the vicinity, saw the stick-up and moved in.
Any arrest?
Yes, they got the gunman.
And was Betty Grant the girl?
Well, from the description the victim gave us, I think she was.
I gather she wasn't picked up.
No, she jumped out of the car and disappeared.
Where's the gunman?
He's over at Memorial Hospital. He's unconscious.
Was anyone able to talk to him?
No, but we have an agent in his room, hoping he'll come, too.
Has this man been identified?
Yes, he's a petty larceny hoodlum named Al Nelson. Sally, tell me, what's the pattern with these girls? Do they return to the Hyatt Club after a stick-up?
No, I believe so.
Well, that means that Betty Grant could be there right now.
Yes. Oh, I wish I was still welcome there.
Well, never mind about being welcome. I've got warrants here in my pocket for the arrest of Betty Grant and Helen Webster. Let's go see if we can serve them.
Hello?
Miss Webster, this is Betty.
Where are you?
I'm at Claire's.
Well, what are you doing there?
Well, there was some trouble, and Claire asked me to call and tell you about it.
What kind of trouble?
Shooting.
What? Where?
At the place you sent me.
You mean Al shot your date?
No, the cops shot Al.
What cops?
Right after Al came up to the car, the cops came.
Where's Al now?
I don't know. The cops took him.
How'd you get away?
When Al and the cops started to make all of that noise, I ran.
Was Al dead?
No.
Oh, that's bad.
What?
If he's not dead, he might talk and ruin the whole setup.
Miss Webster, I called you to tell you I'm never coming back to the club again.
You say you're at Claire's?
Yeah.
Is she there?
Yeah.
What's that address?
262 North Main.
260. All right, I'll be right over.
Oh, that must be Miss Webster now.
I'll get it. Is Betty still here?
Yeah, come on in.
Hello, Miss Webster.
I knew I shouldn't have given you that second chance.
Well, gee, you're not going to blame those cops on me, are you?
Helen, I don't think it was Betty's fault.
I'm not so sure about that. Betty, did you tell a dark brunette girl in a white evening gown where you were going?
I didn't tell anybody where I was going.
Did you tell her anything?
I talked to her at the bar for a little while.
Who is this girl you're talking about?
She's a new girl who's working as a hostess. Found out tonight she was a policewoman.
Oh, dandy.
When you were at the bar with her, Betty, what did you talk about?
I don't remember. I knew she was a new girl here, and, well, I was just being friendly.
Betty, I think you better get out of town.
Why?
I'll get you a job with a friend of mine in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I've never been in Pittsburgh.
I'll call Fred and have him drive you there.
Oh, I don't mind taking the train.
I don't want you around any railroad station. Al may have talked.
But, Helen, if Al talks, what happens to you?
If the cops don't find Betty, they got no case against me.
Oh, I see.
Where's the phone, Clara? I want to call Fred. Sooner we get Betty out of town, the better. Jim, I just spoke to the bartender.
Did he know where Helen Webster went?
Yes, she got a phone call and went to see Betty Grant.
She must have heard about the arrest of Al Nelson.
The bartender still thinks I'm one of the girls who works here.
Hey, that's fine. I wonder if he knows where Betty Grant lives.
I asked him. He doesn't.
Anyone else around here who might have that information?
No, I don't think so. I checked with some of the other girls and the doorman.
No.
Couldn't give me a thing.
Of course, you know, it's possible she isn't even at home. Miss Webster could have just had a date to meet her someplace. You say you talked to the doorman?
Yes.
Did he see Miss Webster leave?
Yes, she took a cab.
Well, he could have overheard her give the address to the cab driver.
I checked that too, Jim.
And?
He said she had an address written down on a sheet of paper when she came out. He didn't hear her tell the cab driver anything.
Well, does he remember which cab she took?
No.
All right, that leaves us just about where we started. And time may be running out.
You mean for Betty Grant?
Yes. While you were asking questions, I called Memorial Hospital. Al Nelson died about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, that's bad.
So Betty Grant is really our only witness now. If Helen Webster can get her out of the way, we'll have trouble proving a case. Do you know where Miss Webster got that phone call?
The bartender said she got it in her office.
In her office. Where's that?
Through that door in the rear.
Helen Webster had that address written down. Let's go have a look in her office. Without knowing it, she might have left a copy for us.
Claire. I might as well tell you so you won't start screaming.
Tell me what?
When Fred comes up here, he's going to give it to your friend in the next room.
But you said you were going to get her a job in Pittsburgh.
I don't like to see anybody get killed, Claire, but this girl's a menace.
This thing tonight wasn't her fault.
Whose fault is it if she talks to a policewoman?
But that policewoman even had you fooled.
I didn't tell her anything. Your friend did.
Look, you can't do this, Helen.
No?
You'll never get away with it.
Why not?
Because I'm not going to see her killed. If Fred shoots her, I'll go to the cops myself.
Thanks for telling me. I'll talk to Fred about you, too.
Oh, is that my chauffeur, Miss Webster?
Yeah, dear. Get your coat. Coming.
That's Helen Webster, Jim.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. I have a warrant here for your arrest.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out, lady.
Oh, hi, Sally.
Betty, she's a cop, don't you remember?
Oh.
The blonde girl is Betty Grant, Jim. The other girl works for Helen, too.
Okay.
How did you know we were here?
We examined the pad on which Miss Webster wrote this address. She wrote heavily enough to indent the next couple of pages with a very legible impression.
Oh.
Sally, it's getting late. I think we'd better get this trio down to headquarters.
Helen Webster was tried in federal court for robbery on a government reservation and given a 20-year sentence. Betty Grant received a 5-year sentence for violation of the Veterans Dependency Act. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was closed successfully because of two things. The first was the close cooperation of your FBI and a local police force. Cooperation without which your FBI would be unable to have built the spectacular record for success which it now enjoys. The second factor which helped bring this case to a conclusion was the indented writing Special Agent Taylor found on the pad next to Helen Webster's telephone. Anyone could have found the pad, but knowing how to read indented writing is a skill which is taught every special agent as a part of the course he takes to prepare for his job. And thus, the criminal careers of these women were halted. Each year, the number of women arrested grows larger, and in the past 12 months, almost 10% more women were arrested than in any other year on record. To make the distaff side of the crime picture even darker, almost 50% of the women arrested had previous arrest records. Most of these crimes were local in nature, so that you, the listener, can make a real contribution toward the control of crime in your neighborhood. You can do that by seeing to it that you have a strong local police force. If that result is achieved, your FBI will feel very well repaid for having cooperated in bringing you this program tonight.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now we have time for one more quick question on the Equitable Education Fund. Have you got one, Ned?
Yes, Mr. Keating. Suppose I start a fund for that boy of mine now. Then, when he's 17, he decides he doesn't want any more education. And what happens then?
Well, the fund is always your money, Ned. If your boy votes against going to college, you can use the proceeds of the fund in any way you see fit. The really important thing is to start one soon. Get in touch with your Equitable representative without delay. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic depiction of the operations of a professional killer. Its subject, flight to avoid prosecution. Its title, The Innocent Fugitive.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Innocent Fugitive, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
After all, suppose you were a detective's wife working on a case involving a baseball team, and one of the star players tried to get to first base.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Pat and Jean Abbott. Tonight we are fortunate to have with us, making his dramatic debut, the man America knows and loves as number 42 at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. One of America's great athletes and a great guy, Jackie Robinson. Our story is a tale of homicide in the ballpark. And here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for this puzzle in murder.
Pat and I had gone for a spin in our convertible. Meantime, in a hotel room in San Francisco, Monty Phillips, the best catcher the Yellow Sox ever had, was entertaining a visitor.
I told you to stay away from me, Louie.
I told you I'd be back, Marty. It's funny, you're a very smart apple on a ball field, but you ain't using your head now.
Get out of here. I ain't gonna ask you again.
You're a sap, Marty. Look. The boss says his syndicate's got $400,000 tied up in Tuesday's game. The boss says you can make yourself $75,000 just by losing.
I ain't taking a cent of that dirty dough.
$75,000's a lot of lettuce, kid. You'll be washed up someday. You'll wish you'd taken it. It's awful easy to throw the game, Marty. You lose a foul ball in the sun. You make a slow throw to second. Little things like that, nobody'd notice.
Will you scram out of here?
The boss says if you don't want to take his dough, you're not going to play Tuesday. You're not going to play ever, Marty. I'm giving you one last chance. You take the dough and lose on Tuesday?
No. No, I told you I'd break you.
Okay, Marty.
Hey, put down that gun.
I'm awful sorry, kid. The boss just can't afford to lose that 400 Gs.
Louie, no!
Yeah. It's like I said. You were a very smart ball player. But really, you were just a jerk, kid. Just a jerk.
Get some morning papers here. Marty Phillips murdered. Find big league catcher's body in hotel room. Killer gets Marty Phillips. Get your morning papers here. Get your morning papers.
When we got home that night, John Stafford, an official of the Baseball Commission, telephoned and asked Pat to go to his apartment immediately. Pat, as usual, tried every trick in the book to keep me off the case. But later on, in John Stafford's apartment, yours truly was in the case right up to her little ears.
I'm not calling off the game next Tuesday, Mr. Abbott.
You're not, Mr. Stafford?
No. I think it would be the worst thing we could possibly do. I want the boys to go ahead and play as though absolutely nothing had happened.
Well, do you think that'll convince the people that the Yellow Sox are playing an honest ball game?
I do, Mrs. Abbott. If we cancel the game, it'll seem as though something rotten had been going on. Of course, meantime, you've got to find out who killed Marty Phillips. That is your job, Mr. Abbott.
You say whoever shot him didn't leave any clues in that hotel room?
None.
You know Marty well?
Yes, ever since he played high school ball.
You know anything about his private life? Something that might be a lead as to who killed him?
I know nothing of the sort.
Plenty of blind alleys in this case, aren't there?
Does the case faze you, Mr. Abbott? Simply because the killer has been rather ingenious?
No, it doesn't faze me. Who's going to catch for the Yellow Sox on Tuesday?
Ned Tilton. He's a manager player, you know.
Mm-hmm. How does Ned feel about all this?
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Thanks, I will. Maybe he'll be more helpful.
Maybe.
Pat and I went to visit Ned Tilton, the manager player. Ned was kind of husky, gruff, but sentimental, and quite broken up about the death of his pal, Marty.
Well, Marty was a great catcher, Mr. Abbott. Baseball won't see the likes of Marty for a long, long time.
As we know, Ned.
I love that kid. See, I used to sit in the dugout and get goose pimples just watching him behind the plate. He had that magic like Willie Mays. I busted out crying when I heard Marty was dead.
Well, Ned, have you any idea at all who might have wanted to get Marty?
I think it was some crooked mob, Mrs. Abbott. Couldn't have been any of his friends. They were all crazy about him.
Anybody ever approach you, Ned? Try to get you to toss a game for dough?
I'd break their necks the minute they opened the trap.
Okay, Ned. We'll be moseying along. Thanks.
Yeah. Give a year's salary to get my hands on the guy who plugged Marty.
Oh, maybe we can dig him up for you. Bye.
Yeah, so long. Sorry I couldn't serve you folks anything. I don't drink myself. I never touch it.
Bye, Ned. We'll do everything we can to even up the score for you.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'll be praying that you do.
Pat and I went home, and he sprawled out in his favorite chair. He began toying with his chin thoughtfully.
You know, dear, there's one thing that might open up this can of peas.
What is it, dear?
The Yellow Sox pitcher.
Freddie Manning?
Mm-hmm. Suppose a mob did get to Phillips. He and Freddie Manning are the whole team anyway. Now, Phillips is out of the way, so their only hope
would be to reach the pitcher, Freddie.
Mm-hmm.
I've an absolutely sensational idea.
Well, naturally.
Well, now, if you go to talk to Freddie Manning, it'll be no dice. But if I...
Stop. Right there.
Well, Pat, you know how a man will talk to a woman. They're putty in our hands.
Yes, well, I don't relish the idea of you alone somewhere with Freddie Manning, twisting him into a piece of putty.
Well, suppose I meet him. They say he's a wolf. Now, suppose he doesn't know that I'm Mrs. Abbott. Suppose he doesn't even know I'm Mrs.
The answer is still no. I won't allow you to do it.
But if it'll solve the case...
I am not going to risk some gangs using you for target practice.
But I just want to find out if anyone's tried to bribe him. I just want their name. I just want him to get palsy-walsy.
Yes, I know. Well, there are degrees of palsy-walsy.
It just means taking off my wedding ring for a few hours.
Means what?
Well, so that Freddie doesn't know I'm married. So that he'll get friendly. All right, Pat?
No.
Oh, okay, Warden. I won't try to make a break for it now, but someday I will. I'll get out a stir. Wait and see. The possibility of my solving the case entirely on my own was too tempting to resist. One afternoon, while Pat was at the office, I met a sports writer who was a longtime friend. He introduced me to Freddie Manning. Then, with a double-talk story about my old maid aunt being sick, I gave Pat the slip for a night and went out on a date with Freddie. He was young, dark, terribly handsome, a dreamboat. We went to a nightclub together. I was launching my dreamboat with champagne.
Jeannie, baby, you have just connected with a guy who's going places. You know that?
Sure, Freddie, I know.
Matheson, Johnson, Carl Hubble. Those guys have nothing compared to your little Freddie. And you're in line to be my ever-loving baby, huh, Jeannie?
You bet. You're going to be wonderful out there on the mound this Tuesday, aren't you?
I can't miss. I'm in perfect shape. You know the doc says there isn't a huskier guy in the league?
Tell me a secret.
Anything my honey wants to know.
Did anybody offer you money to throw the game Tuesday?
What do you want to talk about that for? Come here, baby.
Oh, Freddie, people are watching.
All right, then let's go to my apartment. I got a gorgeous terrace. We make some drinks at my bar. You know, if you stand on tiptoe on my terrace, you can reach right up and grab a chunk of the moon.
Well, it's awfully late.
I got some music you'll like, too. Moody, low-down stuff. Shearing, Art Tatum, Ellington. What do you say?
Well,
I'll show you my scrapbook. Time I was in Hollywood. And all the movie stars gave me a big party. I got autographed pictures from all of them. To the best pitcher in baseball. That's me, honey.
Okay, Freddie. Let's go.
Good. Ah, you'll like it on the terrace. Nobody will be watching us but the man in the moon. And he don't care.
Freddie took me to an exquisite, ultra-modern penthouse overlooking the bay. He kept the place dimly lit. He played a few records. And then the ball players started to pitch.
Come here, Jeannie, honey. Give me a kiss, hmm?
No, wait.
What? What's the matter?
Well, I thought you were going to show me your scrapbook.
Oh, that can wait.
But I want to see where it says, to the best pitcher.
Okay. Scrapbook's here, right under this table.
Must have cost a lot of money to fix up this place, didn't it?
Yeah, why?
Oh, I was just wondering. I know the Yellow Sox pay you plenty,
But maybe I could be picking up some extra dough on the side for throwing a few games, hmm?
I wouldn't blame you for it. Did you ever do that, Freddie? Do you think that's why Marty Phillips was killed?
Get this. The cops went through that whole routine with me. I don't know anything about it, so forget
Freddie,
it.
You're hurting my arm.
Unless you like to get slapped around, forget it.
All right. Don't get so excited. Now, let's see the scrapbook. That's better. Say, who's she?
Hmm? Oh, give me that picture. That doesn't belong in there.
To my darling, my own adorable sweetheart. Should I be jealous?
No, she's an old flame. Gone and forgotten. Go on, look at the rest of the book. Look at the big shots I'm with.
Oh, that's Commissioner Stafford, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Swell guy.
He asked you much about Marty?
What the devil do you keep harping on that for? What are you up to?
Nothing. Oh, come on. Play another record for me. Then we'll go out on the terrace and see if we can really touch that moon.
Good evening, Jean.
Hello, Pat.
Or should I say good morning?
Oh, it is late, isn't it?
How's your aunt?
Much better, thank you.
Amazing old girl, isn't she?
Yes, amazing.
Especially the way she has people sit up with her when she's sick.
Oh, what's wrong with sitting up with a sick old aunt?
In a strapless evening gown?
Oh, that. Well, you see, my other dress... Well, I mean, this dress...
What'd you find out from Freddie Manning?
Freddie Manning?
You're not wearing your wedding ring, dear. And you've been dancing with somebody who's clumsy on his feet. Your slippers wouldn't look like that after a taxi ride to your aunt's house. Not much fun being married to a detective, huh?
Pat, I went to my aunt...
I said, what did you find out from Freddie Manning?
He wouldn't talk.
You were with him all evening and you didn't get a lead?
No, I tried very hard, Pat. He was kind of touchy when I spoke about Marty. But that's all.
No, I ought to get the hairbrush and spank the daylights out of you.
I was only trying to help, dear. Pat Abbott, I have half a mind to...
You have a half a mind, period. After I told you not to fool around in this case. After I told you to stay away from Freddie. After I...
Jealous, Pat?
No, I certainly am not.
Worry about me tonight?
I never gave it a thought.
You're as amazing as my aunt.
Why do you say that?
You don't get jealous.
Mm-mm.
You don't worry.
Nope.
But you smoke 2 whole packs of cigarettes.
Oh, that.
Not much fun being married to an observant wife. Hmm?
In just a moment, Act 2 of tonight's adventure of the Abbotts.
What do you know about your government? Do you know, for example, who is responsible for your personal security? The security which comes from being healthy, having a good education, and being well taken care of when we are unable to care for ourselves. A new secretary has been added to the President's cabinet as head of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Actually, the department handles the work of several governmental agencies. The United States Public Health Service, which safeguards the general health of the American people. The Food and Drug Administration, which makes certain that our food is pure and safe. The Social Security Board, which takes care of older people, children, and the blind who may need help. And the United States Office of Education, which through research acts in an advisory capacity for the various state boards of education. All these agencies, through the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, are ever watchful of our personal security. That's how your government works.
And now for Act 2 of The Blood Red Diamond.
Tuesday afternoon, Pat and I went to the final game in the Yellow Sox series. The stands were packed. There had been no break in the case. Freddie Manning, my boyfriend, was pitching as sweet a ball game as you've ever seen. Ned Tilton, the manager-player, was giving him wonderful support at the plate. Pat and I knew Tom Whitley, the sportscaster. Tom was the sportscaster who sounded strangely like Jackie Robinson, and we sat right beside the mic as he broadcast the game. Pat's eyes kept searching the stands, the dugout, and the field, watching for a tip-off if there was to be any dirty work.
This is Tom Whitley, fans. The game's tied at 1-1. It's the last of the 6th at the bottom of the batting order coming up. It'll be Freddie Manning, the pitcher, who's doing a great job out there today. The game has been a rough and tumble affair, not as dignified as the games we have at Everett's Field, where we never try to influence the umpires. It just happens that the field over there in Brooklyn is the only one in the world where they serve right and left-handed pop bottles. Yes, this has been a wild game, and the only thing that's missing at a brawl like this is Leo the Roaster. I know a great new gag about Leo, but he's on top of the world now, and we'll just let him have his day. Well, here's Manning. Get ready to step in. He gets a great big hand. There are 2 down, nobody on. There's the wind-up, the pitch. It's a hard grounder wide of third. Taylor's over, comes up with the ball. This will be close. But Manning falls down, and the throw is there for the 3rd out. Freddie seems to have tripped as he headed for a first, but he's not getting up. The lad must have twisted an ankle or something. Everyone running towards Freddie, and he isn't moving. He's got his face right down in the dirt. The crowd's tense. This may mean he's out of the ball game. Ned Tilton, his catcher, is going over to him now. He's waving for the doctor. There goes Commissioner Stafford, leaving his box, heading for Freddie. Stands are quiet now, very quiet. One woman seems to have broken past the field police. Oh, yes, a good friend of the team's, Mrs. Tilton, Ned Tilton's wife. Now, there goes my man on the field, and he's going to signal me as soon as the doctor finds out what's wrong. He's waving at me now. He's saying, Freddie, why, that's impossible. That's... Ladies and gentlemen, Freddie Manning is dead.
Pat and I raced to the Yellow Sox locker room, fighting our way through the shocked, milling crowd. Commissioner Stafford was there, and Ned Tilton. A policeman stood guard over the dead body. Stafford was very pale.
Well, Mr. Abbott, I really don't know what to say. The usual words don't mean anything.
What is the doctor's opinion, Mr. Stafford?
Looks like a heart attack. No signs of violence. Nothing at all. It was a hurried diagnosis, but from the blood that gushed from Freddie's mouth and nostrils, and from what he could see in just a quick glance, the doctor says Freddie's heart just popped and the boy died.
You the regular team doctor? Ever examined Freddie before?
Yes, that's what's so puzzling. He examined Freddie last week for an insurance policy. His heart was perfect.
But that doesn't make sense. He could...
First it was Marty. Now it's Fred. Are we cursed or something?
Try not to take it so badly, Ned.
Trying to find my wife. I gotta go home. I don't feel right. I can't stand this.
But I'll find her, Ned. Ned, did I ever meet her?
I don't know. I don't think so. I've got to find her.
I could swear I'd seen her before today. Ned, sit down.
Oh.
That's it.
How could it happen? How could this happen?
Can you answer that, Mr. Abbott?
I think so.
Exactly what do you mean?
Freddie was probably murdered.
What?
A boy in his condition doesn't have a heart attack out of a clear blue sky. It's very unlikely. The attack was probably induced by poison.
Poison? Well, he played 6 innings.
Slow poison, Ned. Poison from his glove or from the ball or the bat.
But how would he have swallowed the poison?
I'm not sure yet, dear. It was a violent heart attack. Might have been caused by nitroglycerin. That works very slowly till the system has a lethal dose, shows no immediate signs, then suddenly it explodes the heart. Doctors use it for its expansive effect in small doses for arterial tension.
Oh, sounds fantastic. Now all you have to do is to find out which person out of the 25,000 people here engineered that. Rather difficult odds, Mr. Abbott?
Well, I'll use your favorite word, Mr. Stafford. Maybe.
Pat and I finally left the stadium and went home with Pat frowning, mulling the problem over and over. Late that night at home. What's bothering you, Jean? You look troubled. Well, I've a feeling it'd help if I knew...
If you knew what?
Mrs. Tilton, Ned's wife. The woman who ran out on the field when Freddie fell. I could have sworn I'd seen her before. But where?
She's with the team very often. What difference does it make?
No, it's something peculiar. Where did I see her? It wasn't at the ballpark. It... Pat, I've got it. Her picture was in the scrapbook.
Freddie's? The one he showed you that night?
That's right.
Well, why wouldn't her picture be in the scrapbook? She's been with the team ever since Tilton joined them.
But the inscription, dear.
What inscription?
On her picture. She wrote, "To my darling Freddie, my own adorable sweetheart."
Are you sure about that?
Positive. I didn't know who she was when I saw it, so I just passed it by. But isn't that kind
I'll
of...
be back.
Well, where are you going?
To the stadium. Now, you wait here. This will be too dangerous.
I certainly will not. Why will it be so dangerous to go to the stadium?
Because the killer may be there alone. And very much in the mood for a few more bloody murders.
Naturally, Pat couldn't shake me off. We bribed the night watchman to let us into the stadium. It was deserted. But there was a light shining through the door of the Yellow Sox locker room. Pat opened the door. Ned Tilton was there, emptying his locker.
Mr. Abbott, what are you doing here so late?
We've just had an idea, Ned.
About Marty and Freddie? Well, come on, tell me about it.
You told us when we visited your place that you never drink, Ned.
Huh? No, I don't.
There's a scotch bottle in your locker.
Oh, that.
There isn't any scotch in it. Is there? Got the nitroglycerin in the bottle, Ned?
Yeah. And if you or that wife of yours makes a move, I'll throw it on the floor. There's plenty left in the bottle. It'll blow us all to bits.
You put the liquid nitro on your catcher's mitt, didn't you, Ned? Just enough to wet the ball. You kept throwing to Freddie. Freddie was tossing spitballs. It's against the rules, I know, but Freddie knew a way around the rules. He was sneaking a few across the plate that way. It's happened before. You were the only person who knew he threw spitballs. You knew he'd keep licking his fingers to wet the ball. You knew he'd swallow little bits of the poison that way. That right, Ned?
Shut up, Abbott, and move out of the way.
You got a very attractive wife, Ned. And Freddie was quite a wolf. He and your wife were more than just two people interested in the team, weren't they?
Aye.
Their pictures in Freddie's scrapbook with a greeting that's a little too affectionate burned you up, didn't it?
I said get out of my way.
You started out to make a fortune, Ned. You placed heavy bets against your own team. Hired a guy to threaten Marty. The guy had to kill him. Then you went after Freddie, but not because you wanted him to throw the game. No, things were too hot to rig it that way. No, you wanted to kill him yourself for a personal reason.
I've got nothing to lose if I drop this bottle of nitro.
Now, look, Ned.
Keep away from me, Abbott.
Be careful, Pat.
I'll be getting out of here now, if you don't mind. Don't follow me. All I have to do is toss this juice in front of you and the missus. Stay right where you are. I'm watching you. I can still see you. Don't move.
There he goes, Pat. See him? He's running into the grandstand.
Stay here, Gene. I'll get him.
Come back, Pat. You'll be killed.
Lost him. He must have ducked behind the benches.
Come back, Pat.
I told you not to follow me, Abbott.
Get down, Pat. He's going to throw the nitro. Pat, are you all right? I can't see out there. Pat!
I'm all right. Stay where you are. Now, Ned, you and I are going to play a little tag.
You come for me and I'll break your neck.
You picked a bad spot, Ned. That exit is closed. Where you run to now?
Keep your hands off, Abbott. I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you. Get out. Now I'm going to choke the life out of you,
That does it. You had enough, Ned? Oh, you had enough? You had enough?
As I came running up the ramp, Ned was out cold. Pat still had strength to haul Ned's body to the locker room where we waited for the police. When Ned was revived, he identified the gunman who'd killed Marty Phillips. I guess someone should have told Ned that Pat Abbott was a Marine veteran who'd been on the receiving end of the dirtiest fighting the Japs could ever think of. Very late that night, it was almost sunrise. Pat? Well, isn't it about time for me to put my wedding ring back on?
I suppose so.
Go ahead. You put it back on my finger.
How do you know I want to marry you again?
Well, don't you?
No.
Oh, come on. Marry me again.
I said I don't want to.
Well, would you marry me again for all the rice in China?
No.
For all the smorgasbord in Sweden?
No.
For all the moolah in Fort Knox?
No.
For a kiss?
You talked me into it.
Moral of the story. Husbands who wonder if their wives still love them should let their wives spend an evening dancing with a handsome stranger. I know a perfect nightclub they can go to. And the management is not responsible for hats, coats, or stolen hearts.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Also heard tonight were Everett Sloan, Mandel Kramer, and Kenny Delmar. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill. Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The 7 Dead Years, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're crowded against a wall and you can't punch your way out alone, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hounding a man who killed his own wife. I can't prove that he did. And all of a sudden I can't afford to spend any more time floundering around. Next week he's going to get $200,000 because I failed. And that's something that's keeping me awake nights. I've dealt with plenty of crooks in my life.
Plenty of crooks in my life and didn't need anybody's help. But this is different, and I don't mind admitting it. How about giving me a ring? It's signed Samuels.
Samuels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm overwhelmed, Brooksy.
Why? Who's Samuels?
Oh, just about the shrewdest insurance investigator in the game. But I thought he was retired off somewhere in the Florida Keys fishing.
Well, according to this letter, all he's doing is staying awake nights.
Oh, 7 years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, time's running out for Samuels. Why did he put it just that way, Angel? Say, what do the words 7 years mean to you?
Oh, 7-year itch, 7 lean years. 7 years it might take a salmon to make 7 honeymoon trips up the Columbia River.
All right, without making funny, Brooksy. 7 years also means the legal period after which a man or woman is declared dead. It's poetically called the Enoch Arden Law.
Oh, well, then this Samuels is in a race against time.
Uh-huh. And if he is in such a hurry, it'd be a shame if we wasted time on this end, wouldn't it?
This man McLean killed his wife and got rid of the body. I know it.
Well, according to all this, Marion McLean just wrote a suicide note and disappeared.
And if the husband is walking around enjoying good fresh air, the police must have given him a clean bill of health.
That's okay for the police, but not for me.
Well, what makes you so hard to satisfy?
This McLean dame gets insured for $200,000 and conveniently vanishes from the face of the earth. Besides, whenever I meet up with a crook, my belly turns over twice. And this guy McLean has been giving me a nervous stomach for 7 years. 7 long years.
Well, as I get it, Mr. Samuels, you're retired. If the insurance company is willing to pay the $200,000, I don't see
It's a matter of pride, Miss Brooks. When I first turned in the report on the McLeans, I said it was a phony. It's the only case in my career I feel wasn't washed up right.
I think I know what's bothering you, Samuels.
Do you?
Yeah, the body. It was never found.
Yeah. The hardest thing in the world to do is to get rid of a body. And don't look so amazed, Miss Brooks. That's the truth.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't burn it. Something's always left over. Buttons, bridge work, teeth, and you can't drown it. It comes up to the surface sometime or another, and you bury it, somebody finds it when they're digging post holes.
Well, Samuels, if you've been searching for the corpus delicti for 7 years, I don't know what I can do.
Take a look at this ad in the paper.
Wanted by sculptor. Male professional model. Must be exceptionally muscular and broad-shouldered. To pose for heroic figure in important civic memorial. Frank McLean.
Oh, is this the same McLean we've been talking about, Mr. Samuel?
Yeah, he has a house and studio a few miles out of town in Roxbury. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I go out there... I'll pay you for it out of my own pocket. It's worth it to me. And while I'm not posing, I'm supposed to go up in the attic or dig out in the garden to find a corpse. It's not going to be anything as obvious as that. I've been at it 7 years trying to find out what he did with his wife. He knows my face as well as his own. I can't work on this deal anymore. That's why I want you.
Well, George, you do have the shoulders for it.
Okay, Samuels. I don't know how I'll look as Atlas holding up the world or as Spartan youth, but I'll give it a try.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you've posed for other well-known sculptors?
Oh, yes, of course. But back east, New York. I just got in town and saw your ad.
I see.
Oh, darling.
Yes, Nana.
Is that man still there? Are we going to work any more today?
My very favorite model, Valentine.
Oh?
No, Nana, we won't work any more today. Here, Valentine, you might be interested in seeing some of my work.
Sure, fine.
Now, here's something in bronze I did in 1936. I call it Age.
All I see is a little girl, asleep.
She's a dead little girl, which makes her older than any of us.
Oh. Well, that's one way of looking at it.
You'll have plenty of time to see my other stuff, but here's what I'm working on.
Looks like quite a project, Mr. McLean.
It's going into the town square at Portchester to memorialize the 100th birthday of that little hamlet. Aside from artistic merits, it has to be able to withstand the passage of time and the critical comments of migratory birds.
Is this where I fit in?
Yes. You'll be the figure of man in capital letters. You're reaching upward for ultimate perfection. As you see, the figures of health, love, and spiritual attainment are already finished. The statue in the middle will be eternal life, which Nana is going to pose for.
Well, when do I start working?
Take off your coat and your shirt.
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
I have a very definite conception of this man's physique. After all, to the good people of Portchester, he's supposed to symbolize all mankind.
Well, that's quite a responsibility. How do I shape up?
Turn around.
Well, what have we got here?
All of mankind, lady.
Yes, and with hair on your chest.
This is Nana. As I said, Valentine, she's going to portray eternal life. In the meantime, she abuses the privilege of being the eternal feminine.
You love to make with words, darling, but you ought to know by now that you can't insult me. Certainly not till after we're married.
That will be all for today, Miss Kenyon. Same time tomorrow.
My, aren't we businesslike? Well, beware of him, Mr. Valentine. He's a creature of moods. Goodbye, darling. So long, Mr. Man.
Your fiancée is a very charming girl, Mr. McLean.
Her charm is only an added attraction, and she knows it. Now, you and I better get started, Valentine. Stretch your arm up toward the skylight over there.
Like this?
Yes, and hold the pose.
Say, how long do I have to stand like this?
You're not getting tired. I haven't even finished making my rough sketch.
Don't we get time out for a cigarette, McLean?
What kind of people have you been posing for anyway? We've just been working a short while.
Oh, sorry, but I can't hold up my arm like this anymore. Oh, it was beginning to weigh a ton.
Whom do you think you're fooling?
Huh?
How stupid do you think I am?
Well, that's a question that invites all kinds of answers.
I had to find out. You're not a professional model. If you were, you could have held your arm like that much longer without getting tired.
I guess I wasn't very good.
Samuel sent you here, didn't he? Well, you can tell that human bloodhound he's still wasting his time.
Okay, I'll deliver the message, friend. But I doubt if he's going to be convinced. Would you mind turning around while I put on my shirt?
You know, darling, McLean could be right about Samuel's having a blind spot, an obsession.
Yeah, but before I tell him what a flop I was as a model, I'd like to try something.
Such as?
Well, first of all, let's take it for granted that Samuels is right. It's next to impossible to get rid of a human body. Well, then, maybe there never was a body.
Oh, well, in other words, Mrs. McLean is very much alive somewhere.
Yeah, it could be, Angel. Waiting for 7 years to pass. So McLean can collect that dough and join us somewhere in Europe, let's say.
Oh, well, that's a pretty wild notion, George. Two people separating for 7 years like that?
Yeah, but a very profitable separation. They'll be getting roughly $30,000 a year for it.
Okay. Say we even buy that. What do you propose to try?
I'll take this hypothetical situation. You're my wife.
Oh, must it be hypothetical?
You love me very much.
Oh, check.
Love me enough to endure 7 years of hiding and separation so we'll have enough to live on for the rest of our lives.
All right, supposing.
Then you read in public print that I have intentions toward a gorgeous model by the name of Nana Kenyon. Now, what would you do?
I'd come halfway around the world and scratch your eyes out. And that wouldn't be hypothetical.
Especially with a payoff at hand, so McLean could disappear with all the moolah and the luscious Nana.
Well, how are you going to get this world-shaking piece of gossip into the paper?
Leo Mensch in the Bulletin. His column is syndicated in 650 newspapers. Nana is pretty colorful.
Some pun.
Besides, Brooksy, Leo owes me a favor.
I'm a patient man, Valentine. I've waited for 7 years. I can stand it a few more days.
Good.
But how do you know this item in Mensch's column is going to pay off?
I don't know.
Well, if Mrs. McLean is alive and has the usual feminine instincts, it'll work.
Valentine, I'm not too sold on this theory of yours. I still say McLean got rid of the body. But how, where, that's what I've got to find out. You'll be coming into that money next Tuesday.
Yeah. Let me have that picture and description of Mrs. McLean. I want to get it around where it'll do the most good. Now, let's see. 5'4", 125 pounds. Brown hair, scar on left cheek. Middle finger of left hand severed at first joint. Fair complexion, brown eyes.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, I gotta see you a minute.
Huh?
I think you owe me $50.
Oh, George, this is one of the cab drivers I spoke to at the airport. Mike, Kozlenko, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenko.
Did you see Mrs. McLean?
Well, if it wasn't, she's got a twin. Scar on her cheek and all.
Oh, when'd she show up? Where'd you take her?
Well, she got off the plane early this morning. Come in on one of them DC-6s.
Well, you sure took your time getting here.
I had to haul a guy all the way out to the racetrack and wait for him. I tried calling you, but your line was busy.
Okay. Where'd you drop her off? What was the address?
Well, she didn't give me no address. I took her out to Roxbury.
That's where McLean lives.
I let her off on the corner of Sycamore and Dean. She looked boiling mad.
Come on, Brooksy. We gotta move fast if we're gonna keep Samuels from being right.
What do you mean, George?
Well, if this is Mrs. McLean, she's an uninvited guest. After all these years, I'd hate to have to go looking for her body.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about protection. Most motorists quite naturally believe that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running, but that's not true. Your car faces its biggest wear test when it's standing cold, for that's when rust caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders can start to work. And that's where RPM motor oil helps you avoid a repair bill. RPM special compounds keep a protective oil film on all engine parts all of the time. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points, and consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's something you knew all the time. After 7 years without the well-known corpus delicti, a person is declared legally dead. So you're not particularly surprised when an over-conscientious insurance investigator, now retired, hires you to find the body of one Marion McLean, missing just about that long. Then, surprise, she comes waltzing back into town, big as life. If you're like George Valentine, sensitive to rude shocks like this, you pay a visit to the studio of Frank McLean, sculptor and husband of said lady.
I know I'm going way out on the limb, McLean, but I was told your wife is here in Roxbury.
Oh? Who told you, Valentine? Another ghost? My wife is dead. Or hasn't Samuels told you?
Dead or alive, this was a frame-up from the beginning, McLean. I'm still going to prove it.
The ghost you mentioned happens to be a very earthy character. A cab driver with a nice earthy name like Kozlenko.
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenkos. He claims he picked up your wife at the airport early this morning and dropped her off here on the corner of Sycamore and Dean.
Your Kozlenko boy is wasting his time driving a cab. He should be holding seances. Come Tuesday, my wife will be dead exactly 7 years.
You keep track of time very carefully, don't you? What do? Check off the days on the calendar?
Oh, I may have an artistic temperament, but I'm practical enough to know what you can buy with $200,000. Any other questions, gentlemen?
The same one I've been asking all these years, McLean. Now, let's say Valentine is right. Your wife showed this morning. What'd you do with her?
Poor Samuels. How does your mind work? Now you're saying I killed Marion today. How about your theory that the hardest thing in the world to dispose of is a human body?
I still say that.
Well, unlike you, Samuels, I'm a reasonable man. My life is an open book. Go on. Look around any way you like. I do want you to be happy.
Okay. You can stop being glib, McLean. You said we have your permission to look wherever we want.
That's right.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
Well, something that comes to you when you think about it hard enough. Like all simple things, you might walk right by it. It's so obvious.
But don't look so startled, gentlemen. Mr. Valentine loves to be cryptic. He'll get to the point.
Oh, I can't wait.
Children know the principle very well. When you play hide and seek, the one place you're least likely to be discovered is where you just got through trying to hide.
Well, what do you mean by that, Valentine?
Samuels, I understand you had the cellar dug up when Mrs. McLean first disappeared.
Yeah, there was nothing there.
Well, there may be this time. You know, kid stuff.
Sorry you didn't find anything in the cellar, Valentine. You had such a fascinating theory.
Yeah? Well, there's still a lot of places around here to look, McLean.
Oh, to be sure. But do let me be the gracious host and mix you all a drink.
Well, a party.
I'm glad you dropped in, Nana. We're playing a little game. Body. Who's got the body?
Well, aren't we a little old for parlor games?
Samuels here doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'm a child at heart.
You know, Mr. Valentine, I almost didn't recognize you with your shirt on.
Yes, that mole on his left shoulder does something for him, doesn't it?
I see you noticed that, too, Miss Brooks.
Oh, we've gone to the beach together many times.
Here you are, everybody. Drink hearty.
Oh, thank you.
Here's to you, Samuels, and a happy retirement.
Thanks.
Oh, I see you've done a lot of work on your masterpiece for the Portchester Town Square.
It's almost finished, Valentine. We're just missing the figure of the man.
I understand the figure in the middle. Eternal life is supposed to be you, Miss Kenyon.
My solitary contribution to American culture.
Oh, come on, Valentine. Let's get going.
If I were you, Miss Kenyon, I'd sue somebody for libel. That figure is nowhere near as glamorous as you really are.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I'm sure you didn't mean every word of it. Goodness, Frank, you certainly poured this drink with a heavy hand. I could use a little more soda.
So could I. Wait, Nan, I'll join you.
I didn't think these were too bad, did you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, everything's just perfect.
Now, if we could only get Samuels to think that. No, that would be too much.
Not for me, Nana.
All right, soulmate. If it isn't soda you want, what is it?
You've been around, Nana.
Yes, I've been around. I didn't think my travel scars were so prominent.
Well, let's be corny and say it's something stronger than both of us. Something we can't resist. The eternal feminine and the equally eternal masculine.
You handle words real nice, partner.
Oh, I'm real smart. I bet I could even remember an address if I had to.
420 Montrose. If you ring the bell and there's no answer.
Yeah?
There just might be a key under the flower pot on the back porch.
Maybe this was a wild goose chase, but it's not now.
Well, what are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, Mr. Valentine couldn't make it, Nana. He asked me to convey his deepest regrets. And there was that key under the flower pot.
Why, that...
Oh, what you were going to say.
What have you got? Give me those tickets.
I was just admiring them. I've always dreamt of a holiday in South America.
I said, give them to me.
Tickets for Flight 114 next Wednesday. The day after Frank McLean collects the insurance on his wife. The tickets bought right here at the airport in Roxbury.
I'm not going to ask you again. Let me have those
It may not
tickets.
mean anything at all. But it's worth checking. Just who bought these tickets and why.
Sorry, but you're not leaving here.
No fair, Nana. You didn't say put them up.
I'm not finished with you yet.
That's better. I like to be warned. Now I can forget I'm a lady.
Will you...
You remember selling these tickets, don't you, mister? Seats 4 and 5, Flight 114, Wednesday?
Oh, yes, I remember it very well.
Oh, good. Would you be able to identify the man if you saw him again?
Man? But it wasn't a man, it was a woman.
Oh?
That's why I do remember it so distinctly.
Oh, you mean she had all the reasons why men would look at her twice?
I didn't think of it quite that way, miss. I meant the little scar on her cheek.
Scar? Wait a minute. Is this the woman you sold the tickets to? The one in this picture?
Why, yes, that's her.
Mrs. McLean bought those tickets.
If Mrs. McLean bought those airplane tickets, Brooksy, that means for sure she's back here in Roxbury.
And not just on the testimony of one of the Boston Kozlenkos.
Well, what do you make of it, Samuels?
If McLean and Nana got those tickets from her, you can bet your life she didn't just hand them over on a silver platter.
Not so her husband and his lady fair could go flying down to Rio.
Hey, look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I think Nana must be a chasing spirit by now. Drop by her place again and let her out of that closet.
Oh, must I?
Yes, you must. And bring her out to McLean's. For one thing, she's got to answer some questions about those tickets.
Now, there's a cool cookie for you, that McLean. Imagine him using the same tickets his wife bought.
He probably figured that was one way no one would know his plans. Where he was going after he collected on the insurance.
Well, I'd better be going.
See you later, Brooksy. Hey, you know something, Samuels?
Now, what's that?
If McLean wanted to get rid of his wife, he wouldn't necessarily plant her right there on the home ground.
He wouldn't risk taking her anywhere else. Like I always say, the hardest thing in the world to get rid of...
Yeah, I know. But we were all over the place. I wouldn't know where else to go looking tonight.
Wait. There's one place we didn't look. On the back part of that property is an old well. All overgrown with shrubbery and stuff. That's why we passed it by.
Go on.
I looked there 7 years ago, and if your idea about hiding things where people look before is...
Okay. What's keeping us? Sure you got enough rope up there, Samuels?
Plenty.
This well looks deeper than we thought.
Be careful. Can you use your flash?
Better wait till I get farther down.
Yeah, that might...
Samuels! The rope! Samuels!
George! George!
We'll have him up here in a minute, Miss Brooks. Lucky he didn't bring the whole rope down with him when he fell.
Do you know if there's any water down there?
No, I don't.
Well, let me give you a hand.
Now, wait till I get a hold of that Ginzo who sneaked up behind and slugged me.
Oh, McLean?
Who else? Wait. There. He's near the top, I think.
Oh, George. Oh, here, honey, I'll help you.
Come on now, fella. Up and over.
Oh, you okay, darling?
Oh, with reservations. I feel as though I've been dragged not too gently through a meat grinder.
Yeah, somebody walked up behind me in the dark and let me have it.
Yeah, I found Samuels lying here when I went out to look for you two.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's get inside and see McLean, hey, Valentine? Maybe it's time to do something about that well-groomed pan of his, like you said.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend. I've just come to a very interesting conclusion.
I was wondering about that 1,000-watt look in your eye.
Yeah, Brooksy. To do some real profound thinking, there's nothing better than lying around on the bottom of a well. It's real nice and cozy, folks, to have everybody around like this. We might even toast marshmallows if I didn't have something more important on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
As a rule, I don't believe in petty tantrums on the part of grown men. But I owe somebody a fractured jaw.
Now, look here, Valentine. What Samuel said about me sneaking up behind
That's
him...
you, McLean. Step aside till the teacher gives you permission.
What brought this on, George?
I do believe he's going to hit somebody.
Yeah. You, Samuels.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Valentine? You gone nuts?
Yes, you, Samuel.
George!
Okay, Valentine, I'm coming at you, and I'll ask questions later.
Fine. I was waiting for an excuse to do this again.
Careful.
All right, come on. Get up.
Nice work, Valentine. I've never seen my studio put to better use.
Shut up, you.
My, he's mad at everybody.
George, what is this about Samuel?
Yeah, what's the idea? What did I ever do to you?
You tried to kill me. Nobody slugged you except yourself to make it look good.
What do you mean,
Bad
George?
slip of logic, Samuels. You were McLean's personal nemesis. If he were getting really desperate, he'd want to get rid of you, not me. He'd make good and sure you were dead.
That's crazy. Why should I want to knock you off? I hired you.
How could Samuels possibly have anything to do with Mrs. McLean's disappearance?
Samuels, you know where that woman's body is, don't you? You knew it tonight when you suggested I go plumbing the depths of that abandoned well because you were too fat to do it yourself.
You're way off the beam, Valentine.
You were afraid I'd find out, too, sooner or later. And you weren't going to take any chance.
Now, look.
With me dead, you could blackmail the real murderer for a long time to come.
I see. I still remain the suspected murderer.
Don't be so glib, Bub. You're exactly that.
When will somebody get around to making sense here?
I'm getting used to being the suspected murderer, Nana. But still I say, where is the body? You know, you've got to produce that to prove there was a murder.
Samuels knows where it is, don't you? You caught on a little quicker than I did. That's because you've been living with this case for 7 years.
Well, I don't like being ghoulish. But do you really know where Mrs. McLean is, George?
Take a look at this impressive group of statuary.
My best effort yet.
Statues, George?
The one in the middle, particularly, Brooksy. Eternal life. You yourself said it didn't do its model, Nana, justice. And no wonder. There's only one thing Mrs. McLean has in common with Nana. They're both women of about the same size.
There's no telling where that weird imagination of yours will lead you, Valentine.
You don't need imagination, McLean. Just the plain observation that Samuels had, too. You were in such a hurry to make a plaster cast with your wife's body in it that you forgot one little defect that might have been overlooked after 7 years.
What's that?
I mean specifically the middle finger of your wife's hand. It's severed at the first joint, and the plaster cast preserved it that way.
No. I couldn't have forgotten that. I couldn't.
Yes. Ironic as it is, McLean, there's death inside the statue of eternal life.
When you shop for meat, you're confident of getting good quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car? The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel and the number of plates. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem, expressed in a letter that has just come to his desk.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany. And I've suddenly found that flowers can smell of murder. Please give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut number 8, University Road. Signed, Louise Durain.
Next Monday night, a new case for George Valentine. The flowers that smelled of murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor, Herbert Little Jr., and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Samuels, Jay Novello as McLean, Louise Arthur as Nana, Don Diamond as the cabbie, and Bob Bruce as the clerk. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.